Chapter 722. Chao Xing was still in the process of transformation. His lower body had completely transformed into an ice sculpture, his eyes tightly closed. He was unaware of all this. Everyone held their breath, breathing cautiously, fearing to disturb him. After successfully breaking through and initially adapting to their newfound power, including Tong Chu Chu and Bo Jia, they immediately and quietly retreated to the side. They held their weapons, staring at the man radiating a fierce chill, their eyes filled with anticipation. Everyone understood that Chao Xing's ascension to legendary status was more important than anything else. As everyone watched anxiously, time slowly slipped by. Since he had absorbed the divine power contained in the relic, approximately 6 minutes had passed, and there seemed no sign of it ending. His transformation to legendary status seemed to be taking longer than everyone else's. Just then, everyone heard a distinct crackling sound. Crack! A crack suddenly appeared on Chao Xing's abdomen, his body about to transform completely into an ice sculpture. From this crack, an extremely powerful icy aura emanated. However, even that mere trace caused the temperature of the entire building to plummet again. Everyone felt a chill sweep over them, freezing their blood. Even the metal walls outside were coated in a thin layer of frost. From the air, the circular building they were in now resembled a frozen iron ball. It's so cold. The mercenaries folded their arms, their voices trembling. Being here was like being in a cold storage. Even the heroes felt a chill creeping into their bodies. Tong Chu Chu rubbed her hands and glanced at the thermometer overhead. She was surprised to discover that the room's temperature had reached a staggering minus 73 degrees Celsius. The closer they got to Chao Xing, the lower the temperature. And just then, a second crisp sound rang out. Crack! Another crack appeared on Chao Xing's right leg. At the same time, a powerful chill erupted. Followed by a third, a fourth, a fifth. Crack! Crack! The cracking sound continued, and more cracks appeared on Chao Xing's body. Like a human-shaped ice sculpture about to shatter completely. As Chao Xing's energy surged, intense cold air erupted, freezing everything around him into ice. Is this failure? The thought crossed their minds. Everyone focused their attention, staring intently at the cracks on Chao Xing's body. If it were just a simple failure, it wouldn't be a big deal. But judging by the current situation, this failure might even cause him some damage. At this thought, Assam, Isabel, and other subjects felt a surge of worry. But at this moment, everyone seemed to vaguely see a dark purple crystal emerge from behind Chao Xing. The crystal emanated a heart-pounding, ancient light. Just looking at it sent a shudder through the depths of their souls. It was as if standing before them was a long-dormant dragon. The next moment, the crystal shadows suddenly erupted with a dazzling purple light, instantly merging with Chao Xing's icy divine power. Buzz! An invisible wave of energy spread out, and time seemed to freeze. The drifting ice crystals froze in midair. Even the white breath of everyone's breath solidified in place. Assam clutched the sword of the Lady of the Lake. Isabel, holding her staff, stood ready to rescue Chao Xing, and Baiji, her expression grim. Everything was completely still. At the same time, Chao Xing's consciousness gradually regained consciousness. When he opened his eyes again, he suddenly found himself in that familiar, strange space. It was a vast expanse of white, as if all around him was void. Chao Xing knew that this was his own consciousness, and the crystalline power left by Kralkatorrik resided there. However, compared to his previous 2 entries, this space contained something different. Besides the dark purple crystal, a finger-sized, prismatic object floated nearby. It was a deep blue, its surface shimmering with an icy sheen. It looked like a miniature crystal, yet it emanated a completely different set of properties. Furthermore, Chao Xing felt a profound sense of familiarity within this deep blue, prismatic crystal. That familiarity was like facing one's own sibling, as if this power belonged to him. Chao Xing also recalled the scene of his breakthrough. Though his eyes were closed at the time, he could still clearly sense his physical condition. He vaguely remembered that something was amiss with his body. As the divine power within him surged and uncontrolled, it exceeded his body's capacity, causing cracks to form. Those uncontrolled divine powers also madly burst out from the cracks. If he had failed then, he would have suffered irreparable damage. This situation was something no one else in the territory had ever encountered when breaking through to legendary status. Chao Xing didn't know why his breakthrough was different from others. But in the end, it was all forcibly suppressed by a force beyond comprehension. Chao Xing murmured, "So, I had actually failed that breakthrough. It was only the power of the crystal left by Kralkatorrik that forcibly reversed the outcome, allowing me to successfully break through." Thinking of this, he gazed at the dark purple crystal before him with a sigh. And at that moment, the scene before him changed again. The two crystals, one purple and one blue, began to spin simultaneously, their speed increasing. Voila! Voila! The energy ripples created by the crystal's rotation spread through space, and two distinct air currents gradually took shape. The purple air current was violent and ancient, the blue air current was pure and cold. These two currents stirred up a silent storm within his consciousness. The turbulent energy streams collided, emitting a dazzling burst of light. Oh my god! What's going on? Chaoxing stared at the scene in disbelief. As he watched, the two currents rapidly approached each other, then violently collided. Buzz! A terrifying wave of energy erupted. Chaoxing's consciousness seemed to have been violently impacted, and he briefly went blank. After an unknown amount of time, when he regained consciousness, he found himself still in that vast expanse of white space. The two crystals continued to spin at high speed. However, these two crystals, one large and one small, with vastly different properties, began to fuse in a different way. They entwined, their purple and blue energies intertwining to form a brilliant two-colored band of light. Chaoxing suddenly realized something. This scene seemed similar to when I reached heroic state. The crystal power left by Kralkatorek, combined with my Frost power, formed a brand new forbidden spell, Frost Prison, Ice Burial. Could it be that they combine a new skill for me this time too? Thinking of this, Chaoxing couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation. Then, he continued to wait in this space of consciousness. The two powers emanating from the two crystals continued to recombine, fuse, and collapse. Persevering again and again, he sought the optimal combination. Finally, Chaoxing saw the dark purple crystal suddenly soar into the air. Then, the miniature blue crystal next to it also flew beside it. A vast frost force emanated from the blue crystal, coating the dark purple crystal's surface with a thick icy crust. It looked like a massive blue meteorite, suspended in midair. At the same time, a heart-pounding, shuddering power emanated from this meteorite. Even Chaoxing, facing this meteorite, felt a sense of mortal danger. Oh my god! Is this done? He gazed at the situation above him in disbelief. Then, a flood of memories flooded into Chaoxing's mind. The overwhelming volume of this memory left him lost in a moment of silence. Outside, time in the underground ruins, frozen in time, began to flow again. The fog that enveloped the ruins continued to swirl. The adventurers and gold diggers resumed their previous activities. In the circular building, dozens of people watched in amazement as Chaoxing's body transformed. Originally, his body was riddled with cracks, as if on the verge of shattering. However, as if time had reversed, these cracks rapidly dissipated and healed. In the blink of an eye, everything was restored to its original state. Seeing this, the people in the territory breathed a sigh of relief. Elisa patted her flat chest and exclaimed, "Great! I knew the Lord was so formidable. How could he fail? As expected, you're second only to Captain Elisa in the entire territory." Huh? Everyone stared at this narcissistic girl with a mixture of amusement and tears, but their tense nerves also relaxed. Assam lowered the sword of the Lady of the Lake, and Isabel gently placed her staff on the ground. Seeing Chaoxing was alright, they were all overjoyed. At the same time, as the last crack completely disappeared, Chaoxing's aura grew increasingly terrifying. A terrifying white wave of air swept out like a tsunami, spreading in all directions. Soon, it burst directly through the black building, gradually coating the ground outside with a light layer of white frost. Even the swirling mist gradually turned a hazy white. As Chaoxing's breakthrough progressed, the area of influence continued to expand. 10 kilometers, 20 kilometers, 50 kilometers. In the blink of an eye, this chilling chill spread across hundreds of kilometers. It practically enveloped the entire ruins. Even the mercenaries and adventurers stationed in the camp shuddered simultaneously. They all felt a terrifying pressure, almost breathless. The adventurers all raised their heads, staring in the same direction in confusion. What's happening? Why do I feel a terrifying burst of cold air? It's freezing my blood. I don't know. Has a monster emerged from this ruin? That can't be right. What level of monster could unleash such terrifying power? Whispers echoed throughout the camp, and everyone's faces paled. Chaoxing's breakthrough alarmed every living being in the ruins. Even from the depths of the ancient inner city, a strange vibration was heard. It was as if some dormant being had been awakened by this power. Just as they were consumed with confusion, they wondered what creature was emitting this vibration. The force began to rapidly retreat towards the same point. Like a receding tide, it vanished as quickly as it had come. The frozen ground returned to its original state, and the adventurers felt the warmth of the campfire again. Before they could breathe a sigh of relief, the next moment, an even more terrifying pressure erupted. Buzz! This pressure swept across like an invisible storm, freezing everything with a biting chill, dispersing the strange fog that enveloped the outer city along with it. Many areas, shrouded in fog for millennia, revealed their true features for the first time. One after another, bizarrely shaped buildings emerged. Tall black spires, mottled with scars, giant golems half buried in the earth, and crumbling ruins. However, the crowd paid no attention to these things. For almost everyone was stunned by the sudden surge of pressure. This power, like a newly born ice god, froze everything. The bodies of all beings below legendary rank instantly stiffened. Involuntarily, thoughts of worship and submission arose in their hearts. What kind of power is this? The adventurers stared in shock. Then, one after another, they all fell to their knees. Plop, plop. And 100 or 200 kilometers away, at least 3 or 4 powerful auras rose simultaneously. A time-worn voice echoed through the fog. Legendary. Someone actually achieved legendary status here. How is this possible? Such terrifying power. How could someone, having just achieved legendary status, possess such might? These voices radiated intense shock. At this moment, they seemed to realize something. Their gazes simultaneously directed towards a single area. Look at the inner city area. The fog there has dissipated significantly. This person's breakthrough has dissipated a significant amount of fog, causing the inner city to open prematurely. What? More auras erupted from every corner. The news of the inner city's premature opening shocked the entire ruins. Outside the ruins, survivors exploring around the world suddenly received a server-wide announcement. Server-wide announcement. Attention all survivors. Survivor Lord Chaoxing from the 4 major regions has successfully broken through his limits and become a legendary creature. Let us congratulate the birth of this powerful being. At this moment, the remaining billions of survivors in the server simultaneously stopped what they were doing. A look of bewilderment gradually emerged in their eyes, as if the entire world had momentarily frozen. When everyone regained consciousness, the chat channels of the remaining hundreds of servers worldwide, including the World Channel, exploded instantly. Galen Castro. Oh my god. Chaoxing has reached legendary. He's the second legendary in the entire server. Park Jae-hwan, Silva. The last person to reach legendary was apparently from country H, and this time again. Damn, how can they be so fast? Utada Yugo, Lord Chaoxing, you're truly admirable. Vikram, I envy those guys from country H. They've already achieved 2 legendary status so quickly, while Sneha from our Indian server is still trying to reach heroic. Compared to the shock and envy on the World Channel, the chat channels of the 4 major regions were filled with pride and excitement. Holy crap! Holy crap! Boss Chaoxing has broken through to legendary. This is outrageous. Yeah. He just sold a batch of legendary beast meat a few days ago, and he's making such a big move so soon. He's truly worthy of being Boss Chaoxing. Boss Chaoxing is awesome. As survivors from the same region as Chaoxing, they've received a lot of help from him along the way. They've witnessed his rise firsthand, and are deeply grateful to him. So, after hearing that Chaoxing had reached legendary status, everyone was happy for him. At this point, one of the survivors said, "Brothers, have you heard? Boss Chaoxing has already started building a city." What? Building a city? A survivor asked in surprise, is that true? Even with Boss Chaoxing's immense power, he wouldn't be able to develop so quickly, right? Hearing this, the survivor replied without hesitation, of course it's true. Tens of thousands of people are working near Boss Chaoxing's territory every day. I heard they've already started pouring the magic alloy foundation. Go see for yourself if you don't believe me. At this point, other survivors who knew about the situation also jumped in, saying, what he said is true. Boss Chaoxing is really already building a city. That's right. I even contributed dozens of polar people to our captain. Haha, I contributed too. Besides a brief discussion within his own Spark Legion, the news of Chaoxing's city construction hadn't been widely publicized. So many survivors still didn't know. However, such a large-scale event near his territory couldn't be hidden from anyone's eyes. After hearing this news, and with more and more insiders coming forward to corroborate it, the lords also became convinced of the truth. They were all excited. This is outrageous. My territory is just beginning to take shape, and Lord Chaoxing has already started building a city. Yes, I must visit his city when it's finished. I want to go too. Maybe I even see the legendary masters in his territory. I move in right away. With Lord Chaoxing's strength, this city's safety level will be off the charts. For a moment, The topic shifted from Chao Xing's legendary breakthrough to the city he was building. Hundreds of thousands of survivors began discussing the scale of this future city, and the entire chat channel was abuzz. At the same time, inside the circular building, under the gaze of dozens of people, Chao Xing slowly opened his eyes. His pupils flickered with a purple and a blue light, as if harboring some terrifying storm. Huh? As he exhaled a puff of white mist tinged with ice crystals, the temperature in the room gradually rose. Then he stood up. Chapter 723. When he stood up, his slender figure stood out against the metallic floor, the mist surrounding him adding to his mysterious presence. And as he took his first step, buzz! An invisible icy divine force erupted, and all beings below legendary level felt their bodies stiffen, instantly transforming into ice sculptures. The temperature in the entire room plummeted by over 20 degrees. At this moment, Isabel, standing nearby, raised her staff. A gentle holy light emanated from the tip of the staff, like the warm winter sun, quickly freeing everyone from their frozen state. After thawing, they once again stared at Chao Xing in shock. Although they knew this was due to Chao Xing's recent breakthrough and his inability to adapt to the power within him. But this power was truly terrifying. With one single step, he froze all the heroes and masters on the field. What kind of concept was that? In other words, if he so desired, he could annihilate them all in a matter of seconds. Wow! So terrifying. The Lord of Orin exclaimed in amazement. Is this a legendary ice mage? This power rivals that of His Majesty the King. The icy divine power emanating from Chao Xing was so vast. They didn't even dare approach to speak. It was as if a god born from the polar region stood before them. The oppressive feeling was like an abyss, a sea. Just looking at it froze one's soul. After some movement, Chao Xing adjusted to the surge of power within him. He extended his right hand, feeling the icy element flowing through the air. At that moment, he suddenly felt something strange. It was as if all the ice elements had become incredibly obedient, capable of freezing everything with a single thought. Chao Xing murmured, legend. Truly a completely different realm. It's as if the ice elements in the air were my power. I can mobilize the ice elements within dozens of kilometers at any time if I so desire. Chao Xing slowly grasped his staff, his eyes gleaming with excitement. As his control over the power gradually stabilized, the suffocating pressure receded. Everyone on the field breathed a sigh of relief, as if a huge stone had been lifted from their hearts. Lord, you achieved a breakthrough. Alisa was the first to approach, asking in surprise. Chao Xing nodded slightly, a faint smile on his face. That smile held a certain otherworldly composure. Bai Ji and Talia, standing nearby, gazed at Chao Xing's face, momentarily dazed, their heartbeats seemingly accelerating uncontrollably. Until they realized their own indiscretion, they shyly averted their gaze, their cheeks blushing slightly. Congratulations, Lord. Assam bowed slightly, placing his right hand on his chest in the most solemn chivalric salute. The Lord of Orlan also wore a heartfelt smile and admiration. Congratulations, Lord Chao Xing, on ascending to the throne of legend. Talia looked at Chao Xing with a complex expression, her red lips parted. Legend. These two words seemed to contain so much emotion. Chao Xing nodded slightly in response to the crowd's congratulations. At this moment, Tong Chu Chu, who had been staring at Chao Xing's face, seemed to notice something. The little girl said crisply, Look, big brother, haven't you seen some changes? Changes? Alisa tilted her head, looking Chao Xing up and down. Tong Chu Chu nodded seriously and said, Yes, big brother's face has become more handsome, and he's taller. Hearing her innocent words, everyone began to examine Chao Xing more closely. They also noticed the changes in him. Chao Xing's features had become more angular, and a sense of unspoken authority lingered between his brows. His skin had a subtle luster like fine white jade, and his height had skyrocketed from around 1.75 meters to 1.9 meters. He exuded a cold, majestic aura that made it difficult to look directly at him. Chao Xing chuckled and replied, This is a change that occurs upon reaching legendary. I don't know why, but my guess is that our physical fitness has significantly improved, causing our bodies to adapt to this power. After a pause, he continued, To put it simply, it's a leap in life level. Everyone nodded in understanding. Talia, standing nearby, eyes flickered with longing and awe. At the same time, Chao Xing scanned the crowd and also sensed the aura of Tong Chu Chu and Commander Bo Jia. They had successfully transformed to hero level. Then, Chao Xing glanced at the system panel. A large series of notifications appeared. At the top, a notice indicated the two had reached hero level, along with information about Bo Jia activating a new skill. Oh! Boji also awakened a new heroic skill? Looks pretty good. Chao Xing was a little surprised. However, he didn't immediately check the stats of this new skill, instead continuing to read the system prompt below. Attention, Survivor Chao Xing. You have successfully broken through the life limit and transformed into a legendary creature. The hidden class Frost Dragon Mage has automatically advanced to Permafrost Monarch, raising the level cap to 150. This breakthrough increases your basic attributes by 1000%, your attack range by 200%, and your territory prosperity by 500. Additionally, activate Hidden Legendary Skill, Arctic Domination passive. Additionally, activate Hidden Legendary Skill, Permafrost Starfall. Divine Power function has been activated. Seeing this series of prompts, a faint smile appeared on Chao Xing's face again. Great. I've actually advanced to the Everfrost Monarch. I love that name. And it's also activated 2 hidden legendary skills for me. Yes, not 1, but 2. And this skill is a combination of Kralkatorix's crystal power and my own frost power. The effect must be beyond imagination. With anticipation, he eagerly glanced at the stats of this hidden skill. Cold Domination passive. Tier, Legendary. Skill effect. This skill automatically triggers when the Everfrost Monarch is exposed to low temperatures. 1. When the temperature is below -30 degrees Celsius, casting speed increases by 30%. 2. Below -50 degrees Celsius, skill cooldowns are reduced by 30%. 3. Below -60 degrees Celsius, all ice-based skills have a 35% to 50% chance to freeze enemies. 4. Below -70 degrees Celsius, the duration of all ice-based control effects is increased by 50%. 5. In extreme environments below -100 degrees Celsius, the hidden effect, the Everfrost Throne, is triggered. Note: when the frost winds cease before the throne, when the crown of eternal frost is crowned upon me, all the cold breaths of the world shall be my vassal, and all the icy crystals of the universe shall be transformed into authority. Eternal Frozen Meteorite. Level, Legendary. Skill cost, 20 Divine Power. Skill cost, summons an ice crystal meteorite, 100 meters in diameter, to fall from the sky, dealing, Spirit * 30,000% plus attack, damage to the impact point, 2 kilometers in diameter. Deals, Spirit * 10,000% plus attack damage, area damage within the impact radius, 10 kilometers diameter. Leaves behind a frost crystal field in the explosion radius. Frost crystal field, all enemy units take damage from crystal and icy forces every second, with a damage coefficient of Everfrost Monarch's attack damage * 22% * 2. Also reduces armor by 10% and movement speed by 10%, stacking up to 3 times. Frost crystal field lasts for 1 hour, cooldown, 24 hours. Note: when the stars freeze into a fallen crown, when the earth's wailing condenses into a death knell of ice crystals. This is the Everfrost Monarch's most chilling verdict upon the mortal world. After reading the stats of these 2 legendary skills, Chao Xing couldn't help but gape. Oh, shit. After a moment, he explained in shock, this frost control. Worthy of being a legendary passive skill, it's incredible. As long as you're in a freezing environment of -70 degrees Celsius, all 4 buffs will be activated. Clearly, in this extremely cold world, this skill is a natural fit for Chao Xing, of course. The second skill, Eternal Frozen Starfall, is equally powerful. The base damage coefficient reaches a terrifying 300 times. Although it's based on mental power, it's still incredibly powerful. With the added power of my various skills, the damage at the first impact point will exceed 200 million. The damage at the second impact point will also reach over 60 million. Add to that a 10-kilometer blast radius. This is a true earth-shattering star. Chao Xing marveled. You have to understand that even Sarah, wielding the Death Dagger and possessing domination level potential, could only deal roughly this much damage with her legendary skills at full power. And she's a single target attack, while Chao Xing's team is a group-based attack. Besides, the most terrifying aspect of this skill isn't its damage coefficient. It's the lingering frost crystal field. It lasts for a full hour, dealing ATK * 22% * 2 damage per second. In other words, that's over 1 million DPS per second, accounting for various skill bonuses. After 60 minutes, that's over 30 billion DPS. Who could withstand that? If it were a protracted battle, he could wear down a demigod with just this damage. Of course, a demigod wouldn't stand there foolishly. A powerful being of this caliber could cover over 10 kilometers with a single flash. While the 10-kilometer damage range of Eternal Frozen Starfall might seem exaggerated, it doesn't pose much of a threat to a demigod. The biggest improvement comes from cold domination. At this moment, Chaoxing checked his backpack. In addition to these two skills, he also had a legendary skill book, Ice Prison of Eternal Sin. It was the reward for first killing an overlord. He flipped his right hand, and a frost blue book appeared, emitting bursts of biting cold. But to Chaoxing right now, this chill was just a breeze, completely insignificant. He glanced at the stats. Ice Prison of Eternal Sin, Legendary Frost Mage Exclusive Skill Book. Learning Requirements, Level 100 Legendary Frost Mage. Detailed stats, click to view. Chaoxing nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. While Ice Prison of Eternal Sin isn't as powerful as the hidden skill Eternal Frozen Starfall, it's still quite terrifying. A 5-kilometer radius, a 60-second duration, and a final finishing blow. Even a legendary creature, enveloped by this skill, and taking full damage, would be utterly mortal. Furthermore, Eternal Sin Ice Prison only consumes 10 divine power points. Eternal Frozen Starfall, on the other hand, requires a full 20. In terms of cost effectiveness, this ordinary legendary skill is superior. Next, let's learn this skill book. After making his decision, Chaoxing casually tapped the skill book to learn. Instantly, a flood of memories began to flood his mind. However, having previously experienced Eternal Frozen Starfall, Chaoxing also knew the power of learning legendary skills. Just absorbing the memories alone could cause him to pass out. So Chaoxing prepared in advance, closing his eyes and absorbing the vast memory fragments. As he absorbed, the intense chill within him erupted again. A large number of ice crystal fragments swirled around him. Everyone knew Chaoxing might have made another breakthrough, so they continued to wait silently. About 3 minutes later, Chaoxing suddenly opened his eyes, and a powerful icy divine power erupted again. Crack, crack! A thick layer of frost appeared on the surrounding ground again. However, before this frost could spread, Chaoxing suppressed it. Feeling the power within him, Chaoxing nodded in satisfaction. Yes, I am now the Everfreeze Monarch, possessing 1 legendary passive skill and 2 legendary active skills. If I encounter another demigod-level warrior, I just unleash 2 legendary skills on him. With these legendary abilities I brought with me, maybe we can kill him quickly. At this thought, Chaoxing felt a surge of confidence, and a more confident aura emanated from him. The others, including him, sensed the change in Chaoxing's demeanor. A faint smile graced his face, exuding a calm and elegant demeanor. Add to that his even more handsome appearance after achieving legendary status. Isabel, Eilina, Elisa, and other women beside him were stunned. They stared at Chaoxing with admiration in their eyes. Also, Baiji and Talia, while not as passionate as Eilina and the others, were secretly watching him from the corner of their eyes. Chaoxing didn't notice their glances, still immersed in the joy of his own breakthrough. At that moment, something seemed to occur to him. I remember that Boji just awakened a heroic skill, and it seems quite powerful. Now's a good time to check out its stats. So, Chaoxing opened Commander Boji's dashboard and took a look. 3 Veins Resonance, Dragon Awakening, Heroic Skill. Skill Attributes. Activate the power of the 3 bloodlines within your body, transforming your axe into Dragon Awakening, unleashing 3 consecutive devastating slashes of varying attributes. First slash, Norn's Fury. The axe blade unleashes destructive force, unleashing a destructive stream that pierces a kilometer, dealing attack power asterisk 356% plus strength asterisk 3.5, tearing damage to all enemies in its path. This attack ignores 50% armor. Second slash, Ice Dragon Frost. The axe is enshrouded in the power of the Ice Dragon, triggering a fan-shaped ice explosion upon swing, dealing attack power asterisk 417% plus spirit asterisk 2.8, damage to enemies in a 120-degree radius in front of it. After the slash, the user gains a layer of Ice Dragon Scale, reducing the next damage taken by 50%. Third slash, Demonic Feast. The axe handle ignites with demonic flames, unleashing demonic power in a spinning slash. Dealing continuous, attack power asterisk 215% plus agility asterisk 4.0, damage to enemies within a 50-meter radius, restoring 3% of the user's health for each unit killed. The spinning slash lasts up to 6 seconds. This skill has a cooldown of 10 hours. Introduction. With the Wrath of the Norn, the Blood of the Ice Dragon, and the Demonic Flames. These 3 veins resonate to destroy everything. After reading this skill's lengthy description, Chaoxing's eyes lit up with surprise. Oh my god! I thought it was just an ordinary hero skill, but it turns out to be quite extraordinary. This skill perfectly blends the power of the 3 bloodlines within Boji's body, allowing him to unleash 3 powerful slashes. And each slash has a different effect. Combining all 3 slashes with his current attack power, he could even severely damage or even kill a hero of the same level. It's truly powerful. Chao Xing was very satisfied. Yes, it seems Boji's potential has exceeded my imagination. Not only have the 3 bloodlines within his body not crippled his strength, but they've actually turned out to be a blessing in disguise, activating this hidden skill. When he reaches Legendary, I can try to integrate the power of his 4th bloodline, the blood of Kralkatorrik. I wonder what kind of surprises he'd bring me then. At this thought, a spark of interest piqued in him, and he prepared to carefully train Commander Boji. Before that, let's help Boji break through to the Overlord realm. This will not only further enhance Boji's strength, but also increase his chances of reaching legendary status. So Chao Xing beckoned, Commander Boji, come here. Yes, Lord. Boji grasped his axe and strode over. The commander, only 1.6 meters tall, seemed half a head shorter than Chao Xing, who now stood 1.9 meters. But his aura remained undiminished. Instead, his newfound power made him appear even more formidable. He looked like a battle-hardened general, unstoppable. Commander Boji slung his battle axe behind his back and bowed slightly. Lord, please command me. Chao Xing chuckled and shook his head, saying, I don't need you to do anything, but I want to give you a gift. With a flick of his hand, a bright soul appeared from thin air in his palm. Here, take this soul. I hope you can successfully break through to the Master Realm. This soul had burst forth from the legendary giant rhino. He had 2 souls of this level in his backpack. Sensing the power contained in this soul, Commander Boji's eyes gradually brightened with desire. He solemnly accepted it and said, Thank you, Lord. In the name of the Norn clan, I will defend your honor to the death. Chapter 724. Boji solemnly declared, I swear in the name of the Norn clan, I will defend your honor to the death. Because Boji's loyalty had already reached diehard status, no notification to increase his loyalty appeared this time. Chao Xing nodded slightly. Very well, use it now. I hope you can successfully break through. Yes. Boji replied in a deep voice, unhesitatingly slamming the radiant soul into his chest. Buzz. Instantly, a powerful soul wave erupted from his body, spreading like an invisible wave. The surging power and oppressive feeling came over him in waves, causing those around him to feel a tightness in their chests, and their breathing to stagnate. And as Boji transformed, 2 terrifying figures gradually emerged from behind him. To his left was a majestic frost dragon, its eyes gleaming with a cold light. To his right was a ferocious demon, emanating a dark, sinister power. The 2 phantoms shone together, intensifying Boji's aura, becoming increasingly terrifying. However, after witnessing Chao Xing's legendary breakthrough, a scene that enveloped hundreds of kilometers and nearly froze the heavens and earth, everyone seemed much calmer in the face of this scene. They watched Boji's transformation intently. After about 2 or 3 minutes, the phantoms of the frost dragon and the demon grew more and more solid. Boji's aura began to grow even more eerie. Thick dragon scales sprouted from his body, and black flames danced in his pupils. It was as if he was evolving into some more advanced, sinister life form. Chao Xing frowned, puzzled. Is this Boji's body mutated due to the influence of his bloodline? After reaching this conclusion, Chao Xing also had a bad feeling. He wondered whether he should intervene to interrupt Boji's breakthrough. And just then, a new phantom suddenly appeared from behind Boji. It was a towering figure clad in silver-white armor, wielding a great axe. He stood proudly between the dragon and the demon, and with a gentle swing of his axe, he suppressed both phantoms on the spot. The strange transformation in Boji's body also ceased in an instant. The next moment, a system notification appeared. Your territory member, Boji Sun Chaser, has successfully transformed into a dominant level creature, increasing his base stats by 30%. Additional domain activated. Winter War Song Domain. Winter War Song Domain. Each of your next basic attacks will gain a layer of battle will, increasing attack speed by 1% per layer, capped at 30 layers, lasting 60 seconds. When battle will reaches the maximum, your attack power will be increased by 30%. When the prompt ended, the 3 phantoms behind Boji vanished. A look of surprise crossed Chao Xing's face. That armored figure wielding a massive axe just now, was it the power of Boji's bloodline? Then what is the identity of this person? After pondering for a moment, he shook his head and said, Never mind. No matter who that figure was, at least it won't harm Boji. Now, let's see the effects of this realm he's broken through. Boji's Winter War Song realm is also very powerful. Fulling all 30 levels of battle will, combined with eternal power, is equivalent to a permanent 30% increase in attack power and attack speed. Combined with the additional 50% attack power increase from Demon Blood, this is an 80% increase. Once Boji reaches Legendary, he'd likely have the highest attack stats in the territory. Even Assam will be surpassed by him. Of course, this doesn't mean Boji's growth coefficient is higher than Assam's, who possesses the Sword of the Lady of the Lake. It's because, as a legendary weapon, the Sword of the Lady of the Lake's attack power requires time to increase. Right now, Assam is using the Divine Light Flowing effect daily, steadily increasing his attack power by over 600 points. Given time, within a few years, his attack power will rise to unmatched levels. Satisfied, Chaoxing checked Tong Chu Chu and Boji's stats again. Survivor, Tong Chu Chu. Race, Blue Star Human. Occupation, Cold Iron Mechanic. Level 70, 0/10 million, Level 8. Potential, none. Detailed attributes, click to view. Dragon Blood Champion, Boji Sunstrider. Race, Norn. Level 70, 0/10 million. Potential, Overlord. Detailed attributes, click to view. After reviewing the two's attributes, a thoughtful look appeared in Chaoxing's eyes. By comparison, although Tong Chu Chu and Boji were both at level 8 heroic, one was a survivor, unable to advance to potential. The other was an overlord, naturally overpowering ordinary survivors. So, the difference in their attributes seemed significant. Of course, Tong Chu Chu also had her own advantages. That was her vast array of skills, and the ability to mass-produce high-level robots in her territory. For a fully developed mechanic, commanding an army of high-level robots was standard. Add to that their various skills, and other means of enhancing machinery. This type of mechanic is the enemy's nightmare on the battlefield. If Bojia and Tong Chu Chu were to fight one-on-one, while he could defeat the young girl, it would come at a considerable cost. And, if those demon elephants were added to the mix, the outcome would be hard to predict. Chaoxing closed their dashboards and thought, after reaching level 8, their stats are quite impressive. Next, I have to see my own stats. I wonder, how strong am I now that I've reached Legendary? With anticipation, Chaoxing immediately opened his dashboard. Name, Chaoxing. Race, Blue Star Human. Occupation, Eternal Frozen Monarch, Legendary. Level 100, 0/1 billion. Divine Power, 0 out of 100, 1 point can be naturally restored daily. Faith, Ask. Unlocked after level 140, Detailed Attributes, click to view. After viewing his own almost outrageous stats, Chaoxing explained once again. This is outrageous. Over 1,000,000 magic attack, plus that 100% critical hit chance. Now, using just the enhanced Cone of Cold, I can easily deal 2 to 3 million damage. Add to that my casting speed, and the DPS can exceed 20 million. If combined with other skills, the damage would be unimaginable. After arriving at these figures, Chaoxing was filled with excitement. This was the terror of a legendary mage, a human-sized nuclear weapon on the battlefield. He could easily annihilate an army of 1,000,000 men. Moreover, he was no ordinary legendary mage. As a hidden class fused with the power of dragons, he not only possessed powerful attributes comparable to those of the natives, but also possessed a vast array of skills. Add to this the added power of various legendary equipment, and he was instantly propelled to the position of the territory's foremost mage. Even the legendary Thunder Mage, renowned for its damage and burst, wasn't on his level. Furthermore, besides the terrifying damage, the stats of my various status skills have also been significantly improved. Ice Healing can restore nearly 150,000 health points per second, and Ice Armor can increase armor by nearly 60,000. With these two skills alone, even ordinary master-level warriors would be unable to withstand them. Soon, when Andrew and the Tribal Witch Doctor reach Legendary, the stats they can restore per second will be even more terrifying. Thinking of this, Chaoxing felt deeply relieved. He looked around, his gaze sweeping across the black building. At this point, he had completely digested all the gains here. The improvement was truly enormous. 3 golems were equivalent to 3 hero-level warriors. Tong Chu Chu and Boji also transformed to heroes, adding 5 new hero-level warriors. Of course, the most important thing was Chaoxing himself, who broke through directly to Legendary. Now, in terms of combat power, he would rank among the top 3 in the entire territory. Chaoxing clapped his hands, looked at the others, and confirmed the number of people. Then he gave the order, "Let's go! While there's still time, let's continue exploring the ruins." Everyone nodded in agreement. With that, Chao Xing took the lead and headed towards the corridor outside the room. Assam, Baiji, and dozens of others followed him. In the blink of an eye, the room became empty. Only a few figures remained cramped. They were members of the Iron Rose mercenary group, their faces filled with complex expressions. At this moment, Talia, looking at Chao Xing's back, suddenly said, "Thank you, Lord Chao Xing, for saving my life." Her voice echoed through the empty room. "If you need anything in the future, please let us know. The Iron Rose mercenary group will do its utmost to help." Chao Xing paused, a smile playing on his face. He waved his hand casually, saying, "It's nothing. You gave me the black jar, and that's already my payment." With that, Chao Xing continued walking forward. Talia wanted to say something else, but in the end, she pursed her lips and watched the group leave. After a moment, the middle-aged man sighed, "Captain, this Lord Chao Xing is no ordinary being. Not only was he able to subdue the golems in these ruins, he also commands more than one legendary warrior." Talia grasped the great sword with one hand, slinging it behind her back. She spoke slowly. How could someone who could end the blood rebellion be so simple? Such a person is destined to become famous throughout the Western continent. After a pause, she continued, "But what surprises me is that he only achieved legendary status today. In other words, when he fought the Blood Legion, he was only at heroic level." Thinking of this, Talia's eyes flickered with emotion. As a fellow hero, she clearly understood the gap between herself and the legendary realm. So, when the Blood Rebellion broke out, she simply hid in the rear. However, this otherworldly lord not only dared to enter the battlefield, but even managed to turn the tide, reversing the entire battle. This courage alone was beyond the reach of even the most ordinary hero-level warriors. Talia was truly worthy of admiration. Just then, another member of the group suddenly suggested, "Captain, this Lord Chao Xing is so powerful and has so much potential. Do you think we should just join him?" Before Talia could even begin to speak, the middle-aged man beside her slapped her head with a slap. "Carson, what are you talking about? Our captain is striving for legendary status himself. How could he possibly be inferior to someone else?" Carson covered his head and muttered, "I'm doing this for the team's sake." Standing nearby, Talia gazed at the distant corridor silent. A few minutes later, Chao Xing and his group left the building. Compared to when they entered, they were fewer mercenaries, but 3 more massive golems. These heroic golems were incredibly large, making even Dubai look much smaller next to them. Chao Xing nimbly leaped onto Dubai's back and glanced at the time. It was a little after noon. That meant they had been in the building behind them for nearly 3 hours. Chao Xing murmured to himself, "The fog won't break out until midnight. It looks like we have plenty of time to explore." Just as he was about to lead his men to the next location, Qiong suddenly said, "Lord Chao Xing, have you noticed any changes in the surroundings?" Hearing this, Chao Xing began to look around. He did notice something different. The fog around them was much thinner than before they entered. In some areas, one could even see buildings faintly visible through the thick fog. Everyone's faces were filled with surprise. Chao Xing nodded and said, "Indeed, the fog has thinned considerably." "What happened?" The others were also puzzled. They had been inside the building before, so they had no idea that this was caused by Chao Xing's breakthrough. At this moment, the Lord of Oran City pointed to the faintly visible city wall in the distance, and suddenly said, "Everyone, look over there. The fog in the inner city seems to be dispersing." At this, everyone turned their attention. The once thick, almost solid gray fog within the towering city wall, which towered into the clouds for over 1,000 meters, had thinned considerably. Through the gradually thinning mist, one could even make out the looming cluster of towering buildings within. The outlines of the various buildings loomed in the fog, like a mirage. Chao Xing wondered, the fog has lifted over the inner city. Does this mean it's about to open? Qiong pondered for a moment and nodded. Based on past experience, it should open within the next 2 days. But, this time, the inner city seems to be opening much earlier than before. The group frowned slightly, feeling somewhat puzzled. After a moment's silence, Chao Xing chuckled, breaking the silence. Whatever the reason, this is good news for us. If the inner city were open earlier, we could explore it sooner. After all, didn't you say the inner city holds far more opportunities than the outer city? Hearing this, Lord Orlan and Kainan nodded slightly. Indeed, compared to the scattered buildings in the outer city, the inner city is the true land of opportunity. Besides, the inner city is only open for 1 week a year, so we should explore it if we have the chance. Chao Xing nodded. At this moment, Sarah's figure appeared before the crowd. She reported respectfully, "Lord, I've explored the area ahead. During the time we've been inside the building, significant changes have occurred outside the ruins. The fog here is dissipating, revealing many areas previously shrouded in fog. I've also seen many collapsed buildings and clusters of buildings that weren't there before. Hearing this, Chaoxing smiled again. Very good, then let's take this opportunity to accelerate our exploration. We strive to improve our strength before the inner city opens. Yes, Lord. With confidence, everyone headed forward into the fog ahead. About 20 minutes later, they had advanced 6 or 7 kilometers into the ruins. Just then, Xiao, the Star Nation swordsman, seemed to notice something. He grasped his long sword and slashed at a certain area ahead. Swish! The sharp sword energy swept across, carving a nearly 100-meter-long gash in the ground ahead. Everyone felt the sword energy fluctuations, and turned their heads to watch Xiao's actions. The next moment, they saw the cracks in the ground slashed by the sword energy gradually widen. In the blink of an eye, a fissure 4 or 5 meters deep appeared. Chaoxing seemed to realize something and asked, "Is there a jar buried in this place?" Xiao nodded slightly. "Yes, Lord." "How did you find it?" Chaoxing's eyes lit up with interest. When they had just passed by that area, they hadn't noticed anything unusual. The swordsman replied respectfully, "My lord, I stumbled upon it by chance. As I approached that area, I suddenly felt a faint vibration beneath my feet, so I tried it." Chaoxing nodded in realization, then looked at Xiao with amazement. The acuity of this Star Country swordsman was beyond imagination. But on reflection, it made sense. After all, Xiao was a talented swordsman with master-level potential, having mastered heroic combat techniques. It wasn't surprising that he had such a keen sense. Meanwhile, Tong Chu Chu, standing nearby, skillfully piloted the Earth Dragon mecha and began digging. Hunk! Hunk! She shoveled a handful of dirt aside, piling it into a small hill. A pit several meters deep appeared before them. After digging a few more meters, a jar covered in dirt suddenly appeared. A look of surprise filled everyone's eyes, their eyes fixed on the jar. Chaoxing also hurried over and picked up the jar. Obtained, unopened silver jar, purple. Chaoxing said, "This is a silver jar. We open it together when we return to our territory." Everyone nodded. Then, they continued on their way. After advancing several kilometers, they found no new jars or structures. On reflection, this made sense. Although Chaoxing's breakthrough had somewhat lightened the fog surrounding the ruins, but how big was this ruin? Several times larger than the entire snowstorm plains combined. Comparatively, the fog he dispelled had little impact on the ruins. The biggest impact was that it sped up the opening of the inner city. The group continued to advance across the vast expanse, skirting the foggy areas. And then, Chaoxing suddenly had a different idea. He gazed at the surrounding fog and thought, "Should I just follow the edge? After all, there are a ton of vengeful spirits within this fog, and they're quite high level. I just broke through to legendary, and I need a lot of experience to level up. And these vengeful spirits happen to give me a lot of experience." Thinking of this, Chaoxing made a snap decision. "Let's do it. I'm a legendary mage now, so what's there to be afraid of?" Chapter 725. Chaoxing's increased strength imbued him with confidence. The next moment, he led his team toward the foggy area. Sure enough, within 2 minutes of advancing close to the fog, the group suddenly sensed an extremely cold aura, carrying the resentment of a powerful being, rushing towards them at high speed. Woo! Woo! A low sob echoed, stirring the distant fog like waves. The group focused their attention, their gaze fixed on the foggy area. The next moment, a dozen creatures with disheveled hair and terrifying faces suddenly emerged from the fog. They all raised their hands high, their fingers transformed into sharp claws, their fang-filled mouths opened dramatically, and they pounced frantically at the group. This appearance alone was enough to scare many people. Chaoxing quipped, "If we captured these vengeful spirits and stared in a horror film, it would definitely win an Oscar." Though he grumbled, his movements remained unwavering. With a wave of his staff, he instantly mobilized ice elements from several kilometers around him. Behind Chaoxing, 6 or 7 enhanced ice cones, each over a meter long and comparable to a great ice spear, quickly condensed. Then, he swung his staff. Go! 6 or 7 enhanced ice cones shot out. And with terrifying speed, they instantly struck the charging spirits. Puff! 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 -315, 5264. -342, 5623. -396, 5628. -526, 6442. -418, 5524. A continuous piercing sound echoed, unleashing a wave of terrifying damage. With health points in the hundreds of thousands, or even millions, these wraiths simply couldn't withstand such an attack. Less than 2 seconds after they emerged from the fog, a large number of them had already fallen. And with Chao Xing's second wave of enhanced cone of ice, all the wraiths were instantly killed. The entire battle took less than 3 seconds. In this battle, you killed 14 mist wraiths, earning 5,458,000 experience points, Pale Attraction plus Savior Star. Combatants earned 2,729,000 experience points. Seeing the millions of experience points displayed in the notification, Chao Xing's face once again cracked with a smile. Yes, the combined buffs of the Pale Tree and the Savior Star give me a full 80% experience bonus. Just a dozen or so wraiths have already contributed over 5 million experience points. Based on the 2 billion experience points I need to level up, I need to kill about 6,000 wraiths to reach the next level. While this may sound exaggerated, compared to the vast amount of experience points required to level up as a legendary, it's a remarkably high efficiency. This also gave Chao Xing a new idea. My previous idea was to advance through the fog, draw out the wraiths, and then eliminate them in waves. But that's a bit slow. Should we proactively attack the fog and see if we can draw out more wraiths? You know, there aren't any major events right now. Finding a large number of high-level creatures in the wild is no easy task. And with so many wraiths lurking in the fog, it's a perfect spawning spot for them. Of course, this approach carries risks. That is, there's a chance, just like that night, that some terrifying entity within the fog might be alerted. Chao Xing weighed the options, then thought of the cards in his backpack. Then, he made a decision. Damn it, do it. Whatever's in the fog, at worst, we just have to fight it. If there's nothing, just farming monsters here for 10 days, or half a month, will boost your level significantly. Thinking of this, Chao Xing quickly said, "Everyone, alert. I'm going to attack the fog and attract more vengeful spirits. If we attract some powerful entity, be prepared for battle." At this, everyone's expressions froze, and they drew their weapons. Most of the people here had experienced the previous dust haze disaster and knew that night, a strange and terrifying entity within the fog attempted to take Elisa away. If Chao Xing were to attack the fog next, he might actually alert such a being. However, there was no trace of fear in their eyes. Instead, their fighting spirit seethed with excitement. At the same time, Chao Xing waved his staff, mobilizing vast icy elements. And from the fog-shrouded land ahead, walls of ice rose from thin air. Clatter. The endless ice walls, like an ice dragon rising from the earth, stretched for several kilometers into the depths of the fog in just a dozen seconds. Although Chao Xing couldn't see what was happening within the fog, he could sense the ice walls he had unleashed. The next moment, he uttered a soft cry. Explode. As spiderweb-like cracks covered the first ice wall, a terrifying force erupted. Boom. The first ice wall's detonation set off a chain reaction. The next moment, hundreds, then thousands, of ice walls exploded simultaneously. Boom. Boom. The continuous explosions, like the muffled roar of war drums, echoed through the depths of the fog. Each ice wall released a terrifying chill at the moment of its detonation, sending thousands of ice crystal fragments carelessly swirling. The result was a blanketing ice storm. The fog was thoroughly stirred, and the shockwaves from the explosion surged wildly through the sea of fog. The terrifying explosions echoed for dozens of kilometers. The nearby adventurers looked up in amazement, gazing in the direction of the blast. They whispered, "What a noise. What's going on out there?" An adventurer replied, "It sounds like it's coming from deep within the fog. It seems someone's fighting within it. Gods be damned. Who's so brave as to fight in this terrifying fog?" At the same time, everyone held their breath, watching the fog swirling and churning under Chao Xing's icy blast. Faintly, they heard the shrieks of dying spirits, but they were soon drowned out by the terrifying explosion. However, until the noise of the explosion faded, no powerful aura emerged from the fog, not even a sound. This confirmed one thing for everyone. Attacking the fog within this ruin wouldn't attract such terrifying entities. The fog here, at most, would only cause disorientation and the presence of lurking spirits. While still dangerous, it had no effect on Chao Xing and the others. Thinking of this, he suddenly felt reassured. Just as Chao Xing was about to continue his bombardment of the depths of the fog, a system prompt suddenly appeared before him. In this battle, you have killed a total of 118 mist wraiths, gaining 41,300,000 XP, Pale Attraction plus Savior Star. Combatants gained 20,650,000 XP. Your territory member, Tong Chuchu's level has increased, current level, 71. Your territory member. At this moment, Chao Xing froze in place. He said in disbelief, "Oh my god? This even works?" He had originally planned to create enough noise in the fog to attract more wraiths. To his surprise, a single wave of attacks instantly killed hundreds of wraiths, earning tens of millions of XP. Chao Xing exclaimed, "Damn, I didn't expect that. But that also means there must be quite a few wraiths in the fog. Then can I just bombard the fog with a large area of fire and gain experience?" Clearly, this idea should be feasible. However, there is a drawback. The wraiths die inside the fog, and their dropped items can't be picked up. Of course, compared to the rewards gained from killing monsters, these are less important. Thinking of this, Chao Xing perked up even more. Just as he was about to cast another wave of ice walls to clear the monsters in the fog, a chilling aura hit him, accompanied by bursts of womanly sobs. Dozens of terrifying wraiths emerged from the mist and swooped down frantically toward him. Seeing this, Chao Xing's face once again crackled with a smile. It seems my tactic is effective. I've attracted quite a few more wraiths. The next moment, he raised his hand and unleashed an iceberg drop. Bang! Bang! 3 massive ice blocks, each over 100 meters in diameter, fell, shattering the wraiths into streams of white smoke that dissipated into the mist. In this battle, you have slain 56 wraiths in the mist, earning 21,280,000 experience points, Pale Attraction plus Savior Star. Combatants earn 10,640,000 experience points. When the battle ended, Chao Xing's experience bar rose slightly. Through 3 waves of battle, he had slain a total of 188 wraiths and earned nearly 70 million experience points, a considerable sum. Chao Xing stepped forward and first gathered up all the fallen loot. Obtained, Wraith Crystal * 654. Obtained, Wraith Dust * 418. Obtained, Large Spirit Book * 31. Obtained, Large Agility Book * 23. Obtained, Master Level Elemental Crystal * 215. Then, he continued to wait at the edge of the fog with his staff raised. But after waiting for a minute or two, the fog before him remained calm. It was as if he had already slain all the wraiths within. "Huh? So quickly?" Chao Xing asked, puzzled. After waiting for another 2 minutes, still no wraiths appeared. After a moment's silence, Chao Xing raised his staff and unleashed another wave of icy blasts at the foggy area. Boom! Boom! The distant explosions echoed in succession, even more powerful than the last. But even after the force of the chain of ice explosions dissipated, there was still no movement in the fog. Not even a kill notification came. This confirmed one thing for Chao Xing. He had truly slain all the wraiths within this foggy area. After reaching this conclusion, he said somewhat dejectedly, "I thought I found a spot with an endless supply of monsters, and could use the fog here to reach the maximum level in one go. I didn't expect the wraiths within the fog to be limited." Chao Xing gazed at the fog with regret. Behind him, Lord Orin and Qinong had strange looks in their eyes. Over 100 years had passed since the ruins opened, and he had never heard of anyone entering and slaying all the wraiths within a foggy area. After all, while these wraiths were relatively weak, the fog they inhabited was far from simple. Even legendary warriors would shy away from this kind of fog, let alone proactively attack the vengeful spirits within. Of course, another major reason is that the natives of this world don't gain experience by killing these vengeful spirits. So, no one would bother to proactively provoke the monsters in the fog. But Chao Xing soon regained his composure. Looking at the nearly endless fog before him, he thought to himself, even if we've eliminated all the vengeful spirits in this area, it doesn't mean there aren't any in other areas. This ruin is so vast, the number of vengeful spirits hidden within must be beyond imagination. If I could kill them all, even reaching level 150 would be a piece of cake. After a pause, Chao Xing continued thinking, but a single team is still a bit too inefficient. We need to split into multiple teams, so we can all go monster hunting together. I have eternal power anyway, so I can share my experience points with everyone else. This way, we level up even faster. Thinking of this, Chao Xing quickly turned around. He gave a deep command. Everyone, start assigning teams now. Everyone's expression straightened as they awaited the Lord's next command. Chao Xing continued, "Next, we split into 3 teams, each led by at least 2 legends. First, Sarah and Mernina will form one team, led by Baifu Blackheart, the Dragon Shaman Vimni, the Tauren Chieftain." He quickly recited a long list of names. Then, there's the second team, led by the 2 legendary mages, Isabel and Zeverin. Among them are Elisa, the Dragon Bing Bing, and Rennies. He then added, "The third team will be led by Braun and me." Assam, Andrew, Lord Orlan, and Baiji, all of you follow me. Now form up! The moment the command was given, all 30 or so warriors on the field sprang into action. In just over a minute, they had all formed their teams according to Chao Xing's instructions. 6 legendary warriors formed 3 groups, followed by a large group of masters and heroes. Each of these 3 teams was a formidable force, capable of sweeping the entire ruins. They all looked solemnly at their lord. Chao Xing glanced around and continued, "Next, our mission is to split up and explore this ruin. The main goal is to deal with the wraiths and the fog. Use my method just now to lure the wraiths out, and then slay them. Try to give the kills to those members of our team who haven't reached the maximum level yet." At this moment, Chao Xing seemed to remember something. He looked at the Holy Light Sage in the crowd and said, "By the way, Isabel, please help me take care of little Bing Bing. Try to get her to kill as many monsters as possible." The demonic dragon Bing Bing had only recently broken through to level 6, and was currently only at level 51. It needed a lot of experience points to level up. If possible, Chao Xing would like to push her directly to level 100. But the prerequisite is to obtain a hero's heart, otherwise Bing Bing's level will be limited to level 70. In the crowd, Isabel glanced at the young dragon fluttering its tiny wings nearby and nodded slightly. "I've taken note, Lord." Chao Xing nodded and ordered, "Now, everyone move." Everyone responded in unison, "Yes, Lord." With that, the group of over 30 people split into 3 waves and set out. Sarah and Marinella, in one group, led nearly 10 experts to explore the left. Isabel and Zwerin, also in another group, led a similar number of experts to explore the right. Chao Xing flipped over and jumped onto Debai's back, saying, "Let's go too. There are still 2 days until the inner city opens. Let's use those 2 days to improve our strength." With that, he led the group forward. About 6 minutes later, Chao Xing sat on the mammoth's back, his gaze sweeping around. So far, they had advanced about 2 or 3 kilometers along the edge of the fog, still unscathed by the wraiths within. Chao Xing pondered for a moment, then surmised, "It seems my recent burst of power has annihilated all the wraiths in this area. If we want to continue using these wraiths to gain experience, we have to go further." So, he continued to lead his group forward. After about 4 kilometers, they finally sensed a chilling presence approaching from the nearby fog. For other adventurers, the approach of such a presence signaled the approach of danger. But Chao Xing's face was now filled with excitement. Finally! He quickly raised his staff, excitedly turning around and gazing at the nearby fog. Woo! 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 Boo! Accompanied by low sobs, terrifying figures emerged from the mist. The moment the wraiths appeared, they pounced upon the crowd without hesitation. Chao Xing, with a smile on his face, struck the wraiths once again with a massive ice spear, instantly slaying them all. He also gained several million experience points. Then, Chao Xing repeated his move, using chain ice explosion deep within the mist. Boom! Boom! Violent explosions echoed, and a system prompt appeared. In this battle, you have slain 124 wraiths in the mist, earning 42,160,000 experience points, Pale Attraction plus Savior Star. Experience points earned by combatants, 21,080,000. Looking at his rising experience bar, Chao Xing's face lit up with a satisfied smile. Great! Another 40 million experience points earned. At this rate, if I focus on monster hunting all day, gaining a level or 2 shouldn't be a problem. According to the natives, this ruin opens once a year, for a total of 30 days each time. There are about 20 days left. If Chao Xing can maintain this daily leveling pace, he could potentially reach level 130, or even 140 by the end of the day. Of course, he can't spend all his time monster hunting. After all, the inner city will open in 2 days. He still needs to check it out. There might be even greater opportunities inside. And even if Chao Xing doesn't reach level 140, the other legendary powerhouses, such as Isabel, Zwerin, and Sarah, still have a high chance of reaching that level. Even the witches in the territory, Francesca and Lu Mushua, can level up several levels by sharing the experience points. There's even hope of reaching the maximum level of 150. Once they all reach level 140 or above, they possess the ability to convert divine power into divine power fragments, effectively giving Chao Xing a steady supply of divine power fragments. At that point, he can sell 2 golems and exchange them for divine power fragments, thus completing the necessary conditions for activating divinity. Then he can try to have Lu Mushua or another legend attempt to reach the demigod realm. Chapter 726. Chao Xing mentally planned the next series of events. Of course, imagination is beautiful, but actual execution is far from easy. For now, let's focus on dealing with the vengeful spirits before us. Chao Xing shook his head, raising his staff and unleashing a wave of spells. Soon, all the vengeful spirits in the foggy area were purged. Besides, Boji Sunchaser and Kainan and the others behind him also attacked twice, earning a share of the experience points. After the battle ended for Chao Xing and the others, about 10 kilometers away, vast rays of holy light erupted, accompanied by a raging sword energy. The next moment, 2 waves of battle information arrived. Your clan member, Sarah Blade Dancer, killed 14 mist wraiths, gaining 4,900,000 experience points, Pale Guidance and Savior Star. Your pet, Bing Bing, used Frost Breath to kill 15 mist wraiths, gaining 5,250,000 experience points, Pale Guidance and Savior Star. Clearly, the other 2 teams had already begun fighting. Chao Xing nodded in satisfaction. Great, now I have 3 teams working together to gain experience points. Just as he was about to lead everyone to the next monster-killing location, he suddenly noticed Bai Ji, who was dazedly following behind him. Chao Xing remembered. This woman wasn't a member of his clan, so even if she participated in the battle, she wouldn't gain any experience points. Plus, she had already reached the maximum level of 70, so experience points wouldn't be of much use to her. What Bai Ji needed more right now was a hero's heart. Recalling his initial promise to this woman, Chao Xing said, "If you're brave enough to be a hero next time, I give it to you first." Bai Ji was momentarily stunned by this. She finally reacted, uttering a few words. "Thank you." Chao Xing waved his hand without saying anything else. Afterward, the 3 teams stayed in touch while continuing to explore the ruins. Time flew by, and most of the day had passed. During this time, they were mostly luring monsters, fighting, and then moving on to the next area. If they saw a suspicious area along the way, they would try digging. They actually found something. Chao Xing and Sarah's team each unearthed a jar. One was silver, the other earthen. At the same time, a white light rose from Chao Xing's body. Your level has been increased. Current level, 101. Attribute increases from this level. Strength plus 1,123, Agility plus 1,218, Spirit plus 1,542, Constitution plus 1,094, Divine Power limit plus 10. As the prompt ended, a surge of strength surged through him. Chao Xing could clearly feel himself growing stronger. After reaching Legendary, the attribute gains per level were many times greater than those from the heroic stage. Chao Xing nodded slightly. It's just as I expected. I can level up in half a day. Billions of experience points are a lot, but I have the ice healing buff, which gives me 50% of the experience points. For a legendary, this leveling speed is incredibly fast. With this thought, he glanced at the battle information. Besides Chao Xing's own level increase, the levels of 2 newly promoted heroic subjects, Tong Chu Chu and Commander Boji, were also rapidly increasing. In 6 hours, Tong Chu Chu, thanks to her firepower amplification status skill, was able to share experience points with everyone else, and her level had soared by 4. This terrifying leveling speed was almost comparable to the period during the Blood Rebellion. Although Boji didn't have any status skills, he had also leveled up 2 times in a row. There was also the demon dragon Bing Bing. This little creature had soared to level 58. At this rate, Bing Bing would reach the maximum level of 70 today. Now, including demon dragon Bing Bing, Bai Ji, Lord Oren, and others, the combined number of level 70 creatures in these 3 teams exceeded 30. But, now there's a new problem, Chao Xing muttered. The more level 70 creatures there are, the more heroes' hearts are needed. After all, according to Chao Xing's plan, this trip to the ruins was to bring everyone to the hero level. Even if not everyone could reach hero level, at least half would be needed. But so far, he had only obtained 2 hero hearts. Chao Xing calculated inwardly. Across the 3 teams, there are a total of 32 level 7 creatures who need to reach hero level. Roughly speaking, I need at least 40 more hero hearts to satisfy everyone. Although hearts of strength can be obtained outside the ruins, most of them are master level. There are currently only 2 known ways to obtain the hero's heart. Either by opening a large loot chest inside a large building, or by smashing it out with a black can. But clearly, neither of these methods is practical. Both black cans and large buildings are extremely rare, even rare. Otherwise, the leader of the Iron Rose mercenary group wouldn't risk exploring alone. Chao Xing shook his head. Forget it, let's take it one step at a time. Let's kill monsters in the outer city for the next 2 days, and level everyone up first. Then we explore the inner city. I hope there's something surprising there. Then, the three teams continued their operations in the outer city. Their primary goal was to eliminate the wraiths in the fog and gain a large amount of experience points. As they traveled, they dug into any suspicious areas to see if they could uncover any hidden cans. If they encountered any buildings within the ruins, they would naturally not miss them. Whichever team discovered these buildings would first summon Tong Chu Chu, then have her use mechanical domination to transform the golems inside into friendly units. Then, they would open the loot chests inside, which yielded quite a few rewards. In this way, they battled monsters and dug for treasure, living a fulfilling life. 2 days passed in a flash. One day, Chao Xing stood before a vast expanse of fog. He mobilized the icy elements within a radius of more than 10 kilometers. Then, he crouched down slightly and pressed his hands to the ground. An intense chill spread rapidly from his palms to the ground ahead. Swish! In the blink of an eye, an icy runway over 5 or 6 kilometers long and over a kilometer wide suddenly materialized. Since his breakthrough to legendary status, the attack range of his skill, Icebound 1,000 miles, has significantly increased. Of course, it wasn't just the range that increased. The attack power also skyrocketed. As the icy runway rapidly took shape, a dense mass of icy spikes suddenly formed on it. The next moment, these spikes suddenly erupted. Puff! 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 A dense, piercing sound echoed, stirring the depths of the fog. Accompanied by the shrieks of wraiths, a system notification appeared. You used Icebound 1,000 miles to kill 154 wraiths in the fog. Experience points: 52,360,000, Pale Attraction plus Savior Star. Combatant experience points: 26,180,000. At the same time, a beam of white light rose from Chao Xing's body. Your level has been increased. Current level, 104. Attribute improvements from this level increase: Strength plus 1,045, Agility plus 1,167, Spirit plus 1,542, Constitution plus 1,194, Divine Power limit plus 10. Feeling the power surging within him, Chao Xing exhaled softly. Huh? He nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, another level up. Just as I expected. 4 levels in 2 days. That's quite efficient. After all, the number of wraiths in each foggy area is limited. After eliminating a group of wraiths, they would move on to the next area, wasting considerable time. Besides Chao Xing, several other legendaries also advanced 1 or 2 levels. Zevlin has officially reached level 144. Isabel's level is lower, but she's already reached level 133. Also, there are Sarah and Brown. One is level 123, the other 118, and both have seen slight stat increases. For legendaries like these, just 1 level up now often requires billions of experience points. Even for high-level legends like Zevlin, the experience required has reached over 20 billion, an exorbitant amount. Being able to consistently level up 1 level per day is already quite impressive. Of course, the fastest leveling up is the demon dragon Bing Bing. This young dragon has already soared from level 51 to level 61 in just 2 days. Not only has her strength increased significantly, but her size has also grown considerably. Following closely behind is Tong Chu Chu, who has already reached level 82. In 2 days, they gained a total of 12 levels. Commander Berger had also reached level 76. Finally, the 2 newest members to join were Kainan and the Minotaur Chieftain, both of whom had the potential to become overlords. Kainan had already successfully reached the maximum level of 100, and was only waiting for a relic to reach legendary. Cain Explosive Hoof had also reached level 92, not far from the maximum. Chao Xing was quite satisfied with this result. Of course, the level increase wasn't their only gain. During this time, they had also explored numerous buildings and unearthed numerous jars underground. First, these buildings within the ruins. They had discovered a total of 4 buildings, transforming 4 master-level golems within them. Chao Xing didn't name them, intending to sell them after leaving the ruins. They also opened 3 loot chests. The total loot from the 3 chests was Master-level Hearts of Power *2, Exotic Metal, Gold, *894, Delirite Steel Ingot, Orange, *114, Ancient Wood Plank, Orange, *156, Ancient Hardwood, Legendary, *4. Master Level Energy Crystal *24. Expert Level Energy Crystal *64. The returns were quite high. The treasure chest in one of the buildings had been destroyed by some group of adventurers. This made Chao Xing feel deeply regretful. In his opinion, these adventurers were truly wasting resources. If he had waited for him to arrive, perhaps another hero's heart or a master-level heart of power would have been found in this treasure chest. He had completely forgotten that when he first encountered this kind of loot chest, he had also intended to use brute force to break it open. In addition, the thick fog had dissipated, revealing much of the land. This also allowed the adventurers in the ruins to expand their search area. Over the past 2 days, these adventurers had also collected various jars, discarded golem cores, and more. Including Chao Xing, a total of 8 jars had been unearthed. Of these 8 jars, 3 were earth jars, 3 were silver jars, and 2 were gold jars. Although Elisa had been trying to break them open, Chao Xing had always refused. He planned to visit the black market after leaving the ruins and collect all the jars that the Great Axe mercenary group leader had collected for him. We opened them all together then. That must be a wonderful sight. After counting the 2 days' harvest, Chao Xing raised his head and gazed toward the towering city walls in the distance. Dozens of hours passed, and the fog surrounding the inner city area thinned, revealing more buildings. According to Qinong and Lord Orlan, the inner city should be open within the next 2 days. But there's no sign of it opening yet, which means we still have time. With this thought, Chao Xing continued to lead the group to the next monster hunting area. He patted Debai's back, and the mammoth understood his meaning and strode forward. The group advanced about 7 or 8 kilometers. As they walked, an open area appeared before them. For more than 10 kilometers, there was only vast expanse of land. Only at the edges could a swirling fog be seen, as if encircling the area. Besides this, numerous collapsed buildings were scattered around the clearing. As time passed, these buildings became piles of ruins. Chao Xing didn't mind. They had encountered similar areas several times in the outer city during their explorations over the past few days. So, they continued their journey. However, as they passed the collapsed buildings, Chao Xing paused briefly. He felt vaguely familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. But one thing was certain, he had never been to this area before. Chao Xing frowned slightly, as if pondering something. At this moment, Bai Ji also noticed something was amiss. She looked up at the figure sitting on the mammoth's back and said, Chao Xing, do you also feel that the terrain here is familiar? Hearing this, Chao Xing gently patted Debai's neck, urging it to stop. He turned and looked, only to be met with Bai Ji's raised face. Her snow-white hair fell naturally over her shoulders, framing her deep eyes with exceptional clarity. The moment their eyes met, Bai Ji seemed to realize something. Her cheeks flushed, and she shifted her gaze slightly to the side. Chao Xing ignored her subtle expression and replied seriously, it does seem familiar. But we haven't been to this area before. It's not even highlighted on the mini-map. Bai Ji shook her head and said, that's not what I meant. I'm saying that the terrain here seems somewhat similar to the treasure map you have in your hand. At this, Chao Xing's mind suddenly flashed with inspiration. The next moment, he raised his hand and said, stop. With that, the entire team halted their movement. At the same time, Chao Xing pulled the treasure map from his backpack, spread it out on the elephant's back, and examined it. On the parchment, the outline of a ruined area was depicted, with several distinctive buildings marked in the distance. In the upper right corner of the map, one could even see the towering wall of the inner city. Chao Xing's eyes quickly compared the map with reality. Although his viewing angle was slightly off, the distribution of the scattered building ruins was spot on. Chao Xing put the map away and looked ahead. He was almost 90% certain that the location recorded on the treasure map was nearby. A smile of interest crossed his face. I didn't expect that. By accident, we actually found it. The location recorded on the treasure map is most likely right here. Next, we need to figure out what the treasure map says is the true treasure location. His gaze continued to scan the parchment. Besides the ruins, there were also intact buildings marked on the map. Chao Xing counted them. There were 9 in total, and they were quite far apart. So, the ruins are just coordinates. To truly unlock the treasure map's location, do we still have to explore these buildings? Chao Xing had a vague feeling that his speculation was likely correct. After all, the map offered no other clues besides this information. So, Chao Xing quickly pressed the communication device at his ear and ordered, everyone, stop spawning monsters and gather at my location. As his voice echoed through the crowd, the other 2 teams were still advancing along the edge of the fog, preparing to draw out the vengeful spirits for battle. Then, they all stopped what they were doing and quickly moved towards Chao Xing's location. After waiting for about 20 minutes, Sarah and Marinera led the Star Nation swordsman Xiao, the priestess Fanis, and others. Isabel, leading the Minotaur chieftain, the demonic dragon Bing Bing, and other creatures, approached from 2 different directions. Soon, over 30 people gathered again. They stood in place, awaiting Chaoxing's next instructions. Chaoxing scanned the area, confirming everyone was present, and said, "I believe you all understand why I called you here." He held up the parchment in his hand. "Our current location is likely near the treasure map. So, our next goal is to uncover the secret of this treasure map and find the so-called treasure." As soon as he finished speaking, a commotion erupted in the team. Alyssa excitedly exclaimed, "Wow! A treasure hunt? Sounds intriguing. Captain Elisa will lead us to the treasure." Andrew clasped his hands together and said devoutly, "Nature will guide us." Chaoxing unfolded the map and continued, "Next, follow the original divisions, and have the 3 teams explore 3 different areas. Find the building in that area." He still remembered the instructions on the map. When the 3 echoes resonate at the same moment, dormant gears will begin to turn again, and the true path will be revealed. This triple echo should be the key to finding the treasure map's location. However, the parchment records the locations of not just 3 buildings, but 9. Those buildings appear to be separated by a considerable distance, but a subtle pattern can still be discerned. That is, these 9 buildings are divided into 3 areas, each containing 3 buildings. Each of the 3 buildings was connected, forming a perfect equilateral triangle. But beyond these clues, there was no other information. So Chaoxing speculated that they might need to explore all 9 buildings before they could uncover clues about the triple echo. With the order given, everyone quickly sprang into action. Chaoxing gave a final reminder. "Remember, each team's goal is to first find the 3 designated buildings. If you encounter an area obscured by fog, do not enter rashly. First, announce the situation to your team via communication. Then wait for my decision." After a pause, he straightened his voice and asked, "Do you understand?" Everyone responded in unison, "Yes, Lord." Chaoxing nodded slightly. He was just about to announce the start of the operation when a violent vibration shook beneath everyone's feet. Chapter 727. Boom! The ground undulated like waves, and a resounding rumble echoed from deep beneath the earth. Even Dubai and the massive golems were tottered and staggered by the tremors. Everyone stopped, looking toward the inner city with puzzled and bewildered eyes. For they could all sense the source of the tremors coming from within. What is going on? Just as everyone was puzzled, the ruins underwent another strange transformation. Buzz, buzz! A suffocating, terrifying aura suddenly erupted, transforming into an invisible wave that swept across 1,000 miles. All creatures enveloped by this aura felt a tightness in their chests. A careful observation revealed 6 or 7 such powerful auras. Chaoxing narrowed his eyes, thinking to himself, So many legends have entered the ruins? Yes, these auras were those of legendary-level powerhouses. This ruins had already gathered so many legends without anyone noticing. They were all awakened by the recent tremor, each emitting their own aura. The Oran City Lord murmured, gazing at the towering city walls. "I knew the lost royal city might open early, but I didn't expect it to happen so soon. It's only been less than 10 days, almost 5 days earlier than before." Everyone was stunned. Chaoxing asked, puzzled, "You mean the inner city is about to open?" "Yes." The Oran City Lord nodded. "Those legends just now also sensed the inner city's imminent opening, and that's why they released their aura." Hearing this, Chaoxing's brow furrowed slightly. His original plan was to have everyone search the surrounding buildings first to uncover the secrets of the treasure map. If the inner city were to open at this moment, their plans would be completely disrupted. After all, according to them, the opportunities within the inner city were far greater than those in the outer city. Many high-level resources could only be found within the inner city. Chaoxing couldn't miss such a place. The Lord of Oran City seemed to see his concern and said, "Don't worry, Lord Chaoxing. The inner city will open soon, but it will take some time. Based on past experience, the city gates should be fully opened by 6 o'clock tomorrow morning." Chaoxing nodded in realization, feeling a sigh of relief. This way, they did have plenty of time. All they had to do was find the location recorded on the treasure map and unlock the treasure before tomorrow. After a moment, Chaoxing asked again, "Did you sense the aura of those powerful beings just now?" The Oran City Lord pondered for a moment, then nodded. "Where do these legends come from?" Chaoxing said in a low voice. The Oran City Lord detected a hint of coldness in Chaoxing's tone and vaguely understood his thoughts. This opening of the ruins had unexpectedly attracted 6 or 7 legendary powerhouses. If it had been during the Blood Rebellion, with the assistance of these legendary powerhouses, their pressure would have been much less. But they were nowhere to be seen during the battle. But now that the ruins were being explored, they were all there. Chao Xing was no great sage. He couldn't stand such idle gratification. After all, even he, a lord from another world, who had been in this world for less than a year, was fighting on the front lines. These indigenous people, who had lived for hundreds or even thousands of years, were hiding in the back. Every one of these people was no good. The Lord of Orlan City sighed and explained, Lord Chao Xing, most of these legends are solitary beings. Compared to us, each with our own power and territory, they are unencumbered. In other words, these powerful individuals are a group of unfettered ascetics. Their sole goal in life is to become stronger and push the limits of life. So, even when the blood rebellion broke out, they felt it was none of their business and felt no obligation to intervene. After a pause, he continued, besides this, there are 2 or 3 legendary auras emanating from even more distant kingdoms. When the blood rebellion broke out for 7 days, its impact was limited to a few nearby kingdoms. They're too far away, just like people inland don't care about a storm at sea. Until the crisis strikes them, they won't care. After hearing the Lord of Orlan City's explanation, Chao Xing's cold eyes faded. He understood that in this world where power reigns supreme, everyone has their own way of surviving. Since these legends were doing their own thing, there was no need to force anything. The most important thing right now was to hurry and find the location on the treasure map. Chao Xing nodded, looked at the crowd, and said, well, everyone has heard it. We still have 1 day. We try to find all the buildings and the treasure within today. Then, tomorrow, we all head to the inner city. With that, he waved his hand. Now, let's go! Yes, Lord. The dozens of people split into 3 groups again, each heading in 3 different directions. Chao Xing, also riding Dubai, led Assam, Baiji, Tong Chu Chu, and the others towards the center. Dong. Dong dong. The muffled footsteps of Dubai continued. After advancing for a distance, they passed through the open area and arrived at a foggy area ahead. Gazing at the swirling fog before them, Chao Xing glanced at the map again. According to the locations recorded, the intact buildings are still some distance away from the ruins. In other words, these buildings are likely hidden in the fog. Thinking of this, Chao Xing frowned again. If that's the case, then there's a problem. After all, this kind of fog isn't a good thing. Even legendary warriors would be lost if they entered it. Chao Xing dared to stand outside and bombard the fog, even using the vengeful spirits within to gain experience. But entering the fog himself was a bit unsettling. Shaking his head, Chao Xing thought, forget it. Let's take it one step at a time. So, he controlled Dubai and moved along the edge of the fog. Along the way, they encountered several waves of vengeful spirits, but they were easily dealt with. After about an hour and a half, they had advanced nearly 20 kilometers. Chao Xing had also passed through the foggy area and arrived at a new area. The communication device beside him was silent. Clearly, the other 2 teams had also failed to locate their target location. This made Chao Xing doubt. Could my speculation be wrong? Are those buildings truly hidden in the fog? Or have they collapsed because so much time has passed? After all, this fog certainly wasn't there from the beginning. The alchemist and statics master who left this treasure map and these puzzles probably didn't anticipate that something like this would happen later. Just as Chao Xing was lost in thought, Dubai led him a little further. At that moment, Chao Xing seemed to glimpse something unusual. The outline of a building seemed to appear in the fog ahead. Huh? Chao Xing suddenly perked up, focusing his attention ahead. Then, he finally saw it clearly. The building looked like a tower, about 10 meters tall, and pitch black. It loomed faintly in the grayish-white mist. More importantly, a distinctive alchemical symbol was prominently engraved on the tower's outer wall. At this moment, he was almost certain that this was one of the buildings he was looking for. A smile played across Chao Xing's lips, and he exclaimed, hard work pays off. I've finally found it. He quickly pressed the communicator to his ear and asked, I found the first building. How's the situation over there? Zizi zizi. A burst of electrical noise echoed through the communicator. After a moment, Isabel's soft voice and Sarah's cool voice echoed. Lord, we're still exploring, and haven't found any buildings yet. Same here. Chao Xing replied again, I understand. You continue your exploration. Take your time. There's no need to rush. Yes, Lord. After giving his instructions, Chao Xing hung up the call and looked toward the tower shrouded in the mist. Let's go in. The group advanced quickly. After a few minutes, they drew closer to the black tower. They could even see the entrance gate below. However, the area was shrouded in a thin mist, resembling another world. Chao Xing frowned slightly and quickly said, "Stop." Knowing the strangeness of this mist, he didn't dare enter even though his target was within reach. The Assam knight beside him seemed to notice Chao Xing's concern. He stepped on the frost wolf and quickly reached the front of the group, saying respectfully, "Lord, please allow me to explore the fog." Chao Xing looked up at the brave knight. Assam's gaze was filled with determination and loyalty. After a moment, Chao Xing slowly shook his head and said, "No, I don't need you to risk your life just yet. I have someone better." Everyone was puzzled by this. At the same time, Chao Xing glanced at the golem AUX-1 type beside him and ordered, "Ta, go ahead and explore that building." This golem was a unique technological product, and had only been with his team for a short time. He didn't mind if it was damaged. The golem completely obeyed Chao Xing's orders, even when ordered to venture into the dangerous fog without the slightest hesitation. It mechanically replied yes. "Master, Ta will complete the mission." With that, AUX-1 began to stride forward with its oval-shaped legs. Boom! Boom! With each step, the ground shook slightly. The dark blue steel form edged closer and closer to the mist. The crowd couldn't help but grow nervous. As they watched, AUX-1 stepped directly into the mist, its form becoming hazy. However, with their eyesight, they could still clearly make out the golem. AUX-1 completely ignored the surrounding fog, steadfastly carrying out Chao Xing's mission. After advancing for several hundred meters, nothing unexpected happened. Not even the vengeful spirits in the mist appeared to attack the golem. The crowd breathed a sigh of relief. Of course, they couldn't let their guard down just yet. Although the mist was thinning, the golem hadn't been inside for long. No one could guarantee that it wouldn't encounter any unexpected consequences in the next moment. Dong! Dong! The golem continued its determined strides, advancing through the fog. Soon, it arrived near the tower. Then, the golem nimbly turned, its energy core ablaze in the mist. "Master, I have successfully reached my target." A smile crossed Chao Xing's face upon hearing this. This scene confirmed one thing for him, that they were safe from entering this thin fog. At least, it was relatively safe. Chao Xing quickly shared the relevant information with the other two teams, allowing them to explore without worry. Then, looking at the golem in the distance, he said, "Ta, find a way to open the gate." After receiving the command, the golem replied, "Ta understands." "Master." The golem turned again, staring at the black metal gate before it. Detected this building is the Static Academy Magic Tower. Attempting to crack it. Buzz. The energy core in the golem's chest began to spin rapidly. After a moment, the blue light emanating from it turned a dangerous red. Crack failed. Prepare to launch a forceful attack. Since Chao Xing had ordered it to find a way to open the gate, if conventional means proved untenable, it would resort to force to fulfill its master's command. Then, the golem's eyes suddenly lit up with a blinding red light. It raised its right hand, revealing its built-in energy cannon muzzle, and destructive energy accumulated within. In just a few tenths of a second, the stored energy had reached its limit. A luminous energy cannon suddenly blasted out, impacting the metal gate, causing a violent explosion. Boom! The explosion echoed for several kilometers around, and the area was enveloped by a wave of energy. When the smoke cleared, everyone looked over. The metal gate beneath the tower was still standing, the previous bombardment having only caused a slight dent. This level 60 golem was naturally far less destructive than the Minotaur chieftain. However, it didn't pause, raising its other hand. Following this, it unleashed a second and third energy blast. Boom! Boom! Violent explosions echoed, shaking the entire tower violently. After enduring the fifth bombardment, the metal door finally succumbed to the weight, its surface covered with spiderweb-like cracks. And then, with a sharp, twisting sound, it exploded. Crash! Metal fragments erupted, scattering across the ground. Then, the dark space behind the door was revealed. The golem slowly turned, and a calm electronic voice reported, "Master, the magic tower has been activated." Seeing this, a smile crossed everyone's face. Chao Xing nodded approvingly. "Well done." He turned and waved to the team. Let's go in together." With that, everyone stepped into the thin fog. Like the golem, they encountered no mishaps, and approached the building unimpeded. Under Assam's watchful eye, they quickly passed through the shattered doorway, and entered the interior of the black magic tower. Chao Xing immediately began to observe the situation inside. The tower's interior was much more spacious than it appeared from the outside. Numerous magical runes were inscribed on the surrounding walls, illuminating the entire structure. Many complex alchemical diagrams lay on the floor, each one surrounded by a complex instrument. The most eye-catching object was a massive scale placed in the center of the hall. The two ends of the scale were crafted from mithril, resembling two giant silver spoons. The central support rod was dark blue, clearly made of a material called strange metal. At this moment, the scale was swinging up and down at an extremely slow speed, a soft clicking sound emanating from within. The sound sounded like gears turning. Aside from that, nothing else was visible. Chaoxing frowned, wondering, is this scale the sleeping gear mentioned on the treasure map? So, how does it relate to the puzzle? He circled the massive scale for a long time, still clueless. At that moment, Chaoxing spotted several nearby demon elephants, and an idea struck him. Why would I spend so much time studying it? If I have any questions, I can just ask these giants. Thinking of this, Chaoxing said, Tai Yi and Tai Si, do you know what this scale is used for? The two demon elephants exchanged glances. Golem Tai Si emitted an electronic chime, and replied steadily, Master. This is the static magic balance device from the Static Power Academy. By injecting the appropriate amount of magic power, it can maintain perfect balance. Chaoxing, slightly surprised, asked, is it just a matter of injecting magic power? Is it that simple? Not really. Master. Golem Tai Si slowly shook its metal head. Maintaining the static magic balance device requires extremely demanding conditions. During the injection of magic power, the device adjusts the counterweights on the opposite scale in real time based on the caster's magical characteristics. The caster must precisely adjust the output of magic power within a short period of time, achieving a control accuracy of 0.1%. Any slight deviation will result in a balance failure. This is also a device invented by the Azura civilization to train arcanists in magical control. Tai Si paused for a moment and continued, each static magic balance device. There are only 3 chances of failure. Once all are exhausted, the device will enter a locked state, unable to be opened for a short period of time. Meanwhile, Tai Yi, standing by, glanced at the Libra before him and added, Master. This static magic balance device we encountered must be a more advanced configuration. They usually have several connected to the same system. Interconnected. After the first Libra successfully maintains balance, the caster must maintain a continuous flow of magic power without interruption, and the weights in the device will be constantly adjusted during this period. The longer this delay, the greater the probability of failure. Only when all connected balance devices are activated and stable can the final mechanism be triggered. After listening to the golem's explanation, Chaoxing nodded in sudden realization. At the same time, his headache deepened. After all, according to the golem's explanation, all static magic balance devices must be in balance to solve the puzzle. This also corresponds to the clue on the map, when 3 echoes resonate in the same resonance. Chapter 728. The device inside this magic tower corresponds to the instructions on the map, when 3 echoes resonate in unison. But the problem is, there are 9 buildings here, which means there are at least 9 static magic balance devices. That means, I need to find 9 spellcasters, who can precisely control magic power. Chaoxing muttered to himself. Of course, choosing the spellcasters wasn't a problem. This time, he brought a truly impressive roster, including many powerful mages. Besides himself, there were also Holy Light Sage Isabel, Lightning Mage Severin, Priestess Fanas, Wind Mage Alan, and Earth Mage Tyron. That made 6. The other 3 options were Water Mage Ellie and Sylvia. Adding the Black Smoke Shaman Blot, they made a total of 9. However, there was still a very troublesome problem. Each silent demonic balancing device only has 3 attempts. If even one person fails, everyone will collapse. Chaoxing's mouth twitched, and he sighed. This master alchemist's test is truly demanding. But now that things had come to this, he could only bite the bullet and proceed. So, Chaoxing quickly informed everyone of his discovery via the communication device. The teen chat erupted in excitement upon hearing this. Wow! Only 3 attempts? Sounds exciting. Elisa's clear voice echoed. Mother Earth. This will be a test of both willpower and skill for our team's mages. The others also lamented the difficulty of this silent demonic balancing device. Chaoxing said solemnly, so, the 8 spellcasters I mentioned earlier will have a more demanding task ahead. If you're feeling pressured, please let me know. I find other candidates. The communication channel fell into a brief silence. It was clear that no one, whether it was legendary mages like Isabel and Severin, or 7th-level mages like Ellie and Sylvia, who had been personally trained by Chaoxing, had chosen to withdraw. They knew that now was the time when the Lord needed them. They would complete his instructions, even if it meant sacrificing everything. After waiting for a moment, Chaoxing knew the outcome. Very good. He spoke with relief. Since no one has withdrawn, let's proceed as planned. Now, our primary goal is to find the other buildings. Let's all get moving. Yes, Lord. A unified voice echoed across the channel. Then, the other two exploration teams quickened their pace. The vengeful spirits they encountered along the way were also dealt with as quickly as possible. After shutting down the communication, Chaoxing turned to the people around him and said, according to our calculations, there are still 2 buildings we haven't found in this area. Knight Assam. I'm here, my lord. Assam stepped forward, sword in hand, his gaze determined. Chaoxing nodded slightly. Next, you will lead Priest Farnes, Shaman Blot, and Commander Berger to locate the other 2 buildings. Once they are found, Farnes will be responsible for one of the static demonic balance devices, and Blot will be responsible for the other. Stand guard nearby to ensure the spellcasting process isn't interrupted. Assam clenched his fist and lowered his chest, his tyrant armor clanging with a resounding sound. As ordered, we will live up to your trust. He quickly turned and began to count the men. Soon, he led a small team out of the energy tower. Chaoxing remained where he was, once again examining the static demonic balance device before him. He pondered, should I inject magic into it now to familiarize myself with its operation? But after a moment, he dismissed the idea. Forget it. This device only has 3 uses. And according to the golem, even after maintaining balance, the other side of the scales will continue to shift. I need to adjust accordingly. In other words, the longer we delay, the greater the probability of failure. Thinking of this, Chaoxing thought to himself, let's wait until they've found the remaining buildings and are fully assembled before we act together. He then continued to wait in the tower, occasionally wandering around and studying the alchemy array on the ground. In this way, about 2 hours passed in a flash. In those 2 hours, the 3 teams had found 7 mana towers. Including the one Chaoxing was on, there were already 8. Now, only the last mana tower was needed to begin the next round of operations. At the same time, a distant explosion sounded. The towering chieftain forcibly blew away a metal door. The next moment, his joyful voice came over the communicator. Lord, we have successfully found the last magic tower. Miss Sylvia has already entered the building. At the same time, Sylvia's gentle voice echoed, Lord, I've seen the silencing magic balance device you mentioned. It's ready and ready to begin at any moment. Hearing the 2's messages, Chaoxing's face lit up with a smile. Well done, he said. Are all the other spellcasters in position now? Yes. I'm ready too. You can begin at any moment, Lord. A series of responses echoed through the communicator. Chaoxing nodded in satisfaction. Very good. Now, follow my instructions. After the countdown ends, everyone begin injecting magic power into the silencing magic balance device. 3 seconds. 2. As the countdown began, the other 8 spellcasters held their breath, concentrating their attention, staring at the scales before them. 1. Begin. As Chaoxing finished speaking, everyone immediately began injecting magic power into their respective devices. Chaoxing slowly raised his right hand, a wisp of icy blue light condensing at his fingertips. He didn't immediately inject his full magical power. As a legendary perpetual frozen monarch, the frost magic within him was as vast as the ocean. Unleashing it with all his might would likely freeze this delicate device completely in an instant. Let's try minimum output first. Chaoxing muttered to himself, lightly tapping his slender index finger. A thin, silky strand of frost magic flowed slowly into the tray on the right side of the scale. Click. The sound of gears turning echoed. The other side of the scale slowly rose from the ground. Click. Click. Soon, both ends of the scale rose and began to swing up and down in the air. You have successfully activated Azura technology. Static magic balance device. Please maintain the balance of the scale within the next 120 seconds. If the balance is off balance for more than 2 seconds, or one side of the scale falls to the ground, the challenge will be considered a failure. Remaining chances. 2. Note, after all attempts to balance are exhausted, the static magic balance device will enter a 365-day lockout state. Seeing the system prompt, Chaoxing's heart sank. Although the golem had explained the rules before, he was somewhat prepared. However, the lockout period after failure was too long, a full year. In other words, if Chaoxing failed this time, he would have to wait until next year to activate it again. Shaking his head, he quickly dismissed his distracting thoughts. Never mind. Let's focus on the present. The next moment, the magic power flowing from Chaoxing's fingertips increased slightly. Under his precise control, The tilted scales gradually stabilized. After a while, the two trays slowly aligned. Seeing this, Chaoxing wondered, is it that simple? Before he could rest in his elation for long, the next moment, the entire scale suddenly began to vibrate violently. The central gears creaked with a sharp metallic grinding sound, the previously stationary hands began to swing wildly, and the trays on either side rose and fell, as if about to collapse at any moment. Damn! I knew it wouldn't be that easy. Chaoxing cursed inwardly, and immediately increased his magic power output. The icy blue light at his fingertips suddenly intensified, and the chill condensed into tiny ice crystals in the air. Under his precise control, the wildly swinging scales gradually stabilized. Huh? Chaoxing breathed a sigh of relief, beads of sweat already forming on his forehead. This seemingly simple operation actually required an almost insane level of control over magical power. If it weren't for his current master-level ice elemental affinity and legendary strength, his previous efforts would have been completely wasted. At the same time, not only Chaoxing sighed, but the spellcasters in the other 8 magic towers also encountered the same problem. Seeing the wildly swinging scales, they were also briefly panicked. But everyone's mental fortitude was strong, and they reacted quickly. Under their control, the wildly swinging scales gradually stabilized. The warriors in the towers protecting these spellcasters couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from their foreheads. Cain Explosive Hoof exclaimed, Mother Earth, this thing is incredibly difficult. Miss Sylvia almost failed just now. I was terrified. Baifu Blackheart's voice sank with age. Yeah. I thought they were going to fail, but thankfully Mr. Terran turned the situation around. Braun laughed heartily. Every spellcaster in our territory is truly remarkable. The next 30 seconds were a relatively stable period. Although the opposing balance continued to oscillate, it wasn't as violent as at the beginning. Thanks to the magical output of Chaoxing and the others, it barely maintained a stable state. And just like that, 60 seconds had passed in a flash. Half of the 120 seconds required by the system had already passed. Chaoxing instinctively sensed that something might be wrong with this device. Sure enough, as the 60 seconds ticked by, the special magic circles on the surrounding ground suddenly lit up with a faint blue light. Then, thick fog rose from these magic circles, and the temperature within the tower plummeted. Then, a woman's shrill cries filled their ears. Sob, sob. As soon as they heard these cries, they knew what the creatures summoned by the magic circles were. Those vengeful spirits in the mist. Chaoxing's mouth twitched. Not only do we have to maintain the balance of magic power, but we also have to deal with the interference of these vengeful spirits. A smaller or less powerful team wouldn't have been able to accomplish this. After all, simply finding these 9 magic towers in this dangerous ruin would require a considerable amount of time and considerable strength. Add to that the requirement of gathering 9 skilled spellcasters, another demanding requirement. At this moment, so many vengeful spirits appeared again. The numerous tests were incredibly difficult. Thankfully, Chaoxing's forces were formidable. Even if the spellcasters were now focused on dealing with Libra and unable to attack, he had stationed numerous powerful warriors in each tower to protect the spellcasters within. Ah! With waves of resentful shrieks, the vengeful spirits, with fangs and claws bared, pounced upon the casters. However, they hadn't even taken 2 steps. Bang! The towering chief's totem pole swept across, scattering several vengeful spirits instantly. Commander Berger's great axe flashed with a cold flash, instantly slaying the horde of Wraiths. Including the combatants in the other towers, they immediately launched their attacks. The Wraiths appeared in less than 3 seconds before they were completely eliminated, without interfering with the spellcasters at all. At this moment, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Chaoxing was about to speak in the chat channel. The next moment, something unexpected happened. The tray opposite suddenly sank, and the entire device emitted a teeth-grinding metallic crack. Before anyone could react, the other end of the tray crashed to the ground. Bang! Balance failed. Remaining chance 2. It wasn't just Chaoxing. 8 of the 9 magic towers experienced unexpected problems. Only Zeverin, a mage with nearly 1,000 years of experience, managed to stabilize the situation immediately. Everyone stared at the device in stunned silence. After a moment, frustration and guilt crossed their eyes. My lord, Isabel's voice had just rang through the communicator. Chaoxing interrupted, no problem. We still have 2 chances. Let's keep trying. Just consider this the first time to familiarize ourselves with the process. His tone was steady and forceful, without a hint of blame, but rather filled with fighting spirit. This failure fueled Chaoxing's competitive spirit. He wanted to see what kind of precious treasures lay hidden behind such a difficult test. Encouraged by Chaoxing, everyone regained their spirits. They took a deep breath and began to inject magic power into the scales. Just as before, not long after they began, the scales began to shake violently. However, thanks to their previous experience, everyone remained calm this time, quickly restoring the device to normalcy. They managed to get through 60 seconds without incident. At the end of the minute, the terrifying horde of wraiths emerged from the magic circle once again. The magic circle on the ground seemed to possess a special power, capable of activating it and summoning wraiths upon certain conditions. Of course, the wraiths weren't the biggest distraction. Next, as they dealt with the wraiths, the scales would tilt dramatically. It was at this stage that they had failed last time. But this time, everyone had prepared themselves mentally. The moment the wraiths perished and the scales on the other side tilted, they immediately began injecting a massive amount of magic power, forcibly maintaining balance. Crack! Crack! Click! 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 The sounds of gears turning and metal rubbing continued, and this time the tilt was particularly severe. Even the 7th level mages had given their all. After 5 seconds of intense struggle, they finally regained control. Huff, huff. The intermittent panting echoed through the communicator beside him, clearly exhausting everyone. Although they had overcome the second hurdle, Chao Xing remained vigilant. He solemnly warned, 5 seconds left. Everyone, stay alert. All combatants, be vigilant, and do not allow any interference to approach the caster. Casters, maintain your current magic output, and pay attention to the rate of the scales tilt. Hearing Chao Xing's warning, the group regained their vigilance, observing everything around them intently. Each second that followed seemed incredibly long. 40 seconds on the countdown. The device began to shake violently again, the casters struggling to maintain their balance. 30 seconds on the countdown. The Libra began to frantically drain the caster's magic power, nearly causing the situation to collapse. 20 seconds on the countdown. The caster's hands were already trembling slightly. Time flew by, and 100 seconds had passed since they activated the device for the second time. Everyone held their breath. Only 20 seconds left for success. Huh? Calm down. Chao Xing took another deep breath, staring intently at the Libra before him. Time slipped slowly. 10 seconds passed without any new developments, but this only made him more vigilant. In the blink of an eye, the final 10 seconds had arrived. Chao Xing knew that such a difficult test would not be easily passed. Attention! His steady voice echoed in everyone's ears, and everyone tensed. As expected, when the countdown reached its final 5 seconds, something unexpected happened. From the core of the Libra device, a powerful mental wave suddenly erupted. Like an invisible tsunami, it swept across the entire tower. This was a large-scale mental attack, so intense, it was even enough to temporarily render everyone unconscious. However, faced with this sudden attack, Chao Xing's tense nerves relaxed, and a smile appeared on his face. I didn't expect this final test to be a mental attack, he said casually. For other teams, this would truly be a killer weapon that could bring them to their knees. But for us, it's the easiest hurdle. Buzz. The mental wave swept across. Bai Ji, the non-friendly unit, and the Oran City Lord's eyes instantly turned white, falling into a momentary state of unconsciousness. The others, however, felt only a gentle breeze. At the same time, a system notification sounded. Ding! You are under an unknown mental attack. You have been granted immunity to the thought of phase status. This attack is ineffective. Ding! A member of your territory is under an unknown mental attack. You have been. Seeing the notification, Chao Xing's lips curled into a triumphant smile. The rest of the team also showed delighted expressions, their tense nerves finally relaxing. Chapter 729. Braun laughed heartily. Uh-huh. I never thought this weird thing would try to sneak up on us with a psychic attack, only to be immune to it thanks to the Lord's wife's blessing. Ha ha. I truly didn't expect this. Even if the Lord's wife isn't with us, her abilities are protecting us. Amidst everyone's delighted discussion, the system prompt reappeared. Ding! Congratulations on successfully activating the static demonic balance device. Current progress, February 9th. As Chao Xing's device stabilized, a powerful surge of energy suddenly erupted. A dazzling blue light erupted from the center of the static demonic balance device, seemingly energizing the entire building. Then, a dazzling beam of energy suddenly shot out from the tower's summit, shooting straight upwards. Buzz! The beam of light shot out thousands of meters, piercing through layers of fog. Then, system prompts rang out in succession. Ding! Congratulations on successfully activating the static demonic balance device. Current progress, March 9th. Ding! In the blink of an eye, all 9 towers were activated. 9 beams of light, each of different colors, intertwined in the mist, finally converging in the same direction. Attention, Survivor Chao Xing. You have successfully solved the puzzle of Alcade, the Azura Master of Statics, and found the true coordinates of the treasure. Attribute bonus, plus 2000 spirit, plus 20 charisma. When the prompt ended, Chao Xing immediately noticed a golden treasure icon light up on the minimap. The coordinates were clearly displayed on the treasure map. Treasure location: outskirts of the Lost City, 8844, 15245, 16,245. He pressed the communicator to his ear and excitedly said, "Attention everyone. After everyone's combined efforts, we've finally found the treasure. Now, everyone, gather at the coordinates immediately." "Yes, Lord." A uniform response echoed through the communicator, and everyone expressed great excitement. The 9 teams immediately turned around, leaving the tower and heading towards the coordinates. They were eager to find out what was inside this treasure. About 10 minutes later, everyone regrouped. The surroundings were shrouded in mist, and suddenly, an open area approximately 2 or 3 kilometers in radius appeared before them. On the ground before them, a hidden metal door stood open. The heavy door panels had slid open to reveal a dark entrance. "Looks like this is it," Chao Xing whispered. Everyone else peered inside curiously. Alyssa even lay face down on the ground, her head craning her neck. Although they all desperately wanted to know what lay within, no one would venture down without the Lord's order. Chao Xing, with narrowed eyes, surveyed the bottomless entrance. Although the treasure's location had been discovered, he remained cautious. After all, given the nature of Alcad, the alchemist who had set up the triple echo test, there might still be some deadly trap hidden within. He didn't want to rush in with everyone and be buried alive. After a moment's deliberation, Chao Xing said solemnly, "Sarah, go in and explore the area first." "Yes," Sarah replied respectfully. With that, the phantom dancer vanished, leaving behind only a faint shadowy presence. Everyone stood quietly at the entrance, waiting. They weren't worried about Sarah's strength or reflexes. After all, there was no one in the entire territory more suited for this kind of mission. A few moments later, several notifications appeared before Chao Xing. Your territory member, Sarah Blade Dancer, triggered a trap and successfully dodged it. Your territory member, Sarah Blade Dancer, discovered an underground secret chamber. Your territory member, Sarah Blade Dancer, killed 12 Wraith Guards, gaining 4.08 million experience points, Pale Attraction plus Savior Star. Chao Xing raised his brows slightly. As he expected, the area below wasn't safe. Not only were there numerous traps, but there were also some wraiths. Of course, these obstacles posed no threat to Sarah. Chao Xing continued to wait with the others. About 10 minutes later, a shadow emerged, transforming into a slender figure. It was none other than the legendary assassin, Sarah Blade Dancer. She quickly approached Chao Xing and reported respectfully, "Lord, I've explored. There's a passage below, lined with numerous traps. But I've already dismantled those traps. Following the passage, you reach a strange chamber, surrounded by strange stone platforms, and a metal door on the wall." After a pause, she continued, "But my exploration ends here. Because the metal door in the wall is sealed, it requires a password to open. While I could force it open with brute force, I'm worried that forcing the door open would trigger a chain reaction, so I've turned back for now." After listening to Sarah's account, Chao Xing pondered. The strange stone platform, and the metal door with a password. The secret room below is indeed somewhat strange. He nodded. "Sarah, your decision is correct. Let's go down and take a closer look." "Yes, my lord." With that, the assassin stepped aside. Chao Xing turned and said to the group, "Next, some of you will accompany me to explore this secret chamber. Big guys like Dubai, Jode, and Kane Exploding Hoof, you big guys will stay outside to guard the entrance. Then wait for news from us." Jode, the giant, and the towering chieftain exchanged glances and said, "Okay, Lord. We will guard the entrance, and won't let anything in." "That's right. Not even a fly." Chao Xing nodded. Then, he led the group into the passage. Just as Sarah had said, this was a dangerous passage filled with traps. Many broken traps could be seen on the walls, and piles of white powder lay scattered on the ground. Clearly, these were the traces left by the vengeful spirit Sarah had vanquished. Tap, tap, tap. The group remained silent as they advanced along the stone steps of the passage. The only sounds were their breathing and footsteps. After advancing about 200 or 300 meters along the deep passage, they finally reached its end. Ahead, a faint blue light shone, seemingly emanating from a room. That must be the strange secret room Sarah had mentioned. Chao Xing was the first to step into the light, and the scene before him suddenly became clear. Before them all, a metal chamber approximately 200 or 300 meters long appeared. The entire room was circular, constructed from a special alloy. The walls had a metallic luster, clearly the same material used in buildings outside. Most strikingly, 9 metal pedestals, each over a meter high, were evenly spaced along the edge of the circular chamber. Each pedestal was engraved with intricate alchemical runes. And atop them, an ancient jar rested prominently. Not only Chao Xing, but everyone else's attention was instantly drawn to the jars. There were 9 metal pedestals. In other words, 9 jars. 6 silver jars gleamed with a cold metallic sheen, while 2 gold jars shone with a dazzling golden glow. And on the central stone platform, a single, pitch-black jar sat alone. Chao Xing hadn't spoken yet when he saw this. Elisa, standing nearby, exclaimed in surprise, "Wow! So many jars! Gold and black jars! Great! Captain Elisa has plenty more jars to smash." Even Bai Ji and the Oran City Lord, who were following behind, stared at the scene with a look of disbelief. Gods be damned. This is the first time I've seen so many jars appear at once. A smile crept onto Chao Xing's face. Great! Here are 9 more jars. This brings the total to over 20 jars collected this time in the ruins. And that's just from the secret room outside. The real treasure lies behind that metal door. Delighted, Chao Xing was about to clear out all the jars. But he only taken a few steps when he suddenly stopped. And with a suspicious look on his face, he glanced around. Bai Ji's cold voice echoed, "What's wrong?" Chao Xing shook his head. "I feel something's wrong." "Wrong? What?" Bai Ji's face was filled with confusion. Chao Xing didn't answer, but instead looked toward the metal door ahead, then at the 9 surrounding metal pedestals. "There's nothing else in this secret room except these metal pedestals, and the metal door with the code. Without the code, we can't open the door. Given the nature of this master alchemist, he might have hidden the code hints on these metal pedestals. If I rashly take the jars, I might never get the code again." Everyone was stunned. Although Chao Xing's speculation sounded a bit exaggerated, compared to previous experience, it was indeed very likely. After all, when they activated the 9 static demon balance devices, they had encountered many similar traps. Thinking of this, Chao Xing didn't act rashly. Instead, he pressed the communication device to his ear and said, "Xiao Chu Chu, bring down the 2 magic elephants." "Okay, big brother," Tong Chu Chu replied crisply. A moment later, a petite figure, accompanied by 2 massive golems, entered the secret room. "Big brother, we're here," Tong Chu Chu said, surveying the surroundings curiously. Chao Xing nodded, his gaze fixed on the 2 golems. "Tai and Taier, come and take a look at this metal door. Is there any way to break it open?" The 2 golems trudged to the door with heavy steps, their electronic eyes flashing red as they scanned it for a moment. "Master, this is a highly confidential area of the Statics Academy. We don't have access to it." The mechanical voice carried a clear indication of restrictions. Chao Xing sighed softly. It seemed he had to find another way. He slowly approached one of the metal pedestals. As he approached, the metal pedestal suddenly lit up with a faint blue light. A complex set of alchemical equations and geometric figures emerged. "Is this a problem they want me to solve?" Chao Xing frowned slightly, carefully examining the information displayed on the pedestal. As he tried to approach another metal pedestal, a flood of information appeared before his eyes again. Static equilibrium equation. Known conditions. 1. Silver jar mass, M equals 6.7 kilograms. 2. Gold jar mass, M equals 11.3 kilograms. 3. Black jar mass, M equals 4. Distance between pedestals, L equals 3.14 m. 5. The system is currently in perfect equilibrium. Question. Find the mass M of the black jar, accurate to 2 decimal places. This was clearly another carefully crafted test by this master alchemist and master of statics. However, looking at the densely packed numbers and complex equations before him, Chao Xing rolled his eyes. "Let me solve this, or you can just kill me." He couldn't help but curse inwardly. That Arcade is such a piece of shit. If you don't want future generations to unlock your treasure, just say so directly. Why set up so many difficult problems? After pacing anxiously for a few times, Chao Xing suddenly had an idea. He slapped his thigh. Why bother solving this equation when I have something like the dark crystal ball? Why wouldn't I just open a portal and go in? Wouldn't it be the same if I took the contents inside, and then came out and took the jar outside? Thinking of this, Chao Xing sprang into action. He quickly walked to the metal door and pulled the dark crystal ball from his backpack. The crystal ball glowed dimly in his hand. Then, Chao Xing began chanting the spells the old witch had taught him. As he continued chanting, a dense, dark power suddenly emerged from the crystal ball. This energy twisted in the air like a living thing, gradually converging into the shape of an elliptical doorframe. With a surge of energy, a completely black portal, its surface rippled like water, took shape. It's done! A smug smile curled Chao Xing's lips. Solving the equation is impossible. I never try in my lifetime. Magic power suits me better. The others in the room also stared at the black portal in amazement. It seemed they hadn't expected Chao Xing to have such a solution. Great! Now there's no need to solve the problem. Tong Chu exclaimed happily. Since the portal only lasts 60 seconds, Chao Xing needed to act quickly. So he turned to the others and said, "Let's go. We hurry and get in together." The others nodded and moved closer. At the same time, Chao Xing was the first to step into the portal. Then, the dizzying feeling returned. The surrounding space seemed to distort and fold, and everything in sight became a blur of color and light. Thankfully, this was a short-range portal, so the shifting scene didn't last long. Soon, Chao Xing emerged from the other end of the portal. When he slowly opened his eyes, the sight before him took his breath away. A magnificent circular hall appeared before him. The walls were engraved with numerous magical runes, and in the center of these runes were inlaid numerous blue crystals, illuminating the entire space like a starry sky. A massive polyhedron hovered in the center of the hall, slowly rotating and emitting gentle energy fluctuations. You have discovered a special area, Alked's laboratory. This area is a special hidden area. Exploration experience gained, 500,000, reputation gained, 20,000. Just as the system notification flashed by, the portal behind him began to eject the other team members. Sarah was the first to land. She quickly steadied herself and glanced around warily. Then came Baiji, Assam, Boji, and the others. As they emerged, they also assumed combat stances. However, everyone was soon amazed by the hall's beauty and splendor, and their guard dropped. Alyssa looked up, a look of amazement on her face, and exclaimed, "Wow! What a beautiful hall! This place contains such powerful magical fluctuations." Isabel's voice echoed. "Magic?" "Yes," Isabel said slowly. "Each of these glowing crystals contains astonishing magical fluctuations, and they also provide the energy for the operation of this hall." Alyssa nodded in sudden realization. "I see." At this point, a new question arose. She pointed to the glowing geometric shape in the center of the hall and asked, "Sister Isabel, what is this strange thing?" Hearing this question, the Holy Light Sage examined it carefully, then slowly shook his head. "I haven't seen it either." "Okay." However, while everyone was still marveling at the hall's splendor, Chao Xing was still stunned by the system prompt that had just flashed by. "Oh my god! A full 20,000 reputation points. Am I seeing that right?" He muttered softly, his tone thick with disbelief. You know, even if Chao Xing had previously discovered areas like Yongshuang Main City and Linglan Main City, they only added a little over 100 reputation points. And now, just for discovering this laboratory, he already been awarded a full 20,000. What does this mean? It means this area is incredibly important. There might be some incredible treasure inside. Thinking of this, Chao Xing took a deep breath. Then he immediately ordered, "Everyone, disperse and search the entire hall now. Don't miss a single corner." "No problem, Lord." A uniform voice rang out. Soon, everyone was moving throughout the vast hall. Not long after the search began, Sarah's report was heard. "Lord, I found a large black loot chest here. It looks similar to the one we opened last time in that large building." Chao Xing's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. After all, the last loot chest they opened in that large building yielded a legendary relic. Could this chest also be of this caliber? For a moment, his heart was filled with anticipation. Before he could even go over and check, Alyssa's excited voice echoed from the other end of the hall. "Lord! Lord! I found a large chest here too." Chapter 730. Alyssa excitedly shouted, "Lord! I found a big box here too. It's huge. Come quickly." Then, Baiji's cold voice rang out, "Chao Xing, there's also a strange box in the northwest corner." The series of discoveries sent Chao Xing into a state of ecstasy. He excitedly exclaimed, "Don't act rashly. Wait for me to bring the golem over to open the box." With that, Chao Xing quickly led Tai Er, and Tong Chu towards Sarah, who was closest to him. Dong dong. Dong dong. The golem's heavy footsteps continued. As if sensing Chaoxing's urgency, its movements quickened. Soon, they arrived at Sarah's area. The phantom dancer was quietly waiting. And in the shadows behind her, there was a massive black metal box. The box was about 2 meters tall and over 1.5 meters wide. Clearly, this was the same chest Chaoxing had opened last time with his relics. Great! It's indeed a large treasure chest. Chaoxing excitedly turned to the 2 golems beside him and said, "Leave it to you. Crack the code to this chest." Tai Yi and Tai Er simultaneously chimed in, "Yes, Master." Then, red rays from their eyes swept across the treasure chest. About 30 seconds passed. Tai Yi was the first to speak. "Master, I've cracked it. The code is..." As usual, it spouted a 24-digit code. Tong Chu, crouching above the chest, quickly entered the code. A moment later, the code was complete. With a click, the chest slowly opened. With an anticipatory look on his face, Chaoxing quickly poked his head out and peered into the chest. However, this time, there were no relics like last time. However, Chaoxing spotted 2 dark red crystals, emitting a powerful vibration. Clearly, these were heroes' hearts, another resource he desperately needed. Besides these, there was also a pile of precious metals and several pieces of ancient hardwood. Wow, 2 heroes' hearts! It truly is a large loot chest. The value of what's inside is staggering. Clearly, these 2 heroes' hearts alone were worth the trip. Excited, Chaoxing cleared out the chest. Obtained, Hero's Heart *2. Obtained, Strange Metal *5615. Obtained, Dermid Steel Ingot, Orange, *241. Obtained, Ancient Hardwood, Legendary, *5. Obtained, Master Level Magic Crystal *26. Obtained, Expert Level Magic Crystal *64. After opening the chest, Chaoxing headed straight for Elisa's area. At that moment, the young woman, slung a large bow over her back, stood on a chest with her hands on her hips, looking quite impressive. Upon seeing Chaoxing, she excitedly exclaimed, "Lord, you're here! Captain Elisa found this chest. Isn't that impressive?" Chaoxing smiled softly. "Yes, that's impressive. Come down first, and let Chu open the chest." "No problem, Lord." With that, the young woman leaped to her feet. Although Elisa was usually quite lively, even a bit mischievous, but she would obey Chaoxing's orders without hesitation. At the same time, the 2 golems' eyes glowed red as they began the cracking process. A few seconds later, Tai Er mechanically replied, "Master, the password has been cracked." "The password is?" As it chimed in, Tong Chu quickly entered the password again. With a click, the lid of the box slowly opened. Chaoxing quickly stepped forward and peered inside. When he saw the 2 glowing red crystals and a wealth of rare, high-grade materials, a delighted smile spread across his lips. This, a huge profit. With a wave of his hand, he gathered up the contents of the box. Obtained, Hero's Heart *2. Obtained, Strange Metal *5531. Obtained, Olympus Ingot *278. Obtained, Enhanced Silk Cloth Scroll *154. Obtained, Master Level Mana Crystal *29. Obtained, Expert Level Mana Crystal *178. At this moment, Chaoxing sighed. 2 more heroes' hearts have arrived, bringing the total to 4. If you add in the 9 jars in the secret room, outside, and the last large loot chest that's still unopened, the harvest in this treasure trove is truly astonishing. Chaoxing thought with satisfaction. He wasn't as disgusted by the numerous tests set by this master alchemist named Arkad as he had been before. Tests are fine. A few more treasure chests, and a few more tests wouldn't be a big deal. Then, he waved his hand, "Let's go to Baiji." With that, Chaoxing and his group quickly headed to the corner of the hall. The treasure chest Baiji had discovered was located quite far away, and it was the last one in the underground hall. As everyone approached, the woman stood, sword slung over her shoulder, waiting like a straight cedar tree. Her snow-white hair was smooth and flowing, and her stern face gave her a unique beauty. However, Chaoxing glanced around behind her, but saw no trace of the chest. "Where's the treasure chest you found?" he asked, perplexed. Baiji seemed to anticipate his question and calmly replied, "Here." With that, she stepped aside. A small chest suddenly appeared on the ground beneath her feet. Compared to the 2 larger chests they had opened earlier, this one was considerably smaller. Furthermore, its surface was a dark red. From its appearance alone, it was clear that the materials used to construct this treasure chest were unusual. It might even be some kind of special treasure chest, Puzzlement crossed everyone's eyes. This was the first time they had encountered a treasure chest of this kind. Xiaoxing nodded and quickly approached Bai Ji. He squatted down, and a system prompt appeared. Arcade's personal storage box discovered. Open it? Seeing the prompt, Xiaoxing seemed to understand something. Is this the alchemist's personal storage box? Xiaoxing's interest was immediately piqued. This storage box was unlocked and could be opened directly. As a survivor, Bai Ji also had permission to open it. But she knew the treasure belonged to Xiaoxing, so she didn't act rashly. At the same time, Xiaoxing simply clicked open. Click. The dark red box slowly opened, a mist emanating from it, as if a strange power was pulsing. It was impossible to tell what was inside. Xiaoxing could only store everything in his backpack. Obtained, unfinished stasis obelisk, legendary. Obtained, message from Alked *1. Obtained, world anchor key *1. The storage box contained only 3 items. However, when Xiaoxing saw the top item, his eyes suddenly widened. Oh, shit! There's actually a legendary building in here. What does a legendary building even mean? You know, Xiaoxing was rewarded with a legendary building after completing the achievement of first killing a demigod, the Dream Library. This library possesses extremely magical powers, greatly increasing the strength of those who enter and revealing some extremely precious treasures. And now, this storage box actually contained a building of this caliber. This instantly excited him. With anticipation, Xiaoxing eagerly checked the properties. Unfinished static mana obelisk. Quality, legendary. Type, territory building. Effect, no construction required. Simply select an area within the territory to place it. Building area, 350 square meters. Building height, 32 meters. Magic energy reserve, 0/1000000. Building effect 1, global static shield. Once this obelisk is successfully placed, it creates a translucent blue energy shield that covers the entire territory. The shield blocks physical, magical, and psychic attacks simultaneously. Shield durability, 1 billion/1 billion. After taking damage, 10,000 mana is consumed per second, restoring 1 million shield durability points. Note, shield durability can be increased by upgrading the mana obelisk. Special mechanic, after the shield is broken, it enters a 1-hour self-recovery period. Durability recovery rate is increased by 300%. Building effect 2, attack stasis field. Automatically triggers stasis field 0.5 seconds before an enemy attack impacts the shield. Projectile speed reduced to 1/100. Psychic attack transmission speed reduced to 1/100. Melee attackers slowed by 20%. Freeze for 2 seconds after 3 stacks. Building effect 3, mana regeneration system, unfinished, unavailable, prototype. Converts 30% of absorbed damage into stored mana. Current flaw, transformation causes the obelisk system to become unstable, with a 20% chance of self-destruction. Introduction. Standstillness doesn't mean weakness, but rather preserving the last spark of fire in the storm. This is the lifelong philosophy of our Statics Academy, Arcade. After reading the above attribute description, Xiaoxing was once again deeply shocked. Wow, is this the research result of this master of statics? It can generate a translucent shield covering the entire territory through the obelisk, and it has a durability of 1 billion. Holy crap! This is something tailor-made for me. You know, Xiaoxing's giant city is already under construction. Once construction is complete, he definitely need to establish a defensive force to ensure the safety of the entire giant city. Even with walls and guards, it's impossible to be completely impervious in the event of a large-scale war. Many attacks would undoubtedly strike from the air or from other angles, causing damage. With this citywide shield, there's no need to worry about any of that. This is truly all-around defense. Great. This way, my giant city will be even more powerful than those kingdom capitals. Even Everfrost doesn't have this kind of citywide energy shield. Xiaoxing thought contentedly. Furthermore, the shield released by this magical obelisk doesn't just provide passive defense, it also has a powerful special effect. An attack stasis field. It slows down all incoming attacks, including magical, physical, and even mental ones. This effect gave Xiaoxing a new idea. This world is a place where technology and magic coexist, and it's clear they've already mastered the fusion of these two forces to an extremely advanced level. Once my giant city is built, I can find some talented researchers in related fields. Have them help me create a special device that can automatically identify and intercept attacks. Similar to the air defense interception system on Blue Planet. It would neutralize the attack before it arrives. Combined with this stasis field, the success rate of interception will skyrocket. Chao Xing couldn't help but daydream. Of course, besides this interception system, he was even more eager to restore the final building effect, the magic energy feedback system. This effect actually converts incoming damage into magic energy, which in turn replenishes the shield's durability. With this function, Chao Xing wouldn't have to refill the obelisk with mana crystals anymore. This effectively saved him countless resources. But unfortunately, even this master of statics hadn't fully perfected this magic energy obelisk. Chao Xing put it into his backpack with satisfaction, sighing, "I thought the contents of those 2 boxes and the jars outside would be an astonishing harvest. I didn't expect there'd be such a powerful legendary building. This treasure map is a real steal." And the rewards didn't stop there. Inside this storage box were 2 other items, a letter and a peculiarly shaped key. The key was translucent, with strange energy veins flowing through its surface. It looked quite extraordinary. After a moment's deliberation, Chao Xing decided to examine the letter first. As soon as he pulled the letter from his backpack, Elisa, Tong Chu Chu, and the others came over curiously. Even the usually aloof Bai Ji couldn't help but take a few steps closer, a glint of inquiry in her eyes. Chao Xing glanced at them, but paid them no attention. He unfolded the letter, revealing a dense tapestry of ancient characters. The characters displayed a unique geometric structure, each character appearing as if precisely drawn with a ruler and compass, clearly the work of a civilization obsessed with precision. "Is this the language of the Azura civilization?" Isabel whispered. Chao Xing nodded. "Lord, can you understand it?" Elisa asked doubtfully. "No." However, although Chao Xing couldn't understand it, the system still automatically translated it. "To the foolish, or lucky, who will step into this place in the future. If you read this letter, it means you have solved the triple echo puzzle I set and the equilibrium equations left in the secret room, although I suspect you probably used some cheating method." "Humph, don't be so proud. Do you think you're so smart? These puzzles I left behind are just a simple screening mechanism. Only by passing the test do you prove you are worthy of listening to the secrets I am about to reveal. If you are just a worthless person who stumbled here by accident, then put this envelope away immediately, and do not read any further, otherwise it will have a negative impact on you. I give you 3 seconds to think about this." 3. Time's up. Now I'm going to tell you the secret I've discovered. I'm Arkad the Static, the 74th Dean of the Static Academy, a master alchemist, and a legendary arcane mage. I've spent my life studying various disciplines. Until that day, by chance, combining static equations, a large alchemical array, and my own legendary arcane power, I glimpsed a glimpse of a secret. I foresaw that the Azura civilization would one day soon be engulfed by a strange fog. This fog was so strange that even the 3-phase annihilation cannon we used to blast demigods had no effect on it. Azura civilization will perish silently in the thick fog. Those foolish council members dared to mock my prophecy and call me crazy. Huh? These idiots, I knew I couldn't rely on them. So, I poured all my savings and resources into building this laboratory. Not to save those short-sighted fools, but to find the true disruptor. Azura civilization's demise is inevitable, but perhaps there's still hope. I've used all my life's knowledge to construct an unprecedented device, my culmination. World Anchor. Yes, that floating geometric object behind you. Seeing this, Chao Xing instinctively raised his head and looked at the polyhedron in the center of the hall, emitting a faint blue light. World Anchor. He whispered the name, a flicker of shock in his eyes. Except for Bai Ji and Tong Chu Chu, no one else had the system's built-in translation function. He stared blankly at the abstract words on the paper. Elisa tilted her head and asked, "Lord, what does it say?" Chao Xing shook his head. "I don't know yet. I tell you after I finish reading it." "Oh." Elisa nodded, suddenly realizing. Chao Xing continued to look down at the information on the paper. "Perhaps you're wondering what this thing does. Now, let the great Alkad tell you. When I foresaw the fog engulfing the Azura civilization, I also foresaw something else. At some point in the future, a group of beings from other worlds will appear in this world. They seem to be called Otherworld Lords. I knew their landing locations in advance, so I left a spatial node at each location. This way, when someone enters my laboratory and uses the key I left behind to unlock the World Anchor, the spatial anchor will be activated. The territories of those otherworldly lords will establish a connection with the World Anchor, allowing them to be teleported here through spatial nodes." Seeing this, Chao Xing's eyes suddenly lit up with shock. "Holy crap! They can teleport us, the otherworldly lords, from our territories to these ruins. That's outrageous. Chapter 731. Being able to teleport other lords from their territory. What does this mean? This means that all otherworldly lords can now explore this ruin at any time within their territory. For Chaoxing and his companions, this place is like a permanent large-scale dungeon. Although it sounds incredible, Chaoxing speculates that it is likely true. Because upon entering, the system directly awarded 20,000 reputation points. This is far beyond the rewards of a typical hidden area, and if this is a large-scale dungeon accessible to all otherworldly lords, then 20,000 reputation points wouldn't be surprising at all. I see. Master Alcade's invention is truly astonishing. Chaoxing took a deep breath, suppressed his excitement, and continued to investigate. You may wonder why I did this. Because you are variables. You are loopholes that even the laws of the world cannot fully control. I've exhausted the principles of statics, combined with alchemical calculations, and finally concluded, only by drawing upon the power of another world can this world's fateful cycle be broken. However, my world anchor has limited energy, and can only activate a maximum of 100,000 spatial anchor points per day. If I want to use it again, I have to wait 7 days. A final reminder, the disaster is never over. It's merely postponed. When the rules are unbalanced, the world will usher in. The last few lines of the letter suddenly became blurred, as if deliberately erased by some force, leaving only a few fragmented words. Fog, spirit, advent. Chaoxing pondered. When the rules are unbalanced? This wasn't the first time he heard this. From the ancient dragons to the 6 true gods, to those deceased true gods and spirits, they all seemed to be striving for a certain balance. Even this master of statics seemed to have a vague foresight. In other words, if the rules were ever completely unbalanced, it could lead to extremely serious consequences. Of course, for Chaoxing, this was probably a very distant prospect. Besides the concept of balance, he also understood something else. Why did this master of statics invent the world anchor to summon the lords of Otherworld to this ruin? Because, with the number of our lords of Otherworld, coupled with our rapid growth, we might actually be able to completely conquer this ruin. Then, we'd be able to uncover the truth behind the fall of the Azura civilization. However, this world anchor has its limits. It can only transport 100,000 lords at a time, and there's a 7-day cooldown period. But this number is also quite astonishing. After all, most lords have now broken through to the 6th level or above, the Master Realm. Many lords also have Master-level subjects under their command. If 100,000 lords are summoned, including their subjects, at least hundreds of thousands of masters will descend upon these ruins. This terrifying power is enough to overturn the entire ruins. Of course, this assumes Chaoxing is willing to activate the world anchor. After all, the key to this device is in his hands. Thinking of this, a translucent key materialized in his hand, its surface radiating energy fluctuations. Is this the key to the world anchor? Bai Ji asked, her eyebrows furrowed slightly, puzzled. Since she also had the system's built-in translation function, she knew the contents of the letter. Chaoxing nodded. Seeing this, Bai Ji asked again, so, are you planning to summon the other lords? Chaoxing didn't answer immediately, but pondered for a moment. Standing nearby, Elisa, Isabel, and the others were already confused by their conversation. Elisa eagerly asked, Lord, what are you talking about? What is the world anchor key? She seemed deeply curious. Tong Chu Chu then explained the functions of these two items. After hearing this, everyone's eyes widened, staring at the key in Chaoxing's hand with astonishment. They also realized its importance. After a moment's deliberation, Chaoxing said directly, let's go to the center of the hall first. Everyone nodded and followed him to the center of the hall. They looked up, gazing at the floating blue polyhedron before them. Chaoxing remained silent, pondering, the world anchor must be activated. After all, this place represents a rare opportunity for all survivors. Not to mention the inner city, even these buildings in the outer city, and the jars buried deep in the ground are extremely valuable resources. Even if they simply come in and kill the race in the mist, they gain a considerable amount of experience. But, since only 100,000 people can be teleported in at a time, can I choose which 100,000 people? Such a great place, coupled with limited spots. Chaoxing naturally considered giving priority to the survivors in the 4 major districts. After all, these people were his core base, and helping them improve would also allow Chaoxing to better leverage trade in the future. As for the possibility that they would share Chaoxing's profits after entering, that wasn't a concern. Given the scale of this lost royal city, coupled with the fog, it was arguable that, unless the fog was completely cleared, even with Chaoxing's current strength, it would be impossible to fully explore the entire city in a short period of time. Rather than thinking of monopolizing it and dying, it's better to develop it with everyone and expand the pie. Thinking of this, Chao Xing took a step closer, and a system prompt suddenly appeared. Do you want to use the key to activate the world anchor and open the dungeon entrance? Note, due to the limited energy of this device, a maximum of 100,000 teleportation channels can be opened in a single day. The holder of the key will be granted special privileges, allowing him to deny or approve entry requests from other survivor lords. Seeing the note at the end, Chao Xing's lips curled into a smile. As expected, as the discoverer of this treasure and the holder of the key, he possessed special privileges. While he couldn't choose which territories' teleportation channels he could open, he could deny entry to certain lords. The same was true for Chao Xing. Bai Ji, standing next to him, looked up and asked, "How's that?" Chao Xing nodded. "It can be opened, and I can choose who enters the ruins." Hearing this, Bai Ji's breath hitched, a flicker of shock in her beautiful eyes. She took a deep breath, quickly regaining her composure. "So what do you mean?" Chao Xing chuckled. "Of course, as you're thinking. I let the survivors from the 4 districts in first. By the way, give your instant Eternal Legion a heads up and have them prepare." Bai Ji nodded slightly and said solemnly, "I understand. Thank you." Having personally experienced this for the past few days, Bai Ji knew clearly the importance of this relic. Chao Xing's allowing her, a member of his legion, to enter was a tremendous favor. Adding to Chao Xing's care for her throughout their journey, a complex expression gradually flickered in the woman's eyes. Touched yet hesitant. Like a lonely bird that suddenly finds a safe haven, yet dares not approach. Chao Xing ignored her gaze, and simply clicked confirm. The next moment, the translucent key in his hand automatically floated up. The tip of the key shone with a dazzling blue light, and as if summoned by some kind of force, it plunged into the core of the dark blue geometric shape ahead. Instantly, the geometric object, previously rotating at a steady speed, suddenly stopped. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. 5 seconds later, the luminous geometric object, the world anchor, began to tremble violently. Buzz, buzz. Powerful energy waves continuously emanated from the world anchor. In a mere moment, they enveloped the entire ruins. The power completely surpassed that of Chao Xing's breakthrough to legendary status. And as the world anchor vibrated, the invisible energy waves continued to spread at an extremely rapid rate. It spread directly from the ground to the surface, sweeping across hundreds of kilometers. The perpetual snow on the glaciers, forests, and mountains began to crumble at a rapid pace. Boom! The earth trembled violently. Thousands of kilometers away in Lingland's main city, the Blue Queen, reviewing documents, suddenly paused. Her mature face lifted slightly, a look of surprise in her beautiful eyes. At the same time, a system notification appeared before all the survivors. Attention all survivors. Attention all survivors. Attention all survivors. 3 consecutive notifications caused the pupils of over 1 billion survivors to shrink. At that moment, no matter what they were doing, they dropped their tasks. After all, the last time such a serious announcement appeared was during the Blood Rebellion. A sudden sense of foreboding gripped the survivors, and they stared intently at the system interface. At the same time, notifications continued to appear. Chao Xing, a survivor from one of the 4 major districts, has activated the large-scale dungeon, the Lost Royal City. Dungeon teleportation function has been activated. Now, a dungeon portal will appear next to the bonfire in the center of each survivor's territory. You can enter the large dungeon through this portal. Warning! This dungeon ranges from level 50 to 150, and may contain unknown dangers. Please proceed with caution. At this moment, the survivors across the server fell silent again. They had originally thought that this was another major event or catastrophe sweeping the entire server. To their surprise, it was the opening of a large dungeon, and one related to Chao Xing. Immediately, the chat room exploded. Yun Zhenghong, holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. What did I see? Master Chao Xing opened a large-scale dungeon? And he can even teleport us directly into it from our territory. Fitzgerald, oh my god. This Chao Xing is incredible. He always pulls off something so astonishing. Yukita Himino, as expected of Lord Chao Xing. I was just thinking that it's a bit boring to just build up our territory every day during this development period, and he opens a large-scale dungeon so soon. Li Huanmin, great. It's a dungeon. I'm going to be the first one in and scoop up all the treasures inside. Instantly, all the survivors in the server were in an uproar. After all, everyone knew that dungeons represented opportunities, And this was the first large-scale dungeon opened so far. There might be some amazing treasures inside. Survivors from all 4 districts were also discussing this in the chat room. Boss Xiaoxing is really exaggerating. He's pulled off another server-wide event. Yes, this time it's a large-scale dungeon for levels 50 to 150. We just recently reached level 6 and urgently need to upgrade a large number of monsters. This dungeon is opening at the perfect time. There must be a lot of treasures in this dungeon. Has anyone tried to enter it? At this moment, some action-oriented people had already begun to try. Peng Chunlu, I saw the portal next to the campfire. When I approached it, the system prompted that it was a dungeon portal. Currently, there's only one large dungeon inside, the Lost City. However, to enter the dungeon, you need to apply first. I've already applied. Another survivor chimed in, I applied too, but why do I need to apply to enter a dungeon? Is there no one managing it? Everyone was baffled. At this moment, some sharp-eyed survivors noticed something unusual. Look, isn't there a number next to the dungeon name? Everyone opened the dungeon interface to take a look. Dungeon 1, Lost Royal City, 100,000/100,000. There's a number. What's it for? I don't know. Is it a countdown? That's weird. I clicked on apply to enter, but nothing happened. More and more people noticed the number, and many clicked on apply to enter, but so far, there's been no response. This left them feeling confused and doubtful. At this moment, Xiaoxing opened the chat channels of the 4 major regions and spoke, Xiaoxing, gold everyone, I'm Xiaoxing. When his golden name appeared, the chat channels of the 4 major regions immediately exploded. Holy crap! It's the golden Xiaoxing. How did you do that? He even has a golden name. That's so cool. Master Xiaoxing. How did you open this large-scale dungeon? Can you tell me? Master Xiaoxing, are you in the dungeon? Please help me. The screen was flooded with messages, even more exciting than the legendary beast meat trade he'd just been involved in. Watching his own messages being instantly drowned out, it looked like the situation wouldn't calm down for several minutes. The next moment, Xiaoxing's mind shifted. Then, a message appeared in the chat channel. Channel Administrator Xiaoxing has muted everyone. You will not be able to speak until the administrator unmutes. The frenzied chat channel instantly calmed down. Although the survivors in the 4 districts were unable to speak, their hearts were already surging with turmoil. Privately, the chat channels of each small team were flooded with messages. Holy crap! A universal muting function? Am I seeing this right? You're not seeing this right, it's real. No one can speak anymore. Gee, I've never heard of such a function in any district's chat channel. Master Xiaoxing, this is outrageous. He's even capable of something like this? The survivors in the 4 districts were stunned. At this moment, Xiaoxing looked at the quiet chat channel and slowly spoke. Xiaoxing, Gold, I think you've all seen the system notification. I just opened a large-scale dungeon. As the system describes, this large-scale dungeon has high-level monsters and contains many dangers. But equally, it also holds numerous opportunities. He didn't explain why he could mute someone in the channel, but instead introduced the Lost Royal City. He continued, however, the teleportation node in this Lost Royal City is unstable and has limited energy, allowing only 100,000 lords to enter at a time. As for who is allowed to enter, I can choose. Hearing this, the survivors of the 4 districts, standing in their respective territories, erupted in an uproar. At this point, they finally understood the meaning of the number after the dungeon name. So it was the number of people allowed to enter the dungeon, and the decision rested with Xiaoxing. Everyone thought this was outrageous. After all, being able to ban chat in all 4 districts was outrageous enough. And now, he also controlled the dungeon entrance. A quick thought would reveal the enormous profits he could make from just this one dungeon entrance. Xiaoxing could easily set an entrance fee, perhaps requiring a certain amount of materials per person to enter. He could literally get rich without doing anything. This also caused the survivors in the 4 districts to nervously speculate. What conditions would Xiaoxing offer to grant anyone a dungeon entry? However, he bluntly stated, this dungeon entry is free. However, for everyone's safety, I will conduct a screening process and prioritize those from the 4 major regions. In addition, due to the high level of this dungeon, only those above level 50 can enter. Everyone, please gather all the combatants above level 50 in your territory, and prepare for the defense of your territory. In 10 minutes, I will approve your entry. With that, Xiaoxing disabled the full channel mute. The chat channel was flooded with comments once again. Holy crap! Free entry, and priority given to those in our 4 districts. So generous. As expected of Master Chao Xing, he's as generous as ever, even willing to share such a precious spot for free. How shameful. I was just assuming he'd charge us, but... Sure enough, Master Chao Xing is the guiding star of our 4 districts. Always loyal to Master Chao Xing. The survivors were thrilled, praising Chao Xing's character and generosity. In fact, Chao Xing had initially considered charging for this spot. But then he changed his mind and decided it wasn't necessary. After all, he had so many ways to harvest the resources of the survivors in the 4 districts. Chapter 732. Chao Xing has countless ways to harvest the resources held by the survivors in the 4 regions. There's absolutely no need to use this dungeon quota to make money. That would be inefficient, and would only damage his reputation. What Chao Xing needs to do is to grow his base as quickly as possible. It would be ideal if everyone reached level 70, or even heroes. Even if legendaries were born in large numbers, he wouldn't worry or feel any sense of crisis. Because, with the blessing of the SSS level eternal power, he's the strongest among his peers and the fastest growing. If the survivors break through to legendary, he might have already reached divine. With such an absolute advantage, there's no chance of accidents. At the same time, as Chao Xing concluded his speech, the survivors in the 4 regions sprang into action. Quick, gather all combatants above level 50. Logistics team, prepare enough healing potions. Activate all defense towers in automatic mode to ensure the safety of the territory. On the World Channel, the survivors in other regions reacted drastically upon hearing this news. What? Only people from the 4 districts can enter? A lord named Stephanie exclaimed angrily. This is so unfair. Chui Sungjun of District 145 said coldly, at Chao Xing, this important resource should be distributed fairly across the server. You gave it all to the 4 districts. That's incredibly selfish. That's right. Why are only they allowed to enter? However, Chao Xing didn't even bother to read what these people were saying. Meanwhile, Chao Xing was setting up the entry information. As he just mentioned in the chat, he could set his own requirements for becoming a lord to enter the dungeon. Otherwise, with 100,000 slots available per day, even if he could see the applicant's name and the server behind them, Chao Xing would have to click agree on each one, which would take forever. So, this feature made things much more convenient. Once he set the requirements, the system would automatically approve lord applications with the required symbols. While doing this, Chao Xing also opened the metal door to the laboratory. This was a special privilege granted after he gained control of the world anchor. He could freely control the doors and instruments of the entire underground laboratory. Boom! With the muffled sound of gears turning, the door slowly slid open, revealing the secret room behind. 9 metal pedestals lined the wall, their jars resting intact on them. Chao Xing smiled and said, Go, Sarah, bring all the jars. Yes, my lord. The phantom dancer vanished with a flicker, blending into the shadows. A moment later, she reappeared beside Chao Xing. My lord, all the jars have been retrieved. Please review them. Chao Xing nodded. Well done. With a flick of his hand, he tucked all the jars into his backpack. Received, 6 unopened silver jars. Received, 2 unopened gold jars. Received, 1 unopened black jar. Looking at the items in his backpack, Chao Xing's lips curled up. Very good. I have over 20 jars now. Next, when the survivors arrive, with their abilities, they'll be able to collect more jars for me soon. And I can trade them for the legendary beast meat I have. How wonderful. Chao Xing thought contentedly. At this moment, Elisa came over to him and excitedly asked, Lord, when can we start smashing the jars? This girl was incredibly enthusiastic about opening them. Chao Xing glanced at her and said calmly, What's the rush? We said we open them together after we get back. Hearing this, Elisa lowered her head in disappointment. Okay then. After putting all the jars into his backpack, Chao Xing looked at the dark blue geometric shape before him. There was a countdown on it. 7 minutes and 53 seconds 8 minutes until the world anchor activates the teleportation and the survivors arrive at the ruins. At this moment, the chat channels outside, including the World Forum, were abuzz with chatter. Many survivors from other regions posted on the forum, complaining about Chao Xing's discriminatory treatment. But Chao Xing paid no attention to this information. After all, he still had many rewards to digest. Chao Xing looked at the 4 hero hearts in his backpack and thought, before the survivors arrive, I can use these hearts of strength to boost everyone's strength. So, he pressed the communication device to his ear and said, All units guarding the tunnel, come down. The several large men outside, upon hearing this, sprang into action. Soon, they all appeared neatly beside the Lord. Chao Xing's gaze swept over the group, a thoughtful look in his eyes. He was wondering which of them should advance to the hero realm first. After a moment, he called out, Baiji, Lord Orlan, Elisa, Blot, the four of you come forward. The four of them exchanged glances, then each stepped out. This choice was the product of Chao Xing's careful consideration. As for Baiji, needless to say, he had already promised to help her reach the hero realm. And Lord Orlan had been guiding the team throughout the journey, and his presence had saved them many detours. As for Elisa, she had discovered one of the treasure chests, making a significant contribution. Adhering to the principle of fair distribution, Chao Xing decided to give these four people priority in their breakthrough opportunities. He handed each of them 4 hero hearts and said, Next, it's your turn to break through first. The four of them grasped the crystals imbued with immense power, their eyes reflecting varying emotions. Elisa excitedly exclaimed, Wow! Captain Elisa is about to break through to become a hero. From now on, call me Hero Elisa, hee hee hee. The black smoke shaman Blot sighed with emotion, I never thought I joined this territory in less than a year. Not only have I successfully exacted revenge on the Blood Legion, but now I'm on my way to a realm I once only dreamed of. Joining this territory is truly the greatest blessing of my life. The Lord of Orin held the Heart of Power in his hand, his eyes filled with hesitation. He said worriedly, Lord Chao Xing, you should give this precious Heart of Power to your subjects first. It's okay for me to wait a little longer. When you gain more Hearts of Power, just give them to me. Chao Xing chuckled and shook his head. It's fine. Giving it to you first is just as good. The power I bring is already strong enough. On the contrary, you will be able to transform after your breakthrough, and it will also provide you with greater safety in these dangerous ruins. The Lord of Orin was startled at this, then bowed solemnly. Thank you, Lord Chao Xing, for your gift. As promised, similarly, if you need anything in the future, please feel free to ask. I will do my best to fulfill your request. Thanks to your generous gift, Orin Griffin's favorability has increased. Current favorability, trust. Seeing the prompt, Chao Xing smiled faintly. City Lord Orin is serious. This is what you deserve. After a pause, he reminded Dui, however, don't get your hopes up too high. This Heart of Power has a chance of failure, so you should be mentally prepared. The City Lord also smiled and nodded. Okay, thank you for the reminder. Then, the four of them simultaneously crushed the Heart of Power in their hands. Crack, crack. With a series of shattering sounds, they absorbed the pure power contained in the crystal. Instantly, a powerful aura erupted from everyone. Buzz! The powerful energy waves swept across the entire hall, causing the ground to tremble slightly. The 4 master-level warriors who broke through on the field, except Bai Ji, all have the potential to be at the leader level at the very least. It can be said that their power is astonishing. Everyone held their breath, watching the 4 individuals' breakthroughs. After 5 long minutes, 3 terrifying auras rose in succession, as if breaking free from the shackles of life. The strength of 3 of them surged dramatically. Then, 2 system notifications appeared. Your territory member, Elisa, has successfully broken through to become a Tier 8 heroic creature, leader potential, with a 100% increase in basic attributes, a 200% increase in attack range, and a 100% increase in prosperity. Your territory member, Brought Brimstone, has successfully broken through to become a Tier 8 heroic creature, leader potential, with a 100% increase in basic attributes, a 200% increase in attack range, and a 100% increase in prosperity. Elisa and Brought successfully broke through in quick succession, the energy surging around them gradually stabilizing. However, a fierce aura rose from the Orlan City Lord nearby. He seemed to have entered his frenzied state again, his skin turning a crimson red. A large amount of white mist rose from his head and body. His entire body radiated an astonishing heat, like a red-hot iron. Huh? With a heavy breath, the Orlan City Lord suddenly opened his eyes. He exhaled a stream of scorching air, feeling the surging power within him. He exclaimed in amazement, Is this the heroic realm? He clenched his fists, his fingertips crackling like popping beans. Such a formidable force. The 3 men successfully completed their breakthrough, their faces beaming with joy. However, Bai Ji's breakthrough had failed. The woman remained upright, her face expressionless, as if unfazed by her recent failure. However, a fleeting flicker of disappointment could still be seen in her eyes. Chao Xing walked over to her and said calmly, Don't worry. I continue to help you break through after you gain the hero's heart. Bai Ji raised her head, a flicker of emotion in her gaze, as she looked at Chao Xing. After a moment, she seemed to realize something, her face flushed slightly, and she quickly turned her head away. A cold voice came over. "Thank you." Chaoxing waved his hand, dismissing it. Then, as usual, he opened Elisa and Blott's dashboards and checked them. Ice Archer, Elisa. Race, human. Level 70, 0/10 million. Potential, leader. Detailed attributes, click to view. Black Smoke Shaman, Blot Brimstone. Race, Char. Level 70, 0/10 million. Potential, leader. Detailed attributes, click to view. Since both of them have leader level potential, their stats after breaking through to rank 8 are similar. However, Elisa is a bit special. After the fog incident, she activated a new talent, Moon Affinity. This ability grants her some benefits when fighting at night under a moonlight. Especially under a full moon, it also activates the Moonlight Burst ability. This grants all of her arrow attacks an explosive effect, dealing considerable damage. However, since it's not normally used, Chaoxing didn't pay much attention to it. After everyone had broken through, Chaoxing said, "Alright, everyone, get ready. The survivors will be arriving soon. Lord Oren, I'd like you to explain the rules of this ruin to them." The Lord quickly shook his head and said, "You're welcome. It's a simple task." Chaoxing nodded, his gaze shifting to the floating geometric shape before him, a string of numbers appearing on it. Countdown, 59 seconds. Countdown, 58 seconds. When the countdown ends, the army of survivors will arrive at the ruins. At this moment, two questions surfaced in Chaoxing's mind. The first was, where would these lords emerge from? After all, while this hall looked spacious, it couldn't possibly hold hundreds of thousands of people. If all these lords rushed in, wouldn't they overwhelm the entire laboratory hall? The second question was, how would these lords return after entering? Would they have to return to the surface through the tunnel like Chaoxing and the others had done when they arrived, and then trek back to their territory? Given the strength of these lords, moving thousands of kilometers would be an extremely difficult challenge. Many people might die along the way. Just as Chaoxing was pondering this, the countdown ended. The system began rapidly approving the lords' applications based on Chaoxing's criteria. Then, a dazzling blue light erupted from the polygonal geometric object before them, and the object began to spin at an astonishing speed. Buzz! Powerful spatial fluctuations swept through the entire laboratory hall, even distorting the surrounding air. The blue light was so dazzling that everyone subconsciously closed their eyes. At this moment, Chaoxing suddenly felt a vibration overhead. He also sensed a vast spatial force gathering. Huh? It's actually above my head? Chaoxing asked in confusion. At the same time, above the hall, on the desolate ground of the ruins, crisscrossed blue energy lines emerged. These blue lines moved across the ground like living creatures, connecting and interweaving, gradually forming a complex alchemical array pattern. The next moment, a massive array with a diameter exceeding 4 kilometers took shape. From this array, heart-pounding spatial fluctuations erupted, and the entire ruins began to tremble violently. A system prompt appeared. The world anchor has activated the spatial teleportation array. All lords will now be teleported within its range. Note, if you wish to return to your territory early, you can proceed to the teleportation array area and consume 5,000 mana points to activate the teleportation, returning to your respective territory. Note 2. Once activated, the teleportation array is unprotected. If the array is destroyed, the teleportation function will cease. Please protect the area from attack. When the prompt ended, the glaring blue light emitted by the geometric object dissipated, and everyone in the hall opened their eyes. A look of realization crossed Chaoxing's eyes. So that's how it is. This master of statics has made preparations, setting up a large teleportation array above the laboratory specifically for teleporting lords. If you wish to return, simply return to the teleportation array area and consume another 5,000 mana points. Calculating this as 1 high-level magic crystal equals 1,000 points of magic power, and 1 expert-level magic crystal equals 5,000 points of magic power, this means that 1 expert-level magic crystal or 5 high-level magic crystals are all that's needed to return directly. For most lords, this cost shouldn't be a problem. Just as Chaoxing was pondering this, a large teleportation array with a diameter of over 4 kilometers began to erupt with a radiant light. The violent energy fluctuations caused the entire ruins to tremble violently. The adventurers, mercenaries, and even the legendary masters all looked towards this area. Ancient and powerful voices echoed. Is this a spatial teleportation wave? A black-robed legendary mage hovered in midair, his bony fingers trembling unconsciously. Such a large-scale teleportation. How many people are coming in? Off to the other side, A warrior carrying a great sword narrowed his eyes. Something's wrong. What's happening in this ruin is different from anything before. What exactly happened? Even these legendary experts found it hard to comprehend. After all, they had explored the ruins so many times before, and had never experienced so many unexpected events. The legendary experts were eager to come and investigate. But now, the inner city was about to open. Furthermore, they sensed a faint sense of deadly threat in that area, as if some great terror awaited them. After pondering it, these experts abandoned the idea. At this moment, the teleportation array still radiated a dazzling light. A dense mass of figures could be seen gradually solidifying. After a moment, the light dissipated. Tens of thousands of lords, accompanied by their master-level subjects, appeared at the center of the magic circle. They gazed curiously around, their eyes sweeping across the thick foggy areas and the towering city walls in the distance. Suddenly, everyone's eyes lit up with surprise. Oh my god, they actually teleported us here. How cool. I sense it. There are many treasures waiting to be discovered in this land. I feel like I'm going to make a fortune here. Take me with you. I'm a level 55 Aurora Knight, capable of both fighting and carrying. Brothers, charge. Chapter 733. As idiot gamers, they naturally crave adventure and suicidal thoughts. So, upon arriving at this ruin, before even figuring out the situation, they rushed out to explore. It was obvious that wandering around in this dangerous ruin would result in heavy casualties. Just then, powerful figures swiftly emerged from the nearby underground passage. A 10-meter-tall golem, the massive and powerful Tauren chieftain, Volibear the snowstorm bear, Blue the frost moose, and so on. One after another, these colossal creatures appeared. Adding to that, the iconic mammoth immediately captured everyone's attention. They knew that at this stage, only that person could have such a magnificent lineup. It's Boss Chao Xing. Haha, Boss Chao Xing is here too, what a coincidence. Brother, what nonsense are you talking about? Boss Chao Xing brought us here. If he's not here, where else could he be? Captain, we're the Spark Corps. Chao Xing's arrival instantly excited the lords, but they suppressed their urge to explore and waited patiently. Elsewhere, after Chao Xing emerged, he didn't rush over. Instead, he used his authority to simultaneously close the door to the laboratory below and the gate to the underground passage, ensuring the safety of the core area. Then he led his team toward the group of lords. Dong dong. Dong dong. The footsteps of several massive figures within the team echoed continuously, shaking the ground slightly. The lords couldn't help but hold their breath at the mere sensation of the pressure emanating from these powerful men. The restless mood instantly calmed. As Chao Xing arrived before the vast army of survivors, riding atop the mammoth's broad back, he spoke. Everyone, I'm Chao Xing. I believe you all understand the general situation. You were transported from the territory to these ruins via the teleportation array I activated. His voice was calm, amplified by magical power, and transmitted clearly to everyone's ears. The survivors nodded in agreement, gazing at Chao Xing with excitement. After a pause, he continued, however, as I mentioned before, these ruins are not for your enjoyment. They are fraught with danger. You could lose your life if you're not careful. Now, I let the mayor of Dwelluin Lake City explain the rules of this ruins and some precautions. After speaking, Chao Xing looked at the middle-aged man beside him. Lord Orlan stepped forward and explained, Hello everyone, I am the Lord of Dwelluin Lake City. Now, I will explain the rules of the ruins to you. First, just as Chao Xing had just entered, Lord Orlan explained many of the rules. The lords' brows furrowed, their gazes growing serious. They then realized that if Chao Xing hadn't stopped them, these survivors would have lost at least tens of thousands of people in this ruins before they could even grasp these intricacies. When Lord Orlan finished his speech, he naturally retreated. The survivors digested the information they had just received with a solemn expression. Chao Xing looked around at the group and said in a deep voice, I believe you all know the general rules. This ruin is dangerous, but also teeming with opportunities. Pots, treasure chests, and even the vengeful spirits hidden in the mist can all help us improve our strength. But remember, opportunities always come with risks. We must prioritize our own safety. When exploring, try to travel in groups. After a pause, he added, Also, you can exchange the pots you find in this ruin for legendary beast meat with me. I give you a satisfactory price. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd stirred again. Although the series of dangerous rules just outlined by Lord Orlan had intimidated these lords, their desire for treasures overcame their fear. At this moment, a lord suddenly shouted, Master Chao Xing, you just said that the inner city will open tomorrow. Will you be heading there? This question instantly captured everyone's attention, hundreds of thousands of eyes turning to him. From the previous explanation, they already knew that the inner city was a more advanced area than the outer city, potentially containing even more treasures. Likewise, it's even more dangerous. Chao Xing nodded slightly. I'm going in. This answer made some of the lords' eyes light up, and they immediately began to stir. If they could travel with this legendary leader, their safety would definitely be guaranteed. However, Chao Xing's next words poured cold water on them. However, I suggest you first acclimate yourself to the outer city. At this point, I don't know what the inner city is like. But according to what these natives have revealed, the danger level inside is far greater than the outer city. If we enter rashly, we might not even have a chance to retreat and will be destroyed. If you truly wish to enter the inner city, I urge you to reconsider. The lords gradually calmed down after hearing Chao Xing's stern warning. They exchanged glances. After a moment, one lord said, "Let's all listen to Master Chao Xing. Let's explore the outer areas for a while. The opportunities out there alone are enough to significantly improve us." Another lord echoed, "That's right. Master Chao Xing won't harm us. Listen to him. Greed is insatiable. Your own life is more important than any treasure." After a few words, everyone quickly reached a consensus. Chao Xing nodded in satisfaction. The survivors from the 4 districts were quite rational. Only by remaining calm could one survive in this perilous ruin. Chao Xing was just about to let the survivors disperse. At this moment, as if remembering something, he said, "By the way, there's one more thing I need to remind you all. Between midnight and 6 in the morning, a fog will erupt from the inner city, enveloping the entire ruins. During this time, you need to find a safe zone to hide in. I just checked, and this teleportation array contains a special power that can also resist the encroaching fog. If you can't find a safe zone at night, remember to return here." Hearing Chao Xing's reminder, the faces of the 100,000 lords showed gratitude. "I understand, Boss Chao Xing, thank you for the reminder. Boss Chao Xing is truly kind. He's truly the guardian angel of our 4 districts. Chao Xing, I love you." Amidst the enthusiastic cheers of the lords, they each led their subordinates, or formed groups with a few lords they knew, and dispersed. In the blink of an eye, the hundreds of thousands of troops retreated like a tide, leaving only about 1,000 lords. They were members of the Spark Legion and the Momentary Eternal Legion. As the 2 largest legions in the 4 regions, those who joined were naturally elites, who had been carefully selected. Among them were the 3 deputy captains, Tianjing, Yao Yiming, and Ji Xinhua. At this moment, they looked excitedly at the man and woman before them, their captains. Chao Xing looked around at the crowd and continued, "I think everyone understands the basic situation. Although you are all members of my group, I can give you all priority entry into the ruins. But I can't offer you much additional assistance on this exploration. What you gain from this ruins depends entirely on your own abilities." Hearing this, the 1,000 lords responded excitedly. "Captain, we can do this without any extra help." "That's right. We're the best legion in the server. Our attributes alone are significantly higher than those of the other survivors. This ruin won't be a problem for us. Brothers, don't embarrass the captain. The level 8 Spark Legion's attribute and critical strike bonus alone is a whopping 15%, significantly higher than the Momentary Eternal Legion next door. Of course, while the Momentary Eternal Legion is somewhat inferior, its members are still quite capable. Each lord has at least 2 master-level members, and they all have considerable potential, starting at the leader level." Chao Xing chuckled and nodded. "Very well, now let's go explore. By the way, if you really find yourself in a life-or-death crisis..." He paused, his expression growing more serious. "Shout out in the Legion channel, and give me your coordinates. I do my best to rescue you. Members of the Momentary Eternal Legion can also call for help in the Legion channel, and contact me through your leader." With the strength of Chao Xing's legendary warriors, they can cover vast distances in a short period of time when fully mobilized. Despite the fog's obstruction, they can still arrive in time to rescue. Hearing this, the expressions of the 2 Legion lords shifted slightly, their eyes flickering with gratitude and surprise. The lords of the Momentary Eternal Legion seemed puzzled as to why Chao Xing would offer them assistance. However, upon seeing the white-haired, cold and stunning woman standing beside Chao Xing, they all smiled meaningfully. They straightened their backs and shouted in unison, "Yes, Commander." With that, the 1,000 lords dispersed. After arranging these lords, Chao Xing called over Tai San and Tai Si, the 2 golems. He instructed, "Next, you will guard the vicinity of the teleportation array. Your mission is to protect this teleportation array. If you see anyone attempting to attack or otherwise harm this area, eliminate them immediately. Also, all otherworldly lords are prohibited from engaging in combat or conflict in this area. Stop them the first time, annihilate them the second time. As the system specifically indicated, this teleportation array could be destroyed by brute force. The importance of this magic circle is self-evident. It serves as the entrance for all survivors exploring the ruins dungeon. So Chao Xing left these two magic elephants behind, specifically for defense. Although they were only at master and hero levels, respectively, after Chao Xing's amplifications, they were now capable of suppressing any unrest below legend level. The two mechanical magic elephants replied, "Yes, Master. We will defend you to the death." Chao Xing nodded, then looked at the core combatants around him. "Let's go, we're ready to depart. We're still some distance from the city walls. Today's mission is to approach the inner city. Then tomorrow morning, we enter directly." Everyone's expression straightened upon hearing this. "Yes, Lord." With these words, this formidable team, led by 6 legendary warriors and a large number of heroes and masters, began their steady advance toward the fog-shrouded city walls. Their figures were quickly engulfed by the grayish-white mist. Behind them, 2 golems' eyes flashed red, resolutely guarding the teleportation array. An hour later, Chao Xing and his companions were approximately 30 kilometers away from the teleportation array. They were advancing slowly. They were practically treading the misty terrain. Their aura of life attracted a large number of misty wraiths. However, these wraiths were quickly dispatched, vanishing as experience points. During this time, Chao Xing had accumulated approximately 100 million experience points, a very good amount. At the same time, the Lord's army, which had just entered the ruins, also began to move. With the teleportation array as their center, they each led their master-level warriors, exploring and fighting throughout the ruins. Currently, most of the lords were engaged in combat with the wraiths within the fog, working in perfect coordination. Shield guards and other melee classes formed a defensive line in the front. Behind them were mages, hunters, and other range damage classes. Even though the wraiths within the fog were formidable, these lords were no pushovers. With their coordinated efforts, they were quickly slain in waves, vanishing into nothing but experience points. One lord, observing the rising experience bar, exclaimed in delight, "Holy crap! One wraith gives me hundreds of thousands of experience points, which is equivalent to killing a dozen monsters outside. Awesome! Haha! This leveling speed is like riding a rocket. Woohoo! I feel like I can reach level 70 right here. That's incredible." These lords were practically beside themselves with excitement. At this moment, another lord reminded them, "Everyone, don't forget. Thanks to Boss Chao Xing for ending the blood expansion, everyone can enjoy the 50% experience bonus from Star of Savior. Otherwise, killing a single wraith wouldn't give such a high experience bonus." Hearing this, the other lords also remembered this, and felt immensely grateful. After all, thanks to Chao Xing, only the lords of the 4 regions could enjoy this powerful experience bonus buff. Now, finding this holy monster spawning spot for the lords of the 4 regions is like providing a nanny-level service. One lord thought to himself, "Damn it. We have to work harder now. We can't let Boss Chao Xing keep helping us." Another lord echoed, "Yes, we can't always rely on others. We must cherish this opportunity, and strive to become stronger. Brothers, keep leveling up and strive to join the Spark Legion." After hearing this, everyone began to work even harder on monsters. In contrast to these frantically leveling lords, another group transformed into an archaeological expedition. Chao Xing had explained that some suspicious-looking ground might contain precious jars. But they didn't know what suspicious ground looked like. All they could see were slightly raised mounds or slightly different colored soil, and they began digging frantically. Instantly, tens of thousands of powerful masters transformed into a digging army, creating a spectacular spectacle. And, with so many people, some of the survivors actually managed to find something. A dusty-faced lord, holding a dirt-covered jar, frantically flooded the 4 district chats. "Holy crap! I dug it! I dug it! Ha ha ha! It's a gold jar! I'm fucking rich!" Hearing this, another lord replied, "Damn, the guy upstairs is so lucky. Boss Chao Xing said he'd buy a gold jar for 1000 G of legendary beast meat. You're in luck." Ming Shicheng, "Damn, I also dug up a jar, but it's a clay jar. It's worthless." Chang Yanchen, "Don't worry, Boss Chao Xing said he'd buy these clay jars too, but he'd buy them for leader-level wild boar meat. They're pretty good." The diggers shared their finds in the chat. As for the worry that others might covet the treasure and attack them, that wasn't a concern. Because Chao Xing had already said that infighting was forbidden within the ruins. If such a situation arose, It could be immediately announced in the chat channel, and he would send someone to resolve it. Even if the natives wanted to steal their treasures, they could contact Chao Xing. Under this intimidating influence, even those who harbored such thoughts dared not act rashly. Oh my god, I found a building with a golem inside. It's incredibly powerful. Any brothers interested in teaming up to explore? Level 65 Aurora Knight applying to join the team. It comes with a level 50 gold shield, limestone shield, excellent monster resistance. Add me. I have a level 60 tribal, witch doctor, with a healing capacity of 4000 HP per second, plus increased damage output. For a moment, the chat channels of the 4 major districts were flooded with messages about treasure hunts and team formations. These 100,000 lords were feverishly exploring the ruins, each face aglow with excitement. The tens of thousands of lords, who hadn't been able to enter, could only watch the good news on the chat room, as well as the reward shared by the lords. There was no choice. Most of them were in their mid-40s, having just broken through to level 5. They were frantically leveling up in the outer world, eager to reach level 50, and then level 6. Compared to the atmosphere in the 4 major regions, the atmosphere in the other regions was completely different. Especially when they heard about the opportunities within this ruin, they were practically beside themselves with envy, but Chao Xing controlled the entrance to the ruins, so no matter how jealous they were, they couldn't do anything. And so, 4 or 5 hours passed in a flash. It was now past 9 in the evening, and it had long since darkened outside. Of course, there was no distinction between day and night within the ruins. But the system displayed the time, so everyone knew what time it was. Dong, dong, dong. The heavy footsteps of the mammoth continued to echo. Chao Xing and his group had advanced over 200 kilometers, getting closer and closer to the towering city wall. Chapter 734. Chao Xing and his group advanced over 200 kilometers, drawing ever closer to the towering city walls. At this moment, Lord Orlan said, "Lord Chao Xing, it's almost midnight, and we're only a short distance away from the inner city. We need to find a safe zone to spend the night." Chao Xing nodded slightly, knowing that Lord Orlan's warning was pertinent. He raised his hand to signal the team to stop. "Now, everyone, stop attracting monsters. Let's search for a building nearby and rest inside tonight." After hearing this, everyone took action. Dozens of warriors dispersed. About half an hour later, Sarah's voice rang out over the communicator. "Lord, I found a complete building to the northeast." Hearing this, Chao Xing's face lit up with joy, and he quickly replied, "Very good. Wait where you are, we come." Soon, the entire team arrived at Sarah's location. She stood in an open space, her figure slender and elusive. Behind Sarah lay a thinner patch of fog. Through the hazy mist, they spotted a uniquely shaped black triangular building. It covered approximately 500 square meters, and stood about 20 to 30 meters tall. Chao Xing surveyed the structure and exclaimed, "This Azura civilization's architecture is truly unique." Then, with a casual wave of his hand, he said, "Go, Cain, break down the gate. The power of the earth will obey your command, my lord." The Tauren chieftain replied respectfully. Then, he lifted the totem pole in his hand, and the muscles in his arm expanded as if inflated. A fierce aura emanated from him. Huff! A puff of hot air emanated from Cain's nose, like a volcano erupting suddenly. The next moment, like a raging bull, he charged towards the gate. Boom! With a deafening roar, the metal door was violently slammed open, revealing the dark space within. Seeing this, Chao Xing waved again. "Let's go in." Soon, everyone filed in. After dispatching the golems guarding the interior, they opened the loot chest in the corner. Of course, a medium-sized loot chest like this could only yield a master-level heart of power, and some other materials. Overall, the harvest was not bad. After completing this, Chao Xing clapped his hands. "All right, everyone, rest where you are." Everyone immediately set off. Alisa and little Choo Choo began building a bonfire, while Brown repaired the broken gate and Assam meticulously inspected every corner. Soon, the ancient building was transformed into a makeshift camp. Time flew by, and it was around 10:30 p.m. The fog within the ruins grew thicker. The survivors exploring the ruins checked the time, their excitement fading. Chao Xing had already explained the relevant rules to them. The lords all knew they had to return to the teleportation area or find a safe house before midnight. Otherwise, they would be swallowed by the fog. One lord warned, "Brothers, it's time to retreat. We continue digging tomorrow." The other lords echoed, "Yes, saving your own lives is most important." Those who haven't found a building, hurry back to the teleportation array and gather. Instantly, all the surviving lords, torches in hand, set out through the fog. Some teams immediately abandoned the elite race they were besieging, while others hastily leaped from the earthen pits. Throughout the ruins, tens of thousands of torches converged like fireflies towards the central teleportation array. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, it was midnight. Most of the lords gathered in the teleportation array area, setting up temporary camps in groups of 3 or 4. Some pitched simple tents, some used magic to construct windbreaks, and some even dug makeshift latrines in the corners. For many lords, this was the first time they had spent the night together with so many people. At that moment, a loud noise emanated from the camp. Holy crap! Who was that shameless person just peeping in on me while I was using the restroom? A female lord stormed out of the makeshift restroom, her greatsword raised, looking ready to fight someone. I saw it. It was Deheo. He'd been circling there 3 times. Oh my god! It wasn't me! Don't you dare say that. Who the hell stole my urinal? My socks were stolen too. Holy crap! The entire camp was in an uproar, like a massive open-air market. However, with 2 golems patrolling the perimeter, emitting a terrifying aura, no one dared to make any real noise. Just then, a chilling energy surge suddenly erupted from the direction of the inner city. Buzz! All the lords shut their mouths and involuntarily looked up. In the area ahead, a thick fog surged like a tsunami, easily overcoming the 1,000-meter-high city walls and spreading across the ruins. The grayish-white fog seemed to possess an all-consuming power. Before it, everyone couldn't help but feel powerless, as if they were so insignificant. However, as Chaoxing had said, this massive teleportation array, with a diameter of 4 kilometers, had become a safe zone. When the fog touched the edge of the array, it automatically retreated as if encountering a natural enemy. The survivors finally breathed a sigh of relief. Oh my god! This fog is terrifying. I feel like I'm going to be swallowed up any second. Yes. Boss Chaoxing wasn't kidding. We're safe here. Alright, everyone, stop arguing. Get some rest for the night. We continue hunting monsters and treasure tomorrow. Hearing this, the entire camp gradually quieted down. The survivors retreated to their tents to rest and recuperate. Time flew by. The night passed quickly. Attention all survivors, you have survived. At 6 o'clock in the morning, the system notification arrived promptly. The fog that enveloped the entire ruins began to roll and recede. The previously obscured ground reappeared, and similarly, more areas remained shrouded in fog. At that moment, the sleeping lords were awakened by a powerful tremor. Boom! Boom! The ground throughout the ruins began to tremble violently, as if some terrifying entity was breaking free from its seal. The lords suddenly opened their eyes, and cried out in shock. Oh my god! It's an earthquake! Second brother! Take my wife and run! Shield! My shield is still in the tent! Many lords emerged from their tents, gazing around in horror. But they soon realized it wasn't an earthquake. The tremors were originating from the inner city. Everyone's gaze turned involuntarily toward the towering city wall. The entire wall began to shake violently. Even the faintly visible buildings within the inner city distorted like a mirage. Oh my god, this noise is a bit exaggerated. Could this be the sign that Boss Chaoxing mentioned yesterday? The sign of the inner city opening? It's likely. At that moment, everyone knew the inner city had opened. At the same time, long dormant, powerful auras rose from all corners of the ruins. All the legendary masters hidden in the shadows now emerged, scrambling towards the city gate. Inside the triangular building, over 20 people lay in a corner. Isabel, Elisa, and the others opened their eyes. Chaoxing was the first to stand, shaking his robes. With a rustling sound, icy shards fell from his body. This was the transformation Chaoxing had undergone after reaching the legendary realm. Even while dormant, his body automatically absorbed the surrounding frost energy. Chaoxing sensed the situation briefly, and he had a rough idea of what was happening in the ruins. He glanced around at the group and said briefly, "Alright, I think everyone has sensed it. The inner city has been opened. Get ready, we're leaving now." The core combatants all straightened their expressions, and said in unison, "Lord, we're ready." Even Lord Orlan and Baiji nodded slightly, their eyes lit with anticipation. Soon, the group of over 30 people left the building. The world outside was still shrouded in fog, a vast expanse. Chaoxing leaped onto Debai's back and said, "Knight Assam, you lead the team. Sarah, explore the fog ahead and find a safe route." The 2 capable men immediately responded respectfully, "Yes, Lord." Soon, Assam, riding his first wolf, led the way. Sarah disappeared into the shadows. The group began to advance in a mighty procession towards the towering city wall. An hour later, they had advanced nearly 30 kilometers. It must be said that the ruins are truly vast. The outline of the city walls was clearly visible, but after walking for so long, they still hadn't reached them. Along the way, they also sensed numerous auras advancing rapidly nearby. Teams of mercenaries and adventurers weaved through the mist. Their only goal was the inner city, which held countless opportunities. Seeing this, Chao Xing looked peculiar and said, "These mercenaries struggle even on the outskirts, yet they're still heading into the even more dangerous inner city. Don't they know they could die inside?" The Lord of Orin replied, "Of course they do. But since ancient times, men die for wealth, and birds for food. Everyone knows that within the inner city lies an even more deadly danger, but it also hides treasures of incredible value. If they were lucky enough to obtain one, it would be enough to provide them with food and clothing for the rest of their lives. With such a huge temptation, don't you think they wouldn't take such a risk?" There was a hint of regret in his tone. Chao Xing nodded and said, "That's true." He said nothing more, simply patting Dubai on the back. The mammoth immediately understood, flicking its trunk and quickening its pace. "Let's go!" The group continued their journey through the fog, the grayish-white mist growing thicker. They encountered several attacks from vengeful spirits along the way, but they easily dispatched them. Finally, after another half-hour of travel, they emerged from a dark, misty path. At that moment, the scene before them suddenly opened. Before them, a massive, open city gate appeared. This gate was arguably the most magnificent one Chao Xing had ever seen since entering this world. Its height alone exceeded 300 meters, and each gate was over 100 meters wide. The heavy door panels were engraved with ancient alchemical runes, now emitting a faint blue glow. "Wow, it's so big!" Chao Xing tilted his head, gazing at the scene in amazement. The others, including him, were also looking around. This was clearly the passage leading to the inner city, still shrouded in a thick fog. At this moment, the gate was open, and the figures of several pioneers could be seen. However, after entering the city gate, they disappeared into the fog, their whereabouts unknown. Observing this, Chao Xing ordered, "Let's go in too. Brown, Assam, clear the way. Kane, Burgi, you stay at the rear of the group and protect our ranged classes and spellcasters." "Yes, Lord." Everyone responded in unison. They quickly adjusted their formation. Braun and Assam, one on each side, walked at the front. The Tauren chieftain and Commander Burgi followed at the rear. Then, the group passed through the ancient city gate and entered a deep corridor. The passage was hundreds of meters high and nearly 200 meters wide. The walls on either side of the corridor were covered with mottled scars, cracks from swords and blades, and terrifying claw marks left by some enormous creature. Tram, tram, tram! The only sound echoing in the empty corridor was the sound of their footsteps. After advancing about 100 meters, the scene before them changed again. Before them, a massive city shrouded in fog appeared. The scale of the buildings here was beyond imagination. Even the shortest building was 100 meters high. After all, even from the outer reaches, they could still glimpse the buildings within the inner city through the 1,000-meter-high walls. This gave one an idea of the sheer scale of the city's architecture. The crowd looked around. Ahead, they could vaguely see countless 1,000-meter-high spires piercing the sea of fog, their summits gleaming with eerie, dim lights. The streets were littered with piles of rusted mechanical parts. In the distance, faint roars and cries could be heard. Everything before them felt as if they were in another world. Chao Xing observed it for a moment, his brow furrowed slightly. He wondered, the fog within the inner city is so thick, and yet it's impossible to enter easily. How did those adventurers and mercenaries survive here, even exploring? Knowing he would ask this, the city lord of Orin slowly explained, as Lord Chao Xing has observed, the primary danger within the inner city, and the most common danger, is this fog. This fog permeates almost every corner of the inner city. Once you accidentally step into it, you might never emerge again. Furthermore, the vengeful spirits within the fog within the inner city are much more powerful than those outside. 8th-, 9th-, and even 10th level vengeful spirits are common. Even. He paused, a flicker of fear in his eyes, and whispered, according to some legendary experts, legendary vengeful spirits have appeared within. Hearing this, everyone was startled, their faces filled with disbelief. After all, vengeful spirits are quite unique. They lack consciousness and indiscriminately attack all living things. Logically, such creatures could not break through to the legendary realm. After all, in the outside world, any legend is a significant figure, a monstrous figure. But considering the strangeness of this fog, they weren't surprised. However, at this moment, after hearing about the legendary wraith, Chao Xing had a strange thought. That is, What kind of loot would be dropped by killing a legendary wraith? Would it reveal some rare and precious materials? Perhaps even a legendary heart? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. The Oran City Lord continued, of course, this fog is truly terrifying, and even fraught with danger. But humanity's adventurous spirit won't be thwarted by mere fog. After countless powerful mercenaries' explorations, and even legendary figures who bravely braved them, and sacrificed countless lives. Finally, 60 years ago, they successfully found 2 safe routes through the fog. Hearing this, everyone's faces lit up with surprise. After all, as mentioned earlier, the fog within the inner city is even more dangerous. Even a brief moment in it could lead to complete disappearance. And yet, these experts had actually found 2 safe routes through this perilous fog. This clearly proves they had truly expended countless efforts and sacrifices to explore the ruins. Then how do we know which routes are safe? Xiaoxing asked. As if anticipating his question, Lord Oran shook his right hand, and a piece of parchment appeared from thin air. Lord Xiaoxing, this is the map of the inner city recorded by those experts. Hearing this, everyone's interest piqued, and they poked their heads out to take a look. This map depicted the general outline of a vast city shrouded in fog, its specific streets and buildings invisible. However, within this mist, 2 winding routes, one red and one blue, were marked. The Lord of Orlan City first pointed to the red path and said, "This route is the first one we discovered. There are many ancient buildings along the way, each containing precious treasures. However, over the years, the treasures within those buildings have largely been looted." As he spoke, everyone's eyes flickered over the red path. The Lord of Orlan City continued, "In addition, if you follow this route for a distance, you reach the most important building along this route. That is, the ancient arena." Chapter 735. The Lord of Oran spoke eloquently. The nature of the arena has been explained before. It's a testing ground for those who desire to challenge themselves. The higher the level of the challenge, the greater the rewards. Whether you're a level 5 expert, a level 6 master, or a level 10 legend or above, you can challenge it. That's why nearly 90% of the adventurers on the first route gather there. After a pause, the Lord of Oran continued his explanation. He pointed at the blue path of light nearby. This second route leads to the central city. This is also the route most adventurers and mercenaries choose. Because it was discovered later, there are dozens of unexplored ruins along the way, where they can search for valuable treasures. There are also some special areas along this route. If you're lucky, entering them will offer precious opportunities. At this point, Lord Orlan seemed to recall something and added, however, they recently discovered a new branch route in the area of the second route. This branch route leads to the Soul Temple, but my map is several years old and hasn't been updated to include this branch route. But once you reach your destination, a mark will appear. After listening to Lord Orlan's explanation, everyone's eyes lit up with enlightenment. Then, their gazes fell on the parchment map in the Lord's hand, examining it carefully. Aside from the relatively clear areas near the 2 main routes, where some buildings were marked, everything else was a gray haze. In other words, it took the powerful from the surrounding kingdoms decades to explore this remote corner of the inner city. But even so, many of them have found numerous treasures within. This reveals the incredible opportunities this city holds. Xiaoxing pondered for a moment and asked, "Based on your experience, which route should we take first?" Hearing this question, the Lord of Oran City pondered for a moment and said, "As far as I know, the Soul Temple was only discovered within the past 2 years, and hasn't been fully developed yet. Most people should be on the second route. The first route leads to the ancient arena, a trial ground for powerful warriors. It shouldn't be crowded. We can go to the arena first." Next to him, Qinong added, "The rewards at the ancient arena are quite good, and it allows everyone to participate simultaneously. Challenge. Just pass the first 3 rounds, and everyone will receive treasures like the blood of the mighty, souls that can transform one's potential, and so on. Also, if you can make it through the 4th round, you'll be awarded the title of champion fighter. This title is not only a symbol of honor, but also comes with special bonuses and valuable rewards. Back then, it was after passing the 4th round that I transformed into a dominant level creature." The combatants on the field brightened upon hearing this, their eyes lit up with desire. After all, among the crowd present, dominant level creatures were quite rare. Aside from those legendary powerhouses, the only dominant level creatures were Assam, Andrew, Rennies, and elders like Burger. Most of the others were leaders or commander level creatures. If this group could achieve a large-scale transformation of their potential, not to mention becoming a master, even if everyone reached the level of commander, it would be a significant improvement. Thinking of this, even Chaoxing felt a surge of anticipation. Looking at the people's fiery gazes, Qinong also understood their thoughts. He coughed lightly and explained, however, the rewards for the 4th round are random. I was lucky to have the opportunity to transform into a master. From what I understand, the rewards for those who break through to the 4th round may be epic-level treasures or weapons. So don't get your hopes up too much. After hearing his explanation, everyone nodded in understanding. The heat in their eyes gradually faded. However, Chaoxing's heart skipped a beat when he heard the phrase epic-level treasure. To him, such treasures were also extremely precious resources. If all 20 or so people he brought with him could pass the 4th round, would they receive at least a dozen epic treasures? Thinking of this, Chaoxing couldn't help but feel a little excited. At this moment, he remembered something else. Olin City Lord had said that the ancient arena had more than just 4 rounds of trials, and that there were even more advanced ones. However, so far few had passed. Chaoxing turned his gaze to Qinong and asked this question. Qinong pondered for a moment, then nodded. Yes, in addition to the 4th round, there's also the even more difficult 5th round. But I didn't succeed in that challenge. I had already exhausted all my strength by passing the 4th round. At the start of the 5th round, I was instantly defeated. I didn't even get a clear look at my enemy. At this, everyone in the arena was stunned, staring at the old man in disbelief. After all, Qinong, a 10th level overlord, possessed masterful spearmanship. In the entire territory, except for those at the legendary level, his combat power ranked among the top 5. And yet, even he was instantly defeated in the 5th round. The difficulty was truly beyond imagination. Chaoxing pondered for a moment, then continued, Mr. Qinong, you weren't at your peak when you challenged the 5th round. Now, you've not only become stronger, but you also have these blessings I bestowed upon you. If you challenge again, do you think you can pass? Qinong chuckled and shook his head, saying, Lord Chaoxing, you underestimate this arena. Chaoxing raised his head, waiting for him to continue. This arena has a special mechanism. It will create a targeted opponent based on the challenger's strength and fighting style. For example, if you're a mage, your opponent might be a swift assassin or a powerful swordsman. If you're proficient in close combat, your opponent might be a nimble knight or a heavily armored warrior with formidable defense. Furthermore, the stronger the challenger, the stronger the opponent created. Even during the battle, if the arena discovers that the created trial subject is no match for you, then it will generate 2, 3, or even more trial subjects. At this point, Qinong's expression grew increasingly serious. Besides, after each round of trials, you only have 10 seconds to breathe. The challenger must adjust to their condition within this short time and make their choice for the next round. Continue the challenge, or withdraw with the current reward. If you withdraw, you won't be able to challenge again for a year. If you choose to continue, you have no choice but to grit your teeth and keep fighting. However, after each round of trials, everyone's physical and mental strength has been greatly depleted. The subsequent trials suddenly become extremely difficult, leaving little chance of passing. After hearing this, everyone fell into deep thought. According to Qinong, the difficulty of this ancient arena is truly abnormal. Not only are opponents generated specifically, but there are more than one. Even Chaoxing, who boasted of being invincible at his level, couldn't stand up to 4 opponents with 2 fists. Even the others, who had been brimming with confidence, began to falter. After a moment, Chaoxing shook his head and said, Let's go. Let's forget about the arena for now. Let's get there first. We see how many rounds we can get through if we give it our all. The others came back to their senses, a look of determination in their eyes. Lord Chaoxing, let me lead the way. The Lord of Oran City took the lead, almost completely lost in the thick fog, leaving only a vague outline. Chaoxing nodded slightly. Okay, then I trouble you, Lord. The middle-aged lord chuckled and shook his head. You're welcome. With those words, he turned and stepped into the mist, his figure instantly engulfed by the grayish-white haze. However, everyone could still sense the presence of the Oran City Lord not far ahead. Seeing this, Chaoxing's eyes flickered with thought. He had a feeling that the fog within the inner city was somewhat different from that outside. But now was not the time to dwell on such thoughts. Chaoxing waved his hand and said, Stay in formation and follow the city lord. Everyone began to move. As they entered the mist, it was as if they had entered another world. The surroundings were hazy, and even with the eyesight of a legendary, visibility was limited to 10 meters. In the distance, slender black shadows seemed to loom, but when everyone looked closely, they disappeared. It was as if everything they had just seen had been an illusion. There were also various rustling and crawling sounds nearby, as if a large number of creatures were moving rapidly around them. Everyone could sense the strangeness of the fog, and they involuntarily tightened their grip on their weapons, raising a tense atmosphere. Sarah approached Chao Xing and said sternly, "Lord, this situation seems similar to what we saw the night we entered the fog." Chao Xing nodded slightly. He knew the night Sarah was referring to. However, he hadn't sensed any danger yet. And there was something more serious. The city lord, who had preceded them in, was missing. Chao Xing looked around, but could see nothing but the thick fog. "Lord of Orin?" he called out tentatively. Silence reigned. After waiting for about 3 seconds, there was still no response. This made everyone on the field nervous. Assam raised the sword of the Lady of the Lake, and Burji grasped his battle axe. To my surprise, he vanished just after entering the fog before us. Chao Xing's voice was chilling. It seems this route, so called after countless formidable warriors and decades of exploration, isn't safe after all. He gripped his staff tightly, and vast icy magic erupted in waves. Chao Xing was already considering whether to plunge deeper into the fog to search for Lord of Orin. Clearly, this was a dangerous decision. Tension filled the team. Just then, the fog ahead suddenly stirred. A figure clad in dark blue armor, wielding a great sword, suddenly appeared. It was Lord of Orin. As he emerged, he looked at the alert crowd with a puzzled expression. "Lord Chao Xing, what happened?" Everyone was slightly startled. Chao Xing glanced at him speechlessly and said, "You're still asking us? I just called you, but there was no response. I thought you were lost in the fog. I was almost ready to cast a forbidden spell here." Hearing this, Lord Orin suddenly realized. He hurriedly said embarrassedly, "I'm so sorry, I forgot to tell Lord Chao Xing. In the fog, if we're separated by a certain distance, sound transmission becomes extremely weak. So, it's best not to separate for our next move." Chao Xing nodded and lowered his raised staff. The other members, including him, breathed a sigh of relief and sheathed their weapons. Despite the misunderstanding, the city lord was safe, which was good news for them. "Lord Chao Xing, and everyone else, please follow my lead and don't make the mistake. By the way, remember not to venture into the unknown foggy area lightly. Here, even a single second into the fog could cause you to vanish without a trace," he solemnly warned. Everyone nodded in understanding. Then, the city lord, holding up an energy torch, led the group forward like a guide through the mist. They advanced about 200 or 300 meters. Chao Xing noticed that along the path they were passing, several energy torches were placed at intervals. These torches emitted a faint blue light, standing out against the mist. Lord Orlan pointed at the torches and explained, "Lord Chao Xing, these glowing energy torches represent the safe routes discovered by our ancestors at the cost of their lives. Follow the direction of the energy torches, and you avoid the most dangerous areas." Everyone nodded again. Just as they were about to continue forward, a piercing chill suddenly struck from the side. "Lord, be careful." Assam reacted instantly, unsheathing the sword of the Lady of the Lake with a clang. The others, including him, immediately prepared for battle. As they watched, several eerie figures emerged from the mist. They were lanky ghosts over 4 meters tall, their translucent bodies floating in midair, their tattered shrouds moving without a breeze. Its dark pupils resembled 2 black holes, and its rotting maw stretched to its ears. It was clear that these monsters were the vengeful spirits from the fog, only more powerful than those they had encountered before. At the same time, upon seeing Chao Xing and the others, a chilling aura emanated from these spirits. A malicious voice echoed in their ears. "It's humans. Living humans. I'm going to tear them apart. Tear them apart." With that, the leading spirit's gaping maw suddenly opened. "Ah!" A piercing scream echoed. Instantly, various immune to attack notifications rang out. Everyone stood unharmed, while Bai Ji and City Lord Orin trembled, as if under some kind of mental attack. Chao Xing's gaze fell on the leading spirit, quickly scanning its attribute panel. Mist Wraith, Shadow of Hatred. Level 85. Potential, Leader. HP, 7, 653, 200/7, 653, 200. Attack, 21,952 to 22,523. Armor, 3,159 to 3,252. Skills, Soul Scream, Entangled Malice, Mist Incarnation, Burst of Hatred, Resonance of the Dead. Talent, Wraith Body, immune to 30% of incoming physical damage and has a 30% chance to dodge ranged attacks. Description, a wraith that lingers in the mist, formed from the hatred of countless dead. It harbors a deep hatred for the living, and will use any means necessary to torment the souls of those who intrude. After reading the monster's attributes, Chao Xing narrowed his eyes. As Lord Orlan had said, the vengeful spirits within the inner city were far more terrifying than those within the outer city. Right up there were rank 8 bosses, and 3 of them appeared at once. This force could even annihilate a medium-sized mercenary group. But it still posed no threat to them. Chao Xing waved his hand casually. Go, take care of them. Remember to maintain your formation. At the command, the ranged classes within the team launched their attacks. The archer's arrows flashed with a cold light, and the mage's staffs condensed with various elemental energies. Swish, swish, clatter. Before the vengeful spirits could even get close, they were overwhelmed by the onslaught. The arrows pierced their translucent bodies, and orbs of holy light and ice exploded. Bang! Bang! One terrifying damage number after another emerged. -385, 4163. -482, 3151. -295, 2513. -419, 8425. Instantly, the health of the 3 wraiths plummeted. Ah! Hateful humans. The leading wraith, sensing its impending death, let out a shrill scream. I hate you. Its body began to twist and deform, and black mist gushed from its wounds. In the blink of an eye, it vanished without a trace. The other 2 wraiths also wailed in agony. Pain. We will make you taste this eternal pain. Curse. Curse all of you. Hee, ha ha. The wraiths let out a chilling scream, then also vanished into black mist. The fog quieted. A system prompt appeared. This battle successfully killed Mist Wraiths. Shadow of Hate *3, experience points gained. For 0.8 million, Pale Guidance plus Savior Star. Combatants gained experience points. 2.4 million. Seeing the prompt, Chao Xing smiled. Not bad, as expected of a rank 8 boss level Wraith. It grants quite a bit of experience. Each Wraith gives at least 1.6 million experience points. Killing 100 or so would earn hundreds of millions. Chao Xing even considered staying here and leveling up by constantly farming these high-level wraiths. But farming monsters can be put off until later. Before that, let's go check out that so-called ancient arena. Meanwhile, Sarah had already collected the items dropped by the wraiths. She approached Chao Xing and said respectfully, Lord, please take a look. Chao Xing nodded slightly and collected all the spoils. Obtain, Platinum Ancient Coin, Orange, *35. Obtain, Soul Sand, Gold, *5. Obtain, Soul Crystal, Gold, *3. Obtain, Wrathful Spirit Dust *452. Obtain, Large Spirit Book *7. Obtain, Master Level Elemental Crystal *15. Chapter 736. Oh! Killing these vengeful spirits actually rewards you with platinum coins? Chao Xing counted the spoils, a look of surprise on his face, and there seemed to be quite a few. At this moment, the Lord of Oran City approached and reminded, Lord Chao Xing, be sure to keep those soul crystals you just picked up. These crystals are valuable. When we get to the Colosseum, if anyone offers to buy them, it's best not to sell them. Hearing this, Chao Xing asked in confusion, Soul crystals? You mean those? As soon as he finished speaking, a translucent light blue crystal appeared in his hand, mist swirling inside. Just now, he had noticed a new material in the spoils information, soul crystals. But since it was a gold-quality material, Chao Xing hadn't examined it closely. Now it sounded like it had a special purpose. The Oran City Lord nodded and said, yes, these crystals are one of the necessary ingredients for initiating the ancient arena trials. They can also be considered as tickets. Chao Xing's eyes flickered with confusion again. Tickets? Yes. The Oran City Lord replied, upon our arrival at the ancient arena, each person will need to hand in 1 soul crystal. Without one, the trials cannot begin. In addition, these soul crystals are also necessary for opening the doors of buildings and other special locations. If you want to navigate the inner city, you need to always have a large supply of soul crystals on hand. A sudden realization flashed in Chao Xing's eyes, and he continued, so what did you mean when you asked me to keep the soul crystals? Is there anyone else trying to steal my soul crystal? Hearing this, the city lord of Orlan smiled and shook his head, saying, with Lord Chao Xing's strength, who would dare to steal your soul crystal? I told you to keep it because this crystal only drops when you kill a wraith of at least rank 8, and it's in high demand. However, not everyone is capable of dealing with a hero-level wraith. Thus, those less powerful choose to purchase surplus soul crystals from the powerful. If Lord Chao Xing wishes to sell it, it's best to wait until you have a sufficient reserve, and then sell any surplus to others. After hearing the city lord's explanation, Chao Xing's face suddenly nodded again. He looked at the translucent light blue crystal in his hand and understood its importance. So, with so many of us here, besides Dubai and Xiaolin, I need to give everyone a soul crystal to challenge the ancient arena, right? Yes. Chao Xing nodded slightly, not asking any more questions. After all, he was planning to kill some high-level wraiths to gain experience. This would be a good opportunity to farm some soul crystals. Next, they continued their journey, following the energy torches in the mist. After a few minutes, a fork in the road appeared ahead. Many energy torches were burning on either side, seemingly leading in two different directions. Clearly, this was the point where the two routes to the inner city, as Lord Orlan had mentioned, diverged. Lord Chao Xing, if you're heading to the ancient arena, we take the left, Lord Orlan's voice echoed from the front. Okay, lead the way, Chao Xing replied. Soon, the group advanced along the path to the left. Not long after they advanced, they encountered another wave of wraiths. This time, there were more than a dozen wraiths attacking. They were led by 4 8th-level wraiths, followed by 7 or 8 7th-level wraiths. Isabel immediately took action. As a holy light sage, who could control these evil creatures, her spells had a profound suppressive effect on the wraiths. After a few holy light spheres were cast, they easily dispatched them. These wraiths again contributed millions of experience points. They also contributed 4 soul crystals. Thus, they fought off the wraiths charging out of the fog while continuing to advance along the torchlight path. After more than 10 minutes, a white light rose from Elisa and Blot. They had reached level 71 together. It had been less than half an hour since they entered the inner city. This was quite efficient. Besides the attacks of the vengeful spirits, they could faintly see buildings with open doors on both sides of the road. They looked deep and serene, as if they held treasures, attracting exploration. Chao Xing asked, Lord, have the buildings along these safe routes been largely explored? Lord Oren nodded. Yes, the first route has been developed for many years, and the treasures within these buildings have been looted. To continue this route, we must go to its end, then venture into the dangerous fog and try to find a safer route. These routes have never been explored, and naturally, the buildings we encounter have not been looted. With luck, we might even discover an important area like the Soul Temple. We might even develop a new branch route. At this point, the city lord's eyes lit up with excitement. Developing a branch route is extremely significant. It marks a new phase in our exploration of the ruins. Of course, this is also dangerous. As I said before, in a foggy city like this, every new step requires sacrifice. Xinong also said, yes, even though Lord Chao Xing is powerful, I don't recommend you attempt to open a new route. Chao Xing nodded slightly. He didn't waste any more time here, but led the group forward, following the torches in the fog. Thump thump! The heavy footsteps were especially clear in the thick fog. Due to the fog's sound-blocking properties, they could only hear their own footsteps and heartbeats. Add to that the occasional shrill wails of vengeful spirits and other unknown sounds, making everyone nervous. After an hour's trek, they had already penetrated approximately 6 or 7 kilometers into the inner city. During this time, they had encountered a total of 11 waves of vengeful spirits, earning over 50 million experience points and a large amount of materials. In addition, these vengeful spirits had contributed 52 soul crystals. These crystals were not only enough for everyone to enter the arena, but they would even have dozens more to spare. Chao Xing said cheerfully, the inner city will be open for a total of 7 days. At this rate, we should easily be able to obtain several thousand soul crystals in 7 days. Then, if we can't use it, we can sell it to other mercenaries at a high price. Of course, for Chao Xing right now, this small profit was nothing. He simply enjoyed the thrill of making money. The team continued along the winding route, encountering attacks from vengeful spirits at every fork in the road. Everyone realized the tragic price paid by those who had blazed this trail. Finally, after about half an hour, the view gradually opened up. They seemed to have finally reached the end of the road. From the original misty path, they arrived directly at a vast square. In the center of the square stood a towering ancient building. It resembled an enlarged, inverted bowl, resting squarely on the ground. The building, at least a kilometer in diameter, shone a dark golden metallic sheen, its surface engraved with numerous alchemical and magical runes. Next to it, dozens of campfires were scattered in an orderly fashion. Many adventurers and mercenaries gathered here to rest or conduct simple transactions. When Chao Xing and his group arrived, they all paused, warily observing the imposing group of outsiders. However, everyone gazed at the magnificent building before them, a look of shock in their eyes. They paid no attention to the looks of the adventurers and mercenaries. "We've arrived. This is the arena." The voice of the Lord of Oran City rang out, interrupting everyone's thoughts. Chao Xing surveyed the surroundings and said in confusion, "There's something strange about this building. I sense a familiar vibration within it. It seems to involve space." Yesterday, when he activated the world anchor and opened the large teleportation array, he had also felt this fluctuation. So it felt familiar. Qiang explained, "Lord Chaoxing is right. The interior of this arena possesses the power of spatial folding. It's divided into separate spaces, allowing even hundreds of us to challenge each other simultaneously without interfering with each other." After Qiang finished speaking, a flicker of astonishment crossed everyone's eyes. After all, no matter what world, space, and time are two of the most powerful forces. Mastering either power can have a disruptive impact. Even the legendary Bao Chaoxing had acquired some time ago possessed only a trace of the power of time, yet it was still able to unleash the incredible power of time rewind. Everyone marveled once again at the once mighty power of this Azura civilization. At that moment, Elisa suddenly pointed to the distance and uttered a clear voice. "Look, there's a huge stone tablet over there." Following Elisa's voice, everyone looked in that direction. Next to the magnificent building stood an ancient stone tablet, approximately 10 meters tall. The surface of the tablet was as smooth as a mirror, and it seemed to be inscribed with dense calligraphy. The Lord of Oran City smiled and said, "This is a list of the powerful individuals who have passed the trials of the ancient arena throughout the ages. However, only those who have passed the 4th round are worthy of having their names recorded." After a pause, he added, "By the way, Mr. Chinong's name is also listed." Hearing this, everyone suddenly became curious. They all approached. At the same time, he also clearly saw the names written on the stone tablet. First place, Kai, cleared level, round 5, time, 7 minutes 12 seconds. Second place, Hedes, cleared level, round 5, time, 15 minutes 31 seconds. Third place, Luoshi of Chuanhai Fort, cleared level, round 4, time, 6 minutes 5 seconds. Fourth place, Shi of Villegas, cleared level, round 4, time, 6 minutes 27 seconds. Fifth place, Cyril Huanwu, cleared level, round 4, time, 8 minutes 25 seconds. Sixth place, Elton Tao Mingiator, cleared level, round 4, time, 14 minutes 21 seconds. 23rd place, Kainan Dutra, cleared level, round 4, time, 28 minutes 19 seconds. 24th place. Seeing the names written on the stone tablet, Chao Xing's eyes narrowed, because many of them were familiar to him. The names of the Orchid Queen, the Ice Crystal King, the Grey Mist King, and others were all there. It could be said that the vast majority of the top 10 names were legendary powerhouses. However, even these legends only made it to the 4th round. Only 2 names made it past the 5th round. What does this mean? The ancient arena has been open for nearly 60 years. In those 60 years, countless powerful figures have come here and challenged. Among them were legendary powerhouses like the Ice Crystal King and the Orchid Queen. However, only 2 made it past the 5th round, and fewer than 90 made it past the 4th round. At this time, Assam said with a serious expression, "My lord, the difficulty of this ancient arena is probably beyond imagination. Even Mr. Chinong's name is outside the top 20. Chao Xing's eyes grew slightly serious after hearing this. This stone tablet recorded over 80 names. Except for the 2 who made it through the 5th round, all those who made it through the 4th round were at least heroes. Interesting. Even Chao Xing was intrigued, a hint of fighting spirit in his eyes. He wanted to see what kind of challenges this ancient arena held that could stop so many legendary masters in the 4th round. In 60 years, only 2 had successfully made it through the 5th round. Chao Xing announced, "Everyone, get ready. We are about to begin the challenge." He glanced around at the crowd. "I hope you will give your all and strive to have your names engraved on the stone tablet." Hearing the Lord's order, the core members' expression straightened. They said in unison, "We will give it our all and live up to the Lord's expectations." "Very well." Chao Xing nodded. Just as he was about to distribute the soul crystals and invite everyone to begin the challenge, there was a sudden commotion in the distance. Someone shouted, "The Rose Goddess has arrived." This cry was like a pebble dropped into calm water, causing a commotion throughout the square. The stationed adventurers and mercenaries simultaneously raised their heads, their gazes fixed on the mist behind them. There, a group of well-equipped mercenaries slowly approached. The woman in the lead had flaming hair that fluttered in the wind. her light silver armor framing her with a majestic and solemn air. The great sword, nearly as tall as a person, emanated a faint red glow from her back. It's Talia, the rose goddess of the battlefield. Oh my god. She's even more beautiful than the rumors. It's said she's on the verge of breaking through to the legendary realm. In this ruins, Talia is far more famous than Xiaoxing. Her arrival immediately caused a sensation. Many mercenaries and adventurers instinctively straightened their backs, gazing at this powerful female mercenary with awe and admiration. Greetings echoed one after another. Ms. Talia, good day. Ms. Talia, please accept our group's invitation. Rose Goddess, our group leader hopes to collaborate with your mercenary group. However, the red-haired swordswoman turned a deaf ear to these overtures. Her sharp gaze pierced the crowd, landing on a nearby stone tablet. As if she had discovered something, a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. Talia, accompanied by several mercenaries, marched forward, her leather boots making a crisp sound on the cobblestones. Xiaoxing and the others also noticed Talia's approach. Alyssa exclaimed softly, "Wow. It's that beautiful red-haired lady. She seems to be coming to see us." As she spoke, Talia had already stood before Xiaoxing. She placed one hand on her chest, bowed slightly, and solemnly performed a mercenary salute. "Greetings, Lord Xiaoxing." Talia's deep voice held a rare reverence. This scene caused the mercenaries and adventurers behind her to stare wide-eyed, and the crowd erupted in excitement. What did I see? That beautiful rose goddess, a being that even legendary warriors bow to, actually saluted a young man? Oh my god! Who is that young man? They were instantly lost in confusion and shock. Xiaoxing looked at Talia's imposing figure, chuckled, and said, "See you again?" Talia's lips curled up slightly, revealing a rare, gentle smile. However, when she met Xiaoxing's gaze, this female warrior, known for her sternness, subconsciously turned her head away. The tips of her ears, hidden by her red hair, were slightly red. Xiaoxing ignored the small gesture and asked, "Are you here to challenge the arena, too?" Talia nodded solemnly, her fingers unconsciously clenching. "Yes, but I'm taking the trial alone. The other members are accompanying me. This time, I'm planning to attempt to reach the 5th level." Hearing this, Xiaoxing said in surprise, "The 5th level? That's incredibly difficult. Even those legendary masters can't get past it." Talia pursed her lips and nodded. "It's indeed very difficult. I tried my best before, but I only made it to the 4th level. I don't have high expectations this time. But at least, I want to see the enemy on the 5th level. If I don't succeed this time, I come back next year for a 2nd, 3rd, and 4th time." At this point, an unprecedented determination shone in her eyes. "One day, I will succeed in the trial, and even reach that new realm." Talia's strength was similar to Kainan's. Both made it through the 4th round, but were instantly defeated in the 5th. Xiaoxing looked at the female leader and chuckled, "Good luck to you then." Faced with his gentle smile, Talia felt a sense of unease, her gaze involuntarily averted. She opened her mouth several times to speak, her red lips parting slightly. But in the end, she took a deep breath and said, "Good luck to Lord Xiaoxing too." After a pause, Talia's face brightened once again. "With your strength, I'm sure you easily make it through the 4th round. Maybe even see your name at the front of the stone tablet." Xiaoxing shook his head. "I hear the trials in the ancient arena are very difficult. I'm not sure how many rounds I can make it through." He looked at Talia. "But no matter what, let's work together." "Okay." Talia nodded solemnly. For the first time, she mustered the courage to look up and meet Xiaoxing's eyes. The moment their eyes met, a subtle atmosphere seemed to fill the air. But at that moment, a vast aura, like the ocean, suddenly descended. Before anyone arrived, a voice was already there. "Talia, you're here." Sensing this aura, the mercenaries and adventurers on the field all looked surprised. Someone whispered that voice. "Sounds like Kai Lan." "It's him. The heir to the North Wind Kingdom, a legendary powerhouse." At the mention of legendary powerhouse, everyone's eyes lit up with awe, even Xiaoxing and the others piqued their interest. After all, no one had encountered a legendary creature in these ruins yet. They all raised their heads, their gazes fixed on the distant mist. A young man in silver blue armor stepped into the air. With every step, ice crystal lotuses blossomed beneath his feet. His handsome face held a calm expression, and he exuded the aura of a superior being. Chapter 737. Seeing this, Xiaoxing couldn't help but grumble inwardly, "This guy's way of making an appearance is so flamboyant. Is there anyone more pretentious than me?" At the same moment, the young man landed lightly. He headed straight for Talia, completely ignoring Xiaoxing and the others around him. Beautiful Lady Talia, we meet again, Kylon said with joy. Talia glanced at the man before her, her brows furrowed slightly, a subtle flicker of disdain in her eyes. However, due to his legendary status, Talia bowed slightly and said, "Greetings, Lord Kylon." The young man smiled. "Lady Talia, there's no need for such formalities. We soon be family." Hearing this, everyone felt a little surprised. Kylon, however, said bluntly, "I've traveled all the way from the North Wind Kingdom, crossing tens of thousands of kilometers, straight to the Orchid Kingdom, just to express my love to you." Here, he bowed slightly and extended a fair hand. "Ms. Talia, please marry me. I will take you back to the North Wind Kingdom, and then step into that realm, becoming a powerful legendary." The crowd erupted in excitement at the young man's bold declaration of love. It was clear that this legendary was one of Talia's many suitors. Furthermore, he was quite proactive and bold. To propose in public, most women wouldn't be able to withstand such an onslaught. Chao Xing, arms folded, gazed at the young man with a look of deep interest. Name? Level? Attribute? Skill? The other parties seemed to possess some kind of detection blocking ability, and the system panel displayed a flood of question marks. But what is certain is that this person possesses legendary combat power. "Do you know him, Lord Orin?" Chao Xing asked. The Orlan City Lord nodded slightly, then whispered, "Lord Chao Xing, this Kylon is one of the legendary warriors from the North Wind Kingdom I mentioned earlier. He's a renowned freak, incredibly gifted. In just 200 years, he reached the legendary realm." Here, his voice dropped even lower. "Also, his father is Kai." Hearing this, Chao Xing's expression shifted slightly. "You mean the one currently number 1 on the leaderboard?" "Yes." The Orlan City Lord nodded solemnly. "That's Kai, the king of the North Wind Kingdom, one of only 2 warriors in the past 60 years to pass the 5th round of trials. It's said that Kai is incredibly close to demigodhood and has been preparing to reach that level in recent years. Once his father reaches demigodhood, coupled with the legendary Kylon, then the North Wind Kingdom will instantly become one of the most powerful kingdoms in the northern part of the western continent. So, Lord Chao Xing, do your best." Chao Xing understood the Orlan City Lord's meaning. He meant to tell me to avoid provoking this person. He has a powerful background, even backed by his father, who's on the verge of a demigod breakthrough. But, forget about a demigod breakthrough. Even if a true demigod came, would Chao Xing be afraid? He chuckled and shook his head. Of course, if this young man didn't cause trouble, Chao Xing wouldn't bother with him. Meanwhile, Talia took a step back from Kalen's blunt declaration of love. With a serious look in her beautiful eyes, she shook her head and said, "I'm deeply sorry, Lord Kalen, I cannot accept your love. Right now, I simply want to break through to the legendary realm through my own efforts. Besides, my Iron Rose mercenary group's roots are here, so I can't accompany you to the North Wind Kingdom." Hearing this, Kylon solemnly stated, "I can send someone to bring all members of the Iron Rose mercenary group to the North Wind Kingdom, and dedicate resources to making you the 3rd strongest mercenary group in the country. Ms. Talia, I come with complete sincerity." The audience erupted in shock again at his offer. Not only was he willing to accept all members of the Iron Rose mercenary group, he even promised to strengthen the mercenary group. For most of the mercenaries present, this offer was an irresistible temptation. Many of the group leaders even considered replacing Talia and returning to the North Wind Kingdom with Kylon. Even Chao Xing was a little surprised. He wondered, is Kalen so persistent? He insists on marrying Talia? Beside him, the Lord of Orlan chuckled and shook his head. That's not the case. Kalen has been married before. Over the past 200 years, he has married princesses from 4 kingdoms, thus tying the North Wind Kingdom to these 4 kingdoms. It is precisely because of these political marriages that the North Wind Kingdom's position has become increasingly stable. As for why he is so obsessed with Talia, after a pause, he continued, it's naturally because of Talia's strength. Previously, the women he married all had strong political backgrounds, but their strength was mediocre, and they could only be considered ordinary. Talia, on the other hand, not only possesses outstanding beauty, but also combat power that is on the verge of breaking through to the legendary level. If we can get her aboard the North Wind Kingdom's warships, it would be like the country officially having 3 legendary figures. By then, the nation's position will be even more secure, and no one will be able to shake it. After listening to Lord Orlan's explanation, Chao Xing nodded in understanding. As expected, everything is tied to politics and self-interest? Talia was no fool. She naturally understood Kylan's purpose in pursuing her. She continued to refuse. I'm sorry, Lord Kylon, I'm not particularly interested in going to the North Wind Kingdom for the time being. Now, I'm about to begin my arena trials. The implication was that you could leave and stop pestering me. However, after being rejected so many times in public, the young man seemed to be losing his patience. An oppressive aura emanated from him. Faced with this aura, the nearest members of the Iron Rose mercenary group paled and trembled violently. Feeling the pressure coming from the other side, Talia frowned slightly. Lord Kalen, what do you mean? The young man's expression grew colder, and his voice deepened as he spoke. Talia, you still don't understand what joining the North Wind Kingdom means. I can save you a dozen years of detours. He extended a hand and gently grasped it. An invisible restraining force bound Talia. Seeing this, everyone understood his intention. Kalen was actually planning to forcibly take Talia away. The surrounding mercenaries and adventurers were utterly astonished, but no one dared to intervene. Let me go! Talia struggled fiercely. However, although she was on the verge of breaking through to legendary status, she had not yet reached that realm. The gap between hero and legend was like an insurmountable chasm. No matter how hard she struggled, she couldn't break free from the young man's grip. The members of Talia's mercenary group were also extremely anxious, but the gap between them and the legendary realm was even greater, and they couldn't help it all. The young man's voice remained low. Talia, you thank me when we reach the North Wind Kingdom. Please forgive my rude behavior now. He stretched out a hand, ready to forcibly take Talia away. At that moment, a sound of breaking wind suddenly rang out. An icy spike instantly shot out, heading straight for the young man's brow. Kai Lan's eyes flashed with surprise. For within this tiny icy spike, he sensed a deadly sense of danger. Legend. Kai Lan's expression grew serious, and he instantly drew the longsword shrouded in black mist from his waist. The moment the sword was unsheathed, the surrounding light seemed to distort. Clang! The blade, emanating a dark aura, collided with the ice spike, emitting a metallic clang. The instant the ice spike shattered, a surge of intense cold air erupted, instantly freezing the ground dozens of meters in radius into a mirror-like ice field. At the same time, the restraining force surrounding Talia was shattered by the aftermath. She instinctively retreated behind Chao Xing, the tips of her ears trembling slightly amidst her red hair, clearly still terrified. Everyone on the field was stunned by the sudden scene. The mercenary's eyes widened, exclaiming in shock, "Gods! Someone actually forced Lord Kylon to retreat? Who is this person?" After the initial clash, Kylon made no rash moves. He gripped the black long sword, the blood diamond on the hilt shedding more tears, as he gazed at Chao Xing with a solemn expression. A lord from another world, possessing legendary combat power. Who are you? Chao Xing spread his hands, frost silently spreading beneath his feet. Just a passing frost mage. Hearing this answer, Kylon frowned slightly. His gaze flickered between Chao Xing and Talia, a thoughtful glint flickering in his dark red pupils, as if he were trying to guess their relationship. At this moment, the black mist sword in his hand vibrated violently, and the blood diamond in its scabbard oozed more tears, as if longing for something. Guided by the sword's will, Kylon suddenly raised his head, his gaze instantly locking onto Isabel in the crowd. Sensing the vast aura of holy light emanating from her, a flicker of shock crossed his eyes. I was mistaken. There's actually a legendary holy light sage here. No wonder my whisper of eternal night, God Slayer, is so excited. He looked at Isabel with a look of longing, as if he had discovered a treasure. If I can slay this holy light sage, the power of my God Slayer will surge even further. Even before he finished his words, Chao Xing's gaze suddenly turned icy. A tangible murderous intent swept out like a blizzard, instantly enveloping Kylon. At the same time, Assam had already drawn the sword of the Lady of the Lake, and Sarah had disappeared into the shadows. A host of powerful warriors drew their weapons, locking onto the man before them. Finding so much murderous intent, even Kylon, a legendary warrior, couldn't help but step back. His sword grip trembled slightly, as if even the whisper of eternal night in his hand was frightened. Including the spectators on the field, they were all stunned by this sudden change. That ordinary otherworldly lord suddenly unleashed such terrifying power, and the members behind him were equally powerful, even forcing the legendary Kylon to retreat. This only intensified their curiosity. Who exactly was this otherworldly lord? In front of so many people, Kylon braced himself, his voice deliberately raised. I am the heir to the North Wind Kingdom. My father is Kai, on the verge of achieving demigodhood. If you're going to attack me, think carefully about the consequences. Hearing this, Chao Xing suddenly laughed. And with his smile, the temperature around them plummeted by dozens of degrees again. Everyone felt as if they had instantly fallen into an icy cave, feeling a bone-chilling chill from head to toe. I give you a chance. Chao Xing slowly raised his staff, mobilizing a vast stream of ice elemental energy. Now, apologize to my men. Otherwise, I don't care if your father is the king of the north wind or the king of the south wind, I will make you remain in these ruins forever. In the arena, the other mercenaries and adventurers watching dared not even breathe under this terrifying pressure. They all knew that the young man before them was equally formidable. This was a fight between powerful figures. If they rashly got involved, they would be killed without even a chance to speak. Faced with Chao Xing's threat, Kai Lan's face turned pale, and his shoulders trembled violently. As a renowned genius throughout the northern part of the western continent, coupled with his background, he commanded respect wherever he went. Even Queen Yulan and King Bingjing treated him with courtesy. Yet, now, being threatened in front of so many people by a lord from another world, he felt incredibly humiliated. But he could also sense the terrifying power of this group. Even facing his father, the one on the verge of demigodhood, he hadn't felt such a strong sense of oppression. Finally, Kai Lan gritted his teeth, sheathed his sword, and bowed deeply to Isabel. I'm so sorry, Holy Light Sage. The whole audience was in an uproar at this scene. The unscrupulous heir to the North Wind Kingdom had actually bowed his head and apologized to the subordinates of an otherworldly lord. In other words, he had surrendered before Chao Xing. Talia even covered her mouth, her eyes filled with shock beneath her red hair. She knew better than anyone that this arrogant prince had never bowed to anyone. However, Chao Xing didn't give up. Instead, he looked at the Holy Light Sage beside him and asked, Isabel, do you accept his apology? If not, let's get on with it and finish him off now. His words were calm, as if he were dealing with a roadside monster rather than a distinguished legend. This made Kai Lan's face turn pale, and a look of humiliation flashed in her eyes. Hearing the Lord's question, Isabel's eyes flickered with emotion. She gently pressed the holy emblem on her chest and said softly, Lord, your protection is the highest respect you can offer me. We have other things to do. There's no need to waste time on this man. It was clear that Isabel didn't want to cause any trouble for Chao Xing. At this, Chao Xing raised his hand, and everyone sheathed their weapons. As they moved, the terrifying, oppressive feeling receded like a tide. Everyone on the field breathed a sigh of relief, only to realize their backs were drenched in cold sweat upon regaining consciousness. Chao Xing waved his hand. All right, let's continue our challenge to the ancient arena. Talia, you join us. With that, he turned away without even a glance at Kai Lan. Talia knew Chao Xing was protecting her. Gratitude flashed in her eyes, and she quietly took a few steps closer. Kai Lan, behind him, noticed Talia's movements, a look of envy in his eyes, and his hand on the hilt of his sword trembled slightly. He wished he could draw his sword right then and there and slay this otherworldly lord. This was the man who had humiliated him in public, and now even the woman he was pursuing had followed him away. From childhood to adulthood, Prince Beifeng had never suffered such a profound humiliation. However, thinking of the astonishing momentum that group had just unleashed, Kai Lan had no confidence in his victory. The mercenaries, too, looked incredulous. Today's events had truly opened their eyes. Chao Xing paid no attention to their reactions, and prepared to distribute the soul crystals. Just when everyone thought Kai Lan was about to swallow his loss, wait! A hoarse voice rang out from behind him. Chao Xing turned and glared at him with a stern expression. Anything else? His face paled, but he maintained the demeanor of a legendary warrior. He said gravely, You just said you wanted to challenge the ancient arena? Chao Xing said calmly, What does it have to do with you? Kai Lan shouted, Next, I'm also going to challenge the arena. A hint of fighting spirit flashed in his eyes. In that case, I wonder if you're interested in a bet with me? Let's undergo the trial together, and then bet on who will rank higher on the stone tablet. At this, the arena erupted in excitement. The Lord of Oran City whispered a warning, Lord Chao Xing, this Prince Kai Lan likes to make bets with powerful individuals. And his bets are usually very high, so be careful. Chao Xing nodded silently. Then he glanced at the prince speechlessly. You're a bit boring. I'm not interested. But Kai Lan suddenly stepped forward, a glint of madness in his eyes. What? Are you scared? He deliberately raised his voice. You dared to stand up for Talia, but you don't even have the courage to challenge me to a fair bet. Or are you just a coward who dares to stand up because you have more people? At that moment, the whole place fell into a dead silence. The mercenaries and adventurers looked at the two men with trepidation, already thinking of retreating. They all knew that both sides were powerful figures, they couldn't afford to offend, and both possessed legendary combat power. If they weren't careful, a legendary battle could easily break out here. If they were caught in it, with their strength, they would die without knowing how they died. Even the powerful men behind them, like Marinella and Sarah, drew their weapons. At Chao Xing's command, they would rush out and kill the men before them. Chao Xing fell silent. After a moment, he suddenly chuckled. Although your provocation is crude, it has piqued my interest. Tell me, what's the stakes? Kai Lan's eyes gleamed when he heard Chao Xing agree. A smile curved his lips, as if he had caught a big fish. If you can defeat me, I will not only stop bothering Talia from now on. Also, I will offer you my weapon, Eternal Night Whisper, Soul Eater. With these words, he plunged the black sword into the ground, its blade emitting a sharp hum. The whole audience erupted in an uproar upon hearing this. The mercenaries exclaimed in shock, "Gods be upon you! Lord Kai Lan's weapon is a legendary weapon." Yes, it's said that this weapon also seals a terrifying soul, promising to transform to a higher level. Chapter 738. The mercenaries exclaimed in amazement, they're even using this kind of peerless divine weapon as a bet. How crazy! Chao Xing's interest was piqued after hearing about the legendary weapon. He examined the black sword in Kai Lan's hand, and indeed sensed a surge of divine power. Interesting. You actually have a legendary weapon. But as far as I know, legendary weapons are bound to the soul of their owner. Unless the owner dies, no one else can wield them. If I win, how are you going to give me the weapon? You can't win, Kai Lan said firmly, his tone filled with complete confidence. However, if you truly win, I have my own way to unbind the soul. After a pause, his tone suddenly grew colder. But if you lose, I will bring Talia back to the Northwind Kingdom. At the same time, I will also challenge your Holy Light Sage to a life-or-death battle. Do you dare accept it? Successfully trigger side quest, Kai Lan's bet. Requirement: surpass Kai Lan's ranking in the Ancient Arena Steel. Reward: legendary weapon, Whisper of the Eternal Night Soul Eater *1. Note: if you fail this quest, you can surrender Talia and Isabel at your own will, but this will result in a certain loss of reputation and a chance of being attacked by the Northwind Kingdom Alliance. Seeing the system prompt, Chao Xing pondered for a moment. He had never challenged this ancient arena before, and he was truly unsure. But if he defeated Kai Lan, he would receive a legendary weapon, a sword. Chao Xing didn't want to pass up this opportunity. After all, there were many powerful swordsmen in his territory, all waiting to change weapons. Besides, even if he truly lost, he could refuse to hand over the person, and this guy wouldn't be able to do anything to him. At that point, it would be nothing more than a small loss of reputation points. As for the potential attack from the Northwind Kingdom Alliance, he simply ignored it. Thinking of this, Chao Xing chuckled and said, "All right, since you want to bet, I accept your bet." Hearing Chao Xing's agreement, Kai Lan's lips curled up again. Then it's a deal. He raised his head, his gaze passing through Chao Xing to the female warrior behind him. "Lady Talia, I go in and begin the trial. Witness how I defeat this otherworldly lord and personally bring you back to the Northwind Kingdom." Without waiting for Talia's response, Kai Lan also produced a pale blue soul crystal. With a snap, the crystal shattered under his crush. The next moment, the alchemical runes on the arena's walls erupted with a dazzling blue light. A beam of light enveloped Kai Lan, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished. He had already begun the trial of the strong. Left behind him were Chao Xing and his group, along with the nearby Iron Rose mercenaries. Talia Iron Rose stepped out from behind Chao Xing. Her eyes, etched with apology beneath her red hair, said, "I'm sorry, Lord Chao Xing, for dragging you into my affairs again." Hearing this, Chao Xing chuckled, "That's fine. If it weren't for your situation, where else would I find someone so eager to give me a legendary weapon?" He toyed with a soul crystal in his fingertips. "This is a blessing, I couldn't ask for more." Talia was a bit taken aback, because Chao Xing's words implied he was already certain to win. Chao Xing didn't offer any further explanation. Instead, he turned around, looked at the crowd behind him, and said, "Did everyone hear that? I've made a bet with this so-called Prince Beifeng. Although this is a bet between him and me, everyone should give it their all, and not be outdone by this fellow." The crowd solemnly replied, "Yes, Lord." Sarah said with a serious look, "We will show this man what true strength is." "Very good," Chao Xing nodded with satisfaction. "Now, let's begin the challenge." With a casual wave of his hand, everyone, except Dabai and Xiaolin, held a pale blue, transparent crystal. Having seen Kai Lan's demonstration earlier, they knew how to use this crystal. Crack, crack! A series of crackling sounds echoed, and beams of blue light enveloped everyone before disappearing. Even Chao Xing himself took out a soul crystal. At the same time, a system prompt appeared. Use Soul Crystal *1 to enter the ancient arena? Warning! If you fail a challenge in the arena, you won't actually die, but you will be weakened for a period of time. Weakened body. All attributes decrease by 30% for 12 hours. Chao Xing's eyes flickered in thought. Weakened body? And lasting for 12 hours? This side effect is a bit severe. But as long as I don't fail, it's fine. Thinking of this, he clicked OK. The next moment, a beam of blue light descended. Chao Xing's vision suddenly went dark, and he vanished. Captain, what should we do now? Should we continue the trial? The middle-aged man from the Iron Rose mercenary group asked cautiously. Another young mercenary whispered, Captain, how about we retreat? While they're all in the trial, let's leave the ruins. If Lord Chao Xing loses, Prince Beifeng will definitely take you away. Talia's fingers, gripping the hilt of her sword, turned pale, as if she too was in a fierce inner struggle. After a moment's hesitation, she suddenly gritted her teeth and said, I won't leave. I also undergo the trial of the strong. She raised her head, her gaze becoming incredibly determined. Even if we escape today, he continued to haunt us later. We can't hide forever, nor can we always find Lord Chao Xing to rescue us. In this world, if you want to survive, you have to rely on yourself. Without hesitation, Talia crushed the soul crystal in her hand, her figure gradually disappearing in the light. As everyone entered the ancient arena, explosive news spread through the ruins like wildfire. Kai Lan, the genius prince of the North Wind Kingdom, made a shocking bet with a lord from another world, who could achieve the highest ranking on the ancient arena stone tablet. The stakes were a legendary weapon, and the fate of the heroic and powerful Talia Iron Rose. Such explosive news spread like wildfire. God's bet. Using legendary weapons as a stake? How insane! Come on, let's go to the ancient arena. We can't miss this kind of spectacle. Take me with you. Let's go together. Instantly, the entire ruins erupted in excitement. The mercenaries exploring the second route immediately turned around and headed for the first route. Adventurers treasure hunting on the outskirts also dropped their tasks and rushed towards the inner city. Even many of the survivors had heard about this. They all looked puzzled and asked, what? A bet between Boss Chao Xing and Prince Beifeng? Isn't this just giving him weapons? Yeah. Who is Prince Beifeng sending it to? Is he as powerful as the Blood Legion? I'd love to join in the fun, but Boss Chao Xing warned us not to venture into the inner city easily. We just listened to him. For these survivors, Prince Beifeng and Prince Shifeng were completely unknown. They only knew that Chao Xing had never lost since the server launched. An unknown amount of time had passed since Chao Xing was teleported away by that blue beam of light. When he opened his eyes, he found himself in a dark space. The surroundings were completely empty, pitch black, even the sound of breathing swallowed by the darkness. Huh? Didn't they say the trial would begin after entering? What's going on with this pitch-black darkness? Chao Xing muttered to himself, his voice tinged with confusion. Just then, a series of system messages appeared before his eyes. Challenger, you have entered the ancient arena. The powerful trial will begin for you. Generating an opponent based on your strength. Challenger's magic power fluctuations detected, identified as a frost mage, legendary level. Opponent generated successfully. The first round of the trial will begin in 10 seconds. 9. 8. A look of realization crossed Chao Xing's eyes. So, it's already begun. Just as Mr. Qiang said, each round of the trial only has a 10-second respite. It seems that to challenge higher levels, I need to coordinate my skills and combat methods. I can't use all my skills on the first level, otherwise, I won't have time to recover, and will be killed by my opponent in the later levels. Mages are different from other classes. Their various spells are the source of their strength. A mage who can't cast spells is like a toothless tiger, helpless to be slaughtered. Although Chao Xing has eternal power and ice spirit soul, and those minor skills have no cooldown, he can't bombard them recklessly. After all, these spells also consume energy. As he pondered this, the countdown reached the last 2 seconds. Countdown, 2 seconds. 1 second. Challenge begins. At the same time, a ray of light appeared before Chao Xing. The next moment, the boundless darkness around him receded like a tide. A vast arena, resembling the ancient Roman Colosseum, appeared before him. In its center was a circular amphitheater, over 1 kilometer in diameter. Surrounding it were dozens of terraced spectator stands, though the stone seats were empty. Chao Xing stood in the center, and surveyed the area. After a moment, his brow furrowed slightly. Strange. Didn't they say the competition had begun? Where's my opponent? The entire arena was deserted except for Chao Xing. Not even a heartbeat could be heard. And then, Chao Xing suddenly realized something. According to Kainan, the arena generates opponents tailored to the challenger's profession. As a mage, his opponent was likely an assassin. In other words, Chao Xing's opponent had already appeared, lurking in the shadows, ready to deliver a fatal blow. Interesting. Chao Xing's lips curled slightly. Is this the first round already going strong? He stood there seemingly casually, but in reality, he had already gripped his staff tightly, energizing the frost magic within him. With him as the center, the ground within a dozen meters was covered in a thick layer of white frost. The temperature of the entire ancient Roman Colosseum seemed to have dropped by more than 10 degrees. Just then, Chao Xing felt a sharp, almost ear-tearing sound from the back of his head. A shadow silently emerged, wielding a dagger and charging at him. Fast. Extremely fast. The speed of this strike rivaled even that of Sarah at hero level. However, Chao Xing remained unmoved. The next moment, the dagger struck his head with a crackling sound. A faint golden shield emerged, neutralizing the attack. Ding! You've been attacked by the Nightmare Assassin. Divine Shield has been triggered, making you immune to this damage. Seeing the notification, a smile crossed Chao Xing's face. The assassin, having failed in his sneak attack, emerged from stealth. A tall, thin figure shrouded in shadows, each holding a dark blue, poisoned dagger. The tall figure gave Chao Xing a deep look, his cold eyes gleaming with a coldness devoid of any human emotion. Then, a shadowy aura emanated from him, and his figure became elusive. Seeing this, Chao Xing raised a brow. Want to leave? He raised his pitcher and tapped his staff. More than a dozen 4-meter-thick ice walls suddenly rose from the ground, surrounding the enemy. However, the assassin's eyes remained cold. He raised his daggers, their blades gleaming with cold light as he slashed frantically at the ice wall. Bang! Crack! Ice crystals flew everywhere. He had just broken a hole in the ice wall and was about to escape. And just then, 6 enhanced ice spikes, each as thick as an arm, shot out from Chao Xing's side, instantly reaching the assassin and blocking all possible escape angles. Puff! Puff! A series of piercing sounds echoed as the ice spikes pierced the assassin's abdomen, heart, and forehead without hindrance. Decrease 375-2453. Weak point critical hit. Decrease 452-4552. Vital point penetration. Decrease 262-5439. Penetrating. When 6 consecutive damage figures exceeded 3 million, the assassin's blood hadn't even been spilled before he was frozen into a cold corpse. Successfully killed trial creature. Nightmare Assassin LV90, Tier 10 Overlord creature, gaining 7.6 million XP, Pale Attraction plus Savior Star. You receive trial reward, Blood of the Mighty Asterisk 3. From start to finish, the battle lasted less than 10 seconds. Although a Tier 10 Overlord Assassin appeared in the first round, Chao Xing's strength made him pose no threat. Chao Xing put away his staff, thinking, but this is just an appetizer. The subsequent trials will surely be even more difficult. Including the other subordinates currently taking on the trial, they also easily dispatched their opponents. Valkyrie Mernina, wielding the Bloodthirster sword, shattered a heavily armored knight's tower shield with 3 strikes. Sarah's opponent was an Iron Wall warrior, but even with her terrifying burst of power, he was still killed in 2 seconds. Even master-level warriors, like the Star Kingdom swordsman Xiao and the priestess Fanas were decisively dispatched. At the same time, the scene before Chao Xing faded, and he was once again in the dark space beyond. A message appeared before him. Continue the powerful trial, 2nd round. You have 5 seconds to decide. 5. 4. Seeing the countdown above, Chao Xing didn't hesitate and simply clicked confirm. Yes. Opponents are being generated based on the challenger's strength. Please prepare. Countdown, 10. 9. After 10 seconds, the surrounding darkness lifted like a curtain. Chao Xing once again stood in the center of the arena. Across from him, a blurry figure slowly solidified in the void. Chao Xing's gaze instantly fell on his opponent, revealing a stat panel. Night Dancer Blade of the End. Level 110, Legendary Creature. Potential, Domination. HP, 235 million/235 million. Attack, 112-8525 to 118-9344. Armor, 41,952 to 42,662. Skills, Legendary Dagger Mastery, Assassination Creed, Assassination Doctrine, Shadow Taboo, a Desolate Shadow Kill. Commander Skill, Shadow Guard Corps, summons 4 level 105 Shadow Servants, inheriting 30% of the base character stats, lasting 3 minutes. Domination Domain, Eternal Night Theater, increases the range of all friendly shadow skills within the domain by 200%. Every meter an enemy moves generates a stack of Shadow Quill. Legendary Skill, Final Waltz, consumes 20% of maximum HP, giving the next 8 attacks a 30% chance to trigger instant death. The chance increases or decreases depending on the power difference between the 2 players. Each kill restores 30% of lost health. Talent, Shadow Body. After reviewing the legendary assassin's attributes, Chao Xing's eyes flickered with contemplation. In the first round of the trial, the spawned opponent was a creature 1 level lower than ours, yet in the second round, it jumped to the same level, and with dominant level potential. This set of skills is truly insane. He couldn't help but sigh. The difficulty of this powerful trial was truly extraordinary. Even ordinary powerful warriors wouldn't necessarily have a guaranteed victory against opponents of the same level. Even more so, this opponent was inherently superior to him. At this moment, after converging into form, the legendary assassin didn't rush to attack. Instead, as if possessing intelligence, he studied Chao Xing intently. After observing for a moment, swish, he suddenly hurled a flying knife shrouded in black mist. The flying knife rapidly enlarged in Chao Xing's pupils, creating tiny cracks in the air wherever the blade passed. At the critical moment, a massive cone of ice shot out. Ding! With a metallic clang, the black mist flying knife was deflected. But at that moment, a poison dagger was already at Chao Xing's throat. The legendary assassin's explosive speed was truly terrifying. In a one-on-one situation, the mage had no chance of victory. He was a lamb to the slaughter, but Chao Xing was no ordinary mage. The next moment, an intense chill erupted from him. Frost shield erupted. The assassin's body was instantly covered in a thick layer of white frost, his mobility plummeting, and his dagger had already struck, breaking through one of Chao Xing's holy shields. Immediately afterwards, Chao Xing swung his staff. Ice Seal. A chill surged into the opponent's body, causing his speed to plummet again. The combined effects of the 2 skills had already reduced his movement speed by 40%. Chao Xing's 3 layers of holy shields were completely shattered. At the same time, his spell, Iceberg Drop, was completed. 3 massive ice blocks, over 100 meters in diameter, took shape and plummeted downwards. Boom, boom! After a dull thud, the assassin was sent flying. -582, 4423. -547, 2302. -548, 2543. The 3 attacks dealt a cumulative 16 million damage, demonstrating Chao Xing's current offensive power. The assassin, suddenly struck hard, nimbly rolled on the ground and stood up. The opponent was about to re-engage with Chao Xing in close combat. However, with a flick of his staff, a powerful chill descended. Instantly, the legendary assassin's figure was frozen into a human-shaped ice sculpture, standing still. Through the ice, his wide-open eyes could still be seen. Chao Xing nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. After becoming a legendary Frost Mage, my control abilities have been greatly enhanced. Even a legendary assassin can be temporarily held in place by me. Next, it was Chao Xing's turn to attack. Clatter! The group attack skill, Ice Arrow Rain, was activated, and thousands of icy arrows poured down like a torrential rain. At the same time, Chao Xing continued to cast Enhanced Cone of Ice. Swish! Swish! Decrease 285, 2412. Decrease 269, 2442. Decrease 289, 2352. Decrease 318, 5443. Chapter 739. A series of crimson damage numbers popped up, and Chao Xing slashed away tens of millions of his opponent's health in the blink of an eye. Of course, as a legendary assassin, he couldn't be frozen in place by Chao Xing forever. The frozen state lasted only 2 seconds before he instantly broke free. He rolled on the spot, creating distance. The assassin steadied himself and gradually raised his head. A hint of human emotion suddenly appeared in his eyes. He looked angry. At this moment, he raised his hand and suddenly made a gesture of wiping his throat towards him. Seeing this, Chao Xing was slightly startled, then smiled back. Continue? The assassin nodded slightly. He swung his daggers, and a large amount of shadowy auras surged from his body. 4 dark figures, also holding daggers, suddenly appeared. Clearly, this was the assassin's commander-level skill. summoning 4 shadow servants, who inherited 30% of his own attributes. The next moment, the 5 figures launched their simultaneous attacks, charging towards Chao Xing from different angles. A typical mage facing this situation would be practically doomed. At this moment, Chao Xing casually launched 2 ice spears. A system notification appeared. Ding! You have successfully cast 10 spells. Your passive skill, Ice Crystal Fury, has been activated. The effect of your next skill will be doubled. A smile crossed Chao Xing's face once again. Then, he raised his staff and unleashed another golden skill, Ice Blossom. Wow! A massive ice elemental magic circle, over 1 kilometer in diameter, enveloped the entire arena. The 5 figures, as if mired in a quagmire, saw their movement speed plummet, especially the legendary assassin. Chao Xing had already reduced his movement speed by 40% earlier, and Ice Blossom had reduced it by another 50%, for a total of 90%. At this moment, the assassin was practically frozen in place, unable to move. Seeing this, Chao Xing's face once again flickered with a smile. Then he resumed his frantic attack. Ice Blossom, Ice-breaking blades, improved cone of ice. Clatter. The area was filled with terrifying ice magic. Each spell carried a wave of destructive force. 65 seconds later, the 4 shadow servants summoned by the legendary assassin had been slain by Chao Xing. Even the enemy had only the last 30 million HP remaining. In addition, the assassin was inflicted with a host of status effects. Among them was the 10 stacks of Soul Freeze granted by the Archlich's Frost Soul Robe. Soul Freeze. Each stack reduces the enemy's spellcasting/attack speed by 5%. Targets inflicted with Soul Freeze will also be affected by Soul Backlash each time they cast magic or attack, taking 10% of the caster's attack power as damage. This can stack up to 10 times. Seeing this, Chao Xing mentally calculated. Then he nodded secretly and said, "That's about it. With 10 stacks of Soul Freeze, this assassin will kill himself from Soul Backlash even without my intervention. That saved me some skills for the next trial." At the same time, the assassin broke free of the frozen state and swiftly rushed towards Chao Xing, just as he was about to launch his attack. Bang! With a dull thud, the assassin suddenly felt a soul-tearing pain. Reduce 1523552, Soul Backlash. Reduce 61932, Thorns Roar. The legendary assassin let out a deep roar, and 2 damage numbers appeared above his head. Not only that, Andrew's Thorns also triggered at this moment. While the damage wasn't high, it left the enemy feeling deeply sick. It was as if every attack on Chao Xing was like hitting a barbed steel plate. And then, a dramatic scene unfolded. Chao Xing sat cross-legged on the ground, waiting for his skills to cool down while recovering his mental strength. All the while, he leisurely watched the assassin's frantic attacks. Swish. 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 The assassin's dagger slashed through the air with a sharp, cold flash, but each strike was accompanied by a muffled groan. After several attempts, Chao Xing's health had only dropped by less than 10 million. The assassin, however, had lost 20 million health points due to the combined torment of Soul Backlash and Thorns. Watching the assassin's health bar plummet, even Chao Xing couldn't help but shake his head. This style is indeed a bit disgusting. But I like it. When Andrew reaches Legend, the damage return of Thorns will increase significantly again. Then I find some skills that offer damage return. That scene will be really fun. Chao Xing thought happily, ignoring the opponent's attacks. Finally, with a roar of resentment, the legendary assassin killed himself with his own sword. You have successfully passed the powerful trial. Round 2. Reward for clearing the level, 3 unopened gold jars. You actually gave me back the jars? That's a great reward. Chao Xing remained seated on the ground, a look of satisfaction on his face. At the same time, the surrounding scene faded again, and he returned to the dark space. Challenger, please note, you have successfully passed the 2nd round of the trial. Do you wish to proceed to the 3rd round? Yes. Chao Xing clicked confirm without hesitation. You have made your choice. The 3rd round of the powerful trial is about to begin. Countdown, 10 seconds. 9. 8. Meanwhile, as Chao Xing passed the 2nd round, the other territory members also concluded their battles one after another. Among them, the fastest to clear the level was Commander Boji. As an 8th level overlord creature, his attack power was astonishingly formidable. Additionally, he possessed Chao Xing's blessing and a 50% attack power bonus from the demon blood. His opponent, however, was a mere level 80 overlord level Thunder Mage. He seemed intent on using his Thunder Mage's explosive power and control to wipe out Boji in one fell swoop. Unexpectedly, the commander, relying on 3 layers of holy shield, charged directly at his opponent, then chopped him down with a few axe blows. Next came Assam, Kainan, and the others. Assam's Frost Wolf pounced, seizing its opponent's throat and swiftly dispatching him. Kainan's spear pierced the chests of 3 trial creatures. These hero-level creatures, in fact, cleared the levels much faster than legendary-level creatures. Even on the other side, Talia, Baiji, and City Lord Orin faced a more difficult challenge. All 3 wielded swords, each locked in a bitter struggle. Talia was battling a 10th tier shield guard. Her great sword, Rose's Fury, repeatedly slashed against the opponent's tower shield, sending sparks flying but unable to penetrate the defense. Baiji's icy longsword clashed with an agile swordsman. She attempted several times to use her innate ability to freeze her opponent, but he repeatedly dodged. The Lord of Orlon was locked in a close fight with a heavily armored knight, the clang of blades clashing echoing throughout the arena. They lacked Qiao Xing's blessing, and not only were their attack powers significantly lower, they also lacked the permanent recovery ability. They could only rely on their own combat experience to continuously inflict damage on their foes. However, their opponents weren't as freakish as Qiao Xing and the others, possessing dominant level potential from the start. The second round's opponents were merely boss-level creatures of the same tier. Countdown, 1 second. Countdown, 0. Trial begins, challengers, please prepare. As a cold reminder flashed across Qiao Xing's face, the darkness before him receded again like a tide. This time, 3 figures suddenly appeared before Qiao Xing. On his left was an assassin wielding twin orchid daggers, his face completely obscured by a black robe. On his right was an archer wielding a longbow, his arrows laced with lightning. In the center was a shield guard clad in full armor and holding a massive shield. This lineup was truly versatile, even unstoppable, and even more terrifying, they were all legendary-level fighters. Qiao Xing's mouth twitched. Damn, is this really that exaggerated? They're starting off with 3 heroes fighting Lu Bu? Are they treating me like a boss? Before he could finish his rant, his opponent had already launched his attack. Swish. Swish. The archer took the lead, firing 3 lightning arrows in a triangular formation. Ripples rippled through the air wherever they passed. Even the legendary assassin's figure dispersed like ink, completely blending into the shadows. And the legendary shield guard was even more dramatic. He stomped his right foot, creating spiderweb-like cracks in the ground. The next moment, he charged at Qiao Xing like a wild bull. It was clear that these 3 guys weren't cooperating for the first time. They were launching a surprise attack. Damn! Unfair martial arts. Qiao Xing reacted quickly. Crash! He unleashed 10 ice walls in quick succession. Although these ice walls shattered easily under the attacks of the archer and the legendary shield guard, they were like tofu. But Qiao Xing didn't expect these ice walls to stop his opponent's attacks. He merely used them to trigger his passive skills. Ding! You've released 10 skills. Ice Wrath has taken effect. The next skill's effect will be doubled. When the notification ended, the legendary shield guard had already rushed over 100 meters and was about to reach him. A deadly aura emanated from the left front. Several lightning arrows were about to strike, including his face. At this moment, Qiao Xing squatted down, pressed his hand suddenly to the ground, and whispered, "Ice." Thousands of miles. Clatter. A shimmering path of frost rapidly spread from beneath his feet, reaching the end of his sight. In the blink of an eye, the entire Colosseum was covered. After receiving a 100% boost from Ice Crystal Fury, the power of this epic skill skyrocketed. The sprinting shield warrior's speed suddenly plummeted, his iron boots practically freezing to the ground. The assassin was forced to emerge from the shadows, thick ice crystals forming on the soles of his boots. Even the legendary archer's movements became incredibly stiff. However, the arrow he had previously fired still reached Qiao Xing, directly shattering his 3 layers of holy shields. Qiao Xing, standing in the frozen Colosseum, felt waves of biting cold transforming into surges of magical power, piercing his body. The air around him was filled with visible pale blue ice elements, surrounding him like loyal soldiers, ready to be deployed at any time. In this extremely cold environment, Qiao Xing seemed to become the master of ice. He gently raised his hand, and a perfect 6-sided ice crystal automatically formed at his fingertips. Because you are in an extreme environment of -80 degrees Celsius, the Permafrost Monarch's passive skill, Frost Control, has taken effect. Casting speed increased by 30%. Skill cooldown reduced by 30%. All ice-based skills have a 35% to 50% chance to freeze enemies. All ice-based control effects have a 50% longer duration. As a series of system notifications flashed by, Chao-Xing suddenly erupted in a towering icy aura. The Great Lich's robes rustled in the biting cold air, and he slowly floated into the air, a throne of ice crystals forming beneath his feet. At this moment, he was crowned the Permafrost Monarch. Is this the effect of a legendary passive skill? Chao-Xing felt the surge of power within him, a cold smile curling his lips. In this state, I feel terrifyingly powerful. He surveyed the battlefield from above, his gaze instantly locked on the 3 opponents below. Now, we need to kill that assassin first, then deal with the archers. His gaze swept over the heavily armored warrior, who was blocking with his shield raised. Last, we slowly deal with that tin can. Having made his decision, Chao-Xing's attack unleashed a torrential downpour, blasting the forced-out legendary assassin. Wow! 10 enhanced ice spikes instantly took shape. Under cold control, these ice spikes expanded again, transforming into the size of battering rams. Swirls of frigid wind swirled around their surfaces. Go! Instantly, 10 ice spikes struck the legendary assassin. -428-5342. -442-9342. -523-8531. -532-3528. 10 terrifying damage figures exceeding 4 million appeared, directly knocking away nearly 50 million of the target's health. Furthermore, this attack triggered the freeze effect again, freezing the legendary assassin in place. Not only that, because Chao-Xing had unleashed 10 skills, he also triggered the skill multiplication effect of Ice Crystal Fury, passive. Then, he raised his staff. A massive magic circle over 200 meters in diameter emerged, enveloping both the legendary assassin and the legendary shield guardian. Ing! A deafening dragon roar echoed. 4 enormous icy dragon heads emerged from the magic circle, followed by icy dragon bodies. The 4 giant icy dragons began to spin frantically. Clatter. Decrease 358-2345. Decrease 256-2314. Decrease 392-6823. Decrease 276-5349. Decrease 425-2344. Decrease 532-9526. In 3 seconds, a full 48 damage numbers of 3 to 4 million appeared. The health of the legendary assassin and legendary shield guard dropped another 100 million. Only 4 seconds had passed since Chao-Xing entered the frost domination form. The legendary assassin's health had already dropped by more than half, and the legendary shield guard's health had also dropped by a third. This was Chao-Xing's terrifying explosive power after reaching the legendary realm. Even without using legendary skills or forbidden spells, he could kill a legendary in under 10 seconds. Even on the other side, the legendary archer knew his teammates were being unilaterally suppressed by Chao-Xing, facing a life-or-death crisis. He forced his frozen fingers to draw the bowstring to its full length. Swish! Swish! 4 or 5 arrows, shrouded in lightning, pierced the air, tracing 5 purple trails through the frigid realm. Where the arrows passed, even the frozen air was torn into fine cracks. Puff! Puff! -115-2495. -138-5254. -219-5439. The arrows pierced Chao-Xing's frost shield, splashing blood on his shoulder. However, he didn't even glance back at the wound. Chao-Xing's gaze fell on the archer, a chilling chill. The moment Chao-Xing's gaze met his, the archer's pupils shrank slightly. A look of fear emerged in the archer's eyes. It was a fear born of instinct, as if he were facing an ancient frost dragon awakened. I told you, wait until I've dealt with that assassin, then I deal with you. Chao-Xing's voice was eerily calm. Until then, you better behave yourself. With that, he raised his staff, and 2 elemental creatures, 5 meters tall and composed entirely of 10,000-year-old black ice, emerged from below. This was his primary skill, summon frost spirits. But after he became the legendary Everfreeze Monarch, the 2 frost elves, inheriting 80% of his attributes, had also undergone a stunning transformation. Roar! They roared deafeningly, charging at the archer at terrifying speeds exceeding the speed of sound. Even the air froze to ice crystals wherever they passed. The archer retreated hastily, but he was quickly entangled by the 2 frost elves, forcing him to engage with all his might. After temporarily resolving the archer's threat, Chao-Xing turned his head again, his icy gaze fixed on the battlefield below. But he noticed something else. Aside from the legendary shield guard still desperately rushing towards him, the other legendary assassin had vanished without a trace, leaving only a few drops of frozen blood on the ground. Clearly, the other had entered stealth mode. Seeing this, Chao-Xing's lips curled up. Do you think your stealth is still useful in this limited terrain? Then he suddenly flipped his staff upside down. Ice arrow, sky burial. In an instant, tens of thousands of icy arrows rained down like a torrential rain, transforming the entire Colosseum into a death trap. Ding! 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 The crisp sound of the icy arrows hitting the ground merged into a continuous cacophony. -258-2349. -318-5193. -185-2053. -219-8542. -185-3295. Critical damage figures appeared above the heads of the legendary shield guard and archer. A few more damage figures came from an empty corner below. The next moment, the stealthy assassin's figure emerged. And even more deadly, the barrage of icy arrows triggered a 50% chance of freezing, once again freezing him into a struggling ice sculpture. The ensuing battle was naturally no surprise. According to plan, Chao Xing concentrated his firepower, killing the legendary assassin in 3 seconds. Then, with the help of 2 frost elves, they dispatched the legendary archer in 6 seconds. Finally, it was the legendary shield guard. This guy's defensive skills took some effort, but it only took 20 seconds to wipe out the last bit of his health. Boom! The shield guard's massive form collapsed with a crash, and a system notification appeared. Successfully cleared the powerful trial. Round 3. Trial rewards. 1 ancient gold chest, 100 ancient gold coins. Chapter 740. Successfully cleared the powerful trial. 3rd round. Trial rewards. 1 ancient gold chest, 100 ancient gold coins. Chao Xing successfully passed the 3rd round. Elsewhere, Assam, Sarah, and Isabel all faced a similar situation. They were also besieged by 2 or 3 powerful warriors of the same level, and their attacks were targeted. Assam was surrounded by 2 mages, and a shield warrior in a triangle. Light and dark magic exploded around him. The heavily armored shield warrior, like an impenetrable wall, blocked his retreat. Assam's health was visibly declining, and even the Frost Wolf roared in anger. Roar! Sarah's situation was even more dire. 2 legendary heavy-armored knights charged in turns, like a mobile fortress, leaving her no chance to break out. And lurking in the shadows, was an equally experienced legendary assassin. Every time she tried to escape into the shadows, she was forced out by a sharp flash of a blade. Then she faced the deathly piercing blows of the knight's lance. After several attempts, Sarah was forced to dodge. Although Elisa had just reached the hero level, she was besieged by 3 powerful warriors of the same level. A hero-level archer, a shield guard, and a wind swordsman. This was also a boss-killing lineup. The shield guard pressed forward like a moving fortress, his thick tower shield completely blocking her escape route. The wind swordsman vanished into a shadow, his blade slicing through her body. The most deadly were the archers in the distance. Every arrow that pierced the air accurately targeted her vital points, even interrupting her attacks several times. Ugh! Damn bastard, bullying Captain Elisa by relying on their numbers. Wait! Before she could finish her words, another arrow struck her shoulder, causing Elisa to scream in pain. Ugh! Stop shooting me, Captain Elisa is wrong. Lord! Help me! Elisa was beaten and fled, her body riddled with arrows. Unlike Chao Xing, they had many trump cards at their disposal. Legendary, and even heroic skills couldn't be used lightly. After all, they had to save their trump cards for future challenges. But fortunately, they all possessed a series of powerful blessings bestowed by Chao Xing, allowing them to restore nearly 200,000 HP per second. At this moment, all the powerful warriors adopted the same tactic, using their powerful recovery abilities to engage the enemy first. Then, with their powerful offensive power, they defeated the enemies one by one. Gradually, the tide of battle began to turn. Assam's Frost Wolf gnawed at the mage's throat, and Sarah's death blade ripped through the knight's armor. Elisa also seized the opportunity, piercing the archer's chest with a frost burst. As time passed, one opponent after another fell at their feet, their targeted formation broken, and the pressure suddenly eased. The ensuing battle was a foregone conclusion. Not long after, everyone successfully passed the 3rd round of trials. Attention, trialists. The 4th round of the strong trial is about to begin. The difficulty of this round will increase again, please be prepared. Countdown, 10, 9. Seeing the notification, Chao Xing looked forward solemnly. The 4th round is about to begin. If I pass this round, my name will be recorded on the stone tablet outside. At this moment, he seemed to recall something. I remember that the fastest person to pass the 4th round so far was Luo Shi from Chuahai Fort, in 6 minutes. I wonder if I can break her record. Thinking of this, Chao Xing became eager to try. Countdown, 0. As the darkness receded like a tide, the curtain of the ancient arena was lifted. Chao Xing was still in the center of the arena. However, the extremely cold environment he had created in the previous round of trials had disappeared, leaving the place empty once again. Chao Xing frowned slightly and whispered, "The frost trail left by the ice 1,000 miles normally lasts an hour. But it's dissipated in less than a few minutes. It seems the arena's power has eliminated it, or perhaps it's teleported me to another dimension." He paused, then chuckled, "But it's okay. It's already the 4th round, and I haven't used my trump cards yet. This time, I can safely throw them. Next, let's see who will face us in this 4th round." Thinking of this, Chao Xing raised his head and glanced quickly ahead. Although he had prepared, his pupils still shrank when he saw the scene before him. There were no targeted enemies as expected. 5 legions, fully armed and ready for battle, were laid out before him. To the left were 300 elite Imperial archers, each arrow carrying a powerful piercing force. In the center stood 300 heavily armored giant wolf knights, their 3-meter-long spears gleaming with a chilling cold light. To the right, another magic circle formed by 300 mages, elemental energy surging violently in the air. Add to that, 300 elite warriors, and 100 shadow assassins. The total strength of these 5 legions reached 1,300, even more terrifying. Each army was led by a legendary legion commander, and the soldiers behind them were equally formidable, all of them level 100 elites. Add to that the legion bond, and the combined power of these 5 legions could even destroy an entire nation. Seeing this, Chao Xing narrowed his eyes. Wow! Is that so exaggerated? They're actually sending 5 legions to confront a mere mage like me? Are they really treating me like a world boss? At the same time, the legion commanders were already ready for battle. They drew their weapons and waved their arms. For glory! Defeat the enemy! Knights, charge! The next moment, the knights led the charge, their hooves shaking the entire arena. Archers drew their longbows, a hail of arrows pouring down from the sky. Mages swung their staffs, a torrent of magic sweeping down. The shadow killer's form dissipated, transforming into countless deadly black rays that approached. Boom! Crash! Feeling the overwhelming onslaught, even Chao Xing, bearing so many attacks at once, would be seriously injured if not killed. At this crucial moment, the transparent wind wings behind Chao Xing fluttered, and he soared into the sky. He was actually charging into the air, braving the onslaught. Crack! Crack! 3 layers of holy shield shattered in an instant, and dozens of damage numbers exceeding 100,000 appeared above Chao Xing's head. His health plummeted to over 10 million. However, he continued to climb despite the hail of arrows and the barrage of magic. After sacrificing 15 million HP, he successfully broke through the fire blockade. Chao Xing glanced at his injuries. A barrage of magical attacks had blasted his body into charred patches, and arrows were lodged in his chest. Additionally, the swordsman's sword energy had left bloody streaks on his body. Huh? Chao Xing exhaled softly, and a terrifying burst of cold air froze the wounds. He said in an icy voice, "Next, it's my turn." The next moment, Chao Xing flicked his right hand, and his frost-white robe vanished, replaced by a dark blue one. It was the ancient winter robe, orange. Equipping it now, it once again triggered the 3-piece set's effects. Although the stat boost was still far inferior to the Archlich's Frost Soul robe, legendary. However, this 3-piece set has a set effect called Winter's Arrival. Winter's Arrival. When activated, the temperature within a 3,000-meter radius decreases by 20 degrees Celsius to 30 degrees Celsius, accompanied by heavy snowfall. Increases all allies' ice attack by 30% and their attack range by 30% for 120 seconds. Chao Xing activated this special effect on the spot, whispering, "Winter is arriving." Then, the temperature in the arena plummeted, and heavy snow fell from the sky. Whoosh! The cold wind slashed through every inch of space like a knife. The 1,300 enemy soldiers below were covered in a layer of frost, their armor instantly becoming stiff. Meanwhile, the temperature in the arena had dropped below -70 degrees Celsius. Ding! Legendary passive skill. Frost control, all activated. Chao Xing's casting speed skyrocketed again. With a wave of his staff, 10 ice walls rose up, only to be instantly shattered by the ferocious knights. However, Chao Xing wasn't using the ice walls to block the knights' attacks. He was simply using another passive skill. Ding! Passive skill. Ice Crystal Fury activated. At this moment, Chao Xing's skill bar had completely turned red. Even his legendary skills were amplified by this skill, their power increasing by 100%. Huh? Chao Xing exhaled a breath of cold air tinged with ice crystals, his eyes as sharp as a knife. Next, let me show you my true explosive power. Forbidden spell. Doomsday Ice Star. With a wave of his staff, the icy elements of heaven and earth converged frantically. The air froze completely, even time seemed to slow for a moment. Above everyone's heads, a dense mass of frost-blue meteorites suddenly appeared, each one exceeding 10 meters in diameter, emitting a devastating pressure. Meanwhile, the mage and archer armies below were also frantically attacking Chao Xing. Holy light orbs, thunderbolts, and shadow bolts rained down like a torrential rain. He fluttered his wind wings, swiftly dodging through the air while maintaining the release of forbidden spells, his mental energy consuming drastically. Of course, not all attacks could be dodged. Bang! With a bang, the thunderbolt from the legendary thunder technique struck Chao Xing, causing him to grunt and his health plummeting to nearly 2 million. During this time, he had lost nearly 40 million HP, and his injuries were becoming increasingly severe. But Chao Xing's eyes remained icy, unwavering. As more and more frost-blue meteorites emerged, the entire arena's sky was completely obscured. As if Doomsday had arrived, Chao Xing felt his mental energy being severely drained, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead, but a smile played at the corners of his mouth. When the number of meteorites reached 100,000, he whispered, almost. Fall. The next second, 100,000 Doomsday Ice stars crashed down with a thunderous thud. Boom! The moment the first meteorite struck the ground, the entire ancient arena shook violently. Even the arena, constructed of indeterminate materials, was blasted with countless spiderweb-like cracks. The archers near the impact point were instantly set flying, their heads erupting with damage of 4 to 5 million. Then, a second, a third. Countless frost-blue meteorites plummeted, instantly transforming the entire battlefield into a frost inferno. Boom! Amidst the deafening explosion, the heavy armor of the giant wolf knights was unaffected, and both the men and their mounts were crushed into icy shards. The archers didn't even have time to dodge before they were frozen into ice sculptures, then crushed to dust by the shockwave. The mages brandished their staffs, unleashing a torrent of magic, attempting to shatter the meteorites before they fell. The 5 legendary legion commanders roared in fury. Attack with all your might, destroy the meteorites. Legendary assassin, bring down the sorcerer in the air and interrupt his forbidden spell. Stop him. However, the number of meteorites was simply too great to handle. Moreover, the arena was too small, leaving them with no room to evade. In the blink of an eye, most of the 1,300 soldiers were dead or wounded. Even the 5 legendary legion commanders were left dizzy by the continuous impact, their health plummeting, and then they were completely engulfed in a shimmering explosion of frosty blue meteorites. As the meteorites continued to crash, an intense chill began to freeze everything. The ground, the air, even the soldiers' blood, were all corroded by the extreme cold, transforming them into a deadly paleness. In this battle, 1,300 trial troops were successfully killed, earning 585 million experience points, Pale Induction plus Savior Star. Combatants earned experience points, 292 million. Ding! Congratulations on successfully passing the 4th round of trials. Clearance rewards, 1 champion fighter, orange, 1 10th rank dominant soul. Outside, almost half an hour had passed since they entered the ancient arena. More and more mercenaries arrived in the square. Among them were several figures with imposing auras and unfathomable strength. They discussed in groups of 3 or 4. It's almost half an hour already. Who do you think will win this bet? Is there any need to think? It must be Prince Kailan of the North Wind. The legendary weapon he wields is no ordinary legend. It's the demonic sword known as the God Slayer. Indeed, Kailan has never lost since breaking through to legendary status. To this day, no one has emerged who can defeat him at the same level. This otherworldly lord is doomed to lose. Due to Kailan's immense fame, most of the people here are his supporters. At this moment, a bearded mercenary suddenly raised his voice. I think that otherworldly lord might win. You weren't here just now, so you didn't see Prince Kailan of the North Wind bowing before that otherworldly lord. This lord is quite influential. The crowd erupted in an uproar upon hearing this. What? Such a thing? Tell me what's going on. What kind of otherworldly lord is Kailan, to be able to make him bow down? The bearded mercenary, having attracted so much attention, perked up. He leaped onto a rubbled wall, and vividly recounted what had just happened in the square. You didn't see it. Prince Kailan's face turned pale. The lord simply raised his hand, and the entire square instantly froze into an ice field. When Prince Kailan bowed his last apology, His back bent so low he practically touched the ground. The onlookers were stunned, several young mercenaries dropping their weapons without even noticing. Even the eyes of several mysterious figures hidden in the crowd flashed with surprise. The Lord of Another World made Kalen bow his head. Interesting. Just then, a mercenary suddenly pointed at the stone tablet and exclaimed, "Look, there's a change. Prince Beifeng's name has appeared." At these words, thousands of eyes in the square turned in unison. Sure enough, they saw Kalen's name among the names at the front of the tablet. 4th place, Kalen, level cleared, 4th round, time, 6 minutes and 15 seconds. When that dazzling 4th place appeared, the entire audience erupted in an uproar. Oh my god! He's already made it straight into the top 5. He's only a dozen seconds shy of surpassing Luo Shi from Chuanhai Fort and becoming the fastest to pass the 4th round. Amazing! This is Prince Kalen's first time challenging the ancient arena, and he's already achieved this kind of result. As expected of the North Wind Blade, his talent rivals even his father, the indestructible demon body. The crowd hummed with praise. At this moment, several veteran mercenaries shook their heads and sighed, looking at the current situation. That otherworldly lord is doomed. 6 minutes and 15 seconds isn't something you expect in years. Yes, unless that otherworldly lord can pull off a miracle, there's no way he'd be faster than Kai Lan. It seems Talia will have to return to the North Wind Kingdom with Kai Lan. Poor Rose Goddess, she's also become a political victim. Just then, another mercenary said, "It's not just Talia. Kai Lan's bet requires him to face not only the Rose Goddess, but also a holy light sage under the otherworldly lord." At this, several mercenaries in the distance widened their eyes. Holy Light Sage? Isn't his Eternal Night Whisper, God Slayer, the strongest counter to holy types? At this, many of the surrounding mercenaries simultaneously revealed a look of sudden realization. I see. I think I understand why Kai Lan proposed this bet. The others, including him, exchanged knowing glances. They thought the otherworldly lord was going to suffer heavy losses this time. At that moment, everyone suddenly felt a powerful tremor in the square beneath their feet, and even the arena before them began to shake violently. Boom! They looked around in confusion. A mercenary asked, "What happened? Why is there an earthquake in the inner city? Could it be that another treasure has appeared?" Just then, a sharp-eyed magician shouted, "Look! There's a crack in the arena wall." What? Everyone looked over. On the arena walls, crafted from an unknown metal and covered in alchemical runes, a fine crack had appeared. Although the crack was healing at an incredibly fast rate, it was still beyond their comprehension. Gods above. The arena has been discovered for over 60 years, and this is the first time a crack has appeared. That's a building that even a legendary level expert can't damage with a forceful attack. What happened inside? Just as they were in disbelief, another mercenary glanced at the stone tablet in front of him, and saw that the ranking had changed again. Chapter 741. A mercenary suddenly noticed the change in the stone tablet and instinctively glanced over. At first, he thought he misread it. But when he clearly saw the name on it, his pupils suddenly constricted. He extended a hand, and with a trembling voice, he pointed at the stone tablet and said, "Look! Look! Look at the stone tablet. The name of the otherworldly lord has appeared." At this, everyone's attention was drawn. They no longer paid attention to the cracks in the wall, but immediately looked over. 3rd place, Chao Xing, level cleared, 4th round, time, 18 seconds. When they saw the ridiculously high clearance time, the entire audience paused for a moment, as if time had stopped. Everyone seemed to be petrified, frozen in place. The air was so still and silent that even the sound of a pin drop could be heard. The next moment, the entire square erupted in a storm. Wow! A cry of astonishment rang out from the crowd. Gods! What did I see? Clearing the 4th round in 18 seconds? Is that even humanly possible? Not 18 minutes, not 1 minute and 18 seconds, but 18 seconds. That's outrageous. A mysterious figure in a black robe, his pupils widened. That's impossible. The arena has been open for decades, and even Kai, the number 1 ranked player, took a full 5 minutes to clear the 4th round. How could this otherworldly lord take only 18 seconds? Everyone was in disbelief. This time was completely beyond their imagination. A supporter of Kai Lan nearby said unwillingly, "It's impossible in 18 seconds. No one in history has ever done that, and this person is a weak otherworldly lord. He must have used some special trick. That's right, he must have cheated." However, no one responded to this person's questioning. After all, the Azura civilization controlled the arena, and that civilization has collapsed. Who could possibly manipulate the stone tablet to cheat? Besides, countless legendary masters throughout history have undergone trials here, and no one has ever reported discovering a loophole in the arena. Everyone stared blankly at the exaggerated number above. Cleared the fourth round in 18 seconds. Not to say it would never be repeated, but they knew it was unprecedented. However, before their shock wore off, the stone tablet shifted again. Except for Chao Xing, who placed third, his ranking remained unchanged. Behind him, names popped up one by one. Fourth place, Marlenina, cleared level, round 4, time, 1 minute 31 seconds. Fifth place, Zevelin Donchi, cleared level, round 4, time, 1 minute 58 seconds. Sixth place, Isabel Gospel, cleared level, round 4, time, 2 minutes 5 seconds. Seventh place, Kane Explosive Hoof, cleared level, round 4, time, 2 minutes 8 seconds. Eighth place. In the blink of an eye, at least 7 or 8 names popped up, and every so often, another one would appear. In just 2 or 3 minutes, Kai Lan, originally in 4th place, was pushed down to 13th place. Even Luo Shi from Chuahai Fort was pushed down to 12th place. At that moment, the over 1,000 mercenaries in the plaza, and even the legendary masters, were bewildered. What is going on? How did so many people suddenly pass the 4th round? Could it be that the difficulty of the 4th round of trials has been lowered? This was immediately denied by the others. Impossible. If the difficulty of the trials was lowered, then why did Kai Lan still take over 6 minutes? Yes. Even among legends, Kai Lan is no weakling. Then, what's going on? Everyone was completely bewildered. At this moment, an adventurer seemed to recall something. I remember that after the bet began, not only did the otherworldly lord initiate the challenge, he also had his subordinates participate. In other words, these names are most likely all members of that otherworldly lord. What? Meanwhile, in the trial space, Kai Lan, holding Eternal Night Whisper, God Slayer, stood in the darkness, waiting silently. Who? He took deep breaths, regaining his strength. After a moment, Kai Lan said in a serious tone, "This ancient arena is truly beyond imagination. I was forced to use a legendary combat technique in the 4th round, and I only have 2 or 3 of my trump cards left. Fortunately, I have the God Slayer, which allows me to handle this kind of high-intensity, continuous combat." Here, his gaze turned to the black sword in his hand. The blade of this legendary weapon vibrated slightly, as if responding to its owner's expectations. Meanwhile, the rest period was fleeting. As the darkness receded like a tide, Kai Lan once again stood in the center of the arena. He raised the God Slayer, his eyes brimming with fighting spirit. "Come on, show me just how difficult the legendary 5th round of trials is. Father, I won't let you down. I will be the 3rd person in 100 years to pass the 5th round of trials. Let the entire Western continent know my name, Prince Kalen of the North Wind." However, before he could finish his words, a flash of terrifying sword energy emerged, rapidly magnifying in his eyes. Kalen only had time to think briefly. So fast. Elsewhere, a countdown appeared in front of Chao Xing. 6, 5, 4. Looking at the countdown, Chao Xing whispered, "The 5th round of trials is about to begin. Clearing the last round rewarded me with a dominant soul and the title of champion fighter. Not bad. Besides, the battles in the last round didn't take long. I should have easily broken the record on the steel, right? I wonder if anyone among Sarah and Assam can be faster than me." Chao Xing thought happily. Then he glanced at the title's attributes. Champion Fighter Orange. Quality, Epic. Type, Title. Title attributes, increases base attack damage by 15%, increases critical damage by 25%, and deals an additional 10% damage to units with commander level potential and above. Special effect, Fighter's Fury, when health drops below 30%, increases critical strike chance by 50% and movement speed by 20% for 15 seconds. For an epic title, these attributes are quite impressive, although Chao Xing had obtained many titles before. Some of them had special effects even more powerful than Champion Fighter. For example, Guide of Doom grants Mass Resurrection, Walk of Death grants immunity to Plague, and so on. However, due to system limitations, each survivor can only wear one title. So, in most cases, the titles Chao Xing wears don't offer much of a boost. After all, most of these titles tend to be functional. But now, with Champion Fighter, things are different. It instantly boosts his damage output. It's a pure damage-focused title. Chao Xing thought to himself, in normal combat, I can wear champion fighter, and then switch to Guide of Doom when leading large armies. When binding legendary equipment or breaking through, I switch to Star Reaper for increased luck. Great, he thought happily, and then he switched on. Instantly, his attack power skyrocketed again by nearly 150,000, base attack power plus 120,000 plus 20% of his leadership, and his critical damage also increased significantly. By the time Chao Xing finished all this, the countdown had already reached 0. Challengers, please take note. Hero Trial. Round 5 has begun. Warning! This round is extremely difficult, please be prepared. When the notification ended, Chao Xing's expression grew serious. After all, even the system indicated an extremely high difficulty level, so he certainly wouldn't take it lightly. At the same time, the surrounding darkness faded. At that moment, a terrifying gravitational force overcame him. Puff! Chao Xing felt his bones crack under the weight, as if all the blood in his body was being squeezed out. You are in Golem. Suppressor IG-04's gravity field. Ambient gravity is increased 10,000 times, movement speed is reduced by 50%, and attack speed is reduced by 50%. You are in Golem. Dragon Slayer IG-05's magic forbidden field. All skill costs are increased by 300%. You are in Golem. Judge IG-08's judgment field. Damage taken is increased by 50%. You are in Golem Master. Charlotte's fire suppression field. Attack power is reduced by 50%. For levels of suppression immediately followed. Chao Xing's legs buckled, blood began to seep from his skin, and his breathing became labored. At that moment, he suddenly understood why so few warriors had passed the 5th round of trials in decades. This was a sure-win situation. At the same time, Chao Xing felt a terrifying beam of light coming towards him. The beam contained destructive energy, and even space began to distort and shatter wherever it passed. He tried to dodge, but under the pressure of gravity, it felt like he was stuck in a quagmire, and even moving forward became extremely difficult. In a flash, Chao Xing gritted his teeth and said, I can only use the Holy Shield to withstand this wave of attacks, and then find a way to distance myself. The next moment, a wing of wind suddenly appeared behind him, carrying him backward at a rapid speed. And the destructive beam of light had already hit Chao Xing. Crack! Crack! -152, 4393. -142, 9343. -168, 9343. -153, 2245. The 3 layers of Holy Shield shattered in an instant, and damage numbers appeared above Chao Xing's head. This beam of light delivered a surprisingly powerful multi-hit attack. This wave alone cost him nearly 10 million health points, and that was because he possessed Divine Shield, Ice Armor, and Frost Shield. If it had been anyone else, they would have lost 30 million health points in a single encounter. But fortunately, Chao Xing had completely distanced himself with this wave of attacks. Floating in midair, he gazed forward, a frost-filled force enveloping him, counteracting the gravity field suppression. Only then did he clearly discern the enemy. They were 3 enormous golems of varying shapes. On the left was a pitch-black, giant-like golem, its body covered in dark gold gravity runes, its fists swirling with twisting gravity waves. On the right was a ferocious-looking mechanical creature, resembling the skeleton of a giant dragon. Its spine was composed of segments of magic crystal, and bursts of purple-black light emanated from its open mouth. The golem in the center resembled a massive steel chariot, with 6 mechanical legs and 12 energy cannons mounted on its back. Atop the chariot-like golem in the center stood a small figure. She stood about 1.3 meters tall, wearing a wide, pointed hat, and holding a crystal staff taller than she was. The light at the staff's tip slowly dimmed, signaling the attack launched by this figure. Chao Xing's eyes flickered with suspicion when he saw the young woman. This woman seems a little different from the trial creatures we encountered earlier. He was just about to glance at her attributes when the golem suppressor on his left suddenly raised its massive hand and slammed it down on Chao Xing. At that moment, he felt as if an invisible mountain had crashed down upon him, causing Chao Xing's mind to briefly blank out. You have been attacked by Golem. Suppressor IG-04's gravity millstone, taking 1,754,674 points of damage. Puff! Chao Xing spat out a mouthful of blood and plummeted from the sky like a bird with its wings broken. At the same time, the Golem Dragon Slayer on the right opened its jagged mechanical maw, and a dark purple column of energy ripped through the air, rapidly approaching. The energy barrels behind the Golem Judge in the center vibrated wildly, and 12 beams of light with automatic tracking function completely blocked all possible escape routes for Chao Xing. The girl above also wielded her crystal staff. and a pitch-black energy ball condensed at the tip of the staff, its surface emitting deadly shadow lightning. This situation of being completely attacked from all sides would have killed any other legend on the spot. Boom! Destructive energy exploded in the center of the arena, a blinding light engulfing everything. The three golems and the girl also ceased their attacks. A moment later, the girl uttered a cold voice, "Trialist. Eliminated." She sheathed her staff and was about to turn away. But at that moment, a sinister aura emanated from the smoke and dust at the center of the explosion. The next moment, a surge of demonic energy erupted like a volcano, directly enveloping the entire arena. It was as if a demon god had emerged from the gates of hell. The girl instantly turned around, surprise in her eyes, and stared at that spot with a solemn expression. A slender, graceful figure emerged from the smoke and dust, its massive wings slowly unfurling, the pitch-black horns on its forehead gleaming like gemstones. It was a demon, almost demonically perfect. Emitting from him were deadly, ancient auras of the abyss. Whoosh, whoosh. The demon's wings gently fluttered as it slowly soared into the air, defying the terrifying gravity. A dangerous smile curled its lips. What a remarkable combined attack. It even forced my archdemon form to emerge. His voice was deep and magnetic, each syllable carrying a bewitching power. This is the first time I've entered this form, since entering the legendary realm. I hope you can withstand my outburst. As he spoke, the entire arena began to distort, and countless dark magic patterns appeared on the ground. The pupils of the three golems flashed crazily red. The judge golem in the center uttered a mechanical voice. Alarm! Alarm! Unusual energy fluctuations detected. A beyond-rank enemy has appeared. The target's strength is high level. Correction, exceeding the legendary limit. Immediately activate the ultimate defense protocol. The girl gripped her staff tightly, her eyes revealing an unprecedented solemnity. Chao Xing felt the surge of power within him. After entering the legendary realm, he already possessed attributes far exceeding those of his peers. Entering Great Demon form, his power skyrocketed another 200%. This was a massive boost comparable to Valkyrie's wrath, directly allowing him to break through the legendary limit. Not only that, a pitch-black demon codex appeared in his hand. The power of the legendary codex intensified his aura even further. The entire arena was filled with a pitch-black demonic aura, threatening to condense into substance. So, Chao Xing gracefully raised his hand, a flickering abyssal fire condensing at his fingertips. Now it's my turn to strike back. As a string of ancient, sinister syllables emanated from his voice, the mechanical cores of the three golems below suddenly emitted a piercing cacophony. The girl's eyes flashed with madness. Then, she raised her crystal staff, and a dark purple ball of lightning quickly formed. Then it exploded directly among the three golems. Boom! With a violent explosion, the metal bodies of the three golems were charred to a crisp. And as if out of control, the three golems began to launch indiscriminate attacks on the surrounding creatures. This skill was the effect of Chao Xing's Abyssal Resonance. Abyssal Resonance unleashed the power of the abyss, causing all nearby enemies to enter a state of mental confusion, unable to distinguish friend from foe, and randomly attacking targets within range. A greater demon's attacks against enemies in this state deal an additional 100% abyssal damage. Boom! Several demon elephants and the girl engaged in a frenzied attack. The Dragon Slayer's magic suppressing beam struck directly at the suppressor's gravity core. The Judgment's fire locked onto its master, the staff-wielding girl. Meanwhile, Chao Xing observed the chaotic battle below while continuing to flip through the demon codex. Clang! As vast demonic energy gushed out, a pitch-black rift in the void appeared above everyone's heads. A creature, ablaze with dark blue flames and constructed as if from hellish stone, emerged from the rift. Then, this massive creature, over 10 meters tall, suddenly descended, detonating the chaotic enemy like a nuclear bomb. Boom! The moment the infernal flames fell, the entire arena shook violently, as if struck by a meteorite. Dark blue flames exploded in a circular pattern, sending up a wave of damage. -359235512. -36834253. -35832269. -37825012. -37823551. Chapter 742. The moment the Hellfire landed, dark blue waves of flame exploded in a circular pattern, dealing a wave of damage in the region of 30 to 40 million. A 345% damage coefficient, combined with Chao Xing's 200% attribute boost, the 100% damage bonus from his confused state, and the bonus from the champion fighter title, meant that any attack he launched could now inflict a terrifying damage exceeding 10 million. Not only that, this wave of impact not only dealt immense damage, but also caused a dizzy symbol to appear above the heads of the three legendary golems and the girl. Seeing this, Chao Xing's lips curved into another sinister smile. Excellent, keep bombarding. Then, he resumed flipping through the codex, unleashing a series of large-scale group attacks. Demon flames burn, demon fire rain, heroic combat skill, mass extinction. The black flames clung to the golem's metal shell like a living thing, emitting a teeth-grinding corrosion sound. Meteorites blazing with purple-black flames fell from the sky, each one triggering a secondary explosion upon impact. Countless abyssal runes emerged from the ground, madly destroying the enemy's bodies. The terrifying damage continued to soar. Decrease 48524825. Decrease 47184235. Decrease 68935231. Decrease 58452455. Decrease 31852664. From the moment Chao Xing entered his great demon form to his full unleashing, it took less than 10 seconds. And the enemy's health had plummeted to over 100 million. Even the golem's incredible durability had already been reduced by a third. At the same time, as the 2-second timer expired, the three golems and the girl simultaneously broke free from their dizziness. They all sensed a deadly sense of danger. The golem's energy cores activated at full power, their runes emitting a dangerous red glow. Life threat detected, emergency protocol activated. Immediately focus fire in overload mode, immediately execute final defense sequence. The three legendary golems all entered explosive mode, their auras surging, a sense of oppression washing over them like a tidal wave. Even the girl waved her staffs continuously, muttering something, as if chanting some terrifying magic. At that moment, Chao Xing lifted his right foot and stomped the ear. Instantly, the black demonic energy on the ground began to flow, and shadowy tentacles rose from the ground. Entangling them once again, these tentacles were covered in barbs, and each contraction caused continuous damage. Puff! Puff! The three golems struggled frantically, each shadowy tentacle being torn apart, but more would soon emerge. At the same time, Chao Xing raised his right hand, and from his palm emerged a heart ablaze with purple flames. This heart emanated a terrifying destructive force, distorting even the surrounding air. Evil prison. Frenzy! As Chao Xing's icy voice rang out, he hurled the heart downward, landing precisely in the center of the three golems. Boom! An unprecedentedly violent explosion engulfed the arena. A storm of purple-black energy instantly engulfed the entire arena, its shockwaves completely ripping the ground apart. Even the steel bodies of the three legendary golems began to crack. At the same time, a terrifying 8 damage number soared. Decrease by 948245512. Decrease by 89472384. Decrease by 852369222. Decrease by 998425543. Decrease by 1109525547. Decrease by 79435233. Decrease by 88935649. Decrease by 97823564. Heroic skill. Hellish Frenzy. Condenses a core imbued with the power of the hellish flame and detonates it in the target area. Deals impact damage equal to 2 times your attack power asterisk 1543% to all enemies within a 5000 m radius, and applies Soul Shatter. With a full 1543% asterisk 2 damage coefficient, this heroic skill is Chao Xing's strongest skill in archdemon form, bar none. Chao Xing nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, this damage is even comparable to some legendary skills. He cast his gaze towards the battlefield below. After the explosion, the entire arena was shattered beyond recognition. The ground melted into a black lake, and the air was filled with an evil aura. The metal bodies of the three golems were riddled with cracks, as if they would disintegrate at any moment. As for the staff-wielding girl, she was completely charred. With Chao Xing's strongest form, and all his skills expended, even the combination of these three legendary golems and a legendary magician was left defenseless. The ensuing battle was naturally unpredictable. 10 seconds later, all enemies were eliminated. A system notification appeared. In this battle, you successfully defeated the Dragon Slayer, Suppressor, and Judge level 150 golems, as well as Charlotte level 150 golem master. Experience earned, 444 million, Pale Induction plus Savior Star. Combatants earned, 222 million experience. Congratulations. You have successfully cleared the 5th round of the powerful trial. Time spent in this battle, 35 seconds, setting a new record for the fastest clear of the ancient arena. Rewards: 2 black jars, 1 Dazzling Overlord Soul, Legendary. For being the first to clear the 5th round in under a minute, reward 1 Legendary Relic Box of your choice. In the outer square at this moment. Ever since Chao Xing's subordinates had passed the 4th round one after another, the entire ancient arena was in an uproar. In the previous 60 years, countless powerful warriors had come here to challenge. But in the end, only 82 names remained. However, today alone, the list had soared to 114. In addition to Kai Lan, a full 31 more names had been added. If only so many people had passed the 4th round, it would be fine. But the key is, of these 31, only 2 were ranked outside the top 50. The other 29 had all broken the top 35, and even more terrifying, all of them had broken the previous record for the fastest time to pass the 4th round. All of them completed the round in under 4 minutes. Originally, Luo Shi of Chuanhai Fort had held 3rd place for decades, with a time of 6 minutes and 5 seconds. Today, she had been surpassed by dozens of others. The scene before them made the mercenaries feel as if they hadn't even woken up. Some even thought the arena's difficulty had been lowered. They crushed their soul crystals and headed to the arena to challenge. But reality slapped them in the face. Many didn't even make it past the 2nd round, being slain and forced out of the arena. Not only did they fail the challenge, but their bodies also fell into a weakened state. How is this possible? Yeah, I must be dreaming. How on earth did those guys do that? Exclamations of disbelief echoed. And just then, a mercenary stole a glimpse of the stone tablet and seemed to discover something. His pupils suddenly constricted. He raised his trembling right hand, pointed ahead, and said, "Quick! Look! The steel has changed again. It's that otherworldly lord." At the last word, almost 99% of the attention in the arena shifted. The next moment, everyone's pupils widened. 1st place, Chao Xing, level cleared. 5th round, time, 35 seconds. When this outrageous number appeared, everyone stood there, frozen in place, as if under a spell. The entire square fell silent again, until a few seconds later, a gasp was heard. Hiss. 35 seconds? Gods be damned. Am I still half asleep? Or did I leave the room the wrong way today? Isn't this too much? Everyone's face was filled with disbelief, but by now, no one doubted Chao Xing's ability or accused him of cheating. After all, his time of 18 seconds to clear the 4th round proved it was no fluke. In the crowd, several mysterious beings in black robes exchanged a glance, then sighed softly. As expected of the being who could end the blood rebellion, even Kai's record, held for so many years, has been easily surpassed by him. Yes. A true freak. Kai Lan actually made a bet with such a freak. He's simply asking for trouble. Not even his father could have set such a record. The 1,000+ mercenaries stood stunned, their gazes fixed on the stone tablet, brimming with fanaticism, for they knew that the news of this otherworldly lord, who had cleared the 5th round of the trial in 35 seconds, would soon spread from the ruins to the outside world. Many surrounding kingdoms will hear of his name. This is an event worthy of being recorded in history. And those present are witnesses to history. I never thought we would witness the birth of a legend. Yes, incredible. At this moment, a new question arose in everyone's mind. Does Kai Lan, who had made a bet with Chao Xing, still have a chance of winning? It was clear that Kai Lan couldn't be any faster than this terrifying 35-second battle. After all, not even his father could pull off such a feat. Furthermore, Kai Lan had entered the arena several minutes before Chao Xing. But to this day, the name on the stone tablet hadn't changed, indicating that he was still in the 5th round of fierce competition. In other words, Kai Lan had already lost this bet. An old mercenary sighed. I never thought Prince Beifeng, who always won every bet and every battle, would be defeated here. Not only has he lost the bet, but he's also forced to surrender his legendary weapon, Whisper of Eternal Night, God Slayer. It's a devastating loss. Another younger adventurer couldn't help but interject. Do you think Kai Lan will honor his bet and hand over the weapon? After all, this legendary weapon is the North Wind Kingdom's national treasure. Wouldn't his father agree? Another person chimed in. I heard this magic sword is connected to his mysterious mother. Kai Lan won't hand it over, will he? Hearing this, everyone looked at each other, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. In the crowd, several knights, seemingly from the North Wind Kingdom, had quietly tightened their grip on their swords, their eyes shifting. The powerful figures from other factions wore playful smiles, clearly waiting to see what was to come. Just then, the ranking on the stone tablet shifted again. 2nd place, Mernina, level cleared. 5th round, battle time, 1 minute 35 seconds. Seeing the name above, everyone's pupils shrank again. Another person has passed the 5th round, and it seems to be another subordinate of that otherworldly lord. Oh my god! 1 minute 35 seconds, just 1 minute slower than Chao Xing. How terrifying! However, before they could even begin to be surprised, the names on the stone tablet changed again. 3rd place, Isabel Gospel, cleared level, 5th round, battle time, 1 minute 54 seconds. 4th place, Zevelin Donchi, cleared level, 5th round, battle time, 2 minutes 13 seconds. 5th place, Sarah Blade Dance, cleared level, 5th round, battle time, 2 minutes 28 seconds. At this moment, all the legends Chao Xing had brought with him, with the exception of Braum, who was not good at combat, had passed the 5th round, and with an impressive time of under 3 minutes. Followed by this, the names of the heroic and master-level players began to roll. 6th place, Burger Sun Chaser, cleared level, 5th round, battle time, 3 minutes 26 seconds. 7th place, Assam, cleared level, 5th round, battle time, 3 minutes 46 seconds. 8th place, Andrew, cleared level, 5th round, battle time, 3 minutes 58 seconds. 9th place, Kane Explosive Hoof, cleared level, 5th round, battle time, 4 minutes 13 seconds. 10th place, Shinon Dutra, cleared level, 5th round, battle time, 4 minutes 16 seconds. In the blink of an eye, the top 10 spots on the steel were taken over by the powerful warriors Chao Xing had brought with him. Not only that, the names on it were still flickering. Finally, all the hero-level warriors, Renus Hawkeye, brought Brimstone, Alisa, and Shield Guard Braun, passed the 5th round. And of the master-level warriors, with the exception of the Star Nation swordsman, Shao, all failed in the 4th round. Buzz! With a wave of spatial fluctuations, beams of light rose from the arena and landed on the adjacent square. The figures of Chao Xing and his subjects gradually emerged within the beams of light. And from them, a terrifying aura emanated. Marlenina, activating the Valkyrie's wrath, her red hair fluttered like blazing flames, the bloodthirster still dripping with blood. Isabel's holy light power flowed through her body like a substance, its divine radiance terrifying to gaze upon. Zevelin unleashed a violent blast of thunder and lightning. Blue-purple electric snakes slithered around him, each flash making the air crackle and explode. Boom, boom! Terrorizing auras erupted one after another. These powerful warriors, fresh from a fierce battle, still lingered in their aura. The moment they appeared in the square, they inflicted a deadly pressure on the surrounding mercenaries. The crowd retreated like a tide, leaving ample space for these powerful warriors, their eyes filled with awe. After all, these were the ones who had broken the Colosseum's ranking for 60 years. Even if they were to wipe out every mercenary in the square, it would be easy. But soon, these powerful warriors suppressed their aura. The people in the territory quickly scanned the area, and when they didn't see Chao Xing, their brows furrowed. However, when everyone saw the number 1 name on the stone tablet, their frowns gradually softened. Knight Assam gripped his sword hilt tightly, and said solemnly, "The Lord hasn't emerged yet. We must maintain our formation and wait." Everyone nodded solemnly, and quickly formed a formation, placing the mages and ranged defenders in the center. Even in Chao Xing's absence, they remained vigilant. Just then, Braum, as if remembering something, raised his massive shield and warned, "Everyone, don't forget the bet the Lord just made with that Prince of the North Wind. If he emerges later, keep a close eye on him. Don't let him escape." At these words, a sharp gleam flashed in the eyes of the warriors. All their eyes simultaneously turned to the location of the group of knights of the North Wind Kingdom. The mercenaries watching nearby looked nervous, yet also filled with anticipation, as if they had foreseen a spectacle was about to unfold. As everyone waited anxiously, the entire square, filled with over 1,000 people, fell silent, the air seemingly frozen. 5 minutes later, the arena trembled, and 3 blue beams of light appeared in the square, gradually revealing 3 figures. Everyone quickly turned their gaze. However, this time, it wasn't Kailan who emerged. It was Baiji, Lord Orlan, and Talia, who emerged from the beams one after another. Their faces had turned utterly pale, and their aura had dropped considerably. They had clearly experienced a fatality in the arena, and were now in a state of physical weakness. After calming their auras, the 3 searched the surroundings for Chao Xing and the others. When they saw so many people gathered in the square, a look of surprise crossed their faces. They seemed unaware of what had happened since they entered. Sister Baiji, Sister Talia, over here. In the crowd, Tong Chu-Chu, perched on a ground dragon neck, waved excitedly. At Xiao Chu-Chu's greeting, the three of them exchanged glances before quickly approaching them. Sister Baiji, Sister Talia, and Lord City Lord, which round have you all passed? Tong Chu-Chu asked innocently. At this question, both women's faces shone with disappointment. Talia shook her head, her red hair swaying as she sighed. I didn't break my own record this time. I barely made it through the 4th round, and was instantly killed at the start of the 5th round. Baiji's face also showed dejection, and her right hand unconsciously tightened around her long sword. I only made it through the 3rd round. The enemies in the 4th round were too numerous, and I couldn't handle them all. The city lord smiled brightly and replied, I did manage to make it through the 4th round this time, which is a step beyond my level from a few years ago. He was quite satisfied with his own performance. After all, the entire stone tablet had recorded over 80 names over the decades, and Orin was now one of them. Of course, that was before. If he knew that they had all made it through the 4th round, and even many had made it through the 5th, I wonder if Orin City Lord would still be able to maintain his composure. Everyone nodded in understanding. At this point, Tong Chu-Chu innocently comforted him. It's okay, it's okay. Both sisters are already very impressive. Chapter 743. It's okay, it's okay. You two sisters are already very good. I heard many people here can't even make it past the 2nd round. Just try harder next time. Hearing the girl's sincere comfort, Baiji and Talia smiled at each other, their mood slightly brighter. At this moment, Baiji seemed to remember something and asked, Xiao Chu-Chu, it seems you also participated in the challenge. Which round did you pass this time? Xiao Chu-Chu blinked and replied innocently, I passed the 5th round, Sister Baiji. So it's the 5th round? Xiao Chu-Chu is amazing, Baiji replied instinctively. Then, as if realizing something, her pupils suddenly constricted. She pressed, what did you say? Which round? Talia and the Orin City Lord beside them also stared at the little girl with wide eyes. Tong Chu-Chu innocently repeated, the 5th round. Not just me, but also Sister Sarah, Sister Elisa, Brother Chao Xing. So many people have made it through the 5th round? Hearing this answer, the three froze in their tracks, their first reaction suspecting something was wrong with their hearing. But when they instinctively turned their heads, their gaze piercing the crowd, and saw the densely packed names on the stone tablet, they were struck by lightning. The three and the surrounding mercenaries reacted almost identically. First, they stood there in shock, then in disbelief. After a moment, they shook their heads helplessly. Baiji smiled wryly and said, While I know that as Chao Xing's subordinates, you must be exceptionally skilled and even possess some magical powers, but isn't this too much? The Lord of Orlan was initially stunned, but then took it for granted. After all, this was the being who ended the Blood Rebellion. Any miracles wouldn't be surprising. Though stunned, Talia seemed to realize something. Chao Xing had passed the 5th round in 35 seconds, and Kai Lan hadn't appeared yet. In other words, Chao Xing had already won the bet. According to the terms of the bet, Prince Beifong would never again be able to bother him. Thinking of this, a relieved smile crossed Talia's beautiful face. Gratitude for that man resurfaced in her heart. Alyssa, perched on the mammoth's back, raised her chin high, and said proudly, Sister Talia, wait here with us for Kai Lan to come out. He still owes us a legendary weapon. Hearing this, Talia also smiled. She nodded gently and said softly, Okay, I wait with you for Lord Chao Xing to come out. Then everyone continued to wait in the square, eagerly anticipating the outcome. Finally, another long 10 minutes passed. The name on the stone tablet changed again. 18th place, Kai Lan, level cleared. 5th round, battle time, 18 minutes and 32 seconds. Kai Lan's name finally appeared, and she successfully passed the 5th round. In the past, this would have shocked the entire ruins, even the surrounding kingdoms. However, today, after Chao Xing broke the arena record, and after his subjects successfully passed the 5th round one after another, Kai Lan's performance not only failed to elicit astonishment, but was instead met with a round of disappointed boos from the square. After all, Kai Lan had always portrayed himself as a once-in-a-millennium genius, his path to success arguably unbeatable. But now, he was being brutally crushed, not just by one person, but by a whole group. He couldn't even surpass his father's record. Murmurs were already rising in the crowd. Kai Lan, known as the Sword of the North Wind, is only this low. It seems we've overpraised him. Yes, in front of a truly powerful being, Kai Lan is nothing more than this. 18 minutes? Sigh. Just then, another ripple echoed from the ancient arena. Then, A blue beam of light descended upon the square, gradually revealing a figure. When the light faded, a young man in dark blue armor, wielding a black magic sword, emerged. It was Kai Lan. Compared to the confidence he had displayed upon entering, he now looked somewhat disheveled. Cracks appeared on his armor, and his right arm, clutching the magic sword, hung limply, still dripping with blood. Cough, cough. Kai Lan spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale as paper. "Your Majesty!" The knights exclaimed in shock, then quickly rushed forward to surround Kai Lan. Kai Lan simply waved his hand. "I'm fine. I didn't expect this 5th round of trials to be so terrifying, with a high-level legendary golem appearing. Add to that the effects of that domain, and any legendary would suffer heavy damage." At this point, his tone was filled with fear, clearly still reeling from the final battle. "But fortunately, with my combat experience and the assistance of the God Slayer, I finally made it." He stopped swaying, his gaze fixed on the horizon. He didn't yet know that the stone tablet was already engraved with the names of Chao Xing and his group. "Today, I, Kai Lan, become the 3rd person in history to pass the 5th round. Although I'm not as skilled as my father, the immortal demon body, I'm still among the top in the entire northern part of the western continent. I've won this bet." Kai Lan held his head high, his face brimming with pride. After he finished speaking, he glanced around, as if expecting a flood of praise. However, the expected scene didn't materialize. Instead, the mercenaries looked at him with strange eyes. Even the knights around Kai Lan lowered their heads in embarrassment, not daring to meet his gaze. A whisper and some meaningful laughter rose from the crowd. It was only then that Kai Lan realized something was amiss. "That foolish prince, you're still dreaming. Wake up!" A clear voice suddenly echoed from the crowd. "Huh?" Kai Lan looked in the direction of the voice, and saw the girl, a smug look on her face, perched atop a mammoth. "We were talking to me just now," Alyssa exclaimed. "Of course I was talking to you. We've already passed the 5th round, and you're still talking to yourself. What an idiot." "You? Passed the 5th round?" Kai Lan frowned slightly. At first, he thought the girl might be joking. As he glanced around and saw the strange expressions on everyone's faces, a sense of foreboding washed over him. Then, Kai Lan quickly raised his head and looked at the stone tablet. Suddenly, he felt as if struck by lightning, and stood there in a daze. A moment later, he gripped the hilt of the black sword tightly, his fingers trembling wildly. 35 seconds? That's impossible. Kai Lan instinctively took a step back, his handsome face contorted. Even my father took over 7 minutes to pass. 35 seconds. There must be something wrong, or maybe this kid used some cheating trick to change the name and time on the stone tablet. And you've actually surpassed my father's ranking. That's impossible. With that, he suddenly turned to look at Braum and the others, his eyes burning with anger. "Tell me, what despicable tricks did you guys use?" At this question, everyone in the arena looked at him with strange expressions. Braum grinned broadly, saying, "Little one, we've all passed the 5th round of trials with honor. We haven't even approached the stone tablet yet, let alone altered its contents." Braum was considered one of the more even-tempered individuals in the territory, so he was able to calmly explain things to the North Wind Prince. Alyssa, standing beside him, curled her lips in disdain. "Uncle Braum, why are you arguing with him? He's already lost the bet. Now let's get his legendary weapon." Hearing this, Kai Lan became even more enraged. He clenched his fists and roared, "The difficulty of the 5th round of trials is beyond imagination. The golems within possess terrifying durability. Even I have to fight tooth and nail to defeat them. 35 seconds? That's an absolutely impossible number. I won't honor this bet." As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding mercenaries were shocked and looked at each other in bewilderment. They seemed to have never expected that the mighty sword of the North Wind would openly break his promise in front of so many people. Although they knew he didn't want to give away his precious legendary weapon, their opinion of Kai Lan plummeted again. Even Talia, standing beside him, showed disgust. Kai Lan could see everyone's reactions, and his face flushed red, but he had no choice. The weapon, Whisper of Eternal Night, God Slayer, was too complex. Kai Lan's father, King North Wind, had specifically instructed that this weapon must not be lost. It was related to Kai Lan's mysterious mother. However, Chao Xing's subjects were unaware of this. The smiles on their faces faded, replaced by a cold chill. Braum blew his mustache and raised his massive shield. "Looks like one of these little guys is trying to blatantly renege on his debt." Assam unsheathed the sword of the Lady of the Lake with a clang and said gravely, "The way of chivalry is based on loyalty, honor, and trust. Those who break their promises must be punished. Even the ranged classes drew their weapons. An invisible aura suddenly erupted, sweeping across the square like a storm. The onlookers paled and involuntarily retreated dozens of meters, leaving them with ample space. Kai Lan, bearing the brunt of the attack, paled even more, and his body swayed slightly. Furthermore, he had just fought a major battle and hadn't recovered yet, weakening his momentum even further. But Kai Lan continued his outburst with a fierce, yet defiant tone. My father is the immortal demon body. Kai, I am the heir to the Northwind Kingdom. We have also established alliances with the Divine Wood Kingdom, the Silver Lion Kingdom, and other nations. If you want to attack me, you're declaring war on several major kingdoms simultaneously. Can you afford the consequences? Hearing this threat, no one responded, but neither did they immediately act. After all, this guy's background was truly formidable. They couldn't make a rash decision before the Lord appeared. Seeing their hesitation, Kai Lan's tone grew even more arrogant. If you know what's good for you, let me leave the ruins now, or you face the consequences. However, after a moment of silence, a psalm spoke for Chao Xing, declaring, capture him first, and wait for the Lord to appear before making a decision. Okay. Everyone chorused. In an instant, dozens of attacks descended. Kai Lan's pupil shrank. He hadn't expected these people to dare attack him even after he revealed his identity. He instinctively realized that he was no match for so many powerful individuals. Although he boasted of being invincible below the level of a high-level legend, there were several among this group who were even more powerful than him. So, Kai Lan made a decisive move. Escape from this place as quickly as possible. However, as soon as he took a step, a chill spread across his neck. A shadow suddenly appeared behind him, and the pitch-black blade of death silently slashed across his neck. Swish -5862953. A massive critical hit dealt. The next moment, the other's ranged attacks arrived simultaneously. Bang! Crack! Holy light orbs, thunder punishment, moonfire, and more than a dozen piercing arrows. Add to that the breath of the demonic dragon Bing Bing, and the spear energy of Kainan. Even Talia seized the opportunity to unleash a sharp sword energy. The area was instantly enveloped by the terrifying attack. The next moment, a figure shrouded in black smoke flew backwards in a panic. It was Kai Lan. In a single encounter, the legendary warrior known as the Sword of the North Wind was instantly defeated. Prince Kai Lan, the knights exclaimed. Instinctively, they wanted to rush out to rescue him, but they stopped in their tracks the next second. Because these knights knew that even the legendary Kai Lan would be no match for this group of people. If they went forward, they would be instantly killed. Kai Lan rolled several times on the ground before collapsing. His blonde hair had been whipped into an afro, his body riddled with arrows, and several deep sword wounds visible to the bone. He looked nothing like the handsome man he had been when he first arrived. He was in a state of extreme distress. But he was a true legendary warrior. Even with such serious injuries, he stubbornly tried to stand. Just as Kai Lan was about to rise from the ground, a booted foot slammed down on his shoulder. With a crack, Kai Lan's shoulder blade cracked. At the same moment, the pitch-black death blade pressed against his throat. Sarah's cold, emotionless voice emerged, "Move again, and I send you to meet the death." Kai Lan's throat moved, as if trying to make a final struggle. But in the end, he dropped his weapon. 2 minutes later, Isabel unleashed chains of holy light on Kai Lan, tightly binding his entire body. Facing the strange looks from the crowd of onlookers, Kai Lan's face was filled with humiliation. When had he, the dignified prince of Beifeng, ever suffered such an insult? To be captured alive in front of so many people, tied up like a slave. This was a severe blow not only to him, but to the reputation of the entire Beifeng kingdom. But under the overwhelming pressure of power, he could only submit obediently. He simply made a mental note of this group of people. Upon returning to the Northwind Kingdom, he would tell his father, who was about to achieve demigod status, what had happened here. He wanted to make them realize the consequences of offending him. Snap! Snap! Braun clapped his hands and said, "Sister Isabel, this guy has been tied up. Let's wait here for the Lord to emerge." The Holy Light Sage nodded slightly, and said gently, "Okay." Then, while guarding Kai Lan, they waited for Chao Xing to appear. However, another 5 minutes passed, and there was still no sign of Chao Xing. Everyone had long sensed something was amiss. After all, Chao Xing, having passed the 5th round of the trial in 35 seconds, currently held the record. After successfully completing the challenge, he should have been the first to teleport out. But now, almost half an hour had passed, and there was still no sign of him. Someone in the crowd whispered, "This otherworldly lord hasn't come out yet." Could something unexpected have happened to him in there? Another person whispered in agreement, it's possible. After all, he passed the trial so quickly. Perhaps he used some unconventional means. I remember some ancient texts mentioning a secret technique for overdrawing one's life force. Stop speculating. Those powerful ones are watching. The mercenaries looked up upon hearing this, and were immediately met with the murderous gazes of Assam and the others. The mercenaries fell silent, and quickly bowed in apology. And Kai Lan, bound and tied up, a glint of hope returned to his eyes. If this otherworldly lord truly met with an unforeseen event, then this bet would naturally be void. There was no reason for these people to restrain themselves any longer. Just then, a mysterious figure in a black cloak, his face obscured, said, "Do you remember what the immortal demon body said here decades ago when he passed the 5th round?" Everyone in the arena pricked up their ears upon hearing this. What did the immortal demon body say? Someone asked eagerly. Really? Kai spoke here? In response to the crowd's inquiries, the man whispered, Kai's strength was greatly depleted after passing the 5th round of trials. At that time, he looked at the arena and said with deep emotion, I never thought that after such a difficult trial challenge, there would be an even more difficult final trial. But with my own strength, I was no longer able to fight. We can only wait for future generations to try to conquer this ancient arena and uncover its secrets. After this man spoke, the entire square fell silent for a moment. From this statement, they understood a lot. After passing the 5th round of trials, the immortal demon body encountered a more advanced trial, but even he had no confidence in passing it. A mercenary in the crowd whispered, You mean, that otherworldly lord is likely undergoing the so-called final trial? That is, the 6th round of trials? Chapter 744. You mean, that otherworldly lord might be undergoing the so-called final trial? That is, the 6th round? A look of surprise and doubt flashed across everyone's eyes. The mysterious figure in the black robe said, This is just my speculation, but judging by the current situation, it's very possible. At his reply, the over 1,000 people in the square fell silent again. They stared at the building in disbelief. The ancient arena actually had a hidden 6th round of trials. The otherworldly lord might be undergoing one. If what the mysterious black-robed figure said was true, then they were witnessing the birth of another legend. At this thought, a heavy gasp echoed through the crowd. There were even numerous intelligence organizations hidden here, relaying the happenings as quickly as possible. Forces hidden in the surrounding kingdoms, even the kings, had learned of this. 10,000 kilometers from the ruins lay a vast plain. The plains were constantly blanketed in snow, a vast expanse. Every so often, a vast ancient city appeared, towering like a giant amidst the snowstorm. In each city lived a large number of commoners, merchants, even nobles, as well as a large military. This place was close to the permafrost sea. Due to the flat terrain, the biting cold winds from the permafrost sea swept across the land unhindered, the howling snow and wind almost never ceasing. Thus, this place was also known as the Kingdom of the North Wind. The Kingdom of the North Wind was a martial nation, where the strong were respected. They believed that only those who rose to prominence in the harshest of circumstances could sweep away their peers and become the most powerful. Thus, this nation's military might was formidable. Each major city was garrisoned with at least 100,000 troops, and at least one master-level warrior was stationed there. The entire North Wind Kingdom boasted nearly 200 such fortresses. Add to that the border fortresses and military bastions. This clearly demonstrates the immense military might of this kingdom. And at the heart of the North Wind Kingdom lay a prosperous ancient city, the Cold Wind Royal City. This was the center of power within the kingdom, and the abode of the legendary king. At this moment, within the palace deepest in the royal city, a middle-aged man clad in dark golden armor sat with his eyes closed in deep thought. His face was resolute, and though his eyes were closed, a powerful aura emanated from his brow. A faint dark red energy swirled around him, as if even the air itself trembled with his breath. This person was none other than Kai, the supreme ruler of the North Wind Kingdom. The legendary figure renowned throughout the continent for his immortal demonic body, who had held the record for the 5th round of the trial for decades. Suddenly, a small black device beside his ear vibrated slightly, and a low voice echoed. A moment later, the middle-aged man slowly opened his eyes, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Oh! After all these years, someone has finally broken my record and begun the final trial? It seems another peerless genius is about to emerge. I just wonder how long it will take for this person to reach my level, and whether they have the chance to battle me. The middle-aged man's interest seemed piqued, and a hint of fighting spirit flickered in his eyes. When he heard the subsequent information, his smile faded and his brow furrowed. Launer actually made a bet with this person, even putting her own god slayer on the line. What? Nonsense. Boom. Instantly, a terrifying pressure erupted from him. The terrifying aura of a high-level legendary, almost approaching that level, instantly enveloped a radius of hundreds of kilometers. The civilians of the main city, feeling this pressure, not only didn't panic, but their eyes lit up with fanaticism. Some even knelt and shouted, "It's the king's aura. Your Majesty's divine power is overwhelming." After a moment, the middle-aged man subdued his aura, his eyes flashing with thought. This person must be incredibly powerful to have broken my record and initiated the final trial. Launer will undoubtedly lose this bet. He can't possibly be this person's opponent. And the demonic sword god slayer is of paramount importance. It not only involves Launer's mother, but also my chance to achieve demigodhood. I absolutely cannot afford to lose it. After pondering for a moment, the middle-aged man snorted coldly and slowly rose. It seems I have to go to the lost royal city myself. Then, dark red energy surged around him, and space began to slightly warp. In an instant, his figure vanished from the throne. Not long after, a teleportation light shone from deep within the palace. 20 minutes ago. Chao Xing had just passed the 5th round of trials. When he saw the system's reward information, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha ha. Another reward of a relic box of your choice. That's awesome. After all, he was currently in dire need of relics, with a slew of heroes waiting to reach legend. Plus, he also had a blood source divine fire in his possession, which could allow a blood-type legendary to reach demigod. With this, he could choose a blood-type relic and first help Blood Spider Queen Hilda reach legend. Then help her reach the maximum level of 150. After that, he could use the blood source divine fire to directly reach demigod. Thinking of this, Chao Xing trembled with excitement. However, besides the reward for breaking through in under a minute, the other rewards for clearing the level are equally impressive. 2 black cans, plus a dazzling overlord soul. Chao Xing didn't know why the dazzling prefix was added to the name of this soul, but he presumed it had a unique purpose. He glanced at the attributes. Dazzling overlord soul, legendary. Item description: a soul imbued with a vast spiritual aura. Item effect: can be used on a commander level or overlord level creature below level 150 to complete its potential transformation. If used on a commander level creature, there's a 100% chance of transformation into an overlord. If used on an overlord level creature, there's a 50% chance of transformation into a mutated overlord. Chao Xing nodded in realization. I see. A soul with a 100% success rate? And it can even transform an overlord into a mutated overlord. As expected of a reward from the 5th round of trials, this soul's effects are truly astonishing. Clearly, this soul will yield the greatest benefits when used to upgrade overlord-level creatures to mutated overlords. After all, the potential of a dominant can be further enhanced through other souls. The chances of reaching the mutated dominant level are extremely rare. So far, he had only helped Bing Lan reach the mutated dominant realm. Thus, this soul was extremely important. However, there were many people in his territory with dominant potential, and giving it to anyone would dramatically increase their strength. Chao Xing pondered for a moment, but still hadn't decided who to give this soul to. He put it in his backpack and shook his head, saying, "Let's decide on the recipient of this soul later." After reviewing the rewards, Chao Xing had a new question in mind. Why hadn't he left the arena yet? According to what Lord Oren said earlier, this ancient arena seems to have only the 5th round of trials. I've already cleared the level, so why haven't you let me out? Just as he was wondering, a system prompt suddenly appeared. Attention, challengers. As you are the first to pass the 5th round of trials in under a minute, your strength has been verified by the highest authority in the arena. Now, the remaining forces of the Lost Kingdom will be mobilized to begin your final challenge. Attention! After the final challenge begins, regardless of success or failure, the inner city of the Lost Kingdom will be closed prematurely due to energy depletion, and will not reopen until next year. Please choose whether to proceed with the challenge. Countdown to selection: 20, 19, 18. As a series of system prompts appeared, a solemn look appeared in Chao Xing's eyes. The final trial. He muttered to himself, his fingers unconsciously stroking the astrology staff. Sounds like something of a major concern. To start this trial, even the inner city will close prematurely. You have to remember, Chao Xing had only been in the inner city for less than a day. He had just gotten some benefits here, and now he was faced with this choice. Should he give up exploring other areas and directly challenge the final trial? Or should he give up this opportunity and wait until next year? Should I start it? Chao hesitated. He kept thinking, the ancient arena opens once a year. If I give up this time, I have to wait until next year to continue this final trial. Clearly, he couldn't wait that long. But, if I choose to challenge, the entire inner city will close early. I still have a lot of places to explore, and there are still many amazing buildings within the inner city that I haven't encountered yet. After a moment's deliberation, Chao Xing's eyes flashed with determination. Go for it. He gripped his staff tightly, and the power of ice suddenly erupted. In a year, I don't know how far my strength will have risen. By then, the treasures of this inner city will probably be worthless to me. And now, passing the 5th round gives you a relic of your choice. If I pass this so-called final trial, what amazing rewards can I get? Thinking of this, Chao Xing simply clicked confirm. Challenger, you've made a brave choice. The final trial will begin in 20 seconds. 19. 18. Looking at the countdown before him, Chao Xing tightly gripped the astrology staff in his hand and took a deep breath. He was adjusting his form to prepare for any attack that might come his way. After all, he already suffered a heavy loss at the start of the 5th round. Now it was the even more insanely difficult final trial. He must not let his guard down. Come on, let me see just how difficult this so-called final trial is. As Chao Xing waited intently, 20 seconds flew by. Countdown 1 second. 0. Just like before, after the countdown reached 0, the darkness before him receded like a tide. Chao Xing tensed, ready to enter great demon form at any moment. However, the anticipated thunderous blow didn't materialize. In front of him, in the center of the previously empty field, a powerful tremor erupted. Boom! Then, a massive mechanical throne slowly rose from the ground. The throne was composed entirely of an unknown dark silver metal, its surface covered in strange veins of flesh and blood, as if some living tissue were wriggling within the metal. Atop the throne sat a horrifyingly twisted figure. His head resembled a wriggling mass of metal and flesh, countless tiny mechanical tentacles extending from his neck, twisting erratically in midair. His torso appeared semi-mechanized, the left half a cold, luminous mechanical structure, the right a mass of decaying flesh. The muscles also writhed eerily, and dark red mucus oozed from the wounds, only to be completely absorbed by the metal. Most terrifying of all was his face. 3 irregular eyes formed a triangle, and a jagged slit opened where his mouth should be. The flesh on its face was constantly wriggling. What kind of monster is this? Chao Xing exclaimed in disbelief. Besides its terrifying appearance, this monster exuded the aura of a king of superior power. It even gave Chao Xing a deadly sense of oppression. With a look of doubt, his gaze fell on the other party. Corrupted Azura King, Kierti. Level, ? Attributes, ? Skills, ? Clearly, another pile of question marks. This proved that the other party's level was definitely far above 120, possibly even reaching 150. Because Chao Xing felt the same sense of oppression from him as he had from the Lizardman chieftain. In other words, this Azura King, even among the legendary figures, was no ordinary being. You've arrived. Trialist. The twisted figure on the throne of flesh and machinery spoke slowly. The voice was as harsh as metal rubbing against metal, yet it carried a strange melody. Surprise flashed in Chao Xing's eyes. This was the first person he had encountered since entering the ancient arena who had actively spoken to him. Before this, all the enemies he had encountered were test subjects simulated by the arena's power. They had generally attacked the moment they saw him. You are? Chao Xing asked warily, his astrology staff in hand, ready to respond to any sudden attack. The twisted figure on the mechanical throne raised the mechanical scepter in his right hand. A closer look revealed a tome emitting a faint blue light in the palm of his left hand. He spoke again, his voice low and hoarse. As you can see, I am the last king of the Ashura race. This is a trace of my remaining power, a remnant eroded by the gray fog. Chao Xing frowned slightly, and seeing that the other party didn't seem to intend to attack immediately, he relaxed his guard slightly. However, this Ashura Star King clearly knew something. So, he asked his inner doubt, how did you become like this? And what exactly happened to your Ashura race? At this question, the Star King on the throne's rotting eyes flickered with reminiscence. He raised his head, and the metal tentacles around his neck made a gurgling sound, looking quite creepy. The Star King spoke slowly, what happened? It's a long story. But, I don't have much time. I can only give you a brief account of what happened. Once upon a time, the Ashura race was prosperous and powerful. Everyone was passionate about research. And every once in a while, amazing inventions would appear. But one day, A group of lunatics at the Power Academy began studying alchemy, attempting to control the power of the gods. This forbidden art is forbidden even in the Azura Code. His voice suddenly grew angry, a mechanical hum laced with the hum of electricity. These lunatics. They even disregarded our laws for their own research. Then, they provoked that forbidden entity, the gray mist that brought about the destruction of all Azura civilization. Including myself, I was gradually eroded while resisting, and ultimately became like this. The Star King briefly explained the fall of Azura civilization. Chao Xing frowned again. What exactly is pivotal alchemy? Why is it said that this alchemy can control the power of the gods? The Star King was silent for a moment, the light in his decaying eyeballs flickering, as if resisting some interference. Finally, he spoke with difficulty. This alchemy is the deepest taboo of Azura civilization. It can imitate the power of the gods, creating pseudo-godhood, combined with golem technology, creating golems of god level. They call this project the God Creation Project. Hearing this, Chao Xing was also shocked. Wow, artificially creating godhood, creating golems with divine combat power. Doesn't that sound a bit exaggerated? The sheer power of a god is self-evident. They are second only to true gods. They can even be considered the embodiment of the law. Until now, Chao Xing had never faced a true god. And this group of crazy researchers actually wanted to create a god. No wonder they would face catastrophic disaster. Chao Xing pondered for a moment, then asked the question that concerned him most. What do you know about this gray fog? On the mechanical throne, the Star King shook his head, his flesh twitching slightly. We know very little about this gray fog. However, from some clues, we have deduced that this gray fog must belong to a higher level force. Its appearance may be to erase those who attempt to violate taboos or disrupt the balance. At the last sentence, Chao Xing's pupils shrank again. This gray fog appears when someone attempts to violate a taboo or disrupt the balance, and the last time the gray fog appeared, it happened right after Kralkatorik's death. This makes it all fit. Chapter 745. Clearly, the Azura Star King's speculation was correct. However, there was still one question that puzzled Chao Xing. Why did the unknown entity in the gray fog take Elisa away? What connection did she have with the so-called balance? The more Chao Xing thought about it, the more he felt that this lively and lovely girl was involved in so many things. At this moment, the Star King's voice suddenly became intermittent, and runes on his half-mechanical, half-flesh body began to flicker. His rotting mouth moved up and down, emitting a hoarse sound. However, when the Azura civilization was shrouded in the gray fog, we sensed our impending doom. Use the strength of our entire clan to complete half of the God-building project. What is half of the God-building project? Chao Xing couldn't help but ask, unconsciously tightening his grip on the astrological staff. The Star King spoke with difficulty. We have created a god-level golem. Hearing this, Chao Xing's pupils trembled again. He hadn't even realized this was the first time he'd been shocked today. As expected, the objects involved in this final trial were far more massive and terrifying than he imagined. Even a god-level golem had appeared. Where's that golem? Chao Xing subconsciously asked, his voice filled with unconcealed eagerness. After all, that was god-level power. Even he felt an immense desire for it. If he could possess it, he would be invincible, second only to a true god. The Star King slowly raised the mechanical scepter in his hand and said, the golem is hidden in the deepest part of the royal city. But it's only a half-finished product. It needs to be infused with the full divine nature to unleash its full power. However, the technology at the time wasn't yet perfect. According to our calculations, even if the divine nature is successfully fused, this golem can only unleash half the power of a god. Hearing this, Chao Xing's breath hitched slightly. Even half its power is already formidable. With the power of this golem, it would be easy to wipe out all beings below the divine level. And, most importantly, he still has an S-level mission. To root them out, this mission is currently just one step away from progress. If he can defeat the God of Light in the Netherworld, he will obtain a God of Light. Thinking of this, Chao Xing has never been more eager for that old God of Light to return as soon as possible. Then let him kill me. At the same time, the Star King's body began to tremble violently, and a strange gray mist seeped from the mixture of machinery and flesh. And not long after our god-making project was completed, the remaining members of the entire Azura clan were dwindling. Finally, we decided to pool the strength of the School of Statics, the School of Power, the School of Synergy, and myself to deduce a way to combat the gray fog. Even if we can't solve the fog, we must leave a glimpse of hope for future generations. After clan-wide research, we have indeed glimpsed some of the secrets behind the gray fog. The first of these is that this fog may be controlled by some kind of purpose. So, we followed this clue and began to reverse analyze the composition of the gray fog. After countless failures, we finally found the source of the fog. At this point, the Star King's voice abruptly stopped. His aura had previously been in a delicate state of balance. Though chaotic, it still retained some sanity. But at this moment, it suddenly became violent, and the runes on his mechanical body exploded one after another. Bang! 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 Each rune exploded, scattering a cloud of rotting flesh and blood, further scrambling the Star King's power. Roar! Roar! Beast-like growls echoed, and the Star King's eyes were completely consumed by the gray fog. Before his consciousness completely spun, he growled, "I can't hold on anymore. Kill me!" The next moment, the Star King raised his mechanical staff. Vast magical power was instantly mobilized, and a destructive beam of light lashed toward Xiaoxing. Buzz! Where the beam of light passed, twisted ripples appeared in space. As if imbued with destructive power, Xiaoxing's reaction speed was equally astonishing. In that instant, he raised his hand and unleashed an ice seal. Then, with a flutter of the wind wings behind him, the beam of light brushed past his body, dodging the Star King's attack at breakneck speed. Boom! The beam of light struck the audience seats behind him, triggering a devastating explosion. Everything in the blast zone seemed to disintegrate and vaporize. This demonstrated the terrifying power of this attack. Xiaoxing gathered his composure, looking at the Star King, who leaned against the throne, his breath turbulent, completely deranged. A look of determination crossed his eyes. "I've learned almost everything I need to know. Now, let me help you escape." The battle began instantly. As soon as he finished speaking, 10 enhanced ice spikes flew out from his side. Swish! Swish! A piercing sound echoed through the air, followed by a system notification. Ding! You have successfully cast 10 spells. Passive skill, Ice Wrath has been triggered. As the skill bar completely turned red, Xiaoxing's eyes turned icy blue, and a terrifying surge of magical energy emanated from his body. He raised his hand and unleashed an ice-breaking blade. Whoosh! 3 ice balls, each the size of a head, shot out, following closely behind the 10 ice spikes. Bang! 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 -129, 5342. -119, 5264. -121, 5782. -689, 3523. -675, 2354. -652, 4443. The enemies hit by all the ice spikes and ice-breaking blades were splashed with a wave of damage exceeding 1 million. 13 attacks combined, taking away over 30 million health points from the target. This explosive power was truly astonishing. However, the Azure Star King on the throne, having withstood this wave of damage, did not appear to have suffered any serious injuries. Only a trace of frost appeared on the other half of his metal body. Roar! The Star King let out another beastly growl. As he raised his right hand, he began to rapidly flip through the blue glowing tome. A powerful wave of magic emerged above his head. Xiaoxing looked up and suddenly saw a hexagram array with a diameter of more than 100 meters, still emitting brilliant starlight. The next moment, dazzling meteors burst forth from the magic circle, barreling toward him at breakneck speed with terrifying force. Buzz! Feeling the destructive power of this skill, Xiaoxing raised his brows, rapidly pondering. This Star King's attack power must be terrifying, and my health is low. I can't withstand his magical attacks head-on. Then, the transparent wind wings behind him vibrated violently, carrying him away at a rapid speed. However, these meteors surprisingly possessed a tracking function. The moment Xiaoxing fled, they simultaneously changed their flight paths, following him like a shadow. Damn it! Xiaoxing cursed inwardly. Before he could react, a luminous star hovered above the Azure Star King's head, and he raised the mechanical scepter in his right hand again. Mechanical suppression. As soon as he finished speaking, a mass of wriggling metal materialized from the ground beneath Xiaoxing's feet, rapidly combining to form a massive mechanical hand. Then, it slammed down at him. At that moment, Xiaoxing felt the whistling wind ahead, and several destructive meteors pursued him relentlessly from behind. It was truly a situation of no way to heaven, no way to earth. In a split second, Xiaoxing made a swift decision. Use the holy shield to block the metal hand's attack, and then let the pursuing meteors attack that hand. Without hesitation, he charged towards the giant metal hand. At the same time, the giant metal hand crashed down, its terrifying impact cracking the ground. Boom! Including the pursuing meteors, they also hit Xiaoxing simultaneously, detonating instantly. With a violent explosion, the giant metal hand shattered into pieces. A death zone, over 30 meters in diameter, formed there. Matter was constantly disintegrating and disappearing, forming a visible black hole. Amidst this terrifying power, a figure flapped its wings and soared into flight. Chao Xing, after sacrificing 3 layers of holy shield and losing 3 million HP, dodged the combined attack. The number of stars above the Azura Star King's head also increased from 1 to 6. That was a close call. I almost didn't dodge it. Chao Xing breathed a sigh of relief. However, just as he had regained his balance, the Star King had already raised his mechanical scepter again, whispering hoarsely. Metal, frenzy. The ground, once made of an unknown material, transformed into a surging sea of metal. Countless sharp mechanical tentacles emerged from it, strangling Chao Xing like living creatures. At the same time, the Star King's grimoire flipped again, and faint blue starlight streamed through the text. Star Chain. Seal. Buzz. The entire arena shook. Dark blue runes emerged from the grimoire, transforming into magical chains that wove a vast magical net through the air, blocking all space for Chao Xing to dodge. This wasn't over yet. The Star King waved his staff again, stirring the vast power of the starry sky, and brilliant starlight converged overhead. Star Chain. Falling. A star chain over 500 meters in diameter enveloped Chao Xing. From this chain, destructive meteors burst forth, hurtling towards him at breakneck speed. Feeling the threat coming from all directions, Chao Xing's pupils constricted, and he couldn't help but grumble. Fuck. This is outrageous. This Star King acts like he's never fought anyone before. He launches into a barrage of magic, leaving no room for reaction. In this critical moment, Chao Xing could only frantically activate his wind wings, maneuvering as quickly as possible within the narrow space to minimize damage. However, the Star King's attacks were too intense, making them impossible to avoid. Boom. Boom! The next moment, the mechanical tentacles strangled him, the star chains bound him, and the destructive meteors bombarded him, all at once. The collision of machinery and magic struck a symphony of destruction. A violent wave of energy swept across the Colosseum. Even the very space itself twisted and trembled under the force, and amidst this chaos, large damage numbers appeared one after another. -392, 4423. -243, 2579. -291. 6235. -182 3454. -157 8325. And in this area, the collision of magic and machinery formed a black sphere of light over 100 meters in diameter. The black ball of light continuously absorbed and decomposed more matter, expanding as if to devour the entire arena. Amidst this terrifying wave of destruction, a figure wielding a staff rushed out once again, defying the terrifying suction. Ahem. Chao Xing's robes were scorched black by the explosion, and his body was covered in wounds, looking rather disheveled. He wiped the blood from his mouth and glanced at his stat panel, a moment of shock in his heart. Outrageous. Over 30 million health points were taken away from me in one burst. If I didn't have the permanent ice armor that significantly increased my armor, and the damage reduction from Frost Shield, this wave would have taken at least 70 to 80 million health points. You have to remember, Chao Xing, a level 102 Eternal Frozen Monarch, only had 160 million HP. This was equivalent to losing half of his HP directly. The enemy's lethality had reached a terrifying level. After breaking through the blast, Chao Xing looked at the figure seated on the throne, a hint of ruthlessness in his eyes. You've had a great time. Is it my turn to strike back now? With that, he landed steadily on the ground like a low-flying swallow. Then, with both hands on the ground, he whispered ice. 1,000 miles. Crash! A terrifying chill erupted from his palms. The arena's floor was instantly covered in a thick layer of ice, rapidly spreading forward. In a matter of moments, the entire arena was transformed into a world of ice and snow. Frozen along with the mechanical throne and the Star King atop it, a fierce chill emanated from all directions, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet by dozens of degrees in a short period of time. A system prompt appeared. Ding! You're now in an extreme environment below -70 degrees Celsius. Your passive skill, Arctic Domination, has been fully activated. At this moment, feeling the surging icy power within him, Chao Xing couldn't help but let a look of satisfaction cross his face. Excellent! In this extreme cold, I'm the master. Next, prepare a burst of power to take the Star King away. Before he finished his words, with a crisp crack, the frozen Star King broke free and raised his mechanical scepter. He whispered stars. Domain. Boom! The stars floating above him shattered, transforming into countless points of light that scattered down. At the same moment, the surrounding scene shifted. The solid ice covering the ground quickly vanished, the chill dissipating with it, and boundless darkness washed over like a tide. Chaoxing felt his eyes flash before his eyes. The arena had vanished, replaced by a deep, dark lake. Faint starlight flickered around him, and beneath his feet lay a bottomless black water. It was as if he had suddenly entered another world. Is this a spatial shift, or has it simply covered my frozen domain? Chaoxing looked around with a puzzled expression. In the distance, the throne, a blend of machinery and flesh, hovered above the lake. The Star King sat within it, the stars ablaze above his head, as if he were the sole ruler of this domain. If you ignore his rotting flesh, he was indeed quite beautiful. At the same moment, this rotting mixture of flesh and machinery moved again. He raised his mechanical scepter and whispered hoarsely, "Hear the melody of the stars. Star Guardians, descend." As soon as the words fell, two shadows swiftly emerged from the dark waters beneath the throne. It was as if some terrifying being was about to emerge from the waters. Boom! The entire space began to violently shake, and ripples appeared on the tranquil lake surface. The next moment, two behemoths, over 100 meters tall, suddenly burst from the water. Splash! With a sound of breaking water, Chaoxing saw two dark blue figures. Their bodies were constructed of dark metal, their surface covered with star-like blue patterns. The cold lake water flowed down their mechanical forms. The massive energy core embedded in its chest exuded a suffocating sense of oppression. These were two unique golems, their might even surpassing the dragon slayer we encountered earlier. As expected, their appearance instantly enveloped the entire arena with a terrifying, repressive force. Two system notifications popped up in quick succession. You are within the magic eye domain of the golem. Star ISL 5001. Magical attack power reduced by 30%, movement speed reduced by 30%. You are within the power arm domain of the golem. Star Arm SL 6001. Physical attack power reduced by 30%, attack speed reduced by 30%. Seeing this, Chaoxing's heart sank. Two more legendary golems. Dealing with one Azura Star King was already difficult enough, and now two such powerful monsters appeared. This final trial was truly insanely difficult. At the same time, the two golems, the moment they appeared, launched themselves on heavy mechanical legs and charged frantically towards Chaoxing. Their massive metal feet stomped onto the black lake surface, sending countless black splashes of water flying. Every step caused the entire space to tremble slightly. As a mage, Chaoxing absolutely could not let these melee monsters get close. He began to retreat rapidly, creating distance. Whoosh, whoosh. The wind wings behind him whipped out almost like a double image, carrying him across the lake at speed like a fighter jet, stirring up ripples. With a nearly 220% speed boost, his speed was terrifying, and he covered a vast distance in the blink of an eye. When Chaoxing turned around, he saw that he had actually left the golems far behind. Seeing this, he realized something, and a smile suddenly appeared on his face. I never thought that with a 220% speed boost, I could already crush even legendaries of the same level. Since these two golems couldn't catch up, the situation would be much simpler. After all, for a mage, as long as they maintain distance, they're within their firepower suppression range. The enemy can't get close, and will be kited to death by his powerful attacks. Chaoxing maintained high-speed movement while wielding his staff, continuously unleashing high-damage spells like Great Ice Spear, Enhanced Ice Cone, and Ice Soul Spear. Chapter 746. Chaoxing maintained his high-speed movement, continuously casting various high-damage spells. Bang! Crack! Frostwhite magical energy bombarded the golems one after another, emitting a teeth-grinding, crisp sound. The two golems had endured Chaoxing's barrage of attacks, their bodies enveloped in an intense chill that froze their shells, their joints frozen, and their movement speed drastically reduced. In just 5 seconds, the durability of both golems had plummeted by over 30 million, with Chaoxing's full force. These two legendary golems could be completely destroyed within a minute, but it was clear that the Azura Star King would not give him this opportunity. He flipped through the codex in his left hand and chanted an ancient incantation. Starfall. Annihilation. Buzz. Instantly, the dark sky above suddenly lit up. Shooting stars, emitting brilliant light, appeared one after another. 10,000. 20,000. 30,000. In the blink of an eye, the number of meteors exceeded 100,000. 100,000 stars emanated destructive waves, illuminating the entire dark space as bright as day. Then, with a pressure from the Azura Star King's staff, All the meteors fell from the sky simultaneously, as if an entire galaxy were careening down. Under the starry sky, Chaoxing felt his scalp tingle, and a wave of alarm surged in his heart. Oh my god! This skill's power looks even more terrifying than my forbidden spell, Doomsday Ice Star. Chaoxing keenly experienced the enemy's powerlessness in the face of his Doomsday Ice Star. It was simply unavoidable. He knew he absolutely couldn't be in the center of the bombing zone, otherwise, his remaining 100 million HP wouldn't be enough to withstand such a terrifying attack. He had to escape quickly. Whoosh! The wind wings behind him fluttered, carrying him forward at a rapid speed. Chaoxing intended to use his speed advantage to escape the range of this skill. However, this seemingly vast dark space also had an invisible boundary. After dashing 3 kilometers, Chaoxing seemed to hit an invisible wall, and was thrown back with a bang. The impact made him see stars. Oh my god! I thought I entered another dimension after entering this area. I'm still in the arena! Chaoxing cursed, rubbing his aching forehead. And with this delay, the meteor shower was about to fall. Chaoxing gritted his teeth, a ruthless look flashing in his eyes. Since I can't dodge, I just activate my great demon form and take it head-on. In demon form, I have 300 million health points and 2 resurrection chances. I just don't believe I can't withstand it. As soon as he finished speaking, a surge of demonic energy erupted from him. Chaoxing's form rapidly expanded, and a pair of pitch-black demonic wings spread out behind him. An elegant demon reappeared. Come on! Chaoxing, in his great demon form, roared to the heavens, soaring into the sky, facing the meteor shower. Then, one after another, the meteors fell. Boom! 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 The terrifying explosions echoed continuously, creating massive whirlpools on the black lake surface, and the entire space trembled violently. The astonishing damage figures jumped wildly. -219, 3344. -184, 2453. -262, 5627. -158, 2452. -256, 2342. -185, 2455. As the densely packed damage numbers continued to rise, Chaoxing's health rapidly decreased. Finally, after 5 seconds, the devastating meteor shower finally ceased. In midair, the great demon that had endured the meteor shower's bombardment was covered in wounds. Chaoxing's body was covered in charred marks from the bombardment, and his demon wings were tattered. Black blood splattered like rain. Huh? Chaoxing gasped, feeling the excruciating pain throughout his body, as if every bone was being crushed. Then he quickly glanced at his health bar. 156 million/345 million. At that moment, a sinister smile gradually formed at the corners of Chaoxing's dark lips. Excellent, you held up. You didn't even manage to use my resurrection form once. This was all thanks to the 200% attribute bonus in demon form. Not only did it increase his health, but the surge in his physique also significantly increased his armor. Otherwise, any other legend would have lost at least 300 million or 400 million health in this wave. The next moment, he switched back to Frost Mage form, his Frost Soul robe rustling in the wind. You had a blast beating me, didn't you? Now it's my turn. With that, Chaoxing grasped his staff and raised his hand again. First, he created 10 ice walls, then triggered the doubling effect of Ice Crystal Fury. The next moment, he whispered Extreme Ice. Bloom. With the mechanical throne at its center, a hexagram formation, over 200 meters in diameter, and emitting an astonishing chill, emerged. Crack, crack! Bursts of cold air erupted, freezing the lake surface for hundreds of meters, and the chill continued to spread rapidly. Under the control of the extreme cold, Chaoxing's skill cooldowns had been reduced to 90%, the upper limit. In other words, the cooldowns of all his skills had been reduced to an extremely short range. Even the 3-hour forbidden spell, Ice 1,000 miles, had cooled down. After unleashing extreme ice bloom, the surrounding temperature plummeted to below -50 degrees Celsius amidst the raging cold current. But the cold glint in Chaoxing's eyes intensified. Not enough. He dodged the demon elephant's pursuit while simultaneously avoiding the Star King's magical bombardment. The next moment, he pulled 3 divine power fragments from his backpack and clicked to use them. His divine power reached 31 points. Then, Chaoxing used a point of divine power, and a completely different force surged from him. This power, while equally icy, seemed even more mysterious and vast. He clenched his fist, and brilliant ice crystals condensed in his palm. Is this divine power? The power of the gods is truly beyond imagination. Before he finished speaking, his pupils suddenly lit up with an icy blue light. Crash! A terrifying chill erupted from his body, instantly freezing the lake hundreds of meters below, as well as the two legendary golems in pursuit. The surrounding temperature reached minus 73 degrees Celsius. Ding! You're now in an extreme environment of minus 70 degrees Celsius. Your passive skill, Frost Control, has been fully activated. Whoosh! Chaoxing exhaled a breath of cold air, his gaze fixed on the frozen lake below, and the equally frozen mechanical throne, and the two legendary golems beside it. This is the first time I've used a legendary skill since breaking through to legendary. I hope the effect won't disappoint. With that, Chaoxing raised his staff, and the temperature across the world plummeted. Eternal Sin, Ice Prison. Instantly, the temperature, already at minus 70 degrees Celsius, plummeted again, reaching a staggering minus 101 degrees Celsius. In this absolute freezing temperature, a chilling crackling sound emanated from the air, as if even space itself had frozen. With Chaoxing as the center, within a 5-kilometer radius, everything seemed to be plunged into eternal silence. The legendary golems, before they could even break free from their deceleration, were completely sealed by this eternal ice, their surfaces coated in a thick layer. Even the Azura King's mechanical throne began to emit a harsh, twisting sound. At the same time, gusts of intense cold wind swept through, sweeping up layers of ice like a polar blizzard. 60 seconds. Enjoy this feast of ice. Then, Chaoxing swung his staff downwards, and Eternal Sin Ice Prison began to judge all targets within this freezing hell. Whoosh! The biting cold wind froze the mechanical throne, and massive damage continued to surge. Decrease by 385-2355. Decrease by 489-2353. Decrease by 583-2492. Decrease by 419-5234. Decrease by 693-2443. With every passing second, the health above the golems and the Star Kings decreases. They tried to struggle. However, in the absolute freezing temperature, their movements became extremely slow, as if even their thoughts were frozen. The golem's energy core stalled, thick frost forming on its joints. Every struggle was accompanied by the crisp sound of metal cracking. The Star King was in a similar situation. His mechanical throne was completely frozen, making even moving a finger incredibly difficult. 10 seconds later, the ice layer on the golem surface had reached a thickness of half a meter, and the Star King's throne had completely ceased functioning. Chaoxing gripped his staff, while maintaining the Eternal Sin Ice Prison skill, consuming a significant amount of his mental energy. As for why he didn't unleash another spell now, to take out the Star King and the golem in one swoop, it was because the legendary skill Eternal Sin Ice Prison had a fatal flaw. Chaoxing couldn't let go of it. During the spell's duration, he had to constantly channel his mental energy to maintain the legendary spell's operation, otherwise it would be interrupted. Chaoxing's face was already pale. He thought, if only some of the people were around right now. Like Sarah, Isabel, and the others. With 60 seconds of control time, I wonder how much damage they could do. It'd be more than enough to instantly kill the Star King. But then he thought again, and this idea seemed unrealistic. After all, in this horrifically cold temperature, even a legendary creature, save one with Chaoxing's physique, would be instantly frozen. So, they wouldn't be of any help at all. Chaoxing shook his head, continuing to diligently maintain this skill. Whoosh! As the cold wind gathered, the 100-meter-tall golems transformed into two giant ice sculptures, and the mechanical throne was completely encased in thick frost. With every second, their health steadily decreased. Thus, Chaoxing maintained this absolute freezing temperature of minus 101 degrees Celsius for 59 seconds. During this time, the skill Eternal Sin Ice Prison had already inflicted nearly 280 million damage to the Azura Star King. The two nearby golems had also sustained 300 million damage. Finally, the durability of these two behemoths reached a breaking point, and Chaoxing's continuous output of icy power reached its peak. 60 seconds had passed. Chaoxing's eyes flashed cold, and he pressed his staff. Explode. The frost power, accumulated for a full minute, exploded. Boom! The entire Colosseum erupted as if in a blizzard of ice and snow, a cloud of snow rising hundreds of meters into the sky, completely enveloping the area. The power of the explosion completely surpassed the Star King's previous stellar annihilation. Minus 385235539. Minus 418244497. Minus 492833532. From behind the blizzard, several terrifying damage figures emerged. The metal bodies of the golems completely disintegrated under the final blast of Eternal Sin Ice Prison. First, the surface ice cracked, then the metal shattered like fragile glass, ultimately transforming into a cloud of icy dust. The Star King's mechanical throne was also blasted with cracks, and large pieces of frozen, rotting flesh and blood spilled onto the frozen lake. When the explosion subsided, the Star King's rotting right half had completely crumbled to ice, his entire body lying on the throne like a pool of rotting flesh. However, his mechanical left half, though riddled with cracks, still managed to hold on. Its mechanical fingers trembled slightly, as if trying to grasp something. After suffering a severe blow, the Star King's vision seemed to regain a brief moment of clarity. He looked at Chao Xing, his eyes filled with admiration. He uttered a weak voice, as expected of someone who has made it past the 5th round and embarked on the final challenge. You've only just broken through to legendary. And yet, you possess such formidable strength. Perhaps in the near future, you will truly be able to free the entire lost royal city from the mist. Or perhaps, unravel the mist's final secret. But alas, I can't see. At this point, a gray mist emerged from his pupils again. The eerie gray mist swirled in his eye sockets, like a living thing, rapidly eroding his sanity. His mechanical arm suddenly twitched violently, its metal joints rasping with a harsh grinding sound, as if in a final struggle against some invisible force. With his last remaining strength, the Star King's mechanical fingers tightly gripped the scepter. His voice became halting, yet still firm. Come! Give me one final blow. Let my last shred of consciousness escape this world. Chao Xing floated in midair, a complex expression flashing in his icy blue eyes. He nodded slightly, and a piercing cold light began to condense at the tip of his staff. Then, 10 ice cones suddenly condensed. Ding! You have cast 10 spells. Passive, Ice Wrath has been triggered. With a wave of his staff, the air seemed to freeze. 3 ice balls, each the size of a head, suddenly appeared in midair. Swish! Swish! The double-powered ice-breaking blade and 10 enhanced ice cones shot out. Bang! 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 The giant ice balls and ice cones all bombarded the Star King's rotting body, exploding instantly, countless ice crystal fragments scattering, reflecting brilliant light in the air. -118535553. -142566634. -1532795. -3579153. -3682351. -4189256. As huge damage numbers rose one after another, the Star King's body completely disintegrated under the impact. The rotting flesh turned into crystalline powder, and his mechanical body disintegrated into countless metal fragments. In the last moment before he completely dissipated, a smile of relief seemed to curl at the corner of his mouth. Huh. At the same time, the mechanical throne beneath him shattered, collapsing onto the frozen lake. The surrounding darkness faded, and the distorted space gradually returned to calm. When the last wisp of darkness dissipated, Chao Xing stood in the Colosseum again. The auditorium was empty, with only the biting cold wind whipping up snowflakes. A system prompt appeared before him. As the last wisp of ice melted, the throne of flesh and machine collapsed. The king who once ruled civilization was finally freed from his millennia-long curse. His consciousness faded like a spark in the snowstorm, but in that fleeting light, he found his human dignity. At the same time, from the heart of the inner city of this lost royal city, an ancient tower suddenly erupted with a pillar of light that soared into the sky. This pillar of light, like a sharp sword, pierced through the mist-shrouded lost royal city for millennia. Some powerful warriors even managed to clearly see the various ancient buildings hidden beneath the fog. Among these buildings, some contained areas even more mysterious than the ancient arena, causing those warriors' eyes to widen instantly, but this sacred scene lasted only a moment. Suddenly, wisps of gray mist seeped out from the light column. Like living creatures, they entwined themselves with the light and climbed upward, eventually devouring the radiance completely. The gray mist that engulfed an entire civilization still swirls over this land, inhabiting every brick and stone. This is a civilization's funeral that has lasted for 10,000 years. And you? A brave challenger. Are you a gravedigger? Or the next civilization to be sacrificed? As the words gradually faded, Chao Xing pondered. The next civilization to be sacrificed. Are we the survivors of our blue planet? What, exactly, is hidden within this fog? A host of questions welled up in his mind. At this moment, another system prompt appeared, instantly bringing Chao Xing back to his senses. Ding! Attention, Survivor Chao Xing. You have successfully passed the ancient arena's 6th round, final trial. Unlocked achievement, Seed of Truth. Achievement reward, plus 50,000 reputation, plus 10 charisma, plus 500 divinity. Ding! You have successfully passed the final trial. Clearance Reward 1. Scepter of the Axis of Annihilation, Legendary, or Codex of Falling Stars, Legendary, choose 1. Clearance Reward 2. Golem, Dragon Slayer, Suppressor, or Judge, Blueprint, choose 1. Clearance Reward 3. 1 Gladiator King title, 1 Legendary Energy Core, 2 Black Canisters. As this series of reward notifications appeared, Chao Xing was completely stunned. It wasn't until a moment later that he snapped back to his senses, unable to help but exclaim, "Fuck! Fuck! Fuck! What did I see? Legendary equipment, and blueprints for a legendary golem. This is outrageous." Chao Xing took a few deep breaths before calming his excitement. Although the difficulty of this final trial was ridiculous, the rewards were also quite formidable. At the same time, the system prompts continued to appear. Please select your reward. Huh? Chao Xing took a deep breath. This reward required careful selection. The first reward is to choose between the Axis of Annihilation Scepter and the Falling Star Codex. Chapter 747. These two legendary pieces of equipment should be the weapons the Azura King recently used in battle. Their power has been verified, and they're quite formidable. But, which one should I choose? Chao Xing was torn. After a moment, he couldn't help but grumble, damn it. Can't I just choose both? I think I want both. After all, his current weapon was still the level 70 astrology staff. And it was an epic quality staff. If I could swap it for this legendary scepter, it would definitely be a huge improvement. As for the codex, although he had a demon codex, it was used in greater demon form. So, either of these pieces of equipment would be a significant improvement for him. After some hesitation, Chao Xing made a decision. I choose the Starfall Codex. Compared to that mechanical staff, this codex seems more suitable for me. After all, I don't have the ability to control machinery. Besides, I have another way to obtain the legendary staff, which is to collect moon orb fragments. So far, I've collected 5 fragments. I only need 7 to go to the Orchid Kingdom and obtain the complete moon staff. Then, with the Starfall Codex in my left hand and the moon staff in my right, that scene will be amazing. Chao Xing imagined it happily, then made his choice. Choice successful. Obtained, Starfall Codex, Legendary. Looking at the ancient covered codex in his backpack, shimmering with starlight, Chao Xing felt a surge of satisfaction. He couldn't wait to take it out and check its attributes. But before that, he still had another reward to choose. That was the legendary golem blueprint. Chao Xing pondered, the names of these golems sound quite familiar. They caught me off guard in the 5th round. Chao Xing could clearly remember these 3 golems vividly. Under the pressure of the triple domain, they nearly took him out in one fell swoop. However, only by gathering all 3 golems and combining the triple domains can the most effective effect be achieved. If I can only choose one, it's a bit difficult to decide. Chao Xing was once again torn. After some thought, he decided, let's go with the suppressor. This guy's gravity field is quite powerful, making him a good AoE support. Plus, it has strong combat power, making it a capable both attack and support. Choice successful. Reward received, Golem Suppressor IG-03 Blueprint. With this, all the rewards for this final trial had been claimed. The harvest was truly astonishing. Before Chao Xing could even examine it, a blue beam of light descended from the sky, completely enveloping him. A spatial fluctuation appeared. The challenge has ended. The challenger is now being teleported out of the trial space. Buzz. With a flash of light before his eyes, Chao Xing disappeared from the spot. In the square outside. As time passed, the number of people gathered here grew. Especially when the beam of light erupted from the tower in the center of the lost royal city, it attracted the attention of many mercenaries. In just half an hour, the number of people in the square was approaching 2,000. Moreover, the mercenaries here are no ordinary adventurers. They come from numerous kingdoms across the northern part of the western continent. Besides the nearby Ice Crystal Kingdom and the Orchid Kingdom, there are also more distant kingdoms, like the Silver Lion Kingdom and the Night Bright Kingdom. Those who can enter the inner city of the ruins are at least at level 5, the elite of the elite. In other words, they are the spies of the major powers. What happens in this ruin will quickly spread to various countries through these mercenaries' intelligence networks. That day, many high-ranking officials of the kingdoms and the rulers of the major powers heard of a sensational event. An alien lord named Chao Xing had fought his way through 5 rounds of trials in the ancient arena and crushed the record for the immortal demon body. It was rumored that he was even challenging the legendary final trial. The leaders of those powers were shocked and immediately sent people to investigate Chao Xing's identity. After all, breaking the record for the immortal demon body alone was worthy of their attention. If they didn't investigate, they wouldn't know. Once they did, they were shocked. They then realized that this person was none other than the otherworldly lord who, during the Blood Rebellion, led the legendary Four Kingdoms to defeat the Blood Legion head-on. Although the exact details of that battle hadn't been fully disclosed, they had inferred from a few clues that this otherworldly lord had made remarkable contributions during the Blood Rebellion. Before, Chao Xing's name had only been known among the billions of survivors. Now, his name was known to the kings of the major kingdoms, and the rulers of the great powers. The fame spread across nearly half the continent. Even King Greymist, Warlord Cunard, and the others, who were recovering from their injuries in the palace from the previous battle, had heard of it. As participants in the Blood War, they were arguably the most knowledgeable about the terrifying strength of Chao Xing's territory. Grey Phantom Mist, the dwarf legend of the Greymist Kingdom, grinned. As expected of the Chosen Lord, he's even broken Kai's record. That guy, the immortal demon body, I've long disliked him. He relies on his own strength, arrogant, and has repeatedly rejected our alliance requests. Even during the Blood Rebellion, he ignored our requests for aid. Now you know what it means to be better than others, right? Hey! Well done, Lord Chao Xing. You've severely dampened Kai's spirit. He seemed quite pleased, and even looking at the old king beside him, his expression softened. After a pause, Gray seemed to realize something. He paced the palace with his short legs, wondering. Lord Chao Xing was able to break Kai's record. What level of strength has he reached now? Could it be? At this thought, Gray's pupils widened instantly. Elsewhere, War King Cunard and another Chief General, Groot, were whispering. You've heard. Lord Chao Xing broke the fastest record in the ancient arena, War King Cunard said calmly. General Groot nodded and said respectfully, I have heard, Your Majesty. After a pause, he asked doubtfully, but with Lord Chao Xing's strength, it shouldn't be surprising that he could do this, right? After all, he is. Cunard War King shook his head and said, No, it's not that simple. We've all been through that ancient arena, and know its dangers and difficulty. It's difficult for anyone other than a legendary to make it past the 5th round. Although Lord Chao Xing's strength during the Blood Rebellion was astonishing, it was far from legendary. Now, he can crush the immortal demon body. A record. What does this mean? Groot's brow furrowed as he slowly uttered the word, legend. Warlord Cunard nodded, a look of emotion in his eyes. To think that, less than 2 months after we last parted, he's already reached legend. The rate of growth of this otherworldly lord is truly incredible. At this rate, before long, he won't even take demigods seriously. Warlord Groot's expression was immediately shocked. To not even take demigods seriously, you can imagine what that entails. In an era before the gods appeared, demigods were already the pinnacle of power in the entire Western continent. In other words, they would soon be invincible across the entire Western continent. Warlord Groot's expression was solemn. Your Majesty, what do you mean? Warlord Cunard was silent for a moment, then slowly said, I heard that this man is preparing to begin building a city. Once his massive city is finished, let's go see it ourselves. Hearing this, Groot's expression shifted slightly. He didn't ask what they were going to do, but instead replied respectfully, Yes, Your Majesty. Besides the 2 great kingdoms, even Queen Yuan and King Bingjing were greatly surprised upon hearing the news. But they quickly reacted. They also mentally deduced Chao Xing's current strength. After some deliberation, the 2 kings immediately summoned their closest confidants within the palace for a meeting. The meeting focused on Chao Xing. In the square beside the arena, nearly 2,000 people waited eagerly. Even Kai Lan, bound and tied up, craned his neck among the crowd, gazing at the ancient building. Everyone awaited Chao Xing's appearance, wondering if he could pass the final trial. However, almost half an hour had passed since Chao Xing passed the 5th round, and there was no sign of him emerging. The crowd grew restless. A mercenary whispered, Lord Chao Xing has been in there for so long. Even the more difficult trials should have been over by now. And he hasn't emerged yet. What do you think? Could he have failed the challenge? Hearing this speculation, the crowd was slightly startled, and whispers began to murmur. Many people also believed that Chao Xing might have failed the challenge inside. After all, no powerful individual had ever undergone the so-called final trial before. No one knew what exactly was going on inside. But it was clear that this final trial would be extremely difficult. Observing this, the bound Kai Lan sneered, Haha. This arrogant fellow must have failed. Even my father wasn't sure he passed this trial, so how could he possibly succeed? I imagine he's seriously injured now, too embarrassed to show up, so... Before he could finish his words, a glowing death dagger pressed against his neck. Sarah said coldly, "One more word, and I send you to hell, where you meet the true god of death." This sudden scene once again captured everyone's attention. Nearly 2,000 pairs of eyes turned to him. Seeing the once mighty prince of North Wind now imprisoned, even threatened with his life. This kind of thing hadn't happened in centuries. Many mercenaries quickly pressed the communication devices to their ears, relaying what was happening. Feeling the cold blade against his neck, Kai Lan opened his mouth. He could sense from the dark elf assassin's eyes that he truly intended to kill him. The shadow of death coiled around his heart like a venomous snake, sending a chill down his spine. But, being watched by so many people, including his target, the rose goddess Talia. After seeing Talia's indifferent expression, a strong sense of humiliation surged through her heart, even overwhelming her fear of death. Kalen suddenly opened his eyes and roared angrily, "You guys, kill me now, if you dare. If I die, my father will lead the entire North Wind Alliance to avenge me. And this will surely trigger a war that will engulf several kingdoms. No matter how powerful you are, you cannot withstand the might of the entire North Wind Alliance. When that happens, even your lowly lord will be buried with me." Hearing this, it wasn't just Sarah who was shocked. Also, Isabel, Braun, and Marlene, among others, all had cold expressions. Asan drew his sword with a clang. "Anyone who insults the Lord will be punished by death." Instantly, he raised the sword of the Lady of the Lake high, and terrifying force began to build. Standing by, Elisa, Rennies, and the others also drew their bowstrings to full strength. At the slightest sign of action, they would strike without hesitation, slaying the Prince of the North Wind. Sensing the crowd's murderous intent, Kai Lan, who had just been shouting, suddenly felt a twinge of guilt. Although he acted hysterically, with a desperate air, he knew better than anyone the value of his life. After all, as a genius rarely seen in the North Wind Kingdom in centuries, if he died here, he would truly have nothing. As long as he remained alive, the future held endless possibilities, perhaps even a glimpse of that even more mysterious realm. But in front of so many people, he couldn't let down his presence, staring at them with a fierce expression. The situation in the square suddenly became tense. The mercenaries, seeing this, retreated, fearing being drawn into the conflict. After all, if Prince Beifeng truly died here, beheaded in front of so many people, it would truly be a major event that would shock half of the western continent. And King Beifeng, that immortal demon, would undoubtedly unleash a large-scale war. The damage would then be no less devastating than the bloody chaos. Perhaps many on the scene would also be buried with him. At this thought, fear crossed the mercenaries' faces. At this moment of tension and oppression, the entire ruin suddenly shook slightly. Boom! The next moment, a vast aura descended like a tsunami. This aura far exceeded the limits of the legendary level, even faintly touching the demigod realm, instantly enveloping the entire ruins. Everyone felt a heavy pressure coming down upon them. At the same time, they heard a powerful call. "Kai Lan, where are you?" The voice boomed like thunder, carrying the force of a raging wind, rapidly sweeping across the ruins. Even the lords exploring the outer perimeter heard the call. They all paused, puzzled. And in the square, upon hearing this figure, Kai Lan's eyes instantly vanished in fear, replaced by ecstasy. "This aura is my father! Great! My father has arrived! Ha ha ha!" At this moment, he laughed heartily, as if he had finally found his savior. At the same time, the magic sword from Kalen's space backpack automatically flew out and soared high into the sky, emitting a tremendous aura. In the outer city, the speeding figure sensed the magic sword's response. It instantly locked onto its target and began to rapidly approach the inner city. Everyone in the square felt a suffocating pressure rapidly approaching. It was like a natural disaster about to strike, sending a chill and fear through their hearts. At this moment, Sarah and the others, who were about to unleash a fatal blow, paused. They weren't afraid of this so-called king of the North Wind. After all, these people combined could kill even a demigod. And this king of the North Wind hadn't even reached the demigod realm. They were simply considering how to handle this sudden situation. With the arrival of King Beifeng, the situation became even more complicated. Until the Lord appeared, they had no idea how to proceed. They couldn't really kill King Beifeng and his son together, could they? If that happened, it wouldn't just be these ruins that would be shaken, but half of the western continent would tremble. And now, seeing the crowd's reaction, Kai Lan thought they were frightened. He suddenly shouted with a smug look on his face, "Haha, are you afraid now? I'm telling you, it's too late. When my father arrives, you will all be punished severely. Even if you are legends, you will pay a heavy price." On the battlefield, Everyone ignored Prince Beifeng and waited silently for King Beifeng's arrival. The aura grew closer, the oppressive feeling growing stronger. In an instant, a cold wind tinged with ice crystals swept across the battlefield. Ice crystals splattered against everyone's armor, making a tinkling sound that made everyone close their eyes. When the whistling wind dissipated, a middle-aged man clad in dark blue armor and a snow wolf pelt draped over his shoulders emerged. Though a bit weathered, his features still bore a resemblance to Kai Lan. A pair of deep brown eyes held boundless majesty. Like an emperor surveying the land, he swept over Sarah and the others. Clearly, this man was King Beifeng, the legendary figure known as the immortal demon body. Kai, when Kai's gaze fell on Kai Lan, bound like a knot in chains of holy light, his brow furrowed slightly. An invisible pressure suddenly erupted, like a king's wrath. Gusts of wind blew all around. The mercenaries were blown to and fro by the wind, and a wave of fear welled up in their hearts, just when they thought a great battle was about to break out. However, the king of the north wind did not act immediately. Instead, he said in a deep voice, "Release Lanner." Chapter 748. Release Lanner. Although King Beifeng's tone was calm, it held a hint of command. At this, Sarah and the others did not respond. Braun in the crowd grinned and said, "Hand him over? That won't do. This Prince Beifeng made a bet with our lord in front of so many people. Now he's lost. He can't leave until he fulfills the terms of the bet." Hearing this, Kai frowned. He knew about the bet, of course. And in this case, Braun was indeed right. After all, it was Kai Lan himself who proposed the bet, and so many people were witnesses. If the bet was forcibly broken, the reputation of the kingdom of Beifeng would be severely damaged. At this moment, Kai Lan hurriedly shouted, "I didn't lose. You used unconventional tactics. No one can make it through the 5th round in 35 seconds. Your lord hasn't come out yet. He must have been punished by the arena for using this unusual tactic." King Beifeng was also shocked when he heard the number 35 seconds. After hearing that Kai Lan had lost the bet, he immediately activated the teleportation array and rushed over at top speed. He hadn't had time to absorb some of the details. When he turned around and saw the long list of names on the stone tablet, his pupils shrank. Looking at Braum and the others before him, a solemn expression crossed his face. King Beifeng was silent for a moment, then slowly said, "Let's put it this way. Since Kai Lan has lost the bet, our kingdom of Beifeng will also accept the loss. You release Lanner first. Afterward, I personally deliver 5 epic weapons to you as compensation. How about that?" The surrounding mercenaries all looked puzzled upon hearing this offer. After all, while 5 epic weapons sounded precious, they paled in comparison to legendary weapons. Elissa, perched on the mammoth's back, straightened up and said bluntly, "Hey, King, do you think we're stupid? Our bet required 1 legendary weapon, and you're trying to get away with 5 epic weapons. We won't agree." She put her hands on her hips, and righteously refused. King Beifeng's face darkened slightly. He knew the offer wasn't sincere enough. But, as I've said before, the weapon whisper of Eternal Night, God Slayer, was incredibly important to him. After a moment's silence, he glanced at the crowd in the square, a flicker of determination in his eyes. The next moment, King Beifeng sighed. Sigh. Everyone wondered why Kai suddenly sighed, and assumed he was about to give in. But at that moment, Kai extended his empty right hand, and, with a casual wave, the demonic sword unexpectedly flew towards him. Buzz. The sword's edge traced a dark trail through the air, as if even the very air itself was being sliced apart. The next moment, Kai firmly grasped the demonic sword. Instantly, a surge of overwhelming demonic energy soared into the sky. Whoosh! Amidst the howling wind, Kai Lan's aura began to rise steadily, and within a short period of time, it surpassed a critical point. Originally, his aura was barely approaching that of a demigod. And now, after grasping this demonic sword, he had actually reached that realm. The entire ruins were enveloped by a vast, overwhelming pressure. The scene before them overturned everyone's expectations. It was the first time they had seen a legendary weapon wielded by 2 people. And King Beifeng actually possessed the power of a demigod. At this moment, the mercenaries on the scene suddenly understood the look in King Beifeng's eyes. He was prepared to use his demigod power to slay everyone here, covering up today's shame. If he killed everyone present, no one would know what had happened today. Even if they passed on the news, there would be no evidence. After all, who would offend such a powerful being over the deaths of a group of mercenaries? As everyone realized this, a chill ran down their spines. This King Beifeng was truly ruthless and decisive. Across the way, Sarah and the others remained silent, switching to combat mode. Even Brown quietly activated original shelter, ready to enter glacier body form at any moment. They dared not take a demigod-level enemy lightly. The atmosphere suddenly became extremely solemn and murderous, and even Kai Lan fell silent. The group of mercenaries retreated cautiously, trying to escape this dangerous area. But it was obvious that if a demigod war truly broke out, the entire ruins would be engulfed in the might of the battle. They had no chance of escape. And at this tense moment, no one noticed that a blue beam of light appeared near the Colosseum stone tablet. A figure clad in a frosty white robe, emitting a chilling chill, emerged from the beam of light. A voice tinged with a hint of joking murmured, "Oh? So, that damned King Northwind wants to shirk his responsibility and kill everyone here?" Everyone in the room was shocked by such disrespectful remarks. This was the first time they had heard someone publicly insult King Northwind. And upon hearing this, Sarah, Brown, and the others' eyes lit up with surprise. They all turned their gazes. From the distant stone tablet, an imposing figure slowly approached. His robe, inlaid with snowflake patterns, swayed slightly. In his right hand, he grasped a staff shimmering with starlight, and in his left, he held a tome also radiating starlight. With every movement, he left a faint trail of frost. "Lord! Big brother!" everyone exclaimed in delight. Even the mercenaries cast their gazes in his direction. King Beifeng turned and looked at Chao Xing with a solemn expression, his gaze surveying him. Before he could speak, Kai Lan behind him shouted again, "Father! It's him, the otherworldly lord. He's been hindering my plans and trying to steal my magic sword. Hurry up and kill him!" Chao Xing glanced at him calmly. Then, looking at the burly man, he said, "Braun, slap him. Keep slapping until I say stop." In the arena, the nearly 2,000 people looked utterly bewildered upon hearing this, some even thinking they had misheard. After all, this was the equivalent of slapping King Beifeng's son in front of him. If he really did that, given the immortal demon body's temper, it would be a fight to the death. However, upon hearing this, the big man, Brown, smiled. He lifted the Northwind Prince up like a chick. Kai Lan struggled in the air, shouting in frustration, "Stop! I'm the heir to the Northwind Kingdom. If you dare touch me, my father will kill you all." Even the immortal demon body beside him tightened its grip on the magic sword. It seemed that if he dared to attack, he would immediately launch an attack. The crowd around him retreated, fearing they would be implicated. Just as Brown was about to slap him, Chao Xing suddenly said, "Wait a minute, Brown." The big man's hand hovered in midair. The Northwind Prince's eyes, now tightly closed, slowly opened. Seeing the slap suspended in midair, he thought Chao Xing was frightened. Before he could shout, the otherworldly lord continued, "Let Cain do the fanning. He's even stronger." The expressions on the faces of those present grew even more grotesque upon hearing this. And Cain, the towering chieftain, rubbed his hands together excitedly. A smile crossed his rugged face, and he said excitedly, "As you command, Lord. I show this fellow the care of Mother Earth." Then, he raised his palm leaf fan-like hand, and slashed down, with a whistling sound. Slap! Stop! The sound of a heavy slap echoed simultaneously with King Northwind's shout of command. The towering chieftain's movements remained unwavering. Then, a -544252 damage message appeared above Prince Beifeng's head. The next moment, half his face swelled up. Kai Lan, feeling the searing pain and the strange looks from those around him, suddenly felt a surge of humiliation. "Damn it! I kill you, tear you into pieces, and torture your soul for eternity. You're dead." He fell into a state of madness, struggling frantically in midair. Beside him, King Beifeng, clutching his magic sword, looked at Chao Xing. "Do you really want to fight me?" Logically, Kai, unleashing his demigod power, would have been enough to sweep away everyone present. But he sensed a subtle, deadly aura from this otherworldly lord. This aura made even the immortal demon dare not act rashly. Chao Xing said nothing, letting Cain continue his slapping. "Pa! Pa! Pa!" The sound of heavy slaps echoed. With each slap, a damage value of 4 or 500,000 appeared on Kai Lan's head. His health points steadily decreased, and his head was completely swollen. His blue hair was tousled in the air. Elissa, lying on the mammoth's back, looked excited, as if she had discovered something interesting. The other mercenaries were evacuating at a rapid speed, all of them sensing that something big was about to happen. If they didn't leave quickly, they would have no chance. And the undying demon body armor, clutching his magic sword tightly, stood still. Watching his son being publicly humiliated, a long-suppressed murderous intent began to build, growing more and more violent, like a long-simmering volcano about to erupt. The survivors throughout the ruins felt a suffocating pressure. Even Braum and the others drew their weapons, ready to respond to the demigod's attack at any moment. Just as the immortal demonic body was about to erupt, suddenly, the restless aura subsided. Like the sea's surface suddenly solidifying before a storm, or like a volcano about to erupt being forcibly pressed back into the earth's core. After a moment, the middle-aged king suddenly chuckled, his tone tinged with emotion. Every generation has its own talents. I'm truly old. If I had the temper of my youth, I would have massacred everyone by now. Chaoxing also laughed. Senior, you're joking. But people must always take responsibility for their actions, don't they? King Beifong was silent for a moment, then nodded. You're right. We do take responsibility for our actions. However, the demon sword is of vital importance to me. I cannot hand it over to you. Chaoxing asked, so what do you mean, senior? King Beifong said calmly, let's resolve this outside the ruins. Let's have a life and death battle. If I die, it will be my defeat. Not only will the demon sword be yours, but I also hand over the kingdom of Beifong that I founded. Here, he changed the subject, but if you die. He stopped talking. The outcome was obvious. Upon hearing King Beifong's proposal, the mercenaries, who were about to flee, stopped dead in their tracks. They stared in disbelief, as if they had heard something terrifying. The king of Beifong was actually going to engage in a life and death battle with this otherworldly lord, and he's even betting on the entire North Wind Kingdom. This bet is truly enormous. It could even be called the largest bet in the history of the entire western continent. Even Kai Lan, who was being slapped, suddenly came to his senses. He said with horror in his eyes, Father. No. Don't. Even in the distant mist, several mysterious men in black robes urged, Kai, calm down. This kind of thing is no joke. The North Wind Kingdom is of great importance. It's practically the core of the entire North Wind Alliance. If you die, the alliance will completely collapse. Another person echoed, yes, there's no need to make such a huge bet on impulse. Kai, calm down. Faced with the crowd's pleas, Kai simply chuckled. He shook his head and said, no need to persuade me. In fact, I've noticed it long ago. Ever since I reached Legendary and slew all my former enemies, I've lost my former arrogance. Especially after establishing the North Wind Kingdom, hundreds of years of peace and stability have chilled my blood. I no longer dare to act recklessly and audaciously like these young people. But, at this point, a surge of fighting spirit erupted, sweeping across the room like a Category 18 hurricane. I possess an indestructible demonic body. Back then, I fought my way through the kingdoms and slew 4 legends. Even when I was about to enter the Empire, this brat wasn't even born yet. Even in these ruins, I personally slew 2 legends. And now, I'm being threatened by a brat. If I endure today, not only will it be a blow to the reputation of the North Wind Kingdom, but my state of mind will also fall, and I will never again have the chance to ascend to demigodhood. Since that's the case, let's fight to the death. He raised his magic sword, pointed it directly at Chaoxing, and demanded, I ask you, Chaoxing, do you dare accept my bet? This bet. Bet. The resounding voice pierced the endless fog, echoing throughout the ruins. Everyone on the field was stunned by Kai's unleashed aura. Some veteran mercenaries seemed to recall a scene from that past. It was here that the King of the North Wind rose to fame. After the 5th round, his stamina was greatly depleted, and he was ambushed by several legends. A fierce battle ensued. The entire ruin shook, the fog swirled, and blood flowed like a river. Outnumbered alone, Kai was beaten back step by step, unable to fight back. Yet, despite suffering severe injuries, he still slew 2 legends in one fell swoop, shocking the others. After this battle, his title as the indestructible demon body was firmly established. Thus, a figure like him would not yield easily. Chaoxing gazed at the battle-fueled King Beifong, a hint of surprise in his eyes. It must be said that someone who could pass the 5th round in the fastest time and maintain that record for decades was truly remarkable. Now, he once again displayed the aura of a legendary figure. The indestructible demon body. Of course, Chaoxing felt no fear at all. Instead, his eyes shone with surging fighting spirit. He also wanted to see how far his territory had advanced since the end of the Blood Rebellion. Can he crush a demigod? Since he's willing to stake everything, then let's fight, and, in this bet, Chaoxing has no chance of losing. After all, he has too many cards in his hand. No matter how powerful Kai is, even if he manages to break through the limits of demigodhood, Chaoxing will still slay him. No surprises. Chaoxing nodded slightly. All right, then as you wish. I give you time. Go summon all the legendaries you can, and don't accuse me of outnumbering you. If you're capable, Call even a dozen or 20 legendaries. Perfect, I can handle them all at once. Hearing this otherworldly lord accept the bet, the mercenaries were completely shocked. They hadn't expected that just as Kai was going crazy, the otherworldly lord would follow suit. A chill suddenly washed over them. Everyone seemed to sense that something major was about to happen today, something big enough to impact half of the western continent. The mercenaries frantically pressed their communication devices, relaying the news immediately. After hearing Chao Xing's proposal, the immortal demon body's weathered face broke into a smile. You're quite a true man, embodying the spirit of my youth. But that's not necessary. Lana and I will fight you. Those other guys, though they're allies, won't fight alongside me. It'd just be more trouble. Chao Xing nodded. Okay, it's settled then. My subjects and I will fight you and your son, life or death. Then he looked at the towering chieftain nearby. Kane, stop. Let's get out. Meet this legendary immortal demon, a demigod. The crowd's blood boiled, and then they shouted, yes. Lord. After hearing that they were about to battle a demigod, Chao Xing's subjects showed no fear. Instead, their eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Like Chao Xing, they also wanted to know their current strength. Looking at this group of eager beings, Kai's eyes flickered with emotion. Yes. They are indeed a group of talented individuals. If I win this bet, all of your elite troops will be annexed by the Kingdom of the North Wind. Chapter 749. Chao Xing chuckled and said, talk to me when you have the guts. Kai shook his head and said no more. I wait for you outside. Then, his figure vanished from the spot. As if the source of a storm had vanished, everyone felt their shoulders relax. The suffocating pressure dissipated. At the same time, Chao Xing looked at his subjects and said, let's get out too. Don't keep King Beifeng waiting too long. Yes, Lord. With that, the group grasped their weapons and began their movement. Before leaving, Chao Xing said to the group in the square, by the way, a reminder. The inner city will be closed today. You better leave as soon as possible. With that, he turned and left, not caring whether they believed him or not. The mercenaries and adventurers stared at each other in bewilderment. The group plunged into the mist, following the safe route they had taken, heading out of the city at top speed. Since they didn't need to continue using the vengeful spirits in the fog to gain experience, they exited with remarkable speed. Even with Lord Orlan and Bai Ji, they emerged in just over a minute. After Chao Xing and the others left, the mercenaries in the square exchanged bewildered glances. A suffocating tension hung in the air. Today's experiences were even more thrilling than their adventures over the past 10 years. An old mercenary frowned and asked, that otherworldly lord, is what he said true? Is the inner city closing down? The others remained silent for a moment. Another mysterious figure in a black robe said, I'm not sure, but with this person's strength, there's no need for such jokes. Yes, and I can definitely sense that the fog around the edge of this square has grown. It looks like it will soon completely engulf this area. Several experienced adventurers quickly glanced around, and saw that the fog was indeed advancing at a visible speed. This also proved that what Chao Xing said was likely true. At this moment, someone said, who cares if the inner city is closed today? Let's go out too. I want to witness this battle with my own eyes. Hearing this, the others also reacted. Excitement flashed in their eyes. For them, this battle had a huge impact. Victory for either side could change the situation in the entire northern part of the western continent. The impact ranged over a dozen kingdoms and hundreds of duchies. To witness this battle firsthand would be like witnessing history. Even if watching such powerful beings clash, they risked being caught in the crossfire and dying, they were willing to bear it. A large number of mercenaries and adventurers rushed into the fog and began to evacuate. Including some mercenaries exploring the outer city, they all headed for the ruins exit. Hurry, hurry! This is a once-in-a-century duel between demigods. I heard the Northwind Kingdom is risking its entire kingdom. The teleportation waves at the major entrances continued, and a large number of adventurers poured towards the exits like a tide. Some of these men, with sinister intentions, ambushed the exits, intending to take advantage of the chaos and rob the injured adventurers. The scene suddenly descended into chaos. Even many survivors from the 4 major districts heard about this. As these mercenaries passed on the events in the ruins through various intelligence networks, that day, a shocking piece of news, enough to shake half of the western continent, spread like a storm. Kai, an immortal demon with demigod-level combat power, was about to engage in a life-or-death battle with the otherworldly leader who had ended the Blood Rebellion. They had even made a life-or-death bet. And the stakes were the entire Northwind Kingdom. As soon as this news broke, over a dozen surrounding kingdoms and hundreds of principalities were shaken. near the Northwind Kingdom, within the core fortress of the 5 allied nations, Silver Brilliance Castle. This was the seat of the Alliance's Supreme Council. 5 beings, emanating a powerful aura and representing the highest authority of their respective nations, urgently gathered. They were the monarchs of the Silver Lion, Divine Tree, Night Bright, Kara, and Viklo kingdoms. These 5 kingdoms, together with the Northwind Kingdom, were already the largest alliance in the northern part of the western continent. The only alliance that could even remotely rival them was the Ice Crystal Kingdom and the Orchid Kingdom, a coalition of 4 kingdoms. A middle-aged man, wearing a robe with a silver lion emblem and a face as stern as a knife, angrily slammed the table. Nonsense. What is Kai doing? He's so old, yet he's still as impulsive as a young man. Gambling the entire kingdom? That's insane. In the shadows of a corner, an old man in an emerald green robe, his face as old as an ancient tree, sighed. Alas. He's still as crazy as he was in his youth. I know he doesn't want to hand over Eternal Night Whisper God Slayer. But this bet is too big. As an ally, you didn't even consult with us. King Yeming, dressed in a black nightgown, sneered. Humph. Kai is so arbitrary. When did he ever consider us allies? He only considers us vassals of the Northwind Kingdom. The group was largely opposed to the bet between Kai and Xiaoxing, strongly disapproving of his decision. Especially, the fact that Kai didn't even say hello infuriated them even more. At that moment, a woman in a gorgeous red dress, a charming smile in her eyes, gently stroked her crystal wine glass. Oh my! Why are you all so excited? Who said? Kai will definitely lose. Her voice sounded soft and inviting, like a young woman whispering softly in your ear. Everyone's eyes couldn't help but turn to her. And upon seeing the woman's stunningly beautiful face, the old man in the emerald green robe and the middle-aged man in the nightgown both lowered their heads. The woman didn't care. Her red lips curled slightly as she continued, haven't you heard? Kai reached the demigod realm while wielding the magic sword. That's a power that can crush everything. 10 legends combined wouldn't be his match. She chuckled. And if he wins, Kai will be able to take over the entire power of that otherworldly lord. I've heard that the otherworldly lord, who brought an end to the Blood Rebellion, has many legendary warriors under his command. Hearing this, the expressions of the crowd shifted slightly. The Silver Lion King's fury subsided for a moment. A gleam of light flashed in the old man's cloudy eyes, and the Night Bright King's black robe fluttered without a breeze. King Viklo, the towering figure shrouded in icy armor, who had remained silent, also raised his head slightly. A deep voice echoed, Kassa is right. Kai has a high chance of winning this battle. But we can't let Kai fight alone. We must at least be by his side, ready to assist him at any time. If he loses, we must not let this otherworldly lord kill him. If necessary, we can attack directly. After a pause, he said, I suggest activating the fortress's war teleportation array immediately, and quickly travel to the ruins. The kings nodded solemnly. The Silver Lion King immediately stood up, his silver cloak rustling. The withered old man's bony fingers tapped lightly on his scepter, and a dim light flashed beneath King Yiming's black robe. As for the woman in the red dress, she gracefully set down her wine glass. Even in Yongshuang City, her teleportation arrays were constantly illuminating with white light. Powerful individuals from several surrounding kingdoms gathered there. As another powerful alliance in the northern part of the western continent, they were also alarmed by this shocking bet. The Ice Crystal King spoke first. You've all heard, right? The life and death duel between City Lord Xiaoxing and Kai? Everyone nodded. The dwarf legend grinned and said, hee. Kai is getting old and confused. He thinks his demigod-level strength makes him invincible on the continent, and doesn't take us legends seriously. This time, against Lord Xiaoxing, we teach him a lesson. As witnesses of the Blood Rebellion, they knew full well how powerful this otherworldly lord was. That's a being who had slain a demigod head-on, and not just any demigod. Although Kai could unleash the might of a demigod, he did so through some special means. Seriously, he wasn't even a match for the Lizardman Chief. The Ice Crystal King's deep eyes swept over the crowd, and he continued, I also believe Lord Xiaoxing's strength is enough to defeat Kai. However, their Northwind Alliance has always been cunning and selfish. I'm worried they might not be able to sit still this time. Hearing this, Cunard War King, his body shrouded in fighting spirit, snorted coldly, these selfish creatures. During the Blood Rebellion, all the calls for help we sent them fell on deaf ears. This time, if they dare to make a move behind our backs, I won't mind personally ripping their heads off. Even the nearby Queen Yuan and King Grey Mist expressed their opinions. If these guys dare to attack, they will unleash a legendary battle without hesitation, As allies who once fought alongside Chao Xing, their stance is self-evident. The Ice Crystal King nodded slightly. So, just in case, we are now rushing to the ruins at full speed to support Lord Chao Xing. If the North Wind Alliance attacks, we will fight them to the death. Okay. At that moment, a terrifying aura erupted from all the kings. Across the northern part of the western continent, the two major alliances sprang into action. In the northern Silver Fortress, the massive war teleportation array began charging. In the main city of Everfrost, the light of 4 teleportation arrays shot towards the sky. The strongest of the two alliances, combined with the supreme rulers of the 10 kingdoms, all rushed to the ruins where a world-shattering battle was about to take place. At the same time, it wasn't just the 10 kingdoms. Several nearby kingdoms and numerous principalities heard the news. Not to mention those principalities without legendary powers. Even those kingdoms not affiliated with the two major alliances took action. Some rulers sent their trusted subordinates to the ruins to observe the battle in person, eager to be the first to know the outcome. In some kingdoms, even the kings went out in person. Add to that, other powerful individuals who had learned of the information. The number of legendary powers who simultaneously visited the ruins reached a staggering level. Also learning of this information was the kingdom of Ostia, the kingdom where the Black Magician resided. In the dark and deep underground palace, a middle-aged man soaked in a pool swirling with a strange black mist. His aura had become several times more powerful than it had been a while ago. He had even reached that realm. In other words, he had become a legendary black mage, a rarity across the entire western continent. A young man in a black robe knelt on his knees and respectfully reported, "Lord Theodore, this is the latest information. That otherworldly lord is leading his legendary warriors in a life-or-death battle with the undying demon body in the ruins. Many warriors have already arrived." After hearing the report, the middle-aged man slowly opened his scarlet eyes and fell into deep thought. This otherworldly lord must have something to rely on to agree to the undying demon body's bet. Even if I were a legendary black mage now, I'd still be no match for him. Fortunately, there haven't been any actions targeting him recently. After learning that Victoria was hiding in Chao Xing's territory, the middle-aged man was eager to charge in and capture Queen Renoir, or perhaps even kill her on the spot. However, out of caution, he first investigated the background of this otherworldly lord. Similarly, upon learning that Chao Xing was the one who ended the Blood Rebellion, he was instantly shocked and astonished. After all, he knew someone close to him who had escaped from the abyss during the Blood Rebellion. He clearly understood the vast scope of the conflict and the sheer number of powerful warriors involved. Even if he were caught up in it now, he would be utterly annihilated. And yet, that otherworldly lord had actually been able to defeat the Blood Legion. Although he had drawn upon the power of the 4 kingdoms, it was still a testament to his strength. The middle-aged man raised his head and glanced at a woman nearby, also draped in a robe, whose figure was strikingly voluptuous. "What do you think about this?" The woman lazily tossed her hair and chuckled. "This otherworldly lord is no ordinary being. Even the god of nightmare and the god of light want to eliminate him. But, after all this time since Nightmare emerged, he hasn't taken action. This shows he's wary of this otherworldly lord, and is currently hiding in the shadows, accumulating strength. At this stage, it's best not to provoke him easily." The woman's voice held a captivating allure, sending a wave of excitement through the black-robed members below. They all glanced at her from the corner of their eyes. The middle-aged man pondered for a moment and said, "This otherworldly lord is indeed powerful, but Victoria must die. We're planning a coup. This woman is an unexpected factor. Even though I no longer need to hide my former slavery, I'm still worried about this woman telling the otherworldly lord about me. If he brings people to interfere with our plans, our efforts will be completely ruined." The woman, still wearing a relaxed smile, said, "Perhaps someone has already told the lord about you." Hearing this, the middle-aged man frowned again. "So now, what should we do?" The woman was silent for a moment, her slender fingers tangling with her hair. She said calmly, "Now, I've recovered a lot of my strength. After so many days, I'm sure those people should have recovered a lot of their divine power as well. Next, I find a way to find Nightmare and Echo, and then together, launch a thunderous attack. Directly attack his territory." At this, a dangerous glint flashed in the woman's eyes. She licked her crimson lips and continued, "Until then, we proceed according to our original plan. First, launch a coup, seize control of the kingdom of Ostia, and then convert the nation's civilians into my followers. This otherworldly lord is busy dealing with the immortal demonic body, and probably doesn't have time to care about us." The middle-aged man pondered for a moment. Then he nodded and said, "Okay, let's do it." It wasn't just these kingdoms, it was also the indigenous forces. Even the survivors had heard about this. After all, a commotion that big in the ruins couldn't be concealed. The chat channels of the 4 major districts were flooded with news about this place. Oh my god! Boss Chao Xing is going to kill the demigod. Come watch, brothers. What happened? Why did the fight suddenly break out? Yeah, I need some information. Some of the survivors were still confused. One of them, Deng Jining, explained, I just stopped a mercenary and asked him. It seems that the demigod's son made a bet with Boss Chao Xing and refused to admit his loss. Then this demigod is going to fight Boss Chao Xing to the death. Although his explanation was brief and omitted many details, it was essentially the same idea. The survivors erupted in excitement upon hearing this. Fuck. So shameless? Isn't this just like in novels, where the younger one takes the place of the older one? This time, I wholeheartedly support Boss Chao Xing. Take down that shameless demigod. That's right, take down both father and son. The chat channel was abuzz with emotion. Not to mention that Chao Xing was right in this matter. Even if he wasn't, the survivors from the 4 regions would unconditionally support him. Are there any brothers near the ruins who can start a live stream? Yes. Live streaming. We don't want to miss such an exciting battle. A survivor named Zhang Nanju responded, I'm on my way to the battlefield. I start a live stream for you right away. Everyone, find me in the forum's live streaming channel. My room number is 8848. Once they heard the news, others responded in droves. Great, brother. We be right there. I've already followed your room. Besides the 4 regions, many survivors from other regions on the World Channel also learned of the news. Many people flocked to the forum to watch the showdown. In just a minute or two, the number of people watching the live stream surpassed hundreds of millions. A flood of comments streamed by frantically. Chapter 750. The ruins area at this moment. Chao Xing and his men had just emerged from the ruins entrance. Looking towards a plain 100 kilometers away, a powerful aura rose to the sky, as if awaiting their arrival. Chao Xing said, let's go. The others nodded with ease, showing no signs of the nervousness of an impending battle against a demigod. Kailan, still tied up like a knot, had remained silent since his father and Chao Xing made the bet. He knew the disaster he had gotten himself into was enormous. If things went wrong, it wouldn't just be him, but the entire North Wind Kingdom that would be in jeopardy. Thinking of this, Kailan's heart was filled with endless regret. He regretted why he had initiated the bet in the first place. He looked at Chao Xing with a complicated expression. Nearby, the rose goddess Talia bit her lip and whispered, I'm sorry, Lord Chao Xing. This incident was originally caused by me. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't be drawn into the conflict between me and the North Wind Kingdom. In this battle, I hope to fight alongside you and contribute my strength. Even if I die on the spot, I have no regrets. With that, Talia bent down and bowed deeply, her red hair cascading down like a waterfall. Seeing her solemn expression, everyone stopped and stared at Talia in surprise. Chao Xing didn't say anything, but walked over to her and offered a hand to help her up. At the moment their bodies touched, Talia's fingers trembled slightly. But she didn't pull away. Instead, she looked up and saw Chao Xing's stern face, the faint smile on his lips. For a moment, there was a moment of daze. Chao Xing shook his head and said casually, I've said it before, this has nothing to do with you. I just want to reclaim the spoils I won. And test everyone's fighting ability. Isn't that right? On the field, Brown and the others responded with smiles. Indeed, Lord. It's been a while since we've battled a demigod. It's a good time to stretch our muscles. Seeing this, Talia's eyes reddened, and a touch of emotion welled up in her heart. A moment later, she suddenly made an important decision. Lord Chao Xing. Chao Xing replied, What's wrong? Talia hesitated for a moment, then seemed to have finally made a decision. She said firmly, after this war, I want to lead the Iron Rose mercenary group and join your territory. From now on, I swear to follow you to the death and repay your life-saving grace. I wonder if you're willing to accept us. Everyone in the room was surprised by this request. After all, Talia was no ordinary mercenary. As the leader of the Iron Rose mercenary group, on the verge of reaching legendary status, even kingdoms would vie for her hand. Countless people had offered her gracious invitations, only to be flatly rejected. And now, she was actually asking to join the territory of an alien lord. This filled Kailan, who had remained silent, with mixed feelings. Chao Xing pondered for a moment, then asked, Have you thought it through? Talia nodded without hesitation, saying solemnly, I have. This is a decision I've carefully considered. Please allow me to join your territory. Since she said so, Chao Xing didn't refuse. After all, this rose goddess still had great potential, and was quite capable. Plus, his own giant city was nearing completion, and he needed a large number of people. Recruiting her into the territory was indeed a good choice. Okay, after this battle is over, I take your Iron Rose mercenary group and return to the territory with you. At Chao Xing's agreement, Talia's face suddenly broke into a brilliant smile, as bright and charming as a blooming rose. It made everyone slightly dazed. Even Chao Xing couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This woman truly has a breathtaking face. At the same time, Elisa and Tong Chu Chu beside them were already jumping for joy. Wow! That's great. Elisa stepped forward and said, "This beautiful red-haired sister is joining the territory. From now on, we're family." Hearing this, warm smiles spread across everyone's faces. Having a new member in the territory is a joyous occasion. Just as Chao Xing was about to leave, the woman with a cold demeanor and snow-white hair following behind the group suddenly spoke. Chao Xing." Hearing the voice, Chao Xing turned and met Bai Ji's fair, cold face. "What's wrong?" Bai Ji was silent for a moment, her fingers unconsciously twisting the corner of her clothes. Then, mustering her courage, she said, "I want to join your territory too. Is that okay?" Then, everyone fell silent again. Everyone was secretly surprised, wondering what was going on today. Why were all these people joining the territory? Chao Xing chuckled and asked, "What about your momentary eternal legion?" "Just ignore it. They're all your trusted confidants." Bai Ji replied with a determined look, "I've considered it, and have a plan for the future. Isn't your giant city already under construction? Once it's completed, I plan to move the momentary Eternal Legion's headquarters to the giant city. From now on, even if I join your territory, I can still command the entire legion. That way, we'd be able to command both the first and second legions of the 4 major regions simultaneously." After hearing her explanation, Chao Xing fell into deep thought again. Lu Muxua had mentioned the idea of bringing Bai Ji into the territory twice before. However, because he didn't know her well, and Bai Ji already controlled a large legion, he hadn't given it much thought. Now, Bai Ji had taken the initiative. This forced Chao Xing to reconsider the proposal. Everyone, including those on the field, fell silent, awaiting the Lord's decision. Next to them, Elisa and Tong Chu Chu's eyes once again lit up with anticipation. After a brief moment of reflection, Chao Xing, after spending some time together, had come to understand Bai Ji's personality and temperament. She was a reliable teammate. Plus, her proposed plan was indeed sound. So he nodded and said, "All right, let's make it this way. Once my giant city is completed, you and the Eternal Moment Legion will relocate our headquarters here, and then I recruit you into the domain." After hearing his agreement, Bai Ji breathed a sigh of relief. She nodded slightly, her expression impassive. "Thank you." At this moment, Elisa excitedly leaned forward again. "Great! Sister Bai Ji and Sister Talia are joining us. We have more and more beautiful sisters in our territory." Assam gripped his sword and said solemnly, "With these two joining us, our territory's strength will rise again." "Indeed," Braun agreed. "Miss Bai Ji's icy physique is an extremely rare gift." Andrew said devoutly, "Miss Talia is also very powerful. Her strength is among the best among heroes." Faced with the praise, Talia smiled warmly. Even Bai Ji, usually cold and aloof, cracked a rare smile. Amid this warm atmosphere, a sudden surge of energy was heard from afar. Boom! A demigod-level pressure erupted. Everyone's expressions froze, and they tightened their grips on their weapons. Chao Xing narrowed his eyes and gazed into the distance, saying, "It seems our opponents can't wait any longer. Let's go and meet this senior." With that, the group quickly headed towards the plain ahead. They moved at a leisurely pace, showing no sign of rushing. A minute later, they were still several dozen kilometers from King Beifeng's area. While en route, Chao Xing took a look at the new item attributes he had acquired after completing the final trial. The first was a new title, King of the Gladiators. It sounded like an upgraded version of Champion Fighter, and indeed it was. He glanced at the stats. Gladiator King, orange. Quality, epic. Type, title. Title stats. Increases base attack damage by 25%, increases critical damage by 35%, and deals an additional 20% damage to enemies with boss potential and above. Special effect, Fighting God's Wrath. When health drops below 50%, increases critical strike chance by 50% and movement speed by 30%. When this effect is triggered, the player instantly recovers 15% of their maximum health and generates a shield equal to 10% of their health. Last 20 seconds, trigger interval, 1 hour. After reading the title stats, Chao Xing's eyes lit up with surprise. Not bad, it's worthy of being the advanced version of the Champion Fighter title. Not only does it increase base attack power and critical damage by 10%, but the bonus damage has also been increased from commander-level enemies to boss-level enemies, with an additional 10% bonus. As for the Battle God's Wrath, its effectiveness has also been greatly enhanced, with increased health recovery. It really takes into account both survival and burst damage. What a great title! He nodded in satisfaction, then changed it. Instantly, a powerful force surged from deep within his body, boosting his stats even further. Excellent! This will make my burst even stronger, and I be more confident fighting this indestructible demon. After changing the title, the next step was the legendary golem blueprint. Chao Xing flipped his right hand, and a yellowed piece of parchment appeared out of thin air. It depicted a massive steel golem, similar to the Gundam in the anime, but more rounded. The most striking feature is the golem's fists, which feature an extremely complex structure and are shrouded in gravity ripples. This gravity-controlling suppressor golem primarily relies on these fists for various attacks. He glanced at the attributes. Golem. Suppressor IG-04 Production Blueprint. Blueprint description. This blueprint allows you to craft a legendary golem guardian at the machine factory. Golem level, level 140. Detailed attributes, viewable upon completion. Golem height, 95.72 meters. Required items, master level machine factory, 1 legendary energy core, 200,000 exotic metal, 10,000 Olympus ingots, 10,000 drylight ingots, 50,000 master level elemental crystals. After reviewing the blueprint's attributes, Chao Xing nodded slightly. Then he pondered, although the amount of materials required to create this legendary golem is quite exaggerated, compared to its combat power, it's quite reasonable. After all, this is a level 140 golem, equivalent to a high-level legendary power. The only difficult thing to obtain is the legendary energy core. But the system rewarded me with one when I passed the final trial. In other words, the materials for this legendary golem are almost complete. Next, I just need to go back and upgrade the mechanical factory to master level, and then I can begin crafting the golem. Thinking of this, Chao Xing smiled again. Next, the final reward after passing the final trial, and also the most precious item. That legendary quality tome. Chao Xing looked at the mystical tome suspended in his left palm. Starlight emanated, imbued with a mysterious aura. Starfall Codex. Quality, legendary. Equipment type, offhand weapon. Divine power, 11/100. Equipment level, level 100. Equipment effects. 1. Increases spirit by 300, constitution by 2000, and spell critical damage by 30%. Additional effects. 2. Starfall resonance, after binding, gains the power of the starry sky. When using galaxy skills, spell range increases by 50% and spell cost decreases by 20%. Additional effects. 3. Astral transmigration, consumes 5 divine power points, instantly teleports to any location within 10 kilometers, can carry 1 friendly unit. Leaves a star mark at the location for 10 seconds. After activating the star mark, you can return to your original location. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Additional effects. 4. Starfall Chapter, this codex allows you to unleash 9 different galactic magic spells. Includes advanced spells, Starburst, Galaxy Tremor, and Meteor Summon. Forbidden Spell, Destiny, Star Track Reconstruction, resets the cooldown of all skills below legendary level and increases the effectiveness of your next skill by 50%. Additional effects. 5. Dark Night Star Lake Domain, legendary effect. Consumes 15 divine power to create a special domain covering a 5 km radius. Forcibly pulls all enemies within the domain into a lightless black lake, reducing their movement speed by 30%, increasing their skill cooldown by 50%, and trapping them within the domain, unable to escape. While within this domain, all allies' attack damage is increased by 30%, their skill cooldown is reduced by 30%, and when attacking, there is a 50% chance of summoning a meteor to strike the enemy, dealing damage equal to 30% of the codex holder's attack power. Lasts 3 minutes, cooldown 24 hours. Note, if the enemy's attack bursts exceed the domain's tolerance limit, codex holder's health asterisk 2000%, the domain will be broken, and the codex holder will suffer backlash. Equipment description, A powerful codex forged from the core of a fallen star, imbued with the power to destroy the stars. Note: this codex is soulbound to the user, Chao Xing, and cannot be used by anyone else. After reviewing the codex's attributes, Chao Xing nodded again with satisfaction. Although this legendary codex primarily benefits mages who master galactic magic, even so, the improvement it brings to me is quite astonishing. The 30% increase to spell burst alone is quite astonishing. Combined with the newly earned Gladiator King title, my burst damage has reached 215%. Based on 150% burst damage. Add to that the 10-kilometer teleportation ability of Special Effect 3, and the 9 galactic spells of Special Effect 4, and my strength has skyrocketed. Especially the forbidden spells in Special Effect 4, which can actually reset the cooldown of skills below Legendary. What a remarkable feat. In addition to his legendary skills, Chao Xing now possesses powerful abilities such as 1,000 Miles of Ice, Ice Tornado, Forbidden Spell, Frost Crystal Prison, and Forbidden Spell, Doomsday Ice Star. These 4 skills often have cooldowns of several hours, or even a whole day, making them impossible to use continuously. With this Starfall Codex, he can essentially unleash 2 waves of forbidden spells in a row. This power could turn the tide of battle. In addition to these 4 special effects, the Starfall Codex also possesses an incredible legendary special effect, a domain effect. Chao Xing had witnessed this domain effect before. The space that the Azura Star King pulled him into must be what the Codex refers to as the Dark Knight Star Lake domain. Not only does it trap enemies within, it also weakens them, and strengthens allies. Of course, there's also the concern that the trapped enemy might be too strong, forcing the domain to breach, which would backfire on Chao Xing. Excellent! With this Codex, my explosive power has been elevated to a new level. My chances of defeating this immortal demonic body are even higher. Of course, the opponent possesses demigod-level strength, so Chao Xing couldn't afford to be careless. The abilities of such a powerful being are truly terrifying. A single demigod skill could devastate an area spanning hundreds of kilometers. During the Blood Rebellion, the demigod-level warriors Chao Xing and his companions fought against didn't have time to unleash their demigod skills. If this immortal demonic body unleashed such a killer move, even Chao Xing wouldn't be confident he could withstand it. So, as he advanced, he asked, "Everyone, please report. What powerful skills did you use after passing through the ancient arena?" Everyone glanced at each other. They knew Chao Xing was primarily questioning the legendary level experts. Marinina spoke first, her ethereal voice emanating from beneath her golden mask. "Master, I used the Sword of Oath, and my legendary skill, God Slayer Severin II, is still active." Then, Sarah added, "I've already used my legendary skill, Shadow Thousand Kills Fatal Slash." Legendary Leifa Zevelin said, "I only used the forbidden spell Chidori. My legendary skill, 5 Thunder God Punishment, is still active." Isabel whispered, "I also only used the forbidden spell. My legendary skill, Myriad Aspects Return to the Abyss, Light Destruction, is still usable today." After listening to the reports from the 4 legendary masters, Chao Xing nodded slightly. So, not counting his own legendary skill, Eternal Frozen Starfall, and Lizardman Statue, these 4 legendaries can still unleash 3 legendary skills combined. Based on the data from the last battle against the Fresh Bloodline Lord, a demigod's HP is a maximum of around 3 billion. Although their armor is impressive, Andrew's behemoth form can reduce it to a minimum. In other words, as long as he conserves his control skills and prevents him from using his ultimate move, this guy will be easily defeated. Thinking of this, Chao Xing felt reassured. He said with satisfaction, "Very good. Then, when the next battle begins, we will continue with the tactics we used against the demigods. Do you understand?" He didn't specify the tactics. After all, Kai's son was still there. In a moment, this guy would be an enemy too. Everyone responded, "Understood, Lord." A minute later, Chao Xing and his group arrived at the plain. The view before them was vast, with only the snow-covered earth in sight. At that moment, a fine snowflake was falling from the sky. Within 100 kilometers, no sign of any living creatures could be seen. Even the mercenaries, adventurers, and even some legendary beings who were watching dared not approach this area. After all, everyone knew that a battle between demigods would soon erupt here. 100 kilometers is the battle zone for demigod-level warriors. Of course, if demigod-level warriors truly go on a rampage, their destructive power will rise several notches. So, the warriors watching nearby are also risking their lives. "Lord, it seems quite a few powerful individuals have arrived nearby," Braun said with a hint of meaning. After hearing this, Chao Xing also took a closer look. He also sensed the presence of numerous legendary figures. There were at least 10 legends hidden among the crowd. He knew this was only a fraction. As news spread, more legends would be heading this way. A smile crossed Chao Xing's face, and he nodded. There are indeed many powerful individuals. So, it seems that there are actually quite a few legendary experts across the entire Western continent. Not to mention the entire continent, the number of legendary experts in this northern region alone exceeds 3 digits. At this point, Chao Xing said with some regret, "Unfortunately, during the Blood Rebellion, apart from the 4 kingdoms, I didn't see any other legendary experts appear." The incident was over, and Chao Xing didn't bother to dwell on it. But that didn't stop him from having a bad impression of these selfish individuals. "You're here." A deep, rich voice, wrapped in the wind and snow, echoed from the front, interrupting Chao Xing's thoughts. The crowd looked in the direction of the voice. In the center of the ice-covered snowfield ahead, stood a figure as tall as a pine tree. He seemed to have been waiting here for a long time. The falling snow had already formed a thin layer on his shoulders, adding a sense of loneliness and solemnity. Chapter 751. Chao Xing didn't reply. Instead, he looked at the holy light sage beside him, and said, "Isabel, untie the chains and release his son." "Yes." Isabel replied softly, raising her staff. Crack! Crack! With a crisp crack, the holy light chains on Kai Lan dissipated. He stumbled to his feet, a complex expression in his eyes. "Lanner, come here." King Beifong held out his hand in the snowstorm. Hearing his father's call, Kai Lan dragged himself forward with heavy steps. When he reached King Beifong's side, he struggled to open his mouth and called out, "Father." King Beifong remained silent. A sword materialized from thin air, and he tossed it to Kai Lan. Buzz! The blade pierced the air, flashing a silver light. Kai Lan caught it firmly. King Beifong's gaze was deep as he spoke. "Lanner, for the past few hundred years, I wanted to let you fully display your talents, so I indulged you too much." Hearing this, Kai Lan shuddered. His voice choked with sobs. "Father." "King." "I was wrong." King Beifong chuckled at his son's apology, and said, "No need to apologize, child. You were indeed wrong in this matter. You shouldn't have made a bet with him before you had a firm grasp of his strength, and even bet on the God Slayer. You shouldn't have lost your composure in front of so many people, losing the demeanor of the Sword of the North Wind. If you had remained calm, there would have been many better ways to handle the situation. For example, you could have eliminated all sources of information, preventing the outcome of the bet from spreading, and then let me handle it." The more King Beifong spoke, the lower Kai Lan's head dropped. And just then, the middle-aged man, with a powerful aura, suddenly changed the subject. "But? You are my son, Kai. Even if you cause a terrible disaster, I will bear the consequences for you. This young man is indeed very strong and arrogant. He was able to break my record, so he certainly has the right to be arrogant." At this point, he looked at Chao Xing, his eyes brimming with contempt. "But, as long as my immortal demon body remains alive, no one can be more arrogant than me. Although you lost the bet, we refuse to acknowledge it. If he refuses to submit, we will fight him until he submits. You are my Kai's bloodline, so you must also follow my demeanor. Do you understand?" Hearing this, Kai Lan suddenly looked up, a blazing fire in his eyes. He solemnly declared, "I understand, father. I will fight alongside you to defend the North Wind Kingdom, and the honor of your immortal demon body to the end." An astonishing fighting spirit erupted from him, and the wind and snow over 10 kilometers around him began to whirl wildly at his momentum. At this moment, Kai Lan seemed to have regained his power as the Sword of the North Wind. The demeanor, Chao Xing, listening to the father-son conversation, said impatiently, "Have you two finished catching up? Hurry up and start. Once I've finished you off, go downstairs and talk." Hearing this, Kai Lan glared at Chao Xing, anger in her eyes. "Chao Xing, don't be so arrogant. Do you think you're invincible just because you broke the fastest time in the ancient arena? You have no idea the gap between a legend and a demigod. No matter how truly gifted you are, you can't overcome this chasm. You soon learn what true despair is." Chao Xing scoffed. It's only been a few minutes, and you've already forgotten how badly you were beaten. Do you want to experience being slapped by my subjects again?" Hearing this, Kai Lan seemed to recall the horrific experience of being slapped by the Tauren chieftain, and a deep fear flashed in his eyes. King Beifong snorted coldly. "Enough. I have no one but myself to discipline my son. No one else can interfere." Chao Xing burst into laughter. "Ha ha. Old man, do you think you're such a good person? still pretending to talk about the glory of the Beifeng kingdom and the immortal demon body. Dignity. Then tell me, where were you hiding when the blood rebellion broke out? You were just a coward, hiding deep in the palace, thinking you were safe because the disaster hadn't struck you. You don't even have the courage to face blood, and you're worthy of being king? Shut up, Kailan said excitedly. My father never shirked his responsibilities, nor did he fear the Blood Legion. The Blood Rebellion broke out within the Ice Crystal Kingdom Alliance. It's your business, and we have no right to interfere. If the Blood Rebellion spreads to the borders of the Northwind Alliance, we will naturally intervene. Chao Xing sneered and shook his head contemptuously. Don't make excuses for your cowardice. The Blood Legion had 2 demigods, over a dozen legends, and hundreds of millions of Blood Legion soldiers attacking simultaneously. Do you think that if the Ice Crystal Kingdom Alliance can't stop them, you, the Northwind Alliance, can? Are you going to stop them with your heads? You claim you've never feared the Blood Legion, but when they actually hit the border, you run faster than anyone else. Bah! Chao Xing's voice grew louder and louder. You Northwind Alliance guys, every single one of you, are trash. If those legends hadn't arrived, I would have fucking wiped you all out today. His words, also transmitted through magical power, echoed for hundreds of kilometers. The powerful onlookers were shocked, their faces suddenly changing. This was the first time they had ever seen such an arrogant otherworldly lord. He not only wanted to kill the Northwind King, but also the entire Northwind Alliance. This was beyond their imagination. In the survivors' livestream, the reaction to Chao Xing's boast was completely different. As witnesses of the Blood Rebellion, they all knew the horror of it. Only by facing the blood directly could they truly. The Legion and the Watchers only then realized how desperate the situation was. When they heard that so many powerful individuals hadn't stepped forward, choosing to stand by and watch, they were instantly filled with indignation. The barrage of comments began to flood the screen. Fuck. So many powerful individuals were watching the show from the sidelines. How fucking disgusting. That's right. We're a bunch of survivors who've only been on this continent for less than a year, and we're all fighting on the front lines. So many have died. Those bastards. Master Chao Xing is awesome. He's absolutely right. We should wipe these guys out. Kill them all, Master Chao Xing. As the incident unfolded, more and more people flocked to the livestream. In just 2 minutes, the number had surpassed 200 million. Everyone was denouncing the so-called Northwind Alliance. Even on the other side, King Beifeng, after being severely scolded by Chao Xing, remained expressionless. At his level, he had long since mastered the art of composure, unfazed by praise or criticism, unfazed by sway. King Beifeng said calmly, "There's no point in talking anymore. Since you've agreed to a life-or-death battle with me, let's see for ourselves." Chao Xing chuckled, "Then come on. I can't wait to finish you 2 disgusting creatures off." The 2 men locked eyes, their eyes blazing with fighting spirit. Without further discussion, the 2 sides began to distance themselves. King Beifeng and his son quickly retreated about 10 kilometers. Then, the old man and the young man simultaneously drew their swords and stood firm in the snow. A chilling aura, like the abyss of cold, continuously erupted from them, stagnating the wind and snow for over 10 kilometers around them. The almost tangible feeling of oppression continued to overwhelm them, making it difficult to breathe. Chao Xing's fellow warriors also drew their weapons and formed a battle formation. Shield Guard Brown was still at the forefront, followed by melee fighters like Assam and Marlene. Chao Xing and Isabel, along with their ranged counterparts, were in the center. Chao Xing had also preemptively stored all of his master-level subjects in his undead bag. After all, while Braum's original protection could absorb all incoming damage, it would also cause his health to decline more rapidly. These master-level subjects were of little use on a demigod-level battlefield. So, in addition to the 6 legends, there were 9 other powerful heroes, including Assam, Andrew, and Kainan. In other words, Chao Xing was prepared to use the strength of these 15 men to face a demigod and a legend. The surrounding onlookers fell silent. Even those in the distance, including Lord Orlan and Talia, grew nervous. They knew a battle of the century was about to erupt. Everyone's eyes widened, not wanting to miss a single detail. At the same time, Chao Xing and King Beifeng were 10 kilometers apart, their auras constantly clashing, both ready for battle. The atmosphere became extremely solemn, and 100 kilometers of surrounding silence fell. Whoosh! A gust of cold wind blew past. The next moment, King Beifeng and the sword of Beifeng vanished from their positions. No one could even see their movements, nor hear a sound. In the blink of an eye, a figure clad in battle armor suddenly appeared beside them, the demonic sword in his hand radiating an eerie purple light. Swish! A terrifying sword energy slashed down, tearing through the snowfield. Even before it even landed, it had already carved a crack over 10 kilometers long into the ground. From this, one can imagine the terrifying power of this strike. At this moment, a powerful aura erupted from the front of Chao Xing's team. Braun roared, "Body of ice, origin giant." His body began to expand rapidly, reaching a height of over 100 meters in the blink of an eye. Even the origin shield in his hand reached a similar size. The life pattern on the shield suddenly illuminated. Clang! The sword energy slashed against Braum's shield, barely breaking one layer of his holy shield. Then, the next moment, King Boreal's attack came like a torrential downpour. Swish! Swish, swish, swish! In a single second, he unleashed at least a dozen sword strikes, each one carrying terrifying force, slicing crisscrossing cracks across the snowy plains below. All these attacks landed on Braum, and massive damage figures appeared one after another. Decrease 5935423. Decrease 5384229. Decrease 110245557. Decrease 5623532. Decrease 6192453. In a single blow, Braum's health was sapped by a full 60 million. This was due to the effect of Braum's damage-reducing status effects and abilities. Other legendaries or heroes would have been severely damaged, or even instantly killed. However, compared to Braum's health, which had already surpassed 4 billion, this little damage was nothing. Furthermore, Chao Xing and the others wouldn't passively take the hit. Although the demigod-level enemy's movement speed was terrifying, it also had flaws when attacking. The next moment, a torrent of attacks rained down. Chao Xing's enhanced ice cones roared in. Isabel's holy light spheres pierced the sky, including Kainon's spear energy and Rhaenys' arrows, all fell together, forming an overwhelming attack. Clang! Clang! The dense barrage of attacks pounded King Boris's armor, but a dark purple energy shield mostly neutralized them, leaving only negligible damage. Decrease 275,624. Decrease 382,543. Decrease 435,163. Decrease 683,445. Decrease 582,344. Decrease 255,234. In that burst of energy, the crowd only managed to knock down about 5 million HP from King Beifeng. The combined DPS of a dozen or so people was barely 1/10 of King Beifeng's. This scene was witnessed by the powerful warriors watching the battle nearby. They also realized that, despite the mighty attacks of Chao Xing and the others, they couldn't truly shake the demigod. In comparison, the attack and defense of the immortal demon body completely overwhelmed them. As expected of the immortal demon body, even after all these years, he remained so formidable. Indeed, in his youth, he could withstand the siege of several legends of the same rank with his physical strength alone. Now, with the combat power of a demigod, he's simply despairingly strong. Although this otherworldly lord is quite powerful, the gap between him and a demigod is still too great. Seeing this, some supporters of the Beifeng alliance scoffed. Hee. I was saying, a mere lord from another world actually dares to challenge the immortal demon body? What an arrogant fellow. He even threatened to annihilate the entire Northwind alliance. Now you realize the gap between you and the truly powerful, don't you? King Northwind had better teach him a lesson and then kill him. Hearing this, the survivors in the crowd, as well as Talia and the others, glared angrily. You want to die? Tianjing cursed in the crowd, and a thick, dark green poisonous mist emanated from him, seemingly capable of consuming everything. That was the power of the Death Flame Lizard. Including the survivors from the other 4 regions, they all erupted with a surging aura. The number of surviving lords watching reached several thousand, along with their subjects. At least tens of thousands of powerful master-level auras erupted, merging into a single force, bringing a strong sense of oppression to the natives. Shock and disbelief filled the eyes of the powerful warriors. Grand Master? There are so many? When did they achieve this breakthrough? It was only then that the natives realized how rapidly these otherworldly lords had risen in strength. They had become a force to be reckoned with on this continent, and just then, a terrifying roar echoed from the center of the battlefield, drawing everyone's attention once again. Roar! The roar, as if from ancient times, sent a shudder through the souls of all who heard it. They all looked toward the center of the battlefield. The dark purple shield of the immortal demonic body, which had previously withstood the attacks of Chao Xing and his group without retreat, had dimmed significantly. The overwhelming attacks from Chao Xing and his companions had inflicted significant damage. The immortal demon body was immediately forced to retreat, its damage numbers increasing dramatically. Bang! Crack! Decrease 185, 2664. Decrease 215, 5432. Decrease 728,942. Decrease 817,925. Decrease 318, 5264. This burst of damage increased the original 5 million DPS to over 30 million DPS. More than a six-fold increase. Andrew's ancient roar reduced armor by 30%, and combined with Sarah's death dagger, it had already reduced the opponent's armor by 40%. Even so, the immortal demon body's defense remained despairingly strong. A variety of attacks rained down frantically, but its energy shield largely neutralized them. However, as a demigod-level powerhouse, Kai's attack power and armor were both astonishingly powerful. But under Brahm's taunts, he could only continue to fight the mountain-like shield warrior. Furthermore, Isabel held a revelation, him in her hand, which could instantly restore Brahm's health to full. If the battle dragged on, King Northwind would undoubtedly lose. At this point, King Northwind naturally saw what Chao Xing and the others were planning. He chuckled and said, trying to wear me down with a tactic of attrition. But you're thinking too early. He then turned to Chao Xing and said, your men are indeed powerful, capable of even taking on demigods without losing. But if we slay you, your formation will collapse. We've almost won this battle. After hearing this, everyone suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. Then, King Beifeng suddenly roared, Loner, attack! Slay this otherworldly lord. At that moment, everyone realized something. From the moment the battle began, King Beifeng and his son had vanished. However, seconds passed, and only King Beifeng remained engaged. Where had Kai Lan gone? When this question arose, Mernina reacted the fastest, instantly sweeping a red sword energy across. Buzz! The sword energy tore through the snowy plains covering thousands of meters, finally forcing a faint figure into view in the distance. It was the sword of the North Wind. Kai Lan. He clutched a frost-blue saber, radiating a chilling murderous intent, as if gathering power for some terrifying attack, and the rising energy waves distorted the surrounding space. Clearly, this was Kai Lan's legendary fighting technique. Not good. The Orlan City Lord, watching the battle from afar, saw his pupil shrink and exclaimed, King Beifeng's previous attacks were all a facade. He's doing this to cover his son's outburst. Lord Chao Xing, be careful. What? Yao Yiming, in the crowd, cursed, fuck. This guy is a demigod, not only bullying the weak, but also resorting to such insidious tactics. Fucking shameless. That's right. So shameless. The lords of the 4 districts were furious. Even the comments in the live stream exploded like a gusher. Everyone else, including him, turned their gazes towards the battlefield. On the battlefield, Chao Xing's subjects also saw the immortal demon body's intentions. Sarah vanished from the spot, seemingly intent on interrupting Kai Lan's distant gathering power. Kai Lan chuckled softly, his tone filled with the calmness of a confident victory. You only realize it now, but it's too late. The edge of his sword suddenly flashed with a blinding cold light, and the energy waves on the blade suddenly erupted, as if the entire snowy plains' chilling wind were being drawn by him. The next moment, he shouted, North Wind sword technique, mountain breaking. With his roar, the sky and the earth changed color. Even the spectators felt a chilling murderous intent assault them. Before the sword struck, a crack nearly 20 kilometers long appeared in the snowy plain. One can imagine the terrifying power of this strike. If it had landed on Chao Xing and the others, Brown would have borne all the damage, and his health would have plummeted instantly, possibly even to zero. Everyone held their breath, watching the scene intently. Smiles of triumph appeared on the faces of Kai Lan and King Beifeng. They seemed to have already witnessed Chao Xing being split in two by a single sword strike. But at that moment, with a strange energy surge, a bright moon suddenly appeared behind Kai Lan, its cold light pouring down like water. Kai Lan suddenly felt his movements become incredibly stiff. Even the chilling wind force concentrated on the sword's edge began to solidify. A powerful sealing force enveloped him, as if even his thoughts were unable to function. What is this? Kai Lan struggled to move his eyes, a look of fear crossing his face for the first time. Chao Xing said calmly, I ignored you because you were too weak. Even though I knew you were secretly gathering strength, I didn't take you seriously. Do you understand? It would only take a moment to kill you. Chapter 752. Chao Xing said calmly, killing you would only take a moment. Kai Lan's face was filled with disbelief. Before he could reply, he was sealed within the bright moon. like a flying insect frozen in amber. At the same time, a shadow approached the sealed Kai Lan. Her slender body emanated a suffocating dark aura, as if it could swallow up all light around her. The death dagger in her hand flashed with a cold light. It was Sarah, now in a death-arrived state. After reaching her target, Sarah unleashed her terrifying burst. Buzz, buzz. The death dagger in her hand slashed out, each ray of light precisely piercing Kai Lan's vital points, unleashing a series of shocking critical hits. Decrease 895-2447. Decrease 118-25622. Decrease 132-28438. Decrease 168-52452. Decrease 2188-52444. Decrease 2481-5232. Blessed liberation. In less than a second, Kai Lan's health plummeted by over 90 million. This was Sarah's terrifying explosive power. Since her last battle with the Fresh Blood Lord, her strength had increased tremendously. Her level had risen from 125 to 131. Later, she obtained the golden talent from the Dream Library. Heart of Assassination. Add to that the recently acquired title of Champion Fighter, and Andrew's Ancient Roar. In this state, Sarah's output per second exceeded 100 million. The Moon Goddess Sealing Orb could hold a legend for at least 2 or 3 seconds. In other words, Sarah alone was enough to instantly kill Kai Lan before the seal was lifted. Puff! Puff! Sarah continued to wield her dagger relentlessly, the blade flashes pouring down like a torrential rain. King Beifeng, who was currently engaged in a battle with the others, also realized his son's precarious situation and his eyes were bloodshot. He shouted, "Stop!" However, Sarah's movements didn't falter. -185235542. -274422232. -89524324. Shadow Blooms. -15274524. -15344224. -13525632. As the breathtakingly exaggerated damage numbers jumped up one after another, Kai Lan's health plummeted again, dropping by nearly 200 million. He only had a final 30 million HP remaining. Sarah only needed 2 more strikes to end the battle. At that moment, King Beifeng suddenly roared, "Royal power! Blood and life compensation!" Instantly, a powerful aura of life surged from Kaylin's body. Add 265255321. And the same damage number appeared above King Beifeng's head. Subtract 265255321. Seeing this, Chao Xing narrowed his eyes and whispered, "The secret art of life transfer? Interesting. However, the more you forcibly extend your son's life, the faster you die." Then, Chao Xing coldly ordered, "Continue the attack. Sarah, focus on his son. Everyone else, continue to focus your fire on King Boreal." Everyone responded in unison, "As you command, Lord." Clatter. Clatter. The torrential attack returned. 10 enhanced ice cones shot out. Ding! Your passive skill, Ice Wrath, has been triggered. The effect of your next skill is doubled. The next moment, Chao Xing raised his staff, and a massive magic circle emerged. 4 giant ice dragons emerged from it, madly strangling King Boreal. Among them were Assam's sword energy, Boji's terrifying axe, and Tong Chuchu's firepower bombardment. The area was instantly filled with terrifying energies. -1,758,624. -1,392,563. -2,285,943. -2,189,645. -789,304. -688,342. Huge damage numbers rose one after another, and King Beifeng's health began to plummet. Elsewhere, King Beifeng's son, Kaylin, having barely escaped death, was now being pursued and hacked by Sarah. Puff! Puff! The death blade mercilessly slashed across his body, leaving horrific wounds one after another. Although Kaylin gritted his teeth and raised his sword to block Sarah's attacks, it was clear that he was no match for this assassin with 3 lifetimes of assassination experience and wielding a legendary weapon. -382-5423. -482-9543. -572-3535. -887-9943. Blessed Liberation. -478-2341. Still, exaggerated damage figures appeared. His father, using his own life force, had finally managed to raise his health, but it was about to drop by half again. Roar! Get out of my way! King Beifeng roared angrily, wielding his magic sword and lashing out with streams of sword energy, hoping to break the deadlock. However, Braum, holding the Shield of Origin, blocked all the damage, not giving him a single chance to resist. As the father and son's health plummeted, bewilderment filled the eyes of the onlookers. What's going on? The immortal demon body is being suppressed. What the hell? Isn't he a demigod? His opponent is a mere legend. Impossible. Everyone's eyes lit up with disbelief. King Beifeng and his son had meticulously prepared a killing spree against the otherworldly lord, and everyone thought victory was a foregone conclusion. In the end, their so-called killing spree was easily broken by Chao Xing. And now they were being beaten unilaterally. It was beyond their imagination. At this moment, a mysterious figure in a black robe said, "This group are no mere legends, especially that shield guard." He perfectly blocked every attack. He even took the damage inflicted by the undying demon body. At this rate, the North Wind royal family might be. Hearing this, everyone gasped. The survivors nearby were filled with excitement. Even the live stream was flooded with comments. A mysterious figure in a black robe nearby retorted, "Don't worry. The undying demon body is more than just a simple beast. He still has many tricks up his sleeve." The killer moves he mastered after breaking through to legendary status: North Wind Sword Art, Skywind Sword Prison, and North Wind Sword Art, Sword of Kingship. Both are incredibly powerful. Another veteran mercenary echoed, "Indestructible demon body single-handedly fought against the four legends back then, relying on the unleashing of Skywind Sword Prison to turn the tables." Everyone's expressions darkened upon hearing this. They realized that this battle was far from easy to decide. Meanwhile, on the snowy battlefield, King Northwind had already used royal power, blood compensation for the second time, replenishing 200 million HP for his son. It was somewhat ironic that Chao Xing and his group had attacked King Northwind for so long, only to inflict less than 300 million HP. And his son, having exposed his position, was now targeted by Sarah. Not only did he fail to help his father, but he also caused him to lose 500 million HP. In other words, King Northwind's HP had now dropped by approximately 800 million. According to Chao Xing's estimate, the demigod-level warrior had 3 billion health points, while the opponent currently had 2.2 billion remaining. Thinking of this, Chao Xing chuckled and said, "Kai, you wanted your son to help, but it seems you brought a burden with you?" Hearing this, Kai Lan, who was being unilaterally suppressed by Sarah, looked humiliated. But he could only grit his teeth, leaving no room for rebuttal. It wasn't until this direct confrontation that he realized the terrifying nature of this otherworldly lord's minions. A single assassin could corner him. After hearing this, King Beifeng's eyes flickered with helplessness. Even he himself probably hadn't imagined that his son would become a burden. He said nothing, but raised the magic sword high above his head. Instantly, a terrifying aura erupted from him. Boom! It was as if a Category 18 hurricane had erupted, bringing with it endless wind and snow, pushing everyone back continuously. The ice on the snowfield shattered layer by layer, swept thousands of meters into the air by the strong wind. The hurricane's range grew wider and wider, instantly forming a massive storm center with a diameter of over 10 kilometers. Whoosh! Whoosh! The violent wind pressure shook the earth, uprooting cedars for hundreds of miles and turning them to dust in the storm. As if a natural disaster had struck, the sky suddenly darkened. 100 kilometers away, the powerful onlookers felt their bodies swaying. A suffocating sense of oppression surged in their hearts. Amidst the howling gale, a deafening shout reached everyone's ears. Northwind Sword Art, Skywind Sword Prison. Instantly, countless invisible blades condensed from pure wind element appeared from the raging wind. These wind swords raged through the storm, pouring down towards Chao Xing and his group. Puff! 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 A dense stream of piercing and tearing sounds rang out. These wind swords slashed through everyone at breakneck speed, inflicting numerous injuries. However, because all the damage was borne by Braum alone, his health began to plummet. He lost 200 to 300 million health points almost every second. At this rate, Braum's defenses would crumble in just a dozen seconds. Seeing this scene, the onlookers exclaimed in amazement. It's the Skywind Sword Prison. King Beifeng's famous special move. Not only does this skill not require a long charge, but because the caster and the storm are fused together, it's extremely difficult to interrupt. Another person excitedly said, "Indeed, after Kai reached the demigod realm, this move's power is over 10 times more terrifying. And this special move has a final, finishing blow. If it can't be interrupted, this otherworldly lord is doomed." Hearing this, the expressions of the lords from the 4 regions on the field suddenly darkened. Talia and Baiji instinctively tightened their grip on their weapons, their knuckles turning white from the exertion. Including the over 200 million survivors watching the live broadcast, they all held their breath. Although they had always believed that Chao Xing would be invincible and continue to perform miracles, however, the might unleashed by this demigod-level warrior was too terrifying. A single skill directly created a strange phenomenon encompassing tens of kilometers, and if it weren't for the opponent's deliberate control, the storm's range would likely have expanded several times over. For a moment, the entire battlefield was enveloped in a suffocating sense of oppression. At this moment, Chao Xing and the others stood within the storm, feeling the stinging pain of dense wind swords slicing through their bodies. They stared solemnly at the howling hurricane around them, and at the armor that melted into the storm. As the onlooker had said, if they couldn't interrupt this skill in time, delaying it any longer would result in heavy losses. However, attempting to interrupt the legendary combat skills of a demigod-level warrior was tantamount to wishful thinking. Even during the Blood Rebellion, Chao Xing hadn't been able to control the bloodline leader. But things are different now. Chao Xing whispered, now, I've broken through to legend. When he broke through to hero earlier, he awakened a special forbidden spell-level skill that allowed him to control those one level higher than himself. In other words, Chao Xing now has complete control over demigods. Frost Crystal Prison. A low, chilling voice echoed, and the temperature across the battlefield suddenly plummeted to freezing. Ding! You're now in extreme conditions below -70 degrees Celsius. The skill Cold Control has been fully activated. Chao Xing held the codex in his left hand, his frost soul robe rustling in the wind. His eyes gleamed with an icy blue light, like a monarch master of ice. Then, he swung his staff forward fiercely. Ice Burial. Crack! Countless meteorite fragments, emitting an intense chill, appeared from thin air, each imbued with immense sealing power. As if guided, these fragments pierced the raging storm, hurtling towards King North Wind at breakneck speed. Even the violent wind blades were frozen into ice crystals wherever they passed. Bang! As the first meteorite fragment struck King North Wind, a thick layer of frost instantly formed on his body. King North Wind was shocked to discover that the energy flow within his body seemed to have sluggishly slowed. This is... Before he could react, more meteorite fragments followed, each one thickening the frost even further. His movements grew slower and slower, as if slowed down. It actually passed through my storm and attacked my very body. How did they do that? King Beifong was filled with doubts. He was about to struggle, but the meteorite fragments had already triggered a chain reaction. Dozens of small meteorites attracted each other in the air, eventually fusing into a massive ice crystal meteorite, completely sealing King Beifong within it. The next moment, the storm, which had spread out over dozens of kilometers, instantly subsided, like the stillness of a frozen lake. On the entire battlefield, only the massive ice crystal meteorite, suspended in midair, remained. At that moment, the entire arena fell silent again. The onlookers' eyes were filled with bewilderment, as if they had no idea what had happened. The terrifying storm had dissipated so instantly, and King Beifong was sealed within the meteorite. However, while they were bewildered, Chao Xing's subordinates would not hesitate. Seeing this, Chao Xing barely needed a command as everyone launched a fierce counterattack. Roar! Andrew erupted in a deafening roar, his body rapidly expanding, his gray fur like steel needles bursting forth. Like a maddened ancient beast, he pounced upon the frozen King North Wind. His sharp broken claws flashed with a dark red light of destruction, drawing 3 glaring bloody streaks in the air. Puff! Puff! 3 consecutive claw strikes instantly reduced King North Wind's armor by 60%, including the weakening effects of the Death Dagger and the Ancient Roar. King North Wind's armor was completely wiped out. Everyone's damage output reached its peak at this moment. Attack! Chao Xing spat out coldly. With his words, countless deadly attacks erupted simultaneously. Marlene's blade slashed with afterimages. Bertier's axe chopped off with dragon roars. Renus and Elisa's arrows pierced through everything. Puff! Puff! -582, 4522. -482, 5431. -492, 4527. -1199, 5263. -572, 5353. -382, 5523. 1 second later, these powerful warriors had inflicted a cumulative total of over 300 million in damage. Boom! The next second, more attacks landed on Kai, causing his health to plummet again. Cracks appeared on the surface of the massive meteorite, and icy fragments shattered. In 2 seconds, a total of 600 million health points had been lost. And there was something even more bizarre. Even while under control, King Boreal could still use royal power. blood compensation to restore his son's health. Chao Xing didn't care, for it was a good thing for him. This would make it even easier to kill King Beifeng. Clang! Ice-breaking flying blades, Ice Soul Spear, and Extreme Ice Blossom were unleashed continuously. Everyone else was also unleashing their full power, for they all knew that Chao Xing's forbidden spell control timer was nearing its limit. By the third second, King Beifeng and his son had lost a cumulative 1.2 billion health points. At the same time, the meteorite had also reached its limit. Boom! With a resounding explosion, the meteorite exploded, sending countless ice crystal fragments flying like a torrential rain. King Beifeng was thrown backwards, his armor shattered and blood dripping. Puff! A mouthful of boiling blood gushed from his mouth. King Beifeng clutched his sunken chest and stumbled back several steps. His face was filled with disbelief. How is this possible? How could you actually interrupt my legendary combat technique? How did you do it? Chao Xing stood in the snow, his frosole robe rustling. A cold smile curled his lips as he said, "Old man, aren't you trying to suppress me? Aren't you known as the one with the strongest defense among your rank? Where is your immortal demon body?" King Beifeng's expression shifted from gloom to brightness at Chao Xing's taunting. His son, Kaelin, looked humiliated. He was about to open his mouth to retort when he felt a chill from behind again. Sarah's death dagger slithered around him like a venomous snake. Chao Xing continued, "Kai, you can't hold out much longer. You're not going to cheat again this time, are you?" Hearing this, King Beifeng's expression darkened. From the start of the battle until now, less than 30 seconds had passed. He had already lost nearly 2 billion health points to Chao Xing and his men, although King Beifeng had also inflicted nearly 2.5 billion damage on Brown. It was clear that if this continued, he would be the first to collapse. A fierce glint flashed in King Beifeng's eyes. "Arrogant boy, do you think you can defeat me? You have no idea the gap between a demigod and a legend. I haven't lost yet." Hearing this, Chao Xing stopped talking and gave a cold command. "Isabel, use all things return to the abyss, light destruction. Marlenina, prepare to use Sever in 2. Give me a wave, and take them away." Isabel immediately raised her staff upon hearing this, a brilliant holy light swirling around her. She whispered an ethereal, sacred incantation that echoed over the battlefield. A faint thought, a sigh of darkness. The river of light flows, bearing the end of all things. Splash! As she chanted, a dazzling vortex of light appeared out of thin air, enveloping King Boreal and his son. The vortex emanated a sacred and tranquil light, yet for the first time, it instilled in the father and son a sense of mortal danger. Splash! As the vortex of light began to spin, both men felt a terrifying purifying force eroding their bodies. Their bodies hissed, and puffs of white smoke rose from the cracks in their armor. -135235557. -1418253. -162439555. -172844423. -182385523. As the damage numbers rose, one higher than the next, the two felt their defenses steadily crumbling. This legendary skill not only had a massive damage coefficient, but also reduced the target's armor until it was completely wiped out. King Beifeng was renowned for his defense and physical prowess. However, encountering Andrew and Isabel from Chao Xing's side was a nemesis. Feeling his health draining like a dam, a flicker of panic crossed King Beifeng's eyes. In that split second, he gritted his teeth and made a decision. The next moment, King Beifeng's figure flashed, abandoning his attack on Braum and charging towards Kaelin at top speed. Sarah, who was engaged in combat with Kaelin, felt a suffocating pressure bearing down on her. Without hesitation, she activated Shadow Teleport on her Dagger of Death, creating some distance and taking a defensive stance. However, King Beifeng ignored Sarah and grabbed his son. His figure suddenly flashed. Transforming into a streak of light, he fled at full speed into the distance. At that moment, everyone understood his intention. King Beifeng, renowned for his bravery, saw he was no match for Chao Xing and actually attempted to flee. Not only those on the battlefield, but even the onlookers outside were astonished. King Beifeng, a top-tier demigod, was now being beaten and forced to flee in front of so many people. Even if he survived today, this incident would be a lifelong stain on the entire Northwind Alliance, a private laughingstock. However, at this moment, King Beifeng no longer cared about his dignity. He simply wanted to lead his son out of this vortex of death as quickly as possible. At this moment, a chilling taunt echoed in his ears. The dignified King Beifeng would rather flee like a stray dog than fulfill his bet. "I think you might as well stop calling yourself the immortal demon body, and just call yourself the escaped demon body. Ignoring Chao Xing's mockery, King Beifeng continued to charge outward with all his might. After all, what's more important than life? But at this moment, streaks of starlight suddenly appeared in the snowy plains for several kilometers around him. These starlights enveloped both the fleeing father and son. King Beifeng instinctively sensed something was amiss. Before he could react, the surroundings suddenly shifted. The snowy plain beneath his feet vanished, transforming into a pitch-black, lightless lake. The sky darkened, as if drawn into eternal night, leaving only tiny specks of starlight twinkling in the darkness. An invisible force enveloped King Beifeng and Kalin, drastically reducing their speed. Is this a domain? His pupils suddenly constricted, as if realizing something. The next moment, King Beifeng charged forward. But just as he was about to reach the edge of the lake, he was repelled with a thud. Damn it! It's a domain with a barrier effect. King Beifeng gasped, sensing an unprecedented sense of danger. On this high-level battlefield, the combat range was limited to 5 kilometers, like a dragon trapped in an iron cage, with little room to maneuver. Even more terrifying, the strangling vortex created by all things returned to the abyss. Light extinction still existed, completely enveloping the entire area. Even the Black Lake was illuminated as brightly as day. King Beifeng and his son were trapped in this realm of death, their health plummeting at a visible rate. Chapter 753. Outside, the onlookers witnessed a different, horrifying sight. In the center of the battlefield, a black sphere with a diameter of 5 kilometers suddenly appeared, like a black hole devouring the heavens and the earth. This sphere completely isolated the entire battlefield, leaving no one unaware of what was unfolding within. But everyone witnessed the final scene clearly. King Beifeng attempted to escape with his son, but was completely devoured by the black sphere. Even before being devoured, he was already severely injured. A deathly silence fell around him. At this moment, a man in a black robe said solemnly, based on the recent battle situation, "It seems the immortal demon body has been defeated. He's trapped in there again. Is he really going to be slain by this otherworldly lord?" At these words, everyone on the scene gasped. The death of a demigod, and the long-renowned immortal demon body. This would undoubtedly be a major event that would shake the entire Western continent. Even more, the one who slew him was a lord from another world. Everyone held their breath, staring intently at the massive black sphere. The atmosphere on the battlefield was oppressive to the extreme, and just then, over 10 terrifying auras suddenly erupted from the distant skyline. These auras approached the battlefield at an astonishing speed, each one representing the arrival of a legendary powerhouse. A man in black suddenly looked up and exclaimed, "That's the legendary powerhouses of the Silver Lion Kingdom and the Night Bright Kingdom. The one in front looks like their king. Oh my god, the kings of all 5 kingdoms have actually mobilized." Upon hearing this, everyone simultaneously turned their gazes toward the distance. Feeling the terrifying aura that surged like a tsunami, shock filled their eyes. Gods beware. This battle between that otherworldly lord and the indestructible demon has alarmed the entire Northwind Alliance. They've even sent over a dozen legends to support them. Incredible. At the same time, the 11 legendary warriors had arrived near the battlefield. As they arrived, the middle-aged man in the lead, wearing armor inscribed with the Silver Lion emblem, shouted, "Where's the armor?" A knight from the Northwind Kingdom hurried forward, his voice trembling, and shouted, "Your Majesty, the Silver Lion King. Our King of the Northwind is trapped in the Black Sphere. That otherworldly lord is too powerful, and possesses too many tactics. His Majesty is almost at his wit's end." He quickly added, "Prince Kalin is also inside. Please lend your support." This news exploded like thunder among the legendary warriors of the Northwind Alliance. What? Kai can't hold on. It's only been a short time. With the God Slayer in hand, he possesses demigod-level combat power. Upon hearing the news, these legendary warriors of the Northwind Alliance rushed to the scene at top speed. They had thought that with Kai's power, the battle was almost over. What awaited them was such shocking news. Among the warriors, King Yiming, dressed in black nightgown, snorted coldly, "I told you, an otherworldly lord who can break the stone tablet record is no simple matter. Now, not only has his good-for-nothing son been sacrificed, but he's also going to die here." The Silver Lion King and the old man from the Divine Wood Kingdom frowned, while the Queen of the Kara Kingdom remained silent. At this moment, the burly man from the Kingdom of Viklo said, "Now is not the time to argue. Rescuing Kai is the most urgent priority." Pointing at the black sphere, he analyzed, "This should be some kind of high-level barrier. If we break it, it should cause some kind of backlash on the spellcaster inside, and then we can take Kai away." Hearing this proposal, the Silver Lion King hesitated and said, "But the bet between Kai and this otherworldly lord. What's the point of a bet at this hour?" King Yiming interrupted sharply, "Rescue Kai first." After hearing this, the Silver Lion King said no more. The kings of the 5 kingdoms quickly reached a consensus. Compared to the illusory reputation and the bet, saving King Beifeng's life was clearly more important. The aura of the 11 powerful figures rose, a terrifying might gathering. The onlookers seemed to sense something. These legendary masters were about to forcibly intervene in the battle. The survivors from the 4 districts erupted in curses. "Shameless! A bunch of shameless bastards. What's your business in other people's battles? That's right. You saw that Kai was about to be killed and you jumped out. What the hell is the Beifeng Alliance?" "Pa!" The crowd was filled with righteous indignation. However, despite their anger, they could not stop it. After all, there were 11 legendary masters here. With the strength of these otherworldly lords, there was no chance of a counterattack. Even on the other side, Bai Ji, Tianjing, and the others were frantically sending warnings to Cao Xing. The others held their breath, intently watching the legends' every move. Just as these 11 legends were about to strike, a cyan sword light pierced the sky like thunder from the 9 heavens. A white-haired old man, wielding a cyan sword, appeared in the center of the battlefield like a descending god. Buzz! The cyan sword emitted a deafening cry, and the terrifying sword energy immediately stopped the dozen or so legends in their tracks. The Ice Crystal King floated in midair, his white hair dancing. He pointed his sword at the 11 legends across from him. "Whoever dares to attack, I will slay him." The faces of the legends of the Northwind Alliance suddenly changed. "It's the Ice Crystal King." King Yiming said gravely, "Elton, why is this old man here?" At this moment, the old man from the Shenmu Kingdom seemed to recall something and said, "It is said that the otherworldly lord's territory is within the Ice Crystal Kingdom, and he has a close relationship with Elton. He must have heard the news and knew we were coming, so he came to stop us." Hearing this, the expressions of the other legends grew even more gloomy. They looked at the Ice Crystal King, wielding the kingdom's holy sword and radiating a chilling murderous intent. Then they gazed at the black barrier. Although they had no idea what was happening within, they could sense that Kai's aura was growing weaker. Another aura, similar to his, was even on the verge of completely dissipating. If this continues, Kai and his son might actually die in there. King Yiming said coldly, "Everyone, Elton possesses a semi-divine artifact, which is indeed powerful, but he is only one man. 2 legends go stop him. We go rescue Kai." The legends from the Northwind Alliance nodded solemnly upon hearing this, quickly reaching a consensus. However, just as they took their first step, a shrill, old voice rang out. "Who said Elton was alone? Urshi, don't you think too little of us old men?" At this, the legends of the Northwind Alliance paused again. They gazed into the distance in disbelief. On the horizon, they saw several streaks of light approaching at an alarming speed. Almost instantly, several figures descended upon the battlefield. The Orchid Queen, clad in a deep blue dress, entwined with vines. A short, dwarf legend, emanating a gray mist, the Gray Mist King. There was also the Cunard War King, clad in heavy armor and wielding a massive battle axe. Behind them followed 3 powerful beings radiating legendary energy. The arrival of 6 legends instantly froze the atmosphere of the entire battlefield. Orchid Kingdom, Gray Mist Kingdom, Cunard Kingdom. The Silver Lion King's face darkened as he asked in a deep voice, "Why are you interfering in this?" The Gray Mist King's dwarf legend let out a shrill laugh. "Hee. I'm happy to do it. I just can't stand you Northwind Alliance bullying the weak with your numbers, is that right?" Hearing this, Urshi, the Nightlight King of the Northwind Alliance, looked cold. "Gray, have you forgotten how I hunted you like a lost dog? Now you're jumping out, hoping to get a taste of my Nightlight blade again?" The dwarf legend's eyes widened, and he immediately retorted, "Urshi, don't flatter yourself. If you hadn't attacked me back then and joined forces with the other legends, I would have beaten you to your knees." War King Cunard was even more direct. He raised his massive battle axe high and declared in a deep voice, "Fight if you want. I've long disliked these hypocritical people from the Northwind Alliance." Even the Orchid Queen unfolded her orchid field, and countless beautiful orchids blossomed in the air. She said softly, "Since some people are breaking the rules, then we don't need to be polite." Seeing the assertive attitude of the 4 kings, the faces of the legends of the Northwind Alliance grew even more grim. An elder from the Divine Wood Kingdom slowly stepped forward, tapping the air with his withered staff, sending ripples of emerald green spreading out. "Everyone, we are all rulers of nations, carrying the hopes of countless citizens on our shoulders. Are you sure you want to start a legendary war for a lord from another world? Even a war that engulfs several kingdoms? There was a subtle threat in his words. As if warning, if war breaks out, the entire northern part of the western continent will be plunged into blood and fire. The onlookers held their breath, their hearts racing. For they knew that if the current situation continued, it might ignite the most brutal war the North had seen in 100 years. However, facing King Shenmu's threat, the azure sword in King Bingjing's hand suddenly blazed with a blinding light. An extremely powerful sword energy swept through the entire audience. So what if you provoke a war in the north? King Bingjing's voice was icy cold. Everyone knows that your Northwind Alliance has long coveted the territory of our 4 kingdoms. Since that's the case, then let's declare war. The other 3 kings responded in unison. Fight! A terrifying fighting spirit surged, materializing and pressing forward. Faced with such a powerful response from the 4 kings, the faces of the legends of the Northwind Alliance changed dramatically once again. They hadn't expected the other side to actually fight for the otherworldly lord. And now that the boast had been dropped, the Northwind Alliance was once again in a difficult position. At this critical juncture, crack! A crisp, shattering sound echoed from the nearby black sphere. Everyone's attention was drawn to it. The pitch-black sphere's surface suddenly cracked with countless fine lines, and a strong icy aura gushed out from the cracks. The temperature plummeted, even the air seemed frozen. Someone shouted, "The barrier is about to break." Everyone was stunned, staring intently at the impending collapse of the black sphere. Then, a resounding explosion erupted. Boom! A violent energy storm swept across dozens of kilometers. The ground cracked in an instant, but then, blasted by the terrifying force of the frost, it transformed into solid frozen ground. A violent snowstorm surged into the sky, completely obscuring everyone's heads. And at the center of this raging energy, a towering figure was instantly sent flying backwards. His armor was riddled with cracks, his black hair was disheveled, and his face was streaked with blood. Even his sword grip was frozen solid, leaving him in a state of extreme distress. This figure was none other than King Beifeng, the immortal demon. Even now, a look of disbelief and horror lingered in his eyes, as if he had witnessed something beyond common sense. After landing, Kai rolled several times, barely stabilizing himself. Then, the next second, puff! He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his breath instantly fading. The Silver Lion King's pupils constricted. Kai! Your Majesty! The powerful men of the Northwind Alliance instinctively rushed forward. Swish! A flash of azure sword light suddenly slashed down, carving a pitch-black rift through the air. These legendary warriors, sensing the terrifying force of the sword, instantly stopped in their tracks. King Yiming, the fastest of the charge, already had a bloody streak on his body. He raised his head, gazing fearfully at the azure sword in the Ice Crystal King's hand. The Ice Crystal King coldly said, "Is my warning ineffective, or is the kingdom's holy sword not sharp enough? I repeat, this is a bet between Lord Chaoxing and Kai. Whoever dares to interfere, I will slay them." Faced with the Ice Crystal King's warning, even the legends of the Northwind Alliance dared not act rashly. After all, these powerful men knew the power of the 9 swords of holy judgment. On the battlefield, Kai knelt on one knee, covered in blood. His face was ashen, as if drained of all strength. He stared in disbelief at the group before him, and at the otherworldly lord radiating immense magical power and a formidable aura. At the same time, a system notification appeared. Due to unknown reasons, your Dark Knight Star Lake domain has been forcibly breached. You are suffering backlash. Maximum health reduced by 30%, casting speed reduced by 30%, skill cooldown increased by 30%, lasting 2 hours. Chaoxing took a deep breath, suppressing the backlash from the breach. Although his magical energy was turbulent and his meridians tingled with pain, he maintained his upright posture. And, by comparison, Kai had suffered far more severe damage in his quest to break the domain. His current injuries showed this. The Northwind King's health was dwindling, his breath as weak as a dying candle. At the same time, the towering chief stepped forward and lifted a body, devoid of all life, from the ground, as if it were a chicken. This body was none other than the Northwind King's son, Kai Lan. In the domain, he had been slain by Sarah, and not even the Northwind King could have saved him. Her body was covered in horrific knife wounds, lingering with shadowy auras, constantly corroding his wounds. However, somewhat strangely, Kai Lan's body underwent a unique transformation after his death. Blue-black scales appeared on the right side of his body, and his skin became as rough as an old tree root. Add to that his long, blue-gray tail. Clearly, Kai Lan's constitution was somewhat abnormal. However, it had no effect on Chao Xing. In the face of absolute strength, no matter how exceptional your physique, it's useless. Furthermore, the opponent was completely dead. Even the one overlord-level soul he dropped had been collected by Chao Xing in his backpack. He couldn't even stir up any trouble. Then, Chao Xing looked at the kneeling figure in front of him and said, "Kai, you lose. Are you going to cheat again this time?" At these words, the entire arena fell into a deathly silence. They stared in disbelief at the disheveled figure on the battlefield. No one could have imagined that the once invincible immortal demon, the long-renowned king of the northern western continent, would be defeated by a lord from another world. And such a crushing defeat. Even the legends of the Northwind Alliance were in disbelief. They stared at each other, their brows knitted together. At that moment, King Beifeng, staring at Kai Lan's corpse, knew he had no chance of a comeback. He raised his head, looked at Chao Xing, and said hoarsely, "Come on, accept the loss. As promised, you slay me, and the Northwind Kingdom will be yours from now on." At this, the entire crowd erupted in laughter again. And without a moment's hesitation, Chao Xing raised his staff, sending several head-sized ice balls whizzing out. Swish, swish, swish. Ice-breaking blade carried deadly power and chilling chill. If it hit, Chao Xing's magic attacks would surely take out the languishing King Beifeng. At that moment, the burly Silver Lion King roared. "Stop!" He raised his silver-glowing longsword and slashed fiercely. Swish! A brilliant sword light pierced the sky. Several ice balls exploded in the air, transforming into a cloud of ice crystals. The Ice Crystal King, the Grey Mist King, and the others barely hesitated. The moment the Silver Lion King attacked, their long-awaited magic and combat skills unleashed simultaneously. The kingdom's holy sword in the Ice Crystal King's hand erupted with dazzling light. "Kill!" With a low roar. The next moment, the 7 legends, led by the Ice Crystal King, charged towards the 11 legends of the Northwind Alliance. No one had expected the 4 kingdoms to be so decisive. Without hesitation, they launched their attack. Crashing. The mist emanating from the Grey Mist King surged, transforming into torrents that enveloped all the legends on the field. The Orchid Queen's orchids exploded in the air one after another. Cunard War King's axe slashed furiously. Added to this was the Ice Crystal King's sword energy attack. Boom! The 11 legends were caught off guard, and were driven back step by step. King Yiming was especially vulnerable, as he was immediately targeted by the dwarf legend. A black mist penetrated his body, and suddenly exploded. Puff! King Yiming spat out a mouthful of blood, glaring at the dwarf legend. "Grey, you're courting death." King Grey Mist glared back, and a ferocious battle ensued between the two sides. Even on the other side, the old man of the sacred tree, while frantically defending, demanded, "Elton, Shia, do you really want to start an all-out war?" However, the 4 kings remained unmoved. Their offensive only intensified. As previously said, the louder the enemy's cries, the more they are unwilling to fight to the death. The dwarf from the Grey Mist Kingdom chuckled. "Hey, you guys from the Northwind Alliance, haven't you always wanted to annex us? Then today, your wish will be granted. Let's see who annexes whom." Instantly, the surrounding grey mist began to swirl wildly, with incredible destructive power. It was the dwarf legend's signature skill. Grey Mist Storm. In this terrifying storm, the powerful warriors of the Northwind Alliance were forced to passively defend themselves. Even though the Northwind Alliance outnumbered their legendary warriors, the 4 kingdoms completely dominated in terms of momentum. After all, during the Blood Rebellion, the Ice Crystal King and his men had encountered far more enemies than this. The situation back then was infinitely more desperate than it is now, but they still refused to retreat. Thus, they were accustomed to this battle of outnumbered warriors. Boom! Amidst the violent clash, the domains of the legendary warriors pressed against each other, unleashing a blinding turbulence of energy. A rip tore through the Silver Lion King's Dochi armor, blood oozing from the slits. "Damn it! A bunch of lunatics. You've all been infected by these lunatics from another world. You're all just a bunch of lunatics." The 4 kings turned a deaf ear and intensified their attack. The vines on Queen Yuan grew wildly, restricting the movements of all the legendary warriors in the Northwind Alliance. Cunard War King's massive axe continuously split the battlefield, forcing the warriors to stand firm. Most terrifying of all was the Ice Crystal King's sword energy. Wherever it passed, cracks were ripped through space like paper. Elsewhere, Chao Xing, after witnessing the legendary battle in the sky, averted his gaze. He believed the Ice Crystal King and his men could handle it. He turned his gaze once more to the figure ahead. Without further ado, he raised his hand and condensed 10 enhanced ice spikes, each gleaming with a cold, faint blue light. Swish. Swish, swish, swish. The ice spikes fell upon the undying demonic body, inflicting a deluge of damage upon its already wounded frame. When the final ice spike pierced its heart, it also sapped the last of the North Wind King's health. The undying demonic body collapsed to the ground, the light in its eyes extinguished. Successfully killed. North Wind King Armor Level 150, Legendary Creature, Experience Points Gained, 10.24 million, Pale Attraction plus Savior Star. You killed the North Wind King, Reputation Points Gained, 100,000. Ding! Your cumulative reputation points have reached 500,000, unlocking the achievement, Fame. Chapter 754. Seeing this kill notification, Chaoxing was stunned for a moment. Are they still judging me as legendary? I thought I'd get the trophy of slaying a demigod again. A flicker of regret flashed through his mind. But on reflection, it made sense. After all, although Kai possessed demigod-level combat power, that was due to the power of the demonic sword. At heart, he was still a legend. He was just stronger than other legends. Chaoxing shook his head, not giving it much thought. Just as he was about to step forward and collect all of Kai's belongings, suddenly, an extremely cold aura emerged from Kai Lan's corpse nearby and instantly penetrated Chaoxing's body. This aura was extremely strange, like countless tiny venomous snakes slithering through his blood vessels, icy and piercing, yet carrying an indescribable madness. At this moment, Chaoxing felt a chill radiating from his back, as if some terrifying being were staring at him. He frowned, feeling the chilling force steadily eroding his body. Damage numbers appeared above his head. Minus 100,000. Minus 100,000. Minus 100,000. At the same time, a system prompt appeared. Ding! Survivor Chaoxing, please take note. Because you killed King Kai of the North Wind and Prince Kalen of the North Wind, the bloodline curse has been activated. You are cursed. Gaze of the North Wind Mother. Gaze of the North Wind Mother, demigod level, until the curse is lifted, all attributes are reduced by 20%, health decreases by 100,000 per second, and your location will be detected by the North Wind Mother. Seeing this prompt, Chaoxing frowned again. Bloodline curse? As expected. As for who cast the curse on him, it wasn't hard to guess. The mercenaries had mentioned earlier that Kai Lan had a mysterious mother. King Beifeng preferred a life-and-death battle with him rather than hand over the legendary magic sword, largely because of his mother. And Chaoxing not only killed Kai Lan, but also King Beifeng. Clearly, Kai Lan's mysterious mother had sensed something and even located him. A demigod-level curse. Until I resolve it, I will not only be permanently affected by a 20% reduction in all attributes, but will also lose 100,000 health points per second. A hero-level warrior would be exhausted to death in minutes. Even a legendary warrior wouldn't last long. What's more, this curse is permanent. Chaoxing sneered, a flicker of disdain in his eyes. But it doesn't affect me much. My HP regeneration has already reached 140,000 per second, which is more than enough to offset the damage from the curse. Besides, I have a pet that's a real curse killer buoyancy. As long as I upgrade this light feather chicken to hero or legendary rank, even demigod level curses can be easily dispelled. As for being detected by the Mother of the North Wind, Chaoxing didn't have to worry about it. After all, he usually stayed in his territory. As his strength gradually increased, more and more people knew that his territory was located in the snowstorm plains. Something that could be discovered with a little inquiry wasn't really a secret at all. With this thought, Chaoxing no longer took the curse seriously. He continued to walk over to Kai and picked up the pile of loot. Obtained, Kai's mutated Overlord Soul, legendary. Obtained, Whisper of the Eternal Night God Slayer, legendary. Obtained, Immortal King Battle Armor, orange. Obtained, Immortal King Shoulder Armor, orange. Obtained, Immortal King War Helmet, orange. Obtained, Immortal King Bottoms, orange. Obtained, Immortal King Combat Boots, orange. Obtained, Moon Goddess Orb Fragments *2. Obtained. When a series of system notifications appeared, Chaoxing was suddenly shocked. Holy crap! A mutated Overlord Soul, a legendary weapon, and a full set of epic equipment. As expected of the King of the North Wind, this set of equipment is truly magnificent. Chaoxing's eyes gleamed with excitement. But all of this is mine. Thinking of this, he patted his backpack with satisfaction. Then, he put Kai and Kai Lan's bodies back into his backpack and looked up at the distant sky. There, nearly 20 legendary warriors were engaged in a terrifying battle. The clash between the two sides roiled the air, and the violent energy waves distorted the entire sky, extending over a radius of hundreds of kilometers. The mercenaries, adventurers, and lords of the four regions, who had been watching nearby had already evacuated. Of course, even if they had stayed, they would have seen nothing. The relentless violent impacts nearly obscured everything in the area. Chao Xing observed the situation and thought, at this point, the strength of the two alliances, without the immortal demon body, is fairly evenly matched. This time, the lizardman chieftain was absent, so the four kingdoms dispatched only 7 legendary warriors. However, the Ice Crystal King's semi-artifact, the kingdom's holy sword, instantly eliminated the numerical disparity. Every swing of the radiant green holy sword sent the warriors' hair standing on end, and they dared not approach. Seeing this, Chao Xing waved his hand and commanded, "Go capture them. Today, we will destroy the Northwind Alliance." His voice carried a piercing chill, as if sentencing the enemy to death. "Yes, Lord." Everyone responded in unison. After receiving the order, Chao Xing's 5 legendary warriors, along with a host of heroic warriors, joined the battle. Marinina's figure transformed into a streak of crimson lightning, Brahm's massive shield carried overwhelming force, and Sarah vanished like a shadow. With their presence, the battle suddenly became overwhelmingly one-sided. In less than 30 seconds, the Northwind Alliance was already on the verge of collapse. Puff! Sarah's death blade pursued the Queen of the Kingdom of Kara, slashing furiously, each blow leaving horrific wounds on the woman. Braum single-handedly withstood a massive attack, his shield of origin firmly blocking all blows. Marinina wielded the Bloodthirster, and in her Valkyrie's wrath form, she seemed to transform into a true Valkyrie on the battlefield. Add to that the long-range bombardment of the 2 legendary mages, Isabel and Zev. Boom! Boom! The 11 legends of the Northwind Alliance were being beaten back, many bearing wounds. They looked at Sarah and Isabel with horror in their eyes. Only then did they understand how these people could use legendary power to defy and even kill demigods. This strength far exceeded the boundaries of legend. "Who are you?" The Silver Lion King clutched the sword wound on his chest, staring in shock at the ferocious enemies before him. However, no one responded. Sarah and the others were faithfully following Chao Xing's orders, leaving all these legends behind. The other legends were almost collapsing. The Silver Lion King took a sharp breath and shouted, "Let's go. Return to Silver Fortress. Kai is dead. We must leave as soon as possible, or everyone will die here today." With that, he unleashed a deafening roar at the crowd. Roar! The terrifying sound waves spread like a physical substance, striking all legendary powerhouses within their reach as if struck by lightning. They briefly lost consciousness, and damaged figures exceeding 1,000,000 appeared above their heads. The Silver Lion King's method not only possessed continuous mind control, but also dealt considerable damage, a true mastery of control. Sarah and the others' faith could only resist the control effect once, and it was temporarily frozen. Taking advantage of this brief moment, the other powerhouses of the Northwind Alliance abandoned their opponents and converged on the same group. However, for legendary powerhouses, this control period was extremely brief. The moment he regained his composure, the Grey Mist King shrieked, "It was Silver Lion's roar! They're trying to escape! Stop them!" At this, the legends of the 4 kingdoms, as well as Sarah and the others, all looked grim. They burst forth at top speed, charging madly. At this moment, the elder from the Divine Wood Kingdom stepped forward. He clenched his withered staff and gently tapped it in the air. Instantly, a green ripple spread out over 10 kilometers. Amid this strange energy surge, everyone sensed a powerful breath of life. The next moment, a small sapling sprouted from the void before them, rapidly growing at a visible rate. Clatter! The trunk of the sapling continued to rise, the sound of countless branches unfurling echoing through the sky. In the blink of an eye, it grew into a towering tree 10,000 meters tall. Then, countless branches branched out from this towering tree and began to attack the crowd frantically. Even Chao Xing, who had just put his spoils into his backpack, was affected. Swish! Swish! The sound of branches breaking through the air was heard, and with incredible speed, they wrapped around everyone. The emerald green branches squirmed as if alive, as if trying to bind them. The Ice Crystal King slashed through numerous branches with a single blow of his sword, whispering, "Attack these branches. Don't get caught, or you lose a significant amount of your vitality." Everyone immediately launched their attack, unleashing various abilities upon the swaying branches. During this time, Queen Karen of the Northwind Alliance wielded her staff, sending waves of magical energy surging. Before her, the outline of a portal gradually took shape, shimmering with spatial fluctuations. Holy crap! A legendary mage who controls the power of space. Chao Xing exclaimed in surprise. The North Wind Alliance actually has such a powerful being. Seeing this, he grew anxious. As previously mentioned, space and time are two supreme powers. Any being who masters these two powers is extremely powerful. Although Queen Karen's combat prowess wasn't strong, that was due to her encounter with Chao Xing and the others. In reality, she wasn't considered a weakling among the legendaries. Furthermore, her ability to create portals from the void alone would make them invincible on the battlefield. Disrupt their teleportation. Chao Xing swiftly swung his staff, gathering immense icy power, intending to unleash a large-scale legendary skill to disrupt the surrounding magical fluctuations. However, a flood of branches descended from all directions, entangling his hands and feet, abruptly interrupting his condensed icy power. Isabel was at full strength, her entire body radiating intense holy light, illuminating the sky for dozens of kilometers. Like a sun, Marinina wielded her bloodthirsty sword and slashed relentlessly. The others also launched frantic attacks. However, the old man's sacred tree was truly bizarre. It could withstand the attacks of so many, even restricting their movements. At the same time, Queen Karen's space portal had fully formed, its vortex emanating intense spatial fluctuations. The Silver Lion King shouted, "Go!" The next moment, 11 powerful warriors entered the portal without hesitation. Buzz, buzz! Figures vanished one after another. When the last person entered, the portal vanished instantly. And the tree continued to grow branches crazily, dragging everyone to their feet. They could only watch helplessly as these men fled. Even Chao Xing had to admit that the legendary warriors of the Northern Wind Alliance were truly capable. The Silver Lion King's roar could control a large area of the field. The giant tree released by the Divine Tree King held them all in place. Add to that Queen Karen's spatial portal. With this combination, even a demigod would have difficulty stopping them. Bang! 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 Branches exploded continuously, holding everyone captive for a full 20 seconds. As time passed, the tree began to decline. Fewer and fewer branches grew, and even its size began to shrink rapidly. Kingdom Sword Art, seal the blade! The Ice Crystal King roared, unleashing a terrifying blast of sword energy that completely shattered the 10,000-meter-tall tree. Boom! The next moment, the tree vanished like a bubble, leaving only a last, tender green branch slowly drifting down from the sky. Yet, even that single branch now radiated boundless vitality. The dwarf legend's gaze was instantly captivated, and he shrieked, "It's a branch of the Tree of Life! No wonder I said this tree is so powerful! That old Shenmue has truly invested a fortune." At the mention of the words Tree of Life, Chao Xing's eyes lit up. Sarah barely needed his command. She sprang into action. She used Shadow Teleport to reach the branch and stowed it in her backpack. Seeing this, the kings of the four kingdoms and the legendary masters remained silent. Instead, they exchanged glances, smiled, and shook their heads. At the same time, Chao Xing quickly flew over to the kings and asked, "Your Majesties, do you have time now?" At this question, everyone looked puzzled. King Bingjing said, "We don't have anything important to do recently." "What's the matter?" Chao Xing grinned, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. "Though these guys have escaped, their kingdoms cannot. Now, follow me, and march directly to the North Wind Alliance territory and uproot these 5 kingdoms. We will seize this opportunity to unify the northern border of the western continent." At this last sentence, the 4 kings gasped. For thousands of years, countless geniuses and demons have spoken of unifying the northern border of the western continent. But in the end, they all failed. Now, this otherworldly lord uttered these words with such ease. And, with his strength, it seemed as if he could actually accomplish such an astonishing feat. For a moment, everyone looked at Chao Xing with mixed feelings. At the same time, they couldn't help but sigh at the murderous nature of this otherworldly lord. Having just killed the North Wind King, he envisioned wiping out the entire North Wind Alliance, effectively eliminating the threat once and for all. After a moment's silence, the Ice Crystal King slowly shook his head. "Lord Chao Xing, I understand your thoughts, but destroying the North Wind Alliance isn't that simple. Even if we have the advantage and can defeat the legendary warriors of the North Wind Alliance. But we also have to consider the post-war order. After all, these are 5 kingdoms, a staggering size, with countless civilians living in their towns and villages. As you saw during the Blood Rebellion, excessive political upheaval can lead to the displacement of many civilians and the destruction of their families." Chao Xing said disapprovingly, "Wouldn't it be better for you 4 kingdoms to simply send people to take over the North Wind Alliance? You should all have experience with this sort of thing. It's just a change of authority. As long as it doesn't affect the civilians, it's fine. As for those royal family members, Those who should be killed, and those who should be exiled. Then you can divide up the 6 kingdoms. I only need a portion of the profits. At Chao Xing's suggestion, a glint flashed in the eyes of the 4 kings. Clearly, they were tempted. After all, that was the largest alliance in the entire northern part of the western continent. If they could take it all over, the resources and other treasures they could reap would be unimaginable. However, despite their temptation, they also had to consider practical matters. The Ice Crystal King sighed helplessly. Lord Chao Xing, although we also want to destroy the North Wind Alliance immediately, it's not that easy. Besides the problem I mentioned above, there are even more important obstacles. Another obstacle? What are they? Chao Xing asked. Their base, Silver Fortress, is located within a fortress with extremely strong defenses. It's said to have been excavated and renovated from an ancient ruin. It's filled with all kinds of large-scale war equipment, even super weapons capable of damaging or even severely inflicting damage on legendary-level warriors. Add to that the various large formations they've deployed around this fortress over the years. To capture Silver Fortress, I'm afraid we have to pay a heavy price. After a pause, the Ice Crystal King continued, furthermore, there's an even more crucial factor. The North Wind Alliance contains demigod-level warriors. And demigods? Chao Xing frowned. The Ice Crystal King nodded gravely, a hint of fear in his tone. Indeed. I believe you've heard some rumors. The son of the North Wind, whom you slew, had a mysterious mother. According to our investigations over the years, his mother is undoubtedly a demigod. And no ordinary demigod. At least more powerful than the fresh blood leader we encountered before, or even the Watcher leader. Chao Xing's pupil shrank slightly upon hearing this. More powerful than Luo. The weight of this statement was quite astonishing. Chao Xing pressed on. If that's the case, then this time I killed her son and her husband. Then if this demigod is so powerful, why didn't she attack me? Chapter 755. Hearing this question, the Orchid Queen beside her said, let me answer it. According to our investigation, that demigod is in a peculiar state. It seems to be bound by some special power, and it seems ready to lose control at any moment. Therefore, it must constantly suppress its power and keep itself sealed. And if anyone breaks the seal, this mysterious demigod will lose control and madly destroy everything. The Grey Mist King also shrieked, these selfish guys are relying on the Silver Fortress and that mysterious. They are demigods, so they're fearless. During the Blood Rebellion, they also ignored our calls for help. We all know what these guys are thinking. They just want to sit back and watch our 4 kingdoms be destroyed by the Blood Legion, and then reap the benefits. Hey. But how could they possibly know the Blood Legion's power? Once the Blood Rebellion erupts, these guys' supposedly solid defenses will be ripped apart in an instant. Chao Xing frowned slightly after hearing this. So, you're saying that with my current strength, I'm not capable of dealing with the North Wind Alliance? The 4 kings exchanged glances again. The Ice Crystal King nodded and said, according to estimates, this is what's going on. However, if we include the Lizardman Chief, that's a different story. But he left the palace a few days ago. The old chief left? Chao Xing asked suspiciously, do you know where he went? The Ice Crystal King shook his head slowly. He didn't tell me his itinerary, but before he left, he did ask me to pass on a message to you. He said he needed to prepare for what you promised him. Chao Xing fell into deep thought. Previously, he had asked the Lizardman Chief for help and had granted him a request, that the entire Lizardman tribe be given a safe haven. Chao Xing's previous plan was to find a massive city, or even build one himself, to house them. Now, it seemed time was running out. But that didn't matter. After all, with his current strength and connections with these kings, wouldn't it be easy to ask them for a massive city? Chao Xing collected his thoughts and gave up the idea of rushing in and uprooting the entire North Wind Alliance. In that case, let them live a few more days. After I return and digest this, and once I possess demigod-level combat power, I'd be able to annihilate them in one fell swoop. By then, not only the North Wind Kingdom, but also the other 5 kingdoms will be within my grasp. Thinking of this, he said, Your Majesties, thank you for your support this time. There shouldn't be much else to do here. You are all busy with state affairs, so please return to your official duties. The 4 kings exchanged a glance. Queen Yulan raised her head slightly, her mature face tinged with interest. We heard you set the fastest time in the ancient arena. It's been years since we've challenged this arena. We like to give it a try. Cunard War King clenched his fists, his eyes blazing with fighting spirit. Indeed. We also want to see if your strength has improved after all these years. Can we break our own record? Even the Grey Mist King and the Ice Crystal King were eager to try. It was clear they were all very interested in challenging the arena. Chao, upon hearing this, shook his head awkwardly, saying, well, because the ancient arena has exhausted all its energy to begin the final trial for me. The entire inner city has been closed early. If you want to challenge, you probably have to wait until next year. The expressions of the four kings froze at this, and the atmosphere became awkward. After a moment, the Ice Crystal King smiled and shook his head, saying, that's truly Lord Chaoxing's style. The others nodded in agreement. After a moment's silence, the Grey Mist King spoke first. Hey! I remembered I have some unfinished business. I need to return to the Grey Mist Kingdom. With that, the dwarf legend, accompanied by another powerful figure, quickly vanished from the scene. The kings of the remaining three nations gazed after him and shook their heads. The Ice Crystal King spoke first. Since that's the case, we take our leave. Lord Chaoxing, see you later. Chaoxing nodded and bowed, saying, see you, your majesty. With that, the remaining legendary powers transformed into streaks of light and vanished from their positions. Soon, Chaoxing and his group were the only ones left within a radius of 100 or 200 kilometers. A blanket of silence fell around them. Even the howling wind had ceased. However, the vast ravines crisscrossing the ground, along with patches of frozen earth, still seemed to bear witness to the fierceness of the battle. Chaoxing glanced around and said, all right, let's return to the ruins and sort out our gains from this battle. Upon hearing this, excitement shone in everyone's eyes. After all, their gains this time were truly enormous, not to mention the benefits of defeating Beifeng Guowai and his son. This time, everyone in the group had passed the 4th round of the ancient arena, and some even made it to the 5th round, earning themselves a substantial reward. The sheer number of jars alone was staggering. If they could consume them all, it would surely bring about a massive surge in their strength. Everyone responded, yes, Lord. The next moment, the group quickly returned to the ruins in the direction they had come. The battle between the two alliances, which had engulfed the entire northern border of the western continent, seemed to be over, but the repercussions continued to unfold. The Northwind Kingdom's ruler and heir had been slain, and their legendary weapons had been seized, a scene that would resonate for a long time to come. Add to that the Northwind Alliance's complete defeat in the battle against the Four Kingdoms, which had made those factions realize the disparity in their respective strengths. Clearly, the entire North was about to undergo a dramatic transformation. Furthermore, during this war, the name of a lord from another world became known to all the major powers, and they were labeled a being that absolutely could not be provoked. Chaoxing. It was this man who slew the demigod-like king of the North Wind. With the help of the Four Kingdoms, various astonishing stories about Chaoxing continued to spread. These included the destruction of the vast cult, the Church of Light, and his remarkable ability to turn the tide during the Blood Rebellion, even destroying the Ancient Watchers. At this moment, both the prominent powers and those who had been lurking behind the scenes for years were paying close attention to this lord from another world. Many factions even sent their own powerful warriors to explore the Snowstorm Plains. It was clear that the Snowstorm Plains would be much busier than usual for the next period of time. After the battle, the survivors returned to their usual activities. For them, while this battle was shocking, they had become accustomed to it. After all, Chaoxing's previous server-shaking events were even more shocking than this demigod slaying. Although there were some minor fluctuations in this battle, Chaoxing ultimately suppressed everything with his might. The 100,000 survivors continued to explore the ruins, digging for treasure while fighting the vengeful spirits in the fog. The other survivors, at home, seized the opportunity to level up and develop their territories. An hour later, Chaoxing, along with Talia, Baiji, Lord Orlan, and the others, returned to the underground laboratory. Buzz! The luminous geometric object before them, the world anchor, continued to spin slightly, illuminating the entire laboratory hall with an incomparable brightness. Chaoxing glanced around, confirmed the number of participants, and then said, now, first, bring all the items you've obtained in the arena to me. This time, a total of 29 people challenged the ancient arena. Of them, all had passed the first 4 rounds. 1, 2, 3, and 14 of the subjects had made it to the 5th round. Although the rewards in the arena fluctuate based on the strength of the challengers, with such a high base, there must be quite a few treasures. The number of jars alone was a staggering number. After hearing this, everyone stepped forward and handed over all their belongings. Obtained, blood of the mighty * 45. Obtained, unopened silver jars * 64. Obtained, unopened gold jars * 45. Obtained, unopened black jars * 15. Obtained, Commander level soul, level 10, asterisk 4. Obtained, dominant level soul, legendary, asterisk 3. Obtained, ancient silver treasure chests, asterisk 27. Obtained, ancient gold treasure chests, asterisk 4. Obtained, ancient bright moon treasure chests, asterisk 2. Seeing this long series of system notifications, Chao Xing's eyes lit up with ecstasy. He could barely suppress the upward curve of his lips. It was simply because these rewards were so plentiful. Just the 3 qualities of jars combined, there were over 100, and there were also numerous ancient silver and gold treasure chests, and even 2 bright moon treasure chests. Add to that 7 souls, and over 40 drops of blood of the mighty. Taking in all these rewards would definitely boost the strength of his men. Huh? Chao Xing took a few deep breaths, suppressing his excitement. Then he began to think about how to distribute these rewards. First, we need to open these jars, collect the ancient coins inside, and exchange them for ancient treasure chests. Then open all the treasure chests at once. That's like harvesting 2 waves of treasures in a row. Then distribute the rewards based on the contents of the treasure chests and jars, and finally distribute the blood and souls of the powerful. Thinking of this, Chao Xing immediately took action. With a wave of his hand, he pulled out all the over 100 jars. In addition to the jars obtained from this challenge in the ancient arena, there were also jars obtained from previous ruins explorations and treasure map searches. They were laid out on the floor of the laboratory hall. A total of 78 silver jars, 61 gold jars, and 17 black jars. Everyone exclaimed in amazement as they looked at the jars lined up on the ground. Elisa's eyes lit up beside them. Wow! So many jars! There's bound to be a lot of treasures inside. Chao Xing chuckled. Alright, let's all start smashing these jars open. Whoever finds something good will have a special reward. Long live the Lord! Everyone cheered in unison. Then, they excitedly walked over, each picking up a silver and gold jar and throwing it hard. Bang! Snap! The crisp sound of jars shattering continued. Every time a jar shattered, a large amount of ancient silver and gold coins fell. For a moment, the clanking sound of gold coins colliding echoed one after another, dazzling the eyes. Even Lord Orlan and Bai Ji, standing by, stared at the scene in amazement. System notifications continued to blare. Your territory member, Braun Ironwall, opened a gold jar. Progress towards the achievement. King of Can opening has been updated. Current progress. 4 out of 100. Your territory member, Talia Iron Rose, opened a gold jar. Progress towards the achievement. King of Can opening has been updated. Current progress. 5 out of 100. Although the achievement King of Can opening can only be completed by opening gold quality jars or higher, with over 60 gold jars here, the achievement progress increased dramatically. In a short while, it soared to 64 out of 100. Completing this achievement was getting closer and closer. When all the silver and gold jars were smashed open, the ground was littered with shards, along with silver and gold coins, sparkling gems, crystals, and more. The sheer variety was dazzling. The Lord of Orlan, standing nearby, stared intently at the pile of gems, his fingers twitching as if calculating their value. However, even a casual calculation yielded a number that made his breathing quicken. Gods! This is too much. Clearly, no one had ever seen the spectacle of over 100 jars being smashed open simultaneously. The sheer volume of items inside was staggering. Accomplishing this systematically, collecting and counting all these items would have taken an inordinate amount of time. But Chao Xing didn't need that. He simply put everything into his backpack, and the system would automatically list the number and names of the items. With a single wave of his hand, Chao Xing swept away all the items on the ground like a whirlwind. System notifications flooded the screen. Obtained. Silver Ancient Coins * 2124. Obtained. Gold Ancient Coins * 1841. Obtained. Expert Level Hearts of Strength * 14. Obtained. Master Level Hearts of Strength * 9. Obtained. Topaz * 13. Obtained. Black Diamond * 3. Obtained. Malachite Crystal * 24. Obtained. Jade Crystal * 12. Obtained. Azurite Orb * 4. Obtained. Ebony Orb * 6. Obtained. The sheer amount of various materials was staggering. From topaz worth hundreds of thousands of crowns, to ebony orbs worth over 2 million crowns, there were nearly 100 of them in total. If you add in the expert level magic crystals and master level magic crystals that came later, the cumulative value has already exceeded 150 million crowns. Great, this wave of can openings is quite impressive. I'm heading to a black market auction in a few days, and I sell all these things for cash. Then I see if there are any treasures worth buying at the auction. Suppressing his excitement, Chao Xing continued to gaze at the ground below. There stood a whopping 17 black cans. The value of these cans was equally astonishing. Even if he didn't open them, selling them on the black market would fetch 400 to 500 million crowns, far exceeding the value of the over 100 silver and gold cans. Of course, Chao Xing wouldn't do that. After all, there was a chance of finding relics and hero hearts inside the black cans. Although the chances were slim, that didn't stop him from wanting to give it a try. Chao Xing, no longer bothering, simply said, "Then, I open all these black jars at once." Everyone agreed. Even Elisa, a satisfied look crossed her face. After all, she just smashed 7 or 8 jars in a row. She already had her fill. At the same time, Chao Xing raised his staff, mobilizing the surrounding icy elements. Giant icicles appeared behind him. Then he whispered, "Go." Then, all the icicles shot out at a single black jar. Pa! Pa! A continuous, piercing sound echoed. 17 black jars exploded simultaneously. Ancient platinum coins splattered all over the ground. Among them, Chao Xing also spotted several crimson crystals, an ancient broken blade, and 2 crimson fruits. Seeing this, Chao Xing was shocked. "Oh my god! Those red crystals are hearts of power. How could there be so many? And that broken sword? I can sense the fluctuations of divine power on it. Could this thing be a relic?" Chao Xing was completely stunned, until a system prompt brought him back to his senses. Successfully opened black jars *17, achievement, King of Jar opening progress has been increased, current progress, 81/100. Chao Xing suppressed his excitement, then with a wave of his hand, he put everything into his backpack. Obtained, Platinum Ancient Coins *475. Obtained, Hero's Heart *8. Obtained, Relic Holy War Broken Blade. Obtained, Colorful Crystal *2. Obtained, Blood Heart Fruit *2. Obtained, Ancient Hardwood *5. Obtained, Derrick Steel Ingot *163. Obtained, Pure Shard *5. Obtained, Meteorite Ingot *68. Chao Xing was stunned again. This time, he actually opened a relic. Plus, there were 8 hero hearts and 2 red blood heart fruits. Clearly, his luck had really kicked in this time. Chao Xing exclaimed, "The drop rate on this black jar is fucking outrageous. Looks like I get a few more heroes and a legendary this time. Add to that the relic box of my choice in my backpack, and maybe 2 more legendaries." Ha ha ha. He couldn't help but laugh happily. The other citizens, seeing Chao Xing's expression, probably guessed that this jar opening might yield a huge reward. Excitement flickered in their eyes. However, Chao Xing didn't rush to distribute the rewards. Instead, he checked the relic's attributes first. Relic, Broken Blade of the Holy War. Quality, unknown. Item description, a broken blade left behind by a legendary paladin before his death, containing a portion of his heroic and fearless divine power. Item effect 1, one of the main ingredients required for a knight class to reach the legendary realm. Item effect 2, directly absorbs the divine power contained within, replenishing 100 points of divine power. However, the relic will disappear when the divine power is depleted. Chapter 756. Wow! It's a knight class relic. Doesn't this mean Knight Assam will soon reach legendary status? Chao Xing instantly turned his gaze, his expression filled with surprise at the ancient, broken sword in his hand. As one of his earliest followers, if this knight could reach legendary status, his strength would undergo a tremendous transformation. And he also had a skill book in his backpack specifically for knights. Apocalypse Knight. This skill was incredibly powerful. A full-strength attack could even cover an area of hundreds of kilometers. Of course, this skill book was for demigod-level abilities. But if Assam could reach legendary status now, he would be one step closer to demigodhood. Chao Xing nodded in satisfaction. After deciding who would own this relic, the next step was to collect his other gains. 8 heroes' hearts and 2 red blood heart fruits would be enough to transform the strength of many of his subjects. Chao Xing didn't rush to distribute them immediately. After all, he still had a lot of things in his backpack to digest first. For example, those commander-level and overlord-level souls. He glanced at his backpack. Inside, he saw more than a dozen gleaming souls. Among them were 8 commander-level souls, 3 overlord-level souls, and 1 dazzling overlord-level soul. Chao Xing scanned the field and began to call out names. Xiao, Blot, Jonard, Josen, Alan, Tyron, Ellie, Sylvia. You 8 leader-level creatures, step out. At the command, 6 figures emerged from the crowd. Among them were the Star Country swordsman wielding the Divine Shadow's sword, the Black Smoke Shaman Blot, and the Dragon Blood fighter Xiao. In addition, there was the Wind Mage, Alan, in a cyan robe, the Earth Mage, turned Rock Speaker, in a yellow robe, and 2 other female water mages, Ellie and Sylvia. Currently, all 7 of them had the potential to become leaders, and their levels had reached the maximum of 70. This perfectly met the requirements for using these souls. Chao Xing waved his hand, and 8 bright commander-level souls fell into the hands of the 8. Gaze upon the souls, sensing the power within, their faces lit up with excitement. Sylvia and Ellie, in the crowd, had tears welling up in their eyes, their hands gripping their staffs trembling slightly. Thinking back to when they first arrived in this territory, they were mere low-level mage apprentices, veritable cannon fodder on the battlefield. Who could have imagined that in the blink of an eye, they would be transforming into commander-level potential? This opportunity was like a dream. The next moment, they all bowed and saluted. "Thank you, Lord. I will live up to your trust." Chao Xing smiled. "No problem, use these souls. I hope you can successfully break through." "Yes." The 8 responded in unison, their voices filled with determination. Then, they all injected their souls into their bodies. Buzz, buzz. 8 powerful soul waves emerged in succession, and the others watched their breakthrough with anticipation. It's worth noting that Chao Xing had already traded his title of King of Gladiators before opening the jar. He now wore the title of Star Reaper, which increased his luck. The 8 people's breakthroughs were rapid. In just 2 or 3 minutes, powerful soul waves rose from them. 7 system prompts appeared in succession. Your territory member, Xiao, successfully transformed into a commander-level creature, base stats increased by 30%, and learned the commander-level skill. 10,000 swords reunited. 10,000 swords reunited. The Star Nation swordsman unleashes all his inner strength, condensing 999 sword phantoms and absorbing them into his blade, increasing the power of his next strike. When all 999 sword phantoms are absorbed, the sword prison lock effect is triggered on a single enemy below, forcibly attracting all enemies within a range, 1,000 meters. Then, launch a finishing blow against the enemy, dealing 999% armor-piercing damage. After completing the slash, trigger the sword intent residue effect, increasing your critical damage by 30% for 10 seconds. Skill cooldown, 12 hours. Your territorial member, Blood Brimstone, has successfully transformed into a commander-level creature, increasing his base stats by 30%. He has also learned the commander-level ability, Black Smoke Ritual, Devour All Souls. Black Smoke Ritual, Devour All Souls, summons an ancient black smoke totem, releasing a black smoke field covering a 1,000-meter radius, dealing continuous suction damage. All enemies within the area will receive 20, Spirit Asterisk 1000% plus attack damage, corrosion damage over 3 seconds, and their armor will be corroded by 2% for 5 seconds. Finally, all black smoke within the field will explode, dealing Spirit Asterisk 4752% plus attack damage, finishing damage. Cooldown, 21 hours. Your territory member, Johnard, successfully transformed into a commander-level creature, increasing basic stats by 30% and acquiring the commander-level skill, Dance with Dragons. Dance with Dragons. Fully activate the power of the Frost Dragon within, entering a frenzy state, reducing health by 1% per second and armor by 50%. During this period, the Dragon Blood Warrior's attack power increases by 100%, attack speed increases by 100%, and movement speed increases by 100%. All attacks inflict a Frost Splash effect, dealing 55% splash damage to enemies within range. This effect lasts until health drops below 10%. The skill cooldown is 24 hours. Note, after activating this skill, there's a small chance that the Frost Dragon's blood will corrupt the creature, completely degenerating it into an ice spreader. Use with caution. Your territorial member, Alan, has successfully transformed into a commander-level creature, increasing his base stats by 30%. He has learned the commander-level skill, Apocalypse, Wind God's Wrath. Apocalypse, Wind God's Wrath. Fly into the air, drawing in all surrounding wind elements to form a massive eye of the wind. Suctions all enemies within 1,000 to 2,000 meters, and releases Spirit Asterisk 3, Wind Blades. Each blade deals damage equal to attack power Asterisk 80%, spreading outward and attacking all enemies. After the Eye of the Wind lasts for 5 seconds, it detonates all wind elemental power, dealing ATK Asterisk 455% explosive damage to enemies within range. Skill cooldown, 24 hours attention. Due to its increased potential, talent, Seed of the Wind God increases casting speed by 10%, reduces spell failure chance by 10%, and increases magic power by 10%. Talent, Seed of the Wind God's negative status effect, reduces casting speed by 40%, increases spell failure chance by 0%, and increases magic power by 40%. Your territory member, Tyrant Rock Speaker, has successfully transformed into a commander-level creature, increasing basic stats by 30%. He has learned the commander-level skill, Earth Restructuring, Mountain Move. Earth Restructuring, Mountain Move. Tyrant uses himself as a medium to communicate with the power of the Earth. For the next 10 seconds, he can freely manipulate the ground within a 1,000-meter radius, altering the terrain. During this period, abilities include, but are not limited to, moving mountains, filling lakes, building walls, constructing bridges, and more. The reconstructed terrain remains permanent, but may be destroyed by other spells. Skill cooldown, 24 hours. Your territory member, Ellie, successfully transformed into a commander-level creature, base stats increased by 30%, and learned the commander-level skill, Water Curtain Sky Flower. Your territory member, Sylvia, successfully transformed into a commander-level creature, base stats increased by 30%, and learned the commander-level skill, Water Curtain Sky Flower. Water Curtain Sky Flower summons a flowing water curtain around you and allies within 100 meters, absorbing Spirit * 1500% damage. When attacked by melee, the attacker has a 30% chance of being knocked back for 70 seconds. When the water curtain breaks, it applies the wet status to surrounding enemies. Cooldown, 12 hours. Note, due to the world's environmental influences, the flowing water curtain summoned by this skill will transform into an ice curtain shield. The shattered shield will cause splash effects on surrounding enemies. When the long system prompt ended, Chao Xing's eyes lit up with surprise. Of the 8 commander-level souls, 7 succeeded, with only Jocelyn failing to break through. This success rate is truly incredible. Furthermore, the commander-level skills awakened by these 7 after their breakthroughs are all quite impressive. Zhao's 10,000 swords return to 1 is a pure burst skill with a terrifying damage coefficient. Blot's Black Smoke Ritual. Devouring all souls combines area of effect damage reduction with sustained damage, making it equally effective. The Mage Dew of Ellie and Sylvia's Water Curtain Heavenly Flower is surprisingly a large-scale defensive spell. Combined with Eternal Power, it's incredibly effective. Wind Mage Allen's Apocalypse. Wind God's Wrath is also a large-scale group attack skill with a monster-sucking effect. Furthermore, after reaching commander potential, he's completely freed from the negative effects of his innate Wind God seed, and his future skill casts will no longer have any chance of failure. It's a huge improvement. However, the most special are the commander-level skills of the Dragon Blood Champion and the Earth Mage. Jonard's Dance with Dragons, when activated, costs health in exchange for immense explosive power. The improvement is almost comparable to the legendary skill, Valkyrie's Wrath. However, with such a powerful improvement, the side effects are also quite terrifying. There's even a chance of complete degeneration into an ice brood. Chao Xing's eyes flickered, and he thought his previous boss skill, Dragon Blood Extraction, also had a strong side effect, but it was suppressed by my Eternal Power. I wonder, can this commander-level skill be suppressed? He decided to let Jonard try it later. Then, Chao Xing's gaze shifted to the old mage, Tyron. At that moment, the earth elemental power within him surged continuously, and his entire being exuded a rich and powerful aura, as if fused with the earth. This skill, Earth Vein Reconstruction, Mountain Shift, that Mr. Tyron activated is truly extraordinary. It can actually control all earth elements within a 1-kilometer radius, even capable of moving mountains and filling the sea. What a concept! This kilometer radius is essentially his absolute domain. If he so desired, he could even instantly alter the terrain, transforming flat land into mountains and crumbling valleys into chasms. If used in warfare, a single thought could cause the ground beneath the enemy's feet to crumble, or erect a high wall to block their retreat. Any ground unit would be affected by this power. Chao Xing looked at the 7 with satisfaction and nodded, "Excellent. Congratulations on your successful breakthrough to commander-level creatures. Joseph, although you failed this time, don't be discouraged. There will be many opportunities for breakthroughs in the future." After hearing this, the 7 nodded solemnly, "Yes, Lord." Even Joseph, who had failed to break through, all the disappointment on their faces vanished, their fighting spirit rising. Then, they all respectfully withdrew. After distributing the commander-level souls, the next step was to distribute the 4 overlord-level souls, one remaining from the previous one, plus a dazzling Overlord-level soul. The latter, unlike the previous ones, was a precious soul that could allow Overlord-level creatures to break through to become mutated Overlords. However, how to distribute this mutated soul was a bit more difficult to decide. Obviously, this precious opportunity could only be maximized by granting it to those powerful individuals within the territory who had already achieved legendary status. However, his territory also contained numerous legendary experts, all of whom were very important. Whether it was the legendary Shield Guard Brown, the Light Sage Isabel, or even the Valkyrie male Nina. After a moment's deliberation, a glint of determination flashed in Chao Xing's eyes. He began to call names: Sarah, Xiao, Eilina, Elisa, the four of you, step out. At these words, 4 figures stepped forward from the crowd. Sarah, wielding the death dagger, exuded a dark aura. Xiao, having just achieved commander status, had a piercing gaze, a faint, almost invisible sword energy lingering around him. There was Elena, a snake man with a serpentine body, her lower body covered in white scales, her tail leaving a faint mark on the ground. Also, Elisa, armed with a bow and arrow, leaped out excitedly. They all looked at their lord, awaiting his next command. Chao Xing wasted no time in waving 4 souls, placing them in the hands of 4 people. Among them, the dazzling Overlord soul was allocated to Sarah. Clearly, Chao Xing had shown partiality once again, allocating his most precious resources to this loyal Dark Elf assassin. Sarah sensed the astonishing power contained within the soul, and a touch of emotion crossed her cold eyes. As for Xiao, he had just received a commander-level soul, and now Overlord-level soul, also a special favor from Chao Xing. Chao Xing had long recognized the extraordinary talent of this swordsman. Able to master heroic combat techniques with master-level prowess, his swordsmanship also reached heroic rank. In terms of swordsmanship talent, he ranks first in the entire territory. Furthermore, Chao Xing had just obtained a legendary weapon. Eternal Night Whisper, God Slayer. He had originally intended to give this weapon to Bing Lan, but she was more suited to ice-attributed weapons. So, after much deliberation, Xiao was the best candidate to wield it. However, Chao Xing also left behind a dominant-level soul, which was reserved for Bing Lan's dragon, Seraphis. After receiving the souls, the 4 of them simultaneously displayed intense gratitude. Sarah expressed her gratitude with her eyes, Eilina gracefully performed a uniquely serpent-like ritual, and Xiao bowed deeply. As for the young girl, Elisa, she jumped up with excitement. Wow! Captain Elisa just broke through to hero, and now she's transforming into a master. Great! Thank you, handsome lord. She spun around happily, nearly flinging her bow and arrow. The companions around her couldn't help but smile knowingly at this lively girl. Chao Xing smiled and nodded. Use it. I hope you all have a successful breakthrough. Okay, lord. The 4 responded in unison, excitedly injecting their souls into their bodies. Then, a soul wave even more vast and powerful than before emerged. Buzz, buzz. Distinct auras emanated from the 4. These auras converged, stirring up a terrifying soul storm, and it intensified with each passing moment. The air within the laboratory seemed to freeze, and the ground trembled slightly. The power emanating from Phantom Assassin Sarah was especially terrifying. At this moment, a dense shadowy force emanated from her, her figure sometimes blurring, sometimes clearer, as if ready to merge into the darkness. Even vaguely, the crowd seemed to see 2 Sarahs. Others experienced similar visions. Sword energy surged around Xiao, the invisible energy materializing into substance. Phantom sword shadows condensed around him, as if thousands of swords were converging on one another. Eilina's body continuously emanated a frosty white mist, which fell on the surrounding ground, carrying a powerful corrosive force. As for Elisa, she had her eyes closed, though she saw no obvious signs of anything unusual. But the crescent moon that appeared on her forehead still indicated the unique nature of this girl's physique. This time, the time it took for everyone to break through to the Overlord level was much longer than it took for others to break through to the Commander level. A full 10 minutes passed. The soul storm throughout the entire laboratory hall had almost reached its peak. The next moment, Sarah, Xiao, and Elisa opened their eyes simultaneously, swirling shadowy auras, overwhelming raging sword energy. A terrifying wave of energy erupted. 3 prompts appeared in succession. Your territory member, Sarah Blade Dancer, breaks the limit of life and advances to a mutated Overlord-level creature, increasing her basic stats by 30%. Due to her further enhanced potential, she awakens a special legendary skill, Twin Shadow Tribulation. Twin Shadow Tribulation, Legendary consumed 20 points of divine power to create a duplicate of the original, inheriting 100% of its attributes for 80 seconds. This duplicate possesses all of the original's passive skills and talents, and can mimic all of its movements and aura, but cannot unleash any active skills. Your territory member, Xiao, successfully transformed into a dominant level creature, activated the dominant level domain, Human Sword Unity Domain. Human Sword Unity Domain, normal attacks become sword attacks, increasing normal attack damage by 30%. Within this domain, all allies' critical damage is increased by 20%. Your territory member, Alisa, successfully transformed into a dominant level creature, activated the dominant domain, Frost Blossom Domain. Frost Blossom Domain, normal attacks that hit enemies are inflicted with the Frost effect, increasing ice damage taken by 2% per stack, up to a maximum of 10 stacks. When attacking an enemy with 10 stacks of Frost, each arrow hit will inflict the Ice Blast effect. Ice Blast. Critical hits deal additional ice damage equal to 45% of your attack power in area. At this moment, Chao Xing's eyes once again flashed with shock. 3 of the 4 souls succeeded, a success rate exceeding 75%. Chapter 757. However, this isn't the most important thing. The most important thing is that after Sarah's breakthrough to the Mutant Overlord, she unexpectedly awakened a new legendary skill. Twin Shadows, and this skill seems incredibly powerful. It can actually create a clone that inherits 100% of the original's attributes. Even more terrifyingly, this clone also inherits all passive skills and talents. What a concept! Sarah's greatest strength lies in her terrifying attack speed, and her 2 passive skills, Blessing of Release and Assassin's Code. These allow her basic attacks to unleash damage unmatched by other legendaries. Add to that, her recently acquired golden talent, Assassin's Heart, which has elevated her damage output to a new level. And now, this clone can actually inherit all of these abilities. In other words, when Sarah casts Twin Shadows, 2 fully powered legendary assassins appear on the battlefield. They can simultaneously unleash deadly backstabs, forming a perfect assassination synergy. This allowed Sarah, already possessing formidable damage output, to reach a new height unattainable for her peers. Chao Xing's eyes lit up with surprise. He hadn't expected Sarah to awaken a skill so perfectly suited to her fighting style. This ability was practically tailor-made for an assassin. Of course, Zhao's Human Sword Unity Field and Elise's Frost Flower Field were equally impressive. Each possessed its own unique characteristics, while also providing valuable support to teammates. Thinking of this, Chao Xing nodded again with satisfaction. Very good. Your breakthroughs were all successful. I'm happy for you. Then, he looked at the Serpent Man priest and said soothingly, Elena, although you failed this time, there's no need to be discouraged. Soon, you have another chance for advancement. The Serpent Man priest raised her monstrous head and replied earnestly, Yes, yes, Elena believes in the Lord. With that, she wiggled her serpent tail and obediently returned to her sister, Lana. Others on the field also came forward to congratulate her. Assam exclaimed, Miss Sarah is incredibly powerful. Now that she's reached a new level, I'm afraid no one in the entire territory would be a match for her in a one-on-one fight. Braun held up his shield and smiled innocently, Aha! While my shield can block most attacks, I don't want to be targeted by a legendary assassin like that. Harry, the beast-eared girl, emerged from the shadows and looked at her with envy. Sister Sarah is amazing. I want to strive to become an assassin as skilled as you. Sarah nodded slightly in response to the praise, a slight smile on her lips. Beside her, Alisa pouted and protested, Hey, Uncle Brahm, Knight Assam, I've also made a breakthrough. She said angrily, Why don't you all praise me? Tong Chu quickly stepped forward, grasped Alisa's arm, and said seriously, Sister Alisa is amazing too. The others also offered the young woman token compliments. Alisa smiled happily. The lab was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. After distributing the rewards, the next step was to distribute the heroes' hearts. Chao Xing held 8 in total. He glanced around and continued to call the roll. Xiao, Elena, Jonard, Jocelyn, Baiji. The 5 people whose names he called all looked up. Similarly, Chao Xing waved his hand, and 5 glowing red heroes' hearts fell into their hands. Among them, Jocelyn, Elena, and Baiji had all failed before. So, the probability of a successful breakthrough this time should be very high. At this moment, they clenched the heroes' hearts in their hands, their eyes filled with anticipation and excitement. Jocelyn and Elena were especially impressed. Chao Xing had just told them not to be discouraged by one failure, as they would soon have another opportunity to advance. And yet, just a few minutes later, His promise had been fulfilled. Although they knew their lord was a man of his word, they couldn't help but feel deeply moved. Beside them, Baiji nodded slightly and whispered, "Thank you. I will definitely succeed this time." Her slender fingers clenched the crystal, her gaze determined. Chaoxing nodded slightly. "Don't worry too much. Just let it go. Now, continue your breakthrough." "As you command, Lord." Then, the five of them simultaneously crushed the crimson crystal, absorbing the pure power within. Then they entered a state of transformation. Chaoxing himself approached the group of pets. Before him stood 7 powerful creatures of varying sizes. Dabai and the frost moose, Little Blue, were resting together. The relationship between these two species seemed somewhat ambiguous recently. Volleybell licked his paw innocently, while the light-feathered chicken, Buoyancy, perched on the snow bear's shoulder, preening its feathers. The Griffin King and Assam's mount, Frost Wolf Winter, each found a corner and crouched on the ground. Although it was rest time, they still maintained a certain level of focus, awaiting their master's orders at any moment. As for the newly joined dragon, the demon dragon Bing Bing, flapping its tiny wings, soared back and forth across the hall, seemingly filled with endless energy. With each flap of its wings, flakes of icy snowflakes fell from the air. Currently, 5 of the 7 pets have reached the maximum level of 70, awaiting only the hero's heart to reach level 8. In terms of potential, with the exception of the Frost Moose, the others are at the commander level. This is especially true of the demon dragon Bing Bing. After reaching level 6, it has awakened its bloodline talent, raising its potential to that of a dominant. It has also activated a Winter Frost Silence domain, which can effectively suppress units below its own level and significantly enhance its control capabilities. Although Bing Bing is still in its growth phase, it is only level 61. But if it fought alone, the other 5 pets would be single-handedly defeated. Blessed with dragon blood, and nurtured by its mother, this young dragon instantly became the most powerful of the 7 pets. Chaoxing gazed at the unique group of pets before him, his lips curling slightly. Besides the combatants, it's time to upgrade these pets of mine. After all, they're crucial to the territory's fighting strength. He weighed the 3 hero hearts in his hand, his gaze darting back and forth among the 6 pets. Since Dabai had already reached the hero level, he naturally didn't need to break through further. In the end, Chaoxing decided to prioritize the Griffin King Lao Wang, the Snowstorm Bear Volibear, and the Light-Feathered Chicken Buoyancy. The reason for this choice was simple. Volibear was one of the earliest pets to arrive in the territory, and had always loyally protected it. As for the Light-Feathered Chicken, though it had only been a member of the territory for a short time, and its combat power wasn't particularly outstanding among the other pets, it did possess a powerful commander-level skill. Purifying Light. Chaoxing had just been struck by a demigod-level curse, the gaze of the Mother of the North Wind. While the curse had little effect on him, the constant health loss was still unpleasant. So, he decided to first upgrade the chicken to hero level, then use Purifying Light to try to remove the curse. In fact, Chaoxing was more interested in upgrading the demon dragon Bing Bing. After all, this little creature was truly formidable. Especially its commander-level skill, Endless Ice Abyss Flower, which, like Chaoxing's forbidden spell, Frost Crystal Prison Icy Burial, could control enemies across levels. And the effect is even more powerful than forbidden spells. If Bing Bing could be brought to legendary level, combined with him, he could even control a demigod to death. However, this little creature is only level 61, 9 levels away from breaking through, so he have to upgrade it later. Thinking of this, Chaoxing approached each of the 3 pets and crushed their hero's heart. Crack, crack! A series of shattering sounds echoed. Pure power flowed into the 3 pets, causing them to roar with joy. Moo! Roar! Clack! Old Wang roared to the sky, and Volibear rose to his feet, his wings of light unfolding with buoyancy. 3 distinct energy waves surged through the laboratory, shaking the air around them. Chaoxing watched the scene with satisfaction. At this point, all 5 combatants, plus their 3 pets, had reached a breakthrough state. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chaoxing continued to examine the other rewards. He first pulled 3 ruby-like, crystal-clear fruits from his backpack. A faint blood-red halo shimmered on their surfaces, emitting an alluring sweet aroma. This was the red blood heart fruit, imbued with immense power. Simply consuming it increased all stats by 10% and also activated a special ability, Red Blood Fury. At the cost of 30% of one's maximum health, it increased strength by 30%. For strength-based classes, this fruit was truly divine. Chaoxing gently stroked the smooth surface of the fruit, sighing inwardly, such a precious fruit, and I've actually opened 3 in a row. This is truly incredible luck. At the same time, The nearby Lord of Orlon and the towering chieftain seemed to sense the power contained within the red blood heart fruit and cast their gazes in his direction. Feeling their eager gazes, Chao Xing smiled softly and waved his hand. Swish! Swish! 2 consecutive sounds of breaking through the air echoed, and 2 red blood heart fruits flew towards each of them. They instinctively reached out and steadily caught the fruit. The Minotaur chieftain's rugged face lit up with ecstasy, and he gruffly declared, "Thank you, Lord. May Mother Earth bless you." Standing nearby, the Lord of Orlon seemed hesitant. He held the fruit in both hands, his expression complex as he spoke. "Lord Chao Xing, this blood heart fruit is extremely valuable. Even at an auction, it's a priceless treasure. This is too valuable. You should keep it for yourself." Although he also coveted the fruit, Lord Orin also knew that many of Chao Xing's soldiers would see even greater improvements than himself after absorbing it. Chao Xing understood his meaning and waved his hand, saying, "Don't be so polite, Lord Orin. Didn't you lend me 25 million crowns? Consider this fruit my repayment. Anything extra will serve as your guide fee for this journey." Hearing the latter part, Lord Orin's mouth twitched slightly. What kind of guide fee could be worth tens of millions of crowns? But he also understood that this was Chao Xing's care for him. So he nodded solemnly. "Thank you very much, Lord Chao Xing. I still say the same thing. If you need me in the future, please tell me, and I will do my best to fulfill it." Chao Xing chuckled and nodded, of course. Lord Orin said no more, and swallowed the fruit in one gulp. Including the towering chieftain next to them, they all gulped it down like beans. Then, a powerful blood-red wave erupted from both of them, their muscles swelled slightly, and crimson lines appeared on their skin. This phenomenon indicated that they had begun to digest the energy contained in the fruit. Chao Xing, on the other hand, weighed the other red blood heart fruit in his hand, considering who to distribute it to. After scanning the crowd, Chao Xing's gaze settled on another large figure. Jode Iron Thrust. As a giant warrior with the potential to become a 7th-level commander, this hulking figure possessed immense destructive power on the battlefield. Especially those iron fists of his, each swing seemed capable of crushing a mountain. If he were to absorb them, it would surely greatly enhance the giant boxer's explosive power. Through this thought, Chao Xing made a decision. With a casual toss, he precisely threw the fruit toward Zhou Taizhuang, who was squatting on the ground. "Come!" The giant caught the fruit with one hand, and a brilliant smile crossed his lips as he felt the surging power within. "Thank you, Lord, for your care." Chao Xing smiled. "Use it, Jode. I hope you become even stronger." "Yes. Jode will definitely live up to your expectations." The massive figure rose from the ground, rising like a small mountain. Then, he too entered an absorbing state. With this, all 3 red blood heart fruits had been distributed. Chao Xing began to look through his backpack for the remaining undigested rewards. As he looked, his eyes fixed on the uniform black armor, gleaming like obsidian. This is a complete set of epic equipment stripped from King Beifeng. The Immortal King set. This set consists of 5 distinct components: helmet, shoulder armor, trousers, and combat boots. Next, let's examine the properties of this set. Being worn by King Beifeng must have something special about it. Chao Xing casually pulled out a piece of black armor and held it in his hand. This armor was quite heavy, estimated to weigh at least several hundred kilograms. An average 3rd or 4th level warrior wouldn't be able to bear the weight of this armor for long. Besides that, this armor is also beautiful. The surface of the armor is covered with fine dark gold patterns, which gleam with a cool metallic luster in the light. The edges are inlaid with deep black crystals, and one can vaguely sense the profound power contained within them. I checked the attributes. Immortal King Battle Armor Orange. Quality, Epic. Equipment Part, Battle Armor. Equipment Level, Level 150. Armor, 16,752 to 17,332. Additional effects. 1. Strength plus 16,000, VIP plus 20,000, critical hit resistance plus 30%. Additional effects. 2. King's Resistance. When receiving critical damage, there is a 55% chance to negate this damage by 40%. Additional effects. 3. Royal Protection. When receiving damage exceeding 20% of the player's maximum health, the damage received is reduced by 40%. Equipment description. The Northwind King's armor is inspired by his own fighting spirit, fused with rare materials such as night crystals, legendary dragon scales, and deep sea ice. It took the legendary blacksmith Garcia Guerrero 3 years to craft. On the day the armor was formed, the wind and snow froze in the air. Touching the armor, Kai sighed, "This armor truly lives up to the name Immortal." Note: The Undying King set, after gathering the other 4 Undying King pieces, creates the set effect, Undying War Will. Wow, a level 150 epic set? Is that so outrageous? Chao Xing was stunned for a moment. He had thought it was at most a level 70 item similar to the Tyrant set. It turned out to be a top-tier level 150 epic set. Moreover, the stats of this equipment are incredibly powerful. The added base stats alone are more than 10 times those of level 70 epic equipment. Add to that the 2 incredible percentage-based special effects, and the armor's defense and survivability have been significantly enhanced. Chao Xing murmured, no wonder he was so hard to beat when we just beat him. With this set of level 150 epic equipment, coupled with his powerful abilities, he truly surpasses even legendary warriors of the same tier. But now, this top-tier epic set is all mine. Thinking of this, Chao Xing's lips curled up again. Then he glanced at the other pieces of the Immortal King set. Like the armor, the helmet, shoulder pads, and even the boots were all level 150 epic equipment, with extremely high stats. Not counting the additional equipment effects, the base stats alone were already far superior to those of similar tier equipment. Furthermore, after assembling all 5 pieces, a powerful set bonus emerged, Immortal King. Immortal King. Activate after gathering all 5 pieces of the Immortal King set. When your health drops below 40%, you gain an additional 50% armor and 20% damage reduction. And for every 1% drop in health, you gain 5% increased attack power, capped at 100%, for 60 seconds. Chao Xing exclaimed again, this set is seriously amazing. 50% armor and 20% damage reduction are a massive boost for a level 150 character. Plus, a 100% attack power boost, it's a massive increase in lethality. If I weren't a mage, I even want to upgrade to the set, he thought excitedly. But, this epic armor is powerful, but its level is too high. Currently, no one in the entire territory can use it. Shaking his head, Chao Xing put all his equipment back into his backpack. He then glanced at another piece of equipment. It was a pitch-black long sword, emanating waves of powerful energy even as it lay in its backpack. It was the legendary weapon, Eternal Night Whisper God Slayer. Even Chao Xing's eyes gleamed. Finally, I can get a good look at this demonic sword. King Beifeng even risked his own reputation and his son's life for it. It must be incredibly important. Chapter 758. Thinking of this, Chao Xing immediately pulled Eternal Night Whisper, God Slayer, from his backpack. Buzz! A sharp sword chime erupted, and the blade of the demonic sword trembled violently, its dark purple magic pattern surging wildly, as if resisting Chao Xing's touch. Quite a temper. The demonic sword continued to tremble, intensifying, as if trying to break free from Chao Xing's grasp. The cold murderous intent emanating from the sword caused the surrounding temperature to drop several degrees. Seeing this, Chao Xing suddenly clenched his fingers and sneered, I have already killed both of your masters. If you don't want to submit, I don't mind sending you back to the furnace for reforging as well. His tone was calm, but the vast magic power that suddenly erupted from him completely suppressed the demonic sword's murderous intent. Beside him, Sarah already had the blade of death in hand, ready to quell the unruly demonic sword. Assam also raised the sword of the Lady of the Lake, its sacred light constantly suppressing the demonic sword's fluctuations. Feeling the threat of the 2 legendary weapons, the demonic sword's tremors gradually weakened, and the magic patterns on its blade dimmed. Finally, it lay completely still in Chao Xing's hands. Chao Xing chuckled softly, then grasped the hilt and swung it twice in the air. Buzz! Where the sword's edge passed, a slight tremor emanated, as if even the air itself was being sliced apart. Not bad, a fine sword. Chao Xing nodded with satisfaction, then carefully examined the demonic sword's attributes. Eternal Night Whisper God Slayer. Quality, Legendary. Equipment level, Level 70. Weapon attack damage, 11,472 to 11,825, increases 110,000 bonus. Additional effects. 1. Strength plus 2,000, Agility plus 2,000, Attack speed plus 30%. Additional effects. 2. Divine Hunt, increases damage to holy and soul type creatures by 100%, ignoring 30% of their defense. Additional effects. 3. Eternal Night Corrosion, attacks with dark corrosion, reducing the target's dark resistance by 5% per stack, stacking up to 5 times. Against targets with 5 layers of dark corrosion, critical hits deal an additional 30% damage. Additional effects. 4. God Slayer Mark, casts a God Slayer mark on the target, reducing their stats by 20% for the next 60 minutes. If used on a holy creature, It reduces their stats by an additional 20%. Cooldown, 10 hours. Additional effects 5. Whisper of the End, legendary effect. Each time you kill a holy or spirit legendary creature, your weapon's attack damage is permanently increased by 10,000 points. After slaying 100 legendary creatures of the holy and soul classes, the weapon will evolve into a semi-artifact. End of Eternal Night. The weapon's level has been increased to 150, and new demigod level special effects have been added. Godfall, Power of Night. Current progress, 11 out of 100. Equipment description, forged from the bones of fallen angels and the dark steel of the underworld, the blade is engraved with God Slayer runes. Legend has it that the wielder must water this blade with holy blood until it has absorbed enough divinity to awaken the true power of the end. God Slayer Shadow Song. After reading the long list of attributes of this demonic sword, Chao Xing's eyes flashed with shock. He even gasped inwardly. He muttered to himself, "This weapon's attributes are too abnormal, aren't they? Holy and soul class creatures will be annihilated if they encounter the wielder of this weapon. No matter which special effect, they all have a devastating suppressive effect on holy and soul class creatures. Furthermore, there's an even more terrifying legendary special effect. Whisper of the End. Every time a holy or soul legendary is slain, the weapon's attack power permanently increases by 10,000 points. This bonus can be stacked up to a maximum of 1 million. That's not the most crucial thing. The most crucial thing is that after slaying 100 holy or soul legendaries, this weapon will undergo a transformation. It will instantly become a level 150 semi-artifact, and the preciousness of a semi-artifact goes without saying. So far, Chao Xing had only seen the kingdom's holy sword in the hands of the Ice Crystal King. With this holy sword, the Ice Crystal King could even slay a demigod. At this moment, Chao Xing realized something. No wonder Kylon set his sights on Isabel the moment he saw her. So he wanted to complete the kill condition on his weapon by killing Isabel. A chill flashed in Chao Xing's eyes. Luckily, he won the bet, preventing Isabel from fighting Kylon alone. Otherwise, with Eternal Night Whisper, Godslayer's restraint on holy elements, even with Chao Xing's blessings, Isabel would likely be outmatched. At this moment, Chao Xing noticed the progress indicator below. 11 out of 100. This meant that at least 11 holy or soul-type creatures had fallen victim to this father and son's murderous hands. Chao Xing sneered. This father and son are quite capable. They've already completed 1/10 of the progress. His fingertips lightly brushed the hilt, as if he could still faintly sense the resentment and unwillingness lingering within. But all the battle results they painstakingly gathered ultimately served me well. Thinking of this, he nodded again with satisfaction. But soon, Chao Xing thought of another question. He looked at the crowd before him and asked, "This magic sword is powerful, but how does it allow Kai to unleash the power of a demigod? After all, the magic sword doesn't have any special effects marked on it that can significantly increase one's strength." Talia, standing by, heard his question and pursed her lips. "From what I understand, it's because of Kai's bloodline. His bloodline contains the ancient power of the Northwind clan, which resonates with the evil power of this magic sword. That's why, when he wields the magic sword, he can unleash a power far beyond his own level." Chao Xing nodded in realization. This explanation made perfect sense. He then continued, "Do you know the connection between this magic sword and Kai Lan's mother, the mother of the North Wind?" At this question, Talia's eyes flashed with thought. She shook her head slightly, her red hair swaying with her movements. "I don't know." Chao Xing nodded, not asking any more questions. He stroked the mysterious patterns on the sword, knowing that this magic sword held even more secrets. But regardless, the weapon was now in his hands. At the same time, the people who were breaking through erupted with astonishing energy surges. Boom! Boom! Powerful auras rose, stirring up a storm in the laboratory hall. System prompts appeared one after another. Your territory member, Xiao, successfully breaks through to a hero-level creature. Basic attributes increased by 100%, attack range increased by 200%, and prosperity increased by 50. Your pet, Lao Wang, successfully breaks through to a hero-level creature. Basic attributes increased by 100%, attack range increased by 200%, and prosperity increased by 50. When the system notifications on the screen ended. 8 hearts of power, and finally, 7 succeeded. Clearly, this is a pretty amazing success rate, almost 100%. Chao Xing took a look and found that except for Volibear, who failed to break through, others, such as Whitesnake Elena, Dragonblood Warrior Jonard, Josant, and even Baiji, have successfully broken through to the hero level. Even light feather chicken buoyancy has become an 8th level chicken. In other words, Chao Xing suddenly gained 6 more hero level warriors. He nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. This wave of black cans is a huge boost. It seems that all I have to do next is collect and open more black cans, and soon everyone will reach hero level. For others, black cans are extremely precious treasures, hard to find even on the black market. But Chao Xing is different. He has many opportunities to obtain more cans. Currently, 100,000 survivors are exploring the periphery of the ruins. With the sweeping abilities of these Blue Star survivors, they will surely unearth a large number of cans. When the time comes, Chao Xing can simply drop legendary giant rhino meat into the market and collect most of them. Plus, the leader of the Great Axe mercenary group, the master of the largest black market, is also collecting cans for him. By the time the ruins close in 20 days, Chao Xing himself has no idea how many cans he will have. With a satisfied look on his face, Chao Xing glanced at the Star Nation swordsman in the crowd. "Shao, come to my side." Hearing the Lord's call, the swordsman quickly approached, bowed, and said, "Lord, please command me." Chao Xing first glanced at his attributes, a flicker of satisfaction in his eyes. "Shao, your talent in swordsmanship has always been excellent, and you have made considerable contributions to the territory. Now your potential has risen to the level of Overlord, and your rank has broken through to the 8th level. Now, all you need is a good sword." Hearing this, Zhao's eyes flickered with confusion. Then, as if realizing something, his eyes snapped open, a glint of disbelief flashing in his gray pupils. "Lord, you mean?" Chao Xing didn't waste any words, simply unsheathing the magic sword. The dark purple blade flashed a faint light through the air. "Now, I present this Eternal Night Whisper God Slayer to you." His voice was deep and powerful. "I hope you can use this sword to carve a brighter future for the territory." Zhao's eyes suddenly flushed red. After a moment, he trembled, knelt on one knee, and raised his hands high above his head. "Thank you, Lord, for your generous gift." Including the others in the laboratory, everyone looked at Zhao with envy. After all, a legendary weapon is a coveted artifact for most people. Possessing one would surely elevate their strength to new heights. With the witnesses, Chao Xing placed the magic sword in Zhao's raised hands, solemnly, as if he were being crowned. At the same time, the swordsman grasped the hilt and slowly rose from the ground. The next moment, a startling transformation occurred. The demonic sword suddenly erupted with a dazzling purple-black light, and terrifying sword energy erupted in all directions. Swish! 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 The sword energy raged wildly, carving cracks several inches deep in the laboratory floor. Even the holy shields on everyone's body shattered layer by layer. The demonic sword now displayed an extremely aggressive attitude, seemingly refusing to yield. Observing this, the nearby Lord of Orlan said solemnly, "After all, it is a demonic sword. It will not easily submit to its new master." Everyone also looked solemnly at the weapon that continuously radiated sword energy. Clearly, a demonic sword that refused to yield and displayed such aggressive behavior had only one final outcome. Just as Assam stepped forward, ready to subdue the weapon, Zhao gripped the hilt tightly, standing erect with a determined expression. "No need to come. Give me a little more time, and I can subdue it." Assam paused. At the same time, Zhao began a battle of wills with the demonic sword. He continuously unleashed waves of sword intent, colliding with the demonic sword's violent energy. Boom! Boom! Each collision unleashed a violent storm of sword energy. With each wave of confrontation, Zhao seemed to be exhausted, his face growing paler and paler. A trace of blood even oozed from the corner of his mouth, clearly under immense pressure. Seeing this, Chao Xing frowned slightly. He was debating whether to forcibly subdue the demonic sword, and then return it to Harold for reforging. At this moment, Zhao shouted, "Man and sword become one." An unprecedented surge of pure sword intent erupted from Zhao's body, drawing all the raging sword energy back in at that moment. He stood erect, his momentum unstoppable. At that moment, everyone felt that Zhao was the sword, and the sword was Zhao. He had truly achieved the state of unity between man and sword. At the same time, the sword energy emanating from the demonic sword was instantly suppressed. The demonic sword ceased its vibrations, and the demonic patterns on its blade began to flow, perfectly blending with Zhao's aura. It seemed as if it had found a master more suitable than Kai Lan, emitting a joyful sword chime, as if celebrating this encounter. At this moment, Zhao was surrounded by a storm of dark purple sword energy, his eyes tinged with a deep purple, and his entire being resembled a sharp sword unsheathed. A system prompt appeared. "Your territory member, Zhao, successfully bound to the legendary weapon, Whisper of the Eternal Night God Slayer. Title: Star Reaper has been upgraded, and luck has increased by 10. At this moment, everyone sensed the coming of the demon sword and Zhao's transformation, and offered their congratulations. Assam sheathed the sword of the Lady of the Lake and said with a pleased smile, "Congratulations, Brother Xiao, you finally found a powerful sword." Braun also praised, "Indeed, this demon sword is a perfect match for Brother Xiao. It seems you are the master it has been waiting for." Faced with everyone's congratulations, Xiao first restrained his aura, returning to his calm and reserved swordsman demeanor. Then, everyone smiled and nodded in response. "Thank you, everyone." Even Chao Xing's eyes were filled with admiration. He had just prepared to forge the demon sword back into the forge. But then, Zhao's body trembled, and Wan Ba. No, the sword energy was released, subduing the demon sword. Although the process was somewhat tortuous, the result was still very satisfactory. Chao Xing nodded with satisfaction, thinking, now, the jars are open, and the hero's heart and soul have been digested. This legendary weapon has also found its owner. With this, I've digested most of this wave of gains. And in my backpack, I still have some precious ancient treasure chests, gold coins, and platinum coins that haven't been redeemed yet. In addition, there's a precious relic that can be used to enhance my strength. Strictly speaking, Chao Xing actually had 3 relics in his backpack. They were the broken blade of the Holy War, the ancient dragon scale, and a relic box of his choice. There's no need to elaborate on the first 2 relics. They were reserved for Assam and Binglan's dragon. But they're not here. As for the select relic box later, Chao Xing decided to wait until the end to choose. The items in the ancient treasure chests mostly consisted of equipment or other treasures, so Chao Xing planned to open them later, not to slow things down. There's just so much new equipment and data in these 2 chapters, so I slowed things down a bit. So, there was only one option left. Give the broken blade of the Holy War to Assam, allowing him to officially break through and become a legendary knight. Thinking of this, Chao Xing called out, "Knight Assam, come to my side." Assam turned and strode over to Chao Xing's side. "My lord, please command me." He placed his right hand on his chest, his armor making a crisp clinking sound. Chao Xing nodded slightly, then unsheathed the broken sword, a majestic and sacred light flowing from its blade. "Knight Assam, you have fulfilled all the requirements to achieve the legendary knight status. And your bravery and loyalty have proven you are capable of even greater power. This is the relic that will allow you to achieve this breakthrough. Now use it." Hearing this, many hero-level warriors on the field, such as Green Snake Lana and Kainan, looked envious. The legendary realm, like legendary weapons, is the dream of many. However, without the corresponding relic, they can only remain in the hero realm for now. That's why they were so envious after hearing what Chao Xing said. At this moment, Assam's body trembled slightly. However, he was not as excited as expected. Instead, a complicated look appeared in his eyes. Chao Xing was somewhat surprised by his reaction and asked, "What's wrong, Knight Assam? What are you worried about?" Assam took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "My lord, I do have some concerns." After a pause, he slowly said, "You should remember. I still harbor the soul of an evil being within me, right?" Chao Xing's eyes narrowed, as if realizing something. He nodded, "Yes, I'm also looking for a solution." "You mean, how will this being affect your breakthrough?" Assam nodded solemnly, "Yes, I've been suppressing it in a corner of my mind with my willpower for a while now, but he hasn't given up on taking over my body. If I begin to break through, my willpower will be at its weakest. I suspect this being might take advantage of this opportunity to cause trouble, even affecting the outcome of my breakthrough." Chao Xing frowned, lost in thought. Assam's speculation made sense. Before, Chao Xing had experienced the legendary breakthrough before, and knew that during that state, the consciousness was extremely fragile. If the tyrant spirit lurking deep within Assam's consciousness were to suddenly unleash its power at this moment, the consequences would be disastrous. Just as Chao Xing was contemplating a countermeasure, Xiao strode forward. He approached Chao Xing and Assam and said solemnly, "My lord, perhaps I can help Knight Assam eliminate the evil spirit within him." Chapter 759. You? Chao Xing looked at the swordsman in front of him with some surprise. After all, while Zhao's talent in swordsmanship was formidable, that didn't mean he also achieved anything at the soul level. These were 2 completely different power systems. At that moment, Chao Xing's eyes flashed, and his gaze fell on the magic sword in his hand. "You mean, with the God Slayer?" Xiao nodded solemnly. "Yes. I can sense that this magic sword has a special restraining effect on the soul and divine elements. Especially after I enter the man and sword unity state, I can clearly sense everyone's soul fluctuations through God's Slayer. So, I can also sense the location of the soul hidden in Knight Assam. If Knight Assam trusts me completely, I can unleash my sword energy directly into his consciousness and slay that hidden soul. Hearing this, Chao Xing frowned again. Entering a consciousness is no joke. It's the most vulnerable part of the mind, and even the most profound secrets can be glimpsed through it. Even close relatives wouldn't easily allow someone to enter their consciousness. However, Knight Assam had no such concerns. He said without hesitation, Mr. Xiao, we've fought side by side for a long time. I believe in your swordsmanship and your character. Come on, enter my consciousness and slay that evil creature. Hearing this, Xiao looked back at Chao Xing, waiting for his final permission. Chao Xing nodded slightly, saying, since Knight Assam has no objection, then let's give it a try. Yes, Lord. I swear by my swordsmanship that I will resolve Assam's hidden danger. Xiao responded solemnly. Then, he stood opposite Assam. The two men, one clad in full red armor, the other in black swordsman's attire, were of similar height. Under the light emanating from the world anchor, the two tall figures stood facing each other, creating a stark contrast. Xiao slowly raised Eternal Night Whisper, God Slayer, the tip of the sword lightly touching Assam's forehead. I will begin. Relax your mind, do not resist. Assam took a deep breath and nodded solemnly. Okay. Then he closed his eyes. At the same time, with a low humming sound, the dark purple blade of the demonic sword began to vibrate slightly. Then, a wisp of sword energy pierced through the hilt and into the blade, then continued along the blade, piercing Assam's forehead. Bang! Assam stood still, as if struck by a heavy blow. His shoulders trembled constantly, and his right hand gripped the hilt of the sword of the Lady of the Lake tightly, his fingertips turning white from the strain. But he maintained his knightly stance, not even a frown on his face. Everyone else, including him, held their breath, dozens of eyes watching the two men's movements. The atmosphere in the entire laboratory was extremely tense. This tense atmosphere lasted for about 10 seconds. At that moment, a ray of sword energy burst out from the back of Assam's head, striking the laboratory wall behind him and causing a violent explosion. Boom! Amid the explosion, Xiao quickly retracted the magic sword, his face slightly pale. Chao Xing immediately asked, how's it going? Is it resolved? Xiao shook his head slowly, his eyes solemn. No, that cunning creature seemed to sense my sword's approach, so he quickly hid deep within his most vulnerable area. I was worried about harming Knight Assam, so I temporarily withdrew. Hearing this, everyone on the field expressed regret. It had to be said that this tyrant's undead spirit was truly cunning and formidable. It had actually sensed the danger at the last moment and escaped. At this moment, Xiao gripped his magic sword tightly and said solemnly, Lord, please let me try again. I figured out a way to deal with it. This time, that creature won't escape. Chao Xing's eyes fixed, and he nodded. All right, let's try again. I just don't believe it. How can a dead creature possibly turn the tables? Including Assam, he opened his eyes and gave Xiao a trusting smile. Come, my friend. With that, he closed his eyes again. Xiao took a deep breath, and the patterns on the demonic sword erupted with unprecedented brilliance, as if summoning all his strength. Then, with lightning speed, he raised his long sword and thrust it forward. Swish! The blade stopped 0.01 centimeters from the Assam knight's brow. Swish! A burst of utterly concentrated sword energy instantly erupted. No one had expected Zhao's actions to be so swift and decisive. Before anyone could react, he had already completed this soul-destroying blow. At this moment, Assam's body trembled again, even more violently than before, and his armor clattered with a crisp sound. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, and veins bulged on the backs of his hands. Faintly, everyone heard an unfamiliar roar echoing. Roar! Damn you! How dare you break into my consciousness and attack me? Who are you? No matter who you are, don't think you can destroy me so easily. I am Tyrant Lloyd. No one can stop me from restoring my country. I will rule this place again. The angry roar abruptly ended. The next moment, sharp sword energy burst forth from the back of Assam's head again, drawing a brilliant trail through the air. Boom! A violent explosion echoed off the laboratory wall. Whoosh! Xiao slowly breathed a sigh of relief, his tense muscles relaxing. Then he sheathed the magic sword. Seeing this, Chao Xing asked uncertainly, is this solved? Xiao nodded solemnly, yes, Lord. Xiao has fulfilled his mission, and swiftly slain this creature's soul. At this, everyone's faces lit up with joy. Great! We've finally driven that lingering spirit from Knight Assam's body. Brother Xiao, well done. Cheers echoed through the lab. A faint smile crossed Xiao's face at the praise. Xiaoxing then continued, if it's solved, why hasn't Knight Assam awakened yet? At this, everyone stopped cheering and looked at Assam. At this moment, his eyes remained tightly closed, his body motionless. Xiao, as if anticipating Xiaoxing's question, explained, this is what I'm saying, Lord. I slew this soul within Knight Assam's consciousness. The remaining power of this soul is not simple, at least at the 10th level. This individual must have possessed legendary combat prowess in life. Now, after I slew it, its soul power has not dissipated. Instead, it has transformed into the purest soul essence, remaining within his consciousness. Thus, Knight Assam is absorbing this soul essence. After a pause, he added, this should be a good thing for Knight Assam. Xiaoxing's tense expression relaxed slightly after hearing this. Looking at the knight with his eyes closed, Assam's breathing became long and powerful, and his aura slowly rose, like a tide. Indeed, as Xiao had said, his condition had not deteriorated, but rather, it was transforming to a higher level. The group of legendary warriors also sensed Assam's growing strength. Isabel stroked her hair and smiled, it seems this brave knight will find a blessing in disguise. The others also gazed at the knight, who was making a breakthrough, their eyes filled with anticipation. After several minutes of waiting, Assam's breathing grew deeper. As his aura rose, the soul vibrations within him grew more concentrated, as if accumulating to a certain limit. The next moment, Assam's eyes suddenly opened, and a surge of overwhelming power erupted, causing the air in the entire laboratory to stagnate. Your territory member, Assam has absorbed Tyrant Lloyd's soul, completing his transformation and becoming a mutant overlord level creature, with a 30% increase in basic attributes. As the prompt ended, Xiaoxing was startled. He exclaimed in disbelief, oh my! So the opportunity Xiao mentioned is actually for Assam to become a mutant overlord. This is far superior to a simple stat boost. You see, Assam previously underwent a Knight's 5 Virtues trial, and received the Lake Lady's blessing in the 3rd round, increasing his stats by 20%. He's already approaching the mutant overlord realm. Now that he's broken through again, his stats are even stronger than those of the average mutant overlord. Excellent. This way, my territory now welcomes a 3rd mutant overlord creature, in addition to Sarah and Bing Lan. Assam's chances of breaking through to legendary will also be higher. His mutant overlord potential will even increase his chances of activating legendary combat skills. Xiaoxing nodded in satisfaction. Meanwhile, Assam had subdued his turbulent aura and approached Xiaoxing, bowing slightly. Lord, we have successfully eliminated Tyrant Lloyd's soul. Thank you for your cultivation, and thank you, Brother Xiao, for your assistance. Xiaoxing nodded, and Xiao beside him also smiled slightly. Then, Xiaoxing continued, now that you've resolved your body's hidden dangers, and your potential has reached the level of Mutation Master. Now, are you ready to break through to a higher realm? Asamu's expression suddenly hardened upon hearing this. He solemnly said, I'm ready, Lord. Xiaoxing nodded. Very well. Then, he pulled a relic, Holy War Broken Blade and a legendary heart from his backpack and tossed them to Asamu. The broken blade and black crystal arced through the air, and were caught by the knight's hands. Begin, Xiaoxing's voice rang out. The knight nodded solemnly. Yes, Lord. Immediately, he began the steps toward a breakthrough. Assam first crushed the black legendary heart, absorbing the pure power contained within, his aura soaring dramatically. Next, he began to release the power within him, enveloping the broken blade in his hand. The blade vibrated with a humming sound, as if responding to Assam's actions. He drew forth a majestic and powerful force, forming a shadow in the air, which he absorbed directly into his body. Then, Assam's body began to undergo visible changes. His eyes gradually turned a deep blue, and his breath condensed into tiny ice crystals in the air. Even his mount, Winter, sensed his master's transformation and swiftly leaped from the ground, reaching Assam's side in a few steps. Like a loyal guard dog, it guarded its master. As time passed, a special divine power faintly enveloped Assam. This power even extended to the nearby frost wolf, Winter. The giant white wolf began to swell. From its original length of 3 meters, it exploded to 5 meters, and its shoulder height, standing upright, reached 3 meters. Not only that, as Assam's power continued to envelop the giant wolf, hard, thick black ice began to form on Winter's head and body. These hexagonal black ice pieces joined together on Winter's body, transforming into a suit of black ice armor. Assam's body also underwent the same transformation. At this moment, the man and the wolf were completely covered in frostwhite black ice armor, as if they were one, brimming with a sacred and cold aura. Everyone watched in amazement, even the majestic frost wolf, somewhat bewildered by the transformation before their eyes. This time, Assam's breakthrough was equally smooth. As the immense divine power contained within the relic was completely absorbed, the profound ice armor on him and Frost Wolf Winter dissipated, returning to their normal forms. When Assam opened his eyes, a deep, majestic aura erupted from him. Frost Wolf Winter howled to the heavens, a woo! The resounding sound waves spread throughout the laboratory like a physical substance. Both the man and the wolf seemed to have achieved some kind of transformation. Your territory member, Assam, has successfully reached legendary status. His class, Frostwolf Knight, has become Frostscar Paladin. This breakthrough increases basic attributes by 1000% and attack range by 200%. Also learn the legendary skill, Holy Frost Wolf Form. Assam's divine power function has been activated. When the prompt ended, Chao Xing's eyes lit up with surprise again. As expected, the probability of a mutant overlord awakening a legendary skill increases when they reach legendary status. Assam has also successfully activated a legendary skill. Wonderful! With anticipation, Chao Xing quickly glanced at the attributes of Assam's newly activated legendary skill. Holy Frost Wolf Form. Quality, Legendary. Divine Power Cost, 15 points. Skill Effect. The mount evolves into a Holy Frost Wolf, sharing 80% of the knight's attributes. If the mount's attributes are higher than the knight's, they remain unchanged. For the next 100 seconds, both the mount and the knight's attacks will be inflicted with Holy Frostbite, reducing the opponent's healing effect by 30% and attack speed by 20%, stacking up to 2 times and lasting 10 seconds. Each stack of Holy Frostbite causes the target to take 22% of the Frostscar Paladin's attack damage per second. New active skill, Holy Frost Charge, deals ATK * 350%. Holy and frost damage to enemies in its path, and triggers a large-scale Holy Ice explosion at the charge's endpoint. New passive skill, Frostwolf Guard. While the Holy Frost Wolf is active, all crowd control effects on the knight are absorbed by the wolf. The Holy Frost Wolf receives 15% reduced damage, and 1 negative status is cleared from the wolf every 5 seconds. After reading the long description of this legendary skill, Chao Xing's eyes lit up with surprise again. Holy crap! Evolving into a Holy Frost Wolf in 100 seconds? And sharing 80% of Assam's stats? Doesn't this mean that Winter has also reached legendary status? He was completely shocked. Assam's breakthrough alone would have been enough to make Chao Xing happy. This skill actually allowed his mount, Frostwolf Winter, to reach legendary status as well. This is truly a buy one get one free deal. What's more, this transformed form can also absorb crowd control effects for Assam. As long as Winter survives, Assam is effectively immune to all crowd control effects, including stuns, confusion, freezes, and so on. None of them have any effect on him. This is truly insane. Great. With such a powerful knight, who's also immune to crowd control, who can stop him when he charges into battle? Chao Xing was overjoyed. With anticipation, he glanced at Assam's stats again. Assam. Mount, Frostwolf Winter. Level 100, Legendary Creature. Potential, Mutation Overlord. Class, Frostscar Paladin. Divine Power, 0/100, naturally regenerates 1 point per day. Detailed stats, click to view. At this moment, Chao Xing was even more satisfied. Although Assam and Binglan were both mutant overlords, he had received the additional Lake Lady's blessing, and with the added bonus of the Red Blood Heart Fruit, Assam's attributes even surpassed Binglan's by a significant margin. Everyone, including the others, showed signs of delight, because they knew their territory had welcomed a 10th legendary powerhouse. 10 legends. Even if all the legendaries from the 4 kingdoms were combined, that number would be reached. Furthermore, the legendaries in Chao Xing's territory were unlike any other. Each one could take on 3 or even 4 enemies at once. If all were deployed, it was self-evident what a formidable force this would be. Chao Xing, with a look of satisfaction, gazed upon the subjects in the laboratory, whose strength had skyrocketed. With this, the rewards had been fully digested. The territory had added 6 new heroes and 1 legendary. Including Talia, that made 7 heroes. Furthermore, Chao Xing possessed 2 other items that would soon add 2 more legendaries to the territory. This was a true surge in strength, elevating the entire territory's combat power level to a new level. However, after this massive upgrade, the next natural step was to begin monster hunting and leveling up. Coincidentally, these ruins were a good place to do so. Chao Xing cleared his throat and said, "Everyone, the inner city is now closed. For the time being, everyone should focus on the outer areas of the ruins to ensure maximum exploration efficiency." Chao Xing paused, then said solemnly, "From now on, everyone, realign your teams." Chapter 760. Dozens of people in the lab looked stern, their eyes fixed on Chao Xing, awaiting his next command. Chao Xing said, "Except for me, all legendary experts will lead a team within the ruins. Your mission is to slay a large number of the wraiths within, then explore the ruins and excavate any suspicious ground along the way. Use the time the ruins are open to improve your strength. Do you understand?" Everyone responded solemnly, "Yes, Lord." With these words, the dozens of people in the hall began to move. Led by 6 legendary experts, Assam, Sarah, Isabel, Zavalin, Braun, and Marlene. Each of them selected a group of men and divided into 6 groups. Then, they left the lab in an orderly fashion. Including Baiji and City Lord Orlan, they joined Marlene's group. Soon, dozens of people left the lab, leaving only Chao Xing and Talia. This was the first time the two of them were alone, and the atmosphere seemed somewhat tense. Talia turned slightly away, not daring to meet Chao Xing's gaze. Her hands unconsciously clenched. She lowered her head, thoughts racing through her mind, a dazed look in her eyes. She didn't even register what Chao Xing was saying. Until Chao Xing's voice woke her. "Talia, are you listening?" The woman snapped back to her senses and said, "I'm." After she finished, her face flushed, and she lowered her head sheepishly. "Sorry. I was distracted." Chao Xing gave her a strange look, his gaze fixed on her stunningly beautiful face. Feeling the gaze, Talia felt even more embarrassed, the tips of her ears turning red. Chao Xing shook his head and continued, "Next, as agreed, you will first go and call in the members of the Iron Rose mercenary group outside. Then I will teleport you back to the territory to familiarize yourself with the area. Later, I will take you back to the ruins to explore the outer areas." Yes, Chao Xing could now lead friendly units back to the territory, and even return to the ruins at any time. This was a special privilege he gained after mastering the World Anchor Key. It was quite convenient. If he could ignore the threat of the fog, he could even explore the ruins year-round. Talia nodded slightly, her expression turning serious again. "Yes, I called them down right away." After she finished speaking, she produced a black, round metal sphere and spoke into it. "All Iron Rose members, assemble immediately in the laboratory below." The Iron Rose mercenaries, waiting outside, sprang into action upon hearing Talia's command. A moment later, footsteps echoed down the laboratory stairs. Tram, tram, tram! Over 100 mercenaries, clad in dark yellow light armor, with a blood-red rose emblem emblazoned on their breastplates, respectfully approached Chao Xing. "Greetings, Captain, greetings, Lord Chao Xing." Everyone saluted in unison, their voices echoing throughout the laboratory. As a hero-level powerhouse, Talia's mercenary group naturally possessed considerable strength and a large membership. Moreover, these mercenaries were clearly her carefully cultivated core combat force, each no less than tier 4 in strength. In the surrounding area, they were already considered a top-tier mercenary team. Chao Xing's gaze swept over the mercenaries one by one, attempting to use the system panel to identify any problematic individuals. At his gaze, the mercenaries instinctively lowered their heads. After all, Chao Xing was now, after all, a legendary-level expert. Even a hint of the magical energy emanating from him was too much for them to handle, let alone meeting the gaze of such a powerful being. After a quick glance around, they found no suspicious targets. Chao Xing nodded slightly and continued, "I believe your captain has explained the details to you. From today on, you are now part of my territory. Next, I will take you back to the territory, which will be your new home." On the field, the mercenaries exchanged glances, clearly having heard about this matter. Those who made it here had naturally prepared themselves mentally. The mercenaries saluted solemnly and said, "We are willing to serve our lord." Their voices shone with determination. Chao Xing nodded again, then with a wave of his hand, issued a recruitment invitation to the 100-plus people. Recruitment successful. Iron Rose Mercenary Group, Jamie Gad Rick, have joined your territory, increasing the territory's population by 148. The moment the system notification ended, they all became Chao Xing's subjects. The pale tree's blessing descended upon each person, causing them to feel their vitality double. A look of shock filled everyone's eyes, However, Talia had previously told them that Chaoxing's territory possessed magical abilities, and had asked them not to act too alarmed. The mercenaries suppressed their excitement. In the crowd, the middle-aged man, Jamie, appeared incredibly excited. Through previous encounters, he had already known the unfathomable power of this otherworldly lord, and had even contemplated the possibility of leading his entire group to join his domain. Unexpectedly, a chance encounter allowed him to fulfill this vision. Jamie clenched his fists, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Because he knew that the Iron Rose mercenary group would enter a new phase from today, Chaoxing, unaware of the other's thoughts, waved his hand. He withdrew an expert-level magic crystal and dropped it into the world anchor. Instantly, the glowing geometric shape before him began to spin at an accelerated speed. Buzz! After a strange energy surge, a dazzling blue light erupted, enveloping everyone. Then, the familiar sense of spatial distortion returned. Transmitting. 5. 4. As the countdown continued. When the number hit 0, everyone vanished from the spot. At the same time, Chaoxing felt another wave of dizziness. The violent spatial fluctuations tore at everyone's body, leaving them feeling nauseous. But fortunately, Chaoxing had adapted to this experience several times before. The Iron Rose mercenaries weren't feeling so well. When the transmission ended, the group stepped onto the bluestone floor and appeared next to the energy station in the center of the territory. An intense warmth instantly washed over them, and many mercenaries turned pale, their legs weakened, and they almost vomited. However, when they took in the surrounding scene, their astonishment overwhelmed their physical discomfort. The mercenaries gazed at the territory's buildings with disbelief, their eyes filled with shock. The energy tower, tens of meters tall, stood like a black steel behemoth in the center of the territory, providing heat for the entire territory. The nearby Lord's Castle was majestic, its spires reaching the sky. Its outer walls were covered with vines, and bursting with flowers. Behind the castle, a pale sacred tree reached 50 meters tall. Its dense canopy spread out like a giant umbrella, imbuing the entire territory with a sacred and solemn aura. And that's not all. As they gazed into the distance, more sacred buildings came into view. The statue of the god of craftsmen, wielding a forging hammer, and the statue of the guardian goddess, clad in armor, stood at either end of the square, their solemn faces inspiring awe. The dark golden king's altar, not far away, gleamed brightly in the sun. The king gazed into the distance, his hands resting on his long sword, like a king heading out for battle. Beyond that, uniquely styled buildings were scattered throughout the territory. Far away, they saw towering city walls and densely packed arrow towers. The walls were covered with fortifications, and teams of powerful soldiers patrolled back and forth. There were also various large-scale war machines, frost catapults, Nero's cannons, and so on. Gods above. A mercenary exclaimed in amazement, "Is this the territory of the Lord of another world? It's magnificent, unbelievable." The other mercenaries echoed, "Yes, this is completely different from what I imagined. This place is a truly impenetrable iron fortress." Their initial impression of the otherworldly lord still lingered on their ignorance and weakness. What they didn't know was that after more than half a year of development, coupled with the lord's adaptability, many lords had already established prosperous territories and formidable strength, surpassing even some giant cities. However, Chaoxing's territory was still far more prosperous than those of other lords, hence their astonishment. Meanwhile, upon seeing Chaoxing's return, Duan, the polar man who was upgrading his lord's castle, rushed over immediately. He bowed respectfully and said solemnly, "Lord, welcome back. The territory is filled with hope because of your return." Chaoxing nodded slightly and asked, "Duan, how has the territory been developing during my absence?" Duan's expression straightened as he reported respectfully, "Lord, as you can see, we have been working diligently to complete your instructions. We have already upgraded the energy tower to level 27, transforming it into an energy station. Also, your lord's castle has been upgraded to level 18, and the population has increased significantly." After a pause, he continued, "However, it may take some time to reach the level 20 you requested. Also, we've discovered that further upgrades to the lord's castle and energy station require higher level materials. But since we don't have any in stock in the territory." Chaoxing's eyes flickered with thought when he heard the phrase higher level materials. He glanced at the properties of the two buildings. Lord's Castle, level 18. Building height, 19 meters. Floor area, 1145 square meters. Armor, 4,800. Durability, 600,000. Current population capacity, 8174/18019. Aura effect, Aura of Abundance. Materials required to upgrade to the next level. Level 25 power station. For 100,000 wood, 60,000 refined iron, 30,000 mithril, 3,000 master level elemental crystals, 1,000 ancient wood planks, orange. Upgrade time, 814 hours and 34 minutes. Number of people working simultaneously, 0 out of 8. Power station, level 27. Floor area, 115.5 square meters. Height, 31 meters. Effect, can be used for a 20-kilometer diameter. Increases regional temperature by 15 degrees Celsius to 50 degrees Celsius. Additional effect, high energy state. Activating high energy state increases the territory's heating effect by an additional 20 degrees Celsius to 50 degrees Celsius, but the hourly energy consumption triples. Additional effect 2. Regional temperature adjustment. You can freely adjust the temperature of a specific area on the energy station control panel. Cost, 1 hour/3 primary energy crystals. Materials required for next level, 200,000 refined iron, 100,000 copper, 50,000 mithril, 10,000 eternal gold ingots, 10,000 magic pattern stones, 5,000 master level elemental crystals, 1,000 Olympus ingots, 1,000 dry light ingots. After reviewing the properties of the two buildings, Chaoxing nodded in realization. The level 18 Lord's Castle had a population increase of 4,000 compared to the level 16 castle he left. Even after the energy tower upgraded to an energy station, it gained a special regional temperature control function. This function is quite useful. If Chaoxing wanted, he could use it to create an extremely cold prison in his territory, allowing prisoners to repent in the biting cold. It could also be used to care for special plants, precisely adjusting the temperature according to the growth needs of each magical plant. Chaoxing was very satisfied. Besides these changes, there were several others. And as Duan mentioned, further upgrading these two buildings would require more advanced materials. Ancient wood planks and drillmer steel ingots? Chaoxing whispered, I happen to have scavenged quite a few during this trip to the ruins, perfect for upgrading the Lord's Castle and energy station. He then looked at the polar man before him and said, I've already taken care of the materials. Please continue your report. Duan was slightly startled, as if he hadn't expected the Lord to have already addressed the material shortage issue he had just raised. But he didn't dwell on it. After all, in Duan's impression, the Lord was omnipotent, so it wasn't surprising that he could do something like this. Duan cleared his throat and continued, Besides these two most important buildings, we've recently upgraded and constructed many others, including the High Knight Hall, the Warrior Camp, the Archery Range, and the High Assassin's Labyrinth. And the Guardian Goddess statue you requested has also been completed. Chaoxing nodded again, a look of satisfaction in his eyes. In the 4 or 5 days since he'd been away, Duan had already completed so many construction projects. His efficiency was truly astonishing. Very good. Is there anything else you want to report? Duan took a deep breath, his face serious. Yes, he said solemnly, in addition to the buildings mentioned above, we've also built 2 destroyer towers. At the mention of this building, Chaoxing's eyes lit up. The destroyer tower was a legendary tower blueprint he had redeemed in the Blood expansion pack. This defense tower not only summons the legendary Blood destroyer to attack enemies, but also boasts a range of 100 kilometers. It's truly a killer weapon. Constructing just one can dramatically increase the defense of an entire territory. Even the main cities of the major kingdoms lack structures of this caliber. However, the materials required to build these defense towers are simply too vast. Even Chaoxing, through his last trade for legendary giant rhino meat, had only managed to gather enough materials for 2. To his surprise, all of them were built in the blink of an eye. He nodded in admiration and said, You've done well, Duan. Next, you will first lead our new recruits to familiarize themselves with the territory and then arrange accommodations for them. After that, you can continue constructing the other buildings. The polar man's eyes quickly swept over Talia and the group of mercenaries behind her. He noticed that although the mercenaries looked nervous, each one exuded a sense of competence, clearly seasoned warriors. Then he nodded solemnly, Yes, my lord. He turned to the mercenaries and gestured, Everyone, please follow me. The mercenaries saluted Chaoxing and bid farewell, following Duan out of the central square. After they had all departed, Chaoxing turned and returned to his lord's castle. Boom! As the heavy castle gate swung open, a vaster and more magnificent hall emerged. The walls were decorated with large paintings, and the floor was covered with a deep red carpet embroidered with intricate patterns. Dozens of crystal chandeliers hung from the ceiling, emitting a soft and bright glow. In the center of the hall stood an ornate throne, its inlaid gems gleaming beautifully in the light. Chaoxing walked directly to the throne and leaned comfortably against it. Huh? He let out a long sigh and closed his eyes for a moment. After a few minutes, Chaoxing gradually opened his eyes. He whispered, "This time, I've basically digested all the gains from the ancient arena. There's only one item left, an item I can use immediately to improve my strength." It was the special reward he received after passing the 5th round of the arena trials, a legendary relic box of your choice. I've opened this relic box once before, and it lets you choose any one of 108 relics you need. In other words, I can now help anyone I want to reach legendary. That being said, choosing whose relic is a rather daunting task. After all, there are still many powerful individuals in his territory waiting to reach legendary. Among the members with older profiles are the archers Rennies and Andrew. Among the newer members are the Tauren Chieftain Kane Exploding Hoof, Shinon Dutra, and Talia. These individuals possess both exceptional strength and potential. It's safe to say that anyone who breaks through to legendary status will be a tremendous asset to the territory. After a moment of hesitation, Chaoxing suddenly conjured up a dangerous red figure. She was another character in the territory who had reached the maximum level of 100 and possessed immense potential. It was none other than the Blood Spider Queen, Zierda. Chaoxing mused, letting Zierda break through to legendary status is a good choice. She was one of the first members to join the territory, and she's incredibly powerful. Her blood poison, in particular, has reached an outrageous level after being fused with the blood of the god of mutation. Plus, Zierda also has the ability to hatch blood spiders, making her a truly almighty powerhouse. Most importantly, I have a blood source divine fire in my backpack. If Zierda can break through to legendary status as quickly as possible, she also reached the demigod realm sooner. With this thought, he had already made his decision. Chaoxing flipped his right hand, and a quaint black box appeared out of thin air. Then, a system prompt appeared. Open the custom relic box. After opening, you will select one relic from 108 breakthrough relics. Chaoxing clicked OK without hesitation, then searched through the 108 relics. Since Zierda was a blood-based expert, he prioritized searching the blood-based relics. However, as he searched, Chaoxing's gaze suddenly fixed on an emerald green crystal in the corner, faintly emitting a powerful aura. Should I select a relic from this series and let Zierda try it? After some thought, he made a decision. Selection successful. Obtained, Relic, Emerald Shadow Poison Core. Chapter 761. Chaoxing quickly glanced at the attributes. Relic, Emerald Shadow Poison Core. Quality, unknown. Item description, a poison core left behind by a legendary poisonous beast upon its death, containing extremely potent poisonous divine power. Item effect 1. One of the main ingredients required for poison-type creatures to break through to the legendary realm. It significantly enhances one's understanding of poison principles. Item effect 2. This poison core can be thrown at an enemy, permanently reducing the maximum health of legendary or lower enemies by 30% and inflicting a 60-second bone erosion poison effect. This relic doesn't contain any blood divine power, yet it does possess a powerful poisonous power. Zilda's blood poison is also poisonous, and with the added enhancement of the blood of the mutation god, it's already one of her most powerful weapons. Since that's the case, let's maximize the effects of this blood poison. So, Chaoxing put the poison core into his backpack. Then, he pressed the communication device at his ear again. Zilda, come to the center of the territory and see me. ZZZZ. Following the sound of electricity, the Blood Spider Queen's lazy voice soon reached his ears. Huh? You're back already? Chaoxing replied, yes, I have something for you. A soft chuckle tinged with a hint of amusement came from the other end of the line. Got it. I'd be right there. 2 minutes later, the castle gates opened. Swiss, Swiss. A subtle, dense crawling sound was heard. A Blood Spider Queen, with a cold, radiant and dangerous demeanor, slowly entered the hall. Her 8 slender legs moved with graceful, light steps, while her upper body was a near-perfect human form. Behind her, a dense swarm of blood spiders, each the size of an adult's head, surged in like a tide. The spiders waited for the queen to enter, then pushed the castle gates shut. Then, with a graceful wave of her hand, the blood spiders scurried to every corner of the castle before vanishing. Tap, tap. The Blood Spider Queen slowly approached, bowing slightly. What do you want from me? Chaoxing chuckled softly, and tapped the gemstone on the throne armrest. Of course I do, and it's a good thing. Hilda tilted her head, the 6 crystal red compound eyes on her forehead flickering, as if piqued. "What is it?" Chao Xing didn't answer, but simply pulled an emerald green crystal gem from his backpack and tossed it out. The gem traced a green arc through the air, as if thick venom were flowing slowly within it. "Look at this poison core. It was left behind by a legendary poisonous beast. It can be used to help other poison-type creatures reach the legendary level. I think this relic would suit you too." Hearing this, the compound eyes on Hilda's forehead suddenly opened, their pupils shrinking to the size of needles. She took the poison core and gently stroked its surface with her fingertips. "A poison-type relic?" she murmured softly. "Let me try." With that, Hilda extended her fair arm, and a dark red blood drop condensed from her fingertips. It contained a potent blood poison. The moment the blood drop came into contact with the poison core, a hissing, corrosive sound emanated. Green mist and red smoke rose, merging together, shrouding her eerie face in a hazy, poisonous miasma. After a moment, Zierda chuckled, her compound eyes gleaming with excitement. "Interesting. The original toxin in this poison core should have been mutually exclusive with my blood poison. But a more advanced toxin has forcibly merged the two properties." She licked her lips and said excitedly, "I have a feeling this poison core will not only help me break through my bottleneck, but perhaps even give birth to something even more terrifying." Hearing this, Chao Xing's eyes lit up with relief. Just as he had expected, this poison core had a significant effect on Zierda's blood poison. Chao Xing nodded in satisfaction and said, "Very good, then start trying to break through to legendary now." With that, he pulled a legendary heart from his backpack and tossed it over again. Zierda caught the black crystal steadily, her compound eyes also flashing with excitement. She licked her lips, her voice trembling with excitement. "I never thought I could also transform towards that realm? In this life, I've completely surpassed my achievements in the last. A legendary blood spider has never appeared in the entire Western continent. I wonder if those Vatican guys would dare to trouble me after they find out." Hilda's fingertips trembled slightly, and a light glimmered in her eyes. Then, she gently pinched it. Crack! The black crystal shattered on the spot, and from it flowed an extremely pure and vast power. Hilda absorbed it all into her body. A crimson glow blazed brightly, and spiderweb-like dark patterns appeared on her skin. Her aura surged. After absorbing the power of the legendary heart, the next step was to come. Absorb the poisonous divine power from the Emerald Shadow Poison Core, breaking through to the legendary realm in one fell swoop. Then, as Hilda released her inner strength, absorbing the poisonous divine power contained within the poison core, her body suddenly tensed, her shoulders shaking violently and unnaturally. Dark green poisonous veins spread from her neck, crawling all over her body like a living thing. Her expression became incomparably painful, and painful sounds emanated from her mouth. Puff! 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 At the same time, a series of explosions echoed. The blood spiders hidden near the Lord's castle began to self-destruct crazily, as if the swarm was about to lose control. The corrosive blood splattered on the walls, continuously eroding the castle's durability. Seeing this, Chao Xing frowned slightly. Is fusing two venoms of different properties still a bit of a stretch? Plus, she already fused a drop of the mutation god's blood. I wonder if it succeed this time. Just as he was secretly worried, Zierda's breakthrough came to an abrupt halt. The dark green poisonous markings on her body quickly faded, and her hands drooped limply. A look of loss crossed her beautiful features. Chao Xing seemed to realize something and asked, "Failed?" Zierda nodded slightly. "Yes, the toxicity of this poison core fused with my blood poison, and the resulting repulsion was somewhat greater than expected. Based on what happened just now, the success rate of the fusion is estimated to be less than 20%. Hearing this, Chao Xing frowned. After a moment's thought, Chao Xing said, "Give me the poison core so I can replenish my divine power. Keep trying." His eyes were firm. "Today, I will help you reach legendary status, no matter what." Hearing this, Zierda's expression faded, and she said earnestly, "Okay, then, keep trying." As the queen of her tribe, Zierda naturally wouldn't be easily defeated by this failure. With that, she returned the poison core to Chao Xing. Chao Xing took it in his hand, removed 10 divine power fragments, and replenished the divine power within. Then he pulled a legendary heart from his backpack and handed both to Zierda. "Continue?" The blood spider queen nodded solemnly. "Okay." Her fingertips trembled slightly, but her eyes were more resolute than before. Following the previous steps, Zierda first absorbed the legendary heart, and then began to integrate the power of the Emerald Shadow Poison Core. Hiss, hiss! The familiar corrosive sound echoed again, and two colored poisonous mists continuously diffused through the air. Zilda's face also showed a look of extreme pain. Ouch! She let out a faint cry of pain. Dark green poisonous veins spread across her body, bulging beneath her skin like veins. Intense pain washed over her like a tide, eroding Hilda's will. If her consciousness collapsed, the fusion would naturally fail. Hilda bit her lower lip tightly, clenching her fists tightly, struggling to maintain consciousness. Every moment was filled with excruciating agony. However, this fusion seemed to last even longer than the last. As her will gradually weakened, Hilda's aura grew weaker, even experiencing slight convulsions. Failure again? Chaoxing frowned, a hint of disappointment rising within him. And just then, a strange, purplish-red light suddenly erupted from Zirda's heart. Instantly, it filled the Lord's castle, and even spread throughout the entire territory. The thousands of inhabitants within the territory, as well as the tens of thousands of workers working outside to build the city, all witnessed that terrifying red light. Amidst it, they felt a suffocating, oppressive feeling. As if under a spell of immobilization, they froze in place, unable to even breathe. Thankfully, this oppressive feeling lasted only a few breaths. The red light dissipated like a receding tide. Everyone stared in the same direction, terrified, as if witnessing the birth of some terrifying being. Inside the Lord's castle, Zirda absorbed all the purplish-red energy. Then, 6 compound eyes opened simultaneously. An extremely strange, oppressive aura emanated from her. A system notification appeared. Your territory member, Hilda Bloodkiss, has successfully reached legendary status. Her class, Blood Spider Queen, has evolved into Crimson Queen. This breakthrough increases her basic attributes by 1000% and her attack range by 200%. Hilda Bloodkiss's divine power function has been activated. Due to unknown reasons, the toxicity in Hilda Bloodkiss's body has significantly changed. Her blood poison talent has evolved into a gold talent, Crimson Abyss Poison. Seeing this message, Chaoxing's eyes widened. Fuck. A gold talent. So exaggerated? You know, Chaoxing had only seen one golden talent so far, Sarah's Assassination Heart. This talent, awakened through the Dream Library, and the combination of her 3 lifetimes of assassination experience, had dramatically increased her strength. And now, Hilda had unexpectedly evolved this talent as well. Chaoxing eagerly opened the panel, and took a look at the stats of this talent. Crimson Poison, Gold, a fusion of 3 powerful toxins, Blood Poison, Mutation Poison, and Emerald Shadow Venom, ultimately transforming into the extremely destructive Crimson Poison. When attacking an enemy, it applies the 3 toxin effects, Blood Poison Burn, Mutation Corrosion, and Emerald Shadow Withering. Blood Poison Burn. Attacks inflict a strengthened version of Blood Poison, dealing 15% of your attack damage per stack, stacking up to 110 times, and inflicting intense pain. Mutation Corrosion. Toxin weakens the target's defense, reducing armor by 1% and inhibiting healing by 1%, stacking up to 50%, only applies to creatures of the same tier. Emerald Decay. When a target reaches 10 stacks of poison, the Emerald Decay effect is immediately triggered, dealing damage equal to 245% of their attack power, spreading to the 3 nearest enemies. After reading this lengthy talent description, Chaoxing's eyes once again flashed with shock. Fuck. Isn't this golden talent a bit too much? One poison, not only with 3 different effects, but each one is incredibly powerful. The most common one, Blood Poison Burning, increases its attack power from 10% to 15%, and it can stack up to a full 110 times. If fully stacked, this would equate to a 1,650% damage coefficient per second. It goes without saying how outrageous this number is. With Hilda's current attack power, even if she stood still, she could still deal over 20 million damage per second, coupled with her army of blood spiders, who could possibly withstand this? Furthermore, there's the equally perverse Mutation Corrosion and Emerald Decay, combining 4 major effects: armor reduction, healing suppression, mass burst, and toxin spread. It's like a cow taking a flight. Amazing. Great. With this golden talent, Hilda will instantly become one of the top 3 in the territory. If you count her army of blood spiders, she'd be a true battlefield reaper. Chaoxing was thrilled. He truly made the right choice to evolve into the poison type this time. At the same time, after completing her breakthrough, Hilda retracted the dangerous, 3-colored toxic mist emanating from her. At this moment, she exuded an enchanting, dangerous beauty. Her skin was as pale as snow, yet tinged with a faint crimson glow. Her 6 compound eyes gleamed with a deep, dark purple light, like stars in the abyss. She gracefully approached Chaoxing, bowed slightly, and saluted. I have successfully transformed into the legendary Spider Queen. Thank you for your training. Chaoxing also smiled. Then, he clicked on the Blood Spider Queen's profile and glanced at her stats. Name, Hilda Bloodkiss. Specialty, Blood Spider. Level 100, Legendary Creature. Potential, Domination. Class, Crimson Spider Queen. Divine Power, 0/100, naturally regenerates 1 point per day. Detailed stats, click to view. After reviewing Hilda's stats, Chaoxing was very satisfied. Just as he predicted, Zierda's attack power had reached 1.24 million, plus the bonus damage from the blood poison from the domination realm. If fully stacked, the poison damage per second could exceed 30 million. How does that even begin to compare? That's equivalent to a legendary level warrior with full HP being poisoned to death in just 10 seconds after stacking up the blood poison. It's simply outrageous. Of course, these warriors also possess various methods and items to clear their own status. But this still cannot deny how powerful Zierda is now. Chaoxing exclaimed in admiration. Excellent, your transformation is even more perfect than I imagined. Next, I will send you to the ancient ruins to raise your level by dealing with the vengeful spirits within. Then, when you reach the legendary limit, I will attempt to help you break through to demigod. Zilda, who had just broken through to legendary, was already so powerful. Once she broke through to demigod, the terrifying power she would possess was beyond imagination. Hearing the last words, Zierda's compound eyes lit up with excitement. Are you sending me to the ruins right away? Hilda asked. Can you wait a little longer? Chaoxing was slightly taken aback by this. Then he asked, do you have anything else to deal with? There's no rush to the ruins. I can take you there anytime. Hearing this, Hilda licked her lips, and a strange emotion flickered in her gaze as she looked at Chaoxing. She stretched out her 8 slender spider legs and slowly approached Chaoxing. When she reached the edge of the throne, her spider legs bent slightly, and the upper half of her human body collapsed. A bewitching, beautiful face rapidly enlarged before Chaoxing. Scarlet lips parted. In that case, let's go a little later. It's been ages since I've tasted you. At that moment, Chaoxing's eyes caught sight of the deep ravines and expanses of white flesh across Zierda's chest, and he felt a sudden warmth in his heart. He nodded, chuckling, all right then. Click to view details. At this moment, Chaoxing withdrew his hand, chuckling, and asked, are you sure you want me to stop? Hearing this, Zierda's eyes flickered with hesitation and reluctance. She bit her lower lip and said, no. Don't stop. Hearing this, Chaoxing's face crackled again. You were the one who called for a stop. If you wanted me to continue, what would you have called me? Zierda's compound eyes flickered, a look of doubt in her eyes. She tentatively said, Lord. Lord. However, Chaoxing still shook his head. That's not it. I want you to call me the same as Marlene. Hilda paused, her gaze growing cold. Don't go too far. This queen will never call you that. Really? Chaoxing's lips curled with interest. His right hand found the silk launch point again and pressed hard. Hilda's 8 legs began to tremble violently, her skin flushing red as if with blood. The blood spider queen bit her lower lip tightly, covering herself with her right hand, and whispered, you're so mean. How could you? Chaoxing chuckled, well, are you willing to be called that? Hilda's eyes once again showed a strong hint of hesitation. After a difficult mental struggle, she reluctantly said, Master. Master. Hearing this call, Chaoxing was even happier. Very well said, Hilda. Well, for your good performance, I will reward you. A smile played on his lips as he said, sit down. Hilda understood Chaoxing's meaning, and a look of longing suddenly appeared in her compound eyes. Looking at the man on the throne, the spider slowly lowered its body. The entire lord's castle erupted in exclamations of surprise. And then, the hall became the battlefield for a fierce battle between Chaoxing and the blood spider queen.